Chapter 1. Historical Progression. The man who possessed wealth, fame, and power, the pirate king, Joel D. Roger uttered a fateful declaration before facing execution, which prompted an entire world to venture into the sea. Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, then go and search for it upon the ocean. I have hidden it all there. Thus, the world braced itself for the dawn of the great pirate era. Marine Headquarters. Today marks a momentous occasion, as the children of various commanding officers are undergoing tests of their fundamental prowess. The one who secures first place shall be awarded a Logia-type devil fruit. Luffy, strength 75 kilograms, speed 12.5 meters per second, agility rated as excellent. The elder examiner, Granny Aku, cast a meaningful glance at the grandson of the legendary hero Garp and inquired, "Child, can you explain why, after a year of training here, your physical qualities have shown little improvement? You shall not attain that Logia fruit." Granny Aku's words incited a predictable wave of ridicule among the gathered officers. Who would have imagined that, after a year of tutelage from the finest instructors, his abilities remain stagnant? So this is Garp's grandson. It appears his bloodline is lacking. Not impressive at all. I heard that when he first arrived, he effortlessly dominated all the other children, but now, I reckon anyone could easily bring him down. What a pity for his remarkable combat potential. My child mentioned he has spent the entire year engrossed in books. Reading, huh? What use is that? The saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Yet upon becoming a general, one might find that the admiration of the soldiers lies with others, inviting the envy of certain petty commanders directed at Garp's grandson. The derisive remarks rang out without reservation, reaching the ears of the young boy at the center of attention, who remained calmly engrossed in a book filled with unfamiliar characters, simplified square symbols, with horizontal strokes, vertical lines, and dots. This only incited further laughter, as in this world, it is undeniable that sheer strength is the ultimate truth. The weak are denied even a peaceful existence. To read, in the eyes of all present, was deemed a misguided path, a deviation from the righteous way. Granny Aku, I believe that knowledge is what truly empowers individuals. The young Luffy respectfully replied to the concerned Granny Aku, while internally dismissing the mockers as foolish. Even the strongest carbon-based life forms possess limits in a world where individuals may be formidable. A single nuclear strike could reduce them to ashes in an instant. And as for the extraordinary powers granted by the devil fruits, he held them in disdain. Once technology reaches a certain level, it can harness immense power, facilitating human evolution. There exists a technology capable of unlocking the information encoded within genes, allowing one's very essence to be elevated to extraordinary heights, bestowing upon them tremendous strength. If an ant can lift an object over 1,700 times its own weight, then a person who unlocks their genetic information could potentially lift something over 18,000 times their own mass. Senses, speed, jumping ability, intellect all are enhanced exponentially. Moreover, those who unlock their genetic information are revered as transcendent beings, capable of eternal life and perpetual youth. While consuming a devil fruit may grant formidable strength, it simultaneously disrupts one's genetic makeup, compromising the innate talents that nature has painstakingly honed over a billion years. A shimmering, invisible barrier manifested before Luffy's eyes. It was a treasure he had serendipitously acquired. The tomes he perused were provided by the Y system, which requires a robust mental acuity and a well-developed brain to awaken one's genetic potential and ascend to transcendence. Reading and absorbing knowledge is the most prudent approach. Over the course of more than 2 years, he had completed his foundational education and now needed merely to invest time in intermediate and advanced studies to achieve awakening. Of course, upon achieving a goal, the Y system would reward him. Form and intent boxing. This was the reward for completing his basic knowledge acquisition, enabling him to instantly master a top-tier martial art while also enhancing his foundational life qualities. After all, had he not possessed martial arts training, he would not have triumphed over the elite offspring of the commanders upon his arrival. He simply did not anticipate that he would effortlessly overpower them all. Among the commanders' offspring present, Luffy could still crush them with the same ease he had displayed a year prior, though he had no desire to attract attention. As a wise elder once stated in a book he read, silence begets great fortune. With a strength of 100 kilograms, speed of 12 meters per second, and agility rated as excellent, several contenders were selected for the arena to determine the champion. Luffy, concealing his true strength, appeared to possess only 75 kilograms, and thus was not chosen. Luffy resumed his studies, occasionally glancing at the bouts, only to stifle a yawn and return his gaze to the pages, for the displays of martial prowess were utterly rudimentary. It was fortunate indeed that these were the offspring of commanders. The matches progressed swiftly, culminating in a final showdown between two children, one the grandson of Sengoku, the other the child of a certain rear admiral. The contest was exhilarating. No one anticipated that the rear admiral's child had undergone training in the Six Powers and had mastered a modicum of Soru, allowing him to significantly enhance his speed. Sengoku's grandson found himself retreating under relentless assault, but at the edge of the arena, he remained composed, skillfully tossing the rear admiral's child out of the ring to claim victory. "It seems my bloodline surpasses yours," Sengoku exclaimed, laughing heartily as he observed his grandson basking in triumph. Turning to Garp with a smirk. "Is that so?" Garp chuckled nonchalantly, "as long as the child is happy." However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded that took everyone by surprise, including the two esteemed admirals. The grandson of Sengoku, having claimed the Logia fruit, did not consume it immediately. Instead, he rushed towards Luffy, shouting, "Boss, boss." Sengoku's grandson, Chin, was immensely grateful for Luffy's guidance in martial arts, believing it to be the key to his victory. Thus, it was only fitting that this fruit be bestowed upon his esteemed leader. With a resounding thud, he knelt before Luffy, exclaiming, "Boss, hurry and eat it. We have a greater chance of finding the Pirate King's grand treasure." Bang! In a fit of rage, Luffy delivered a punch that sent Chin sprawling to the ground, his expression fierce as he bellowed, "Do not kneel, all men are born equal." "Understood, boss. I shall never kneel again," Chin replied, tears welling in his eyes. It was this very statement that endeared him to Luffy as a loyal subordinate, though at times he struggled to remember that Luffy was indeed his elder. "Consume it, it is rightfully yours." Luffy nodded, his demeanor encouraging. "Yes, my boss." With fervor, Chin sprang to his feet and devoured the Logia fruit in a few bites. Though its flavor was unpalatable, he forced it down, recalling Luffy's words. A man must never say he cannot. Seeing this, Luffy strode towards the dormitory. Chin scanned the vicinity, his eyes ablaze with determination as he proclaimed, "You all know what to do now." "Understood. Protect our big brother." Numerous exemplary offspring of commanding officers raised their fists, including those who had recently achieved commendable ranks. Sengoku's expression darkened. The formerly mocking commanders were likewise taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been deriding Luffy, yet their own children had delivered a resounding slap to their faces, eagerly rallying behind the grandson of the heroic Garp. As long as the children are happy, Garp laughed heartily as ever, though it was evident that he wore a proud smile. Chapter 2. Dragon Slayer. Increase world variables, acquire a 111-meter space, activate the marketplace, and enable detection features. You have obtained 1,000 points, which may be used to purchase items from the marketplace. You have received the title of Dragon Slayer, granting you 3 charisma and 10 political aptitude. Luffy, wielding a blade and gasping for breath, gazed down at the lifeless celestial dragon sprawled in a pool of blood. He hurriedly seized the trembling female marine, who was desperately clutching herself, and thrust her into the newly acquired space. Merely 3 days had elapsed since the children's competition when a male celestial dragon arrived to tour Marine headquarters. This male celestial dragon soon encountered a strikingly beautiful female marine, overcome by his baser instincts, and as her superior, he eagerly sought to curry favor with the celestial dragon, promptly seizing the female marine and delivering her to him. This act was executed with brazen impunity. Not a single commander dared to intervene. This was the moment that ignited Luffy's fury. In such close quarters, where the enemy was but a breath away, who would bring a multitude of guards to Marine headquarters? Who would suspect a mere child? Who would envision that a bookish coward possessed formidable capabilities? Thus, Luffy's plan to slay the celestial dragon unfolded flawlessly. As for the notifications from the Y system, they were a delightful bonus. Now, how do I escape? Little Luffy, clutching a bloodied knife, leapt from the window. A few monkeys scurried down the stairs, their expressions somewhat dazed. It was an extraordinary stroke of fortune for a child to conceive a method for murder and then, by chance, devise a way to save a life. Yet, this was the naval headquarters. Yubu. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Yishangsheng immediately presented him with a top-tier martial art, Yubu. Mastering it to a profound level would allow one to suppress demons and spirits merely through footwork upon reaching perfection. One could summon the winds and rain, costing precisely 1,000 points. He paid little heed to the details and purchased it outright. An overwhelming torrent of information flooded his consciousness, simultaneously enhancing his physical prowess. The blaring alarm echoed through the skies, plunging the entire naval headquarters into chaos as they sought to capture the demon who had slain a celestial dragon. In the conference room, Sengoku glared furiously at Carp, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head, looking exceedingly apologetic. Look at what your grandson has done. And why did you not stop him at the door? I only intended to save that girl. I had no intention of rescuing a celestial dragon. Besides, Luffy's knife was swift. Haha, are you going to blame me for this too? Boom. A building was shattered by a single punch, and Carp nonchalantly rose from the rubble. Having thwarted Sengoku, he resolved to find his grandson. Sengoku, brooding amidst the debris, appeared lost in thought. You haven't captured a single child who merely reads books, and you all fail to locate him? Useless. I've raised a bunch of inept fools. This is the naval headquarters. 6 hours have passed, and you haven't found a trace of him. What do you want me to say that I am ashamed to utter? It's already so dark, and still no sign of him. Is he a monster? Oh God, please help us find him. Night fell, the moon concealed, and the wind howled. In the darkness, little Luffy observed a group of Navy soldiers nearly brushing past him. He danced nimbly, following the fates, and entered the secret base. In his hand, he clutched a note, devoid of words, only bearing the silhouette of a crane and a person, 2 strokes supporting one another. Don't deceive me. Little Luffy had faith in his companions, yet he couldn't shake a twinge of worry. Fortunately, the Yubu he purchased for 1,000 doubloons was astonishing, enabling him to unleash maximum speed and leave even spirits in his wake. Even if surrounded, he could escape. As it turned out, he had overthought it. Chin said nothing and cautiously produced a map, pointing to a secluded corner by the sea. Luffy touched his forehead in gratitude. Chin returned the gesture, silently expressing, "We need to escape, Captain, and you did splendidly." Then, Luffy set off with Yubu, heading toward the coastal hideaway. The waves crashed incessantly against the cliffs, producing a thunderous roar. Old Granny, Ahi stood steadfast in the sea breeze, a few Navy soldiers wandering nearby. She glanced toward a darkened area, effortlessly draining the energy from those soldiers, rendering them into deep slumber. Come out. Upon hearing these words, little Luffy approached Granny Ahi, grinning like his grandfather. Simultaneously, he retrieved the sleeping female soldier from the shadows and brought her to Granny Ahi's side. Granny Ahi accepted her and gently stroked the child's hair, saying indulgently, "Let's go. Leave this place. Do not return." With a flick of her wrist, she cast little Luffy into the tumultuous current. Unfazed, Luffy laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I will definitely return, boldly and openly." On the sea, an ice floe bore a cyclist who caught Luffy as he was thrown, placing him on the back seat. Chiding, "You've made this much trouble for me again." "Hello, uncle. What's your name?" Luffy grinned brightly. "I'm not that old yet. Kazan, or you may call me Akiji." "How boring. Do you have a light? I want to read." "Are you on the run or what?" An icy path stretched into the distance, its endpoint unknown. As the sun rose, its rays shimmered upon the azure sea. The bicycle swayed as it moved forward, and Luffy, who had been dozing in the back seat, suddenly sat up, pulling out a book, eager to complete his intermediate education and acquire new top-tier martial arts to further enhance his strength. A bird's call echoed, and simultaneously, a stack of newspapers accompanied by a bounty notice fell into Akiji's hands. He glanced at it and handed it to Luffy in the back. Luffy accepted it and laughed at the image of himself gracing the paper, exclaiming how handsome he looked, then counted the zeros on the bounty notice. 1, 2, 3, only 100 million berries? A celestial dragon may not be worth much, but am I truly so insignificant? He pouted and tossed the bounty notice into the sea, returning to his book. Don't be so arrogant. Akiji twitched his mouth, itching to smack the brat behind him. After all, a girl capable of deciphering ancient texts only had a bounty of 70 million berries. Unbeknownst to them, the horizon was painted with crimson hues as the sun began to set. Fortunately, amidst the seemingly endless azure waves, a sizable island emerged, with rising smoke indicating the presence of a town. "Let's go there," Luffy shouted excitedly, eager to avoid wasting another night. "All right," Akiji readily agreed, having heard that a certain girl had fled to this island. Nico Robin. Chapter 3. The Girl. The midnight sky was profoundly dark, the pale moonlight casting an exquisite glow. Akiji led Luffy through the market, searching for a suitable inn. In this small locale, no one yet knew that Luffy was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. Nevertheless, Luffy still purchased a scarf to partly conceal his face, feeling quite chilly after spending the day on the icy path. "There's an inn." Luffy pointed toward a corner. "Indeed, it's an inn. The conditions are decent, but it seems to cater to pirates." Akiji lowered his black round glasses to inspect the establishment, noting that the patrons were formidable, not lacking in notorious fugitives. However, it seemed fitting as he was accompanied by a demon wanted for the murder of a celestial dragon. He glanced around but saw no familiar faces, which mattered little. After all, he merely wished for the world to embrace more unpredictability, unlike the stagnant existence that had persisted for over 8 centuries. Only after the Pirate King's death a decade prior did many escape their isolated islands and venture into the vast unknown. Whether pirate or navy, a broader worldview would benefit everyone in this realm. Let us proceed. Soon, the two secured a double room, and fortunately, no unruly individuals caused any trouble. The innkeeper, recognizing the naval commander Qing Ji, was drenched in sweat, obediently adhering to their commands without casting even a glance their way. Meat? Braised pork? With a gleam of determination in his eyes, Luffy dashed into the kitchen. It must be said that while he remained ever so fond of meat, he had grown quite discerning. He would only consume food that had been meticulously prepared unless he was in urgent need of replenishing his strength, now that he possessed a space of his own. He yearned to acquire portable cooking utensils, a stove, and natural gas. Fortuitously, the proprietor of the inn had recently come into possession of such items from a larger establishment and was exceptionally amiable. Luffy seized the opportunity, transporting numerous ingredients with a cheerful smile, advising himself to be careful and take his time, expressing, "My dear boy, be cautious, no need to rush." Though he felt a pang of regret for the expenses incurred, the nature of his piratical endeavors meant that this impetuous youth, still imbued with innocence, would simply have to bear the financial burden. Thankfully, no further complications arose. As night fell, the aroma of cooked meat wafted between the two beds. In this moment, the young lad realized that aside from vanquishing celestial dragons, Luffy was also engaged in the trade of human organs. How could you so brazenly steal a child's food? No. Please don't. He protested, his mouth stuffed to the brim. As a naval officer, how could he possibly partake in such dealings? Absolutely not. Once most of the meal was consumed, he stretched his legs out, reclining on the bed, and closed his eyes, bubbles of sleep beginning to form. Still a bit hungry. Luffy, in exasperation, tossed a pillow at him, but to no avail. Anyone capable of rousing that lad was indeed extraordinary, and Luffy had heard tales of his reputation. The night continued with stewed meat and a bath. Luffy swiftly conceived a solution to his predicament. He would luxuriate in a bath while the meat simmered to perfection. First, he made his way to the bathroom, filling the tub with water, before proceeding to the kitchen, where the innkeeper had generously provided utensils. He placed a pot of meat on the stove, added water, sprinkled in spices, and ignited the flame. Saliva began to pool in his mouth as he wiped it away and headed towards the bathroom. Young Luffy was indeed a cleanly child, relishing the opportunity to bathe each day. As steam rose, the bathtub filled with hot water, and Luffy shed his clothing, eagerly plunging into the warmth. At that moment, he activated the system, glancing at the variable for world enhancement, which set him pondering. In the past, he had approached this treasure with a carefree ignorance, reveling in its existence. However, after devouring numerous texts, he began to contemplate the purpose of this system. The notion of increasing world variables was perplexing. Yet it seemed that performing good deeds would yield rewards, enabling him to accomplish even more virtuous acts. Thus, like a snowball effect, he aspired to accumulate an abundance of benevolence. Luffy's thoughts are remarkably innocent. The mere notion that an ideal world he envisions is on the cusp of becoming a reality fills him with joyous exultation. The grand treasure beckons. He sets a modest goal for himself, determined to acquire the legendary treasure spoken of by the Pirate King, said to encompass all that one could desire. Suddenly, a solitary hand burst through the window, swiftly maneuvering to pry open the tightly shut casement, and in leaps a young girl, her garments stained with blood. She is strikingly beautiful, her figure alluring, yet what captures Luffy's attention first are her eyes, dim and devoid of hope. The adage, "the greatest sorrow is a heart that has lost all hope," resonates profoundly. Death pales in comparison. As he gazes intently at the girl before him, a sudden realization floods his mind. How pitiable is Nico Robin from O'Hara? Tears welled up in Luffy's eyes as he reflected on his childhood, devoid of a single satisfying meal. At the tender age of 8, he was forced to flee incessantly, often betrayed, and could only muster a hollow smile to soothe his battered spirit. "Big sister, are you hungry?" he asked, his large eyes sparkling. "I have prepared a pot of stew that I can share with you." Nico Robin regarded the child before her with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, attempting to discern something beneath the surface. Yet, all she perceived was purity, innocent and untainted. Nevertheless, her guard remained steadfast, and she uttered no words. merely gesturing with a slight motion of her finger. Luffy lowered his head to glance at the exposed little bird and hastily covered it with a towel. With a wounded expression, he looked at Nico Robin, exclaiming, "My innocence. Just like that, it's gone. Can we go outside?" Nico Robin remained unfazed, holding a set of clean clothes in her hands, prepared to wash away the sin of blood that clung to her. "All right, big sister." Luffy wore a silly grin as he obediently stepped outside, placing the soap pot in a conspicuous spot before firmly shutting the bathroom door behind him. Nico Robin. Her tense form gradually relaxing, often attracted unwanted attention due to her beauty, forcing her to draw her blade and eliminate threats before fleeing. Thankfully, she had remained safe thus far. However, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed from outside, accompanied by a boisterous and domineering voice. "Has anyone inside seen the person we seek? It doesn't matter if you haven tea, we will come in and search." "Oh, please do." The innocent tone of a child startled Nico Robin, causing her body to tense once more. Fortunately, her clothing remained intact, allowing her a swift escape if necessary. Yet her eyes clouded with melancholy. Her heart, already fractured, bore another wound. "Apologies for the interruption. It seems the person we are looking for is not here. Why all this ruckus? Don't your neighbors have work tomorrow? Scoundrels, be gone." "Is that so? No one here? Then farewell." The sound of the door closing was followed by footsteps approaching. Then came the child's voice from behind the door. "Qingji is asleep in this room. He wants to wake and less in danger, so you need not worry." The girl paused, unsure whether it was Qingji sleeping in the outer room or the warmth that seeped through her entire being. Chapter 4. An unexpected variable. As Nico Robin emerged from the bathroom, her attire remained impeccably arranged, her blade still in hand, her demeanor as cold as ever. Yet, before her unfolded a scene she had never envisioned. A steaming pot of stew graced the center of the table, glimmering enticingly under the bright light. Beside it, a plate of vibrant green vegetables served as garnish. Nearby, a small figure busied himself serving rice. "I am Luffy, the path of freedom and joy. I'm a wanted criminal, with a bounty of 100 million berries." As he filled their bowls, Luffy introduced himself with unabashed confidence, hoping to soothe the girl's aching heart. "Come eat. It's delicious. If you're worried, I'll eat in front of you." In the blink of an eye, Luffy stuffed each dish into his mouth, his face turning crimson as he choked. Just then, a gentle hand patted his back, and the girl handed him a glass of water. "Cough, cough. Thank you, big sister." Luffy gulped down the water, finally swallowing the food, then grinned foolishly, saying, "See, it's fine, eat up." The girl nodded, lifting her bowl and grasping her chopsticks. The dinner felt surreal. The meat melted in her mouth, its sweet fragrance enveloping her. The vegetables, jade green and fresh, seemed to convey the message: a balance of meat and greens is beneficial for one's health. Eat more vegetables. At that moment, she thought to herself that perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to simply fade away. After finishing her meal, Nico Robin yawned, feeling drowsy and yearning for sleep, hoping to drift into a beautiful dream, much like the one she was experiencing now. Coincidentally, Luffy was tidying up a clean bed, gesturing for her to join him. The girl leaped onto the soft bed, closed her eyes, but sleep eluded her. This was a habit ingrained from the past. For her safety, she remained in a half-awake state. "Big sister, what is your name?" A small hand grasped hers, prompting her to open her eyes and gaze at the innocent child before her. She answered earnestly, "Nico Robin." "May I call you Nico, sister?" "Sure." The girl smiled, her eyelids growing heavier until she finally succumbed to slumber. Luffy inhaled the delightful fragrance but had no intention of sleeping just yet. He pondered how he might assist the girl before him. Suddenly, a voice announced, "You have increased the world variable. Your space expands to 2 by 2 by 2 meters. You have earned 3,000 points, usable in the shop. You have acquired the title Savior, granting you an increase of 10 in charm. Life quality, 63, personal 13, Shingiquan 30. Yubu 23. Note, strength, agility, and mental acuity are averaged. A healthy individual scores 10, while the world average is 7. Wisdom, 105. Note, the world average is 2. Charm, 15. Flawless. Note, an increase in charm does not alter your appearance but erases inherent flaws, rendering you perfect. Average individuals score 25, beauties 58, captivating ones 811, and national treasures 1120. Fortune, 30. Note, your background is formidable, but due to slaying the celestial dragons, you are wanted by the world government, leading to a sharp decline in fortune. Talent, 60. Combat. 30. Culinary. 20. Political. 10. Note: in this world, the talent of an average person is negligible, while geniuses score 510. Abilities: basic knowledge, Xingyi Quan, mastery, Bagwazang, mastery. Luffy sat for a moment, scratching his head, feeling somewhat bewildered by the unexpected reward. He had merely extended a kind gesture by treating the young girl to a meal and had allowed her to use a bit of his bed space, which, if he were to reflect upon it, seemed rather selfish, leaving him with a sense of guilt for such a trivial act. However, with 3,000 points now at his disposal, it appeared he could indeed offer some assistance to Sister Nico. He accessed the marketplace, where a myriad of peculiar and extraordinary items flooded his mind. Ultimately, the one thing he desired most took center stage in his consciousness: the ability to spend an equivalent amount of points on martial arts he had mastered, thereby enabling others to acquire the same cultivation methods and enhancing their vitality by 50%. At once, Luffy turned his gaze towards Yubu, recognizing its profound suitability for Sister Nicole. Although mastery may not be immediate, the ability to learn it would undoubtedly empower her to navigate this world with ease. Traversing any terrain at will, Yubu transcends mere footwork. Frequent practice cultivates one's character. Upon reaching a modest level of proficiency, one could suppress deities and spirits, walking upon the invisible magnetic fields that permeate the universe. Even in the presence of others, one could glide past unnoticed. Upon achieving full mastery, one could summon the winds and rain, wielding control over the forces of nature. Should one's power reach a certain threshold, they could ride the fierce gales. The ability to disrupt the natural order to invoke rain would be even more formidable, allowing for the command of thunder to vanquish foes. However, this endeavor would still leave him with 2,000 points. He then considered the Bagua Palm, recognizing that Yubu is its essential core. By investing an additional 800 points, he could fully acquire the lethal techniques associated with the Bagua Palm, thus endowing Sister Nicole with the complete art for a total of 2,600 points. Yes, that was the plan. He promptly purchased the Bagua Palm, and a torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind, enhancing his physical attributes. The remaining aspects of the Bagua Palm pertain to the art of killing, conceived solely for the purpose of destruction, much like the autumn winds that mercilessly sweep the world, resulting in a modest increase in vitality. Subsequently, he chose to impart this knowledge, teaching the Bagua Palm to the girl before him, who was now lost in a sweet slumber. At that moment, the information accessible to the girl subtly shifted. Vitality, 125, personal, 110, Bagua Palm, 15. Wisdom, 136. Charisma, 16, haggard. Fortune, 10. Talent, 60. Learning, 40. Politics, 15. Combat, 5. Possessions, flower fruit, intermediate knowledge, interpretation of historical texts, Bagua Palm, not learned. Background: born on the archaeological island of O'Hara in the West Sea. In the end, Luffy spent an additional 100 points to purchase a combat suit capable of withstanding knives, axes, and bullets, one that could also self-cleanse and regulate temperature. He then spent another 100 points on a pocket pistol with infinite ammunition, followed by nearly 100 points on an indestructible transparent dagger, along with various other items such as a panacea and universal antidote pills. This should suffice. Luffy gazed at the pile of items on the bedside, astonished that his points remained so robust. Even with his incessant purchases, he still had nearly 100 points left. Exhausted, he lay down to sleep, succumbing to slumber almost instantly. As dawn broke, with sunlight gently spilling into the room, Nico Robin awoke. Her cheeks slightly flushed from a dream in which Luffy had grown up. Then, she realized she was alone in the room. Luffy and Chopper had already departed. She noticed a heap of belongings on the bed and a note in her hand. How shall I put this? I have received so much from you, so I am giving you a few gifts. First, ponder upon Bagua Palm in your mind, and the combat suit, which is rather expensive, is a must-wear. The pocket-sized handgun comes with unlimited ammunition. Lastly, the reason for my departure is that I am worth 100 million berries. However, to be frank, I am not that formidable, unable even to protect myself. I hope that after I grow, we shall meet again. Let us seal this with a pinky promise, forever unchanging. All right, the girl whispered solemnly, extending her pinky finger. Chapter 5, The Constancy and Change of Fate in Windmill Village. A bicycle traversed the icy path from the sea, with Luffy on the back seat, who released his gaze from the book to observe the scenery intently. He remarked, I have a feeling that fate has brought me here. Regardless of what occurs. How unfortunate. Chopper shook his head and replied, "Well, I have fulfilled my task by bringing you here, so farewell for now. Goodbye." Luffy leaped off his bicycle, waving goodbye to the kind-hearted naval officer as he departed. He then strolled into the village, eager to explore the peculiarities of this place that fate had led him to. He would be living here for a decade. This was a tranquil rural setting, inhabited by benevolent people, which was the most extraordinary aspect of all. Not long ago, a band of amiable pirates had arrived, lingering a bit longer than they intended. Of course, they were also preparing to hone their skills before venturing into the Grand Line. Nearly a day later, Luffy found himself enamored with this village, planning to complete both his intermediate and advanced education here before setting sail once more. Occasionally, he would practice martial arts with that group of gentle pirates. Thus, more than a year passed. Quickly, Shanks, help me open this devil fruit. I sense a mysterious power compelling me to consume it. In the tavern run by Aunt Kwanai, Luffy clutched a box tightly in his hands. This not only threatened to undo his efforts over the past 3 years, but also seemed unbearably unpalatable. An affront to his identity as a gourmand. Is that so? At that moment, a red-haired man in a straw hat picked up the fruit, contemplated it briefly, and then, with a wide mouth, devoured it with a crunch. Hey, Captain, aren't you being a bit reckless? At the very least, you should consume a more formidable fruit, after all. This rubber fruit doesn't quite suit your identity as a swordsman. One of the crew members laughed heartily. Fruits do not differentiate between strength. It is the person who determines their might, Shanks replied with a slight smile. He then rose, grasping the sword at his side. Deep in thought for a moment before suddenly thrusting his sword forward while exclaiming, "Sword gun." To everyone's astonishment, his arm extended 2 or 3 meters, then flopped helplessly, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Shanks stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched upon his face. Ha! The tavern erupted with laughter at this spectacle. Well, it seems I am rather weak, Shanks sighed, pouring himself a drink and consuming it gloomily. Thanks, big brother. Ha! Luffy raised a glass of juice in a toast to him, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Indeed, as expected, a swordsman who cannot make one laugh is not a worthy pirate, as Shanks often quips. Luffy, come help Annie move some barrels inside the tavern, called the gentle-voiced owner. Roll na. All right. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement. Due to his financial constraints, the villagers allowed him to partake in their hospitality without charge. Although he had promised to pay them back with treasures he would discover in the future, he also lent a hand with various tasks. Without a hint of effort, he vanished in an instant, only for barrels to be hurled from within the tavern, tracing a simple arc before landing neatly in the center. Luffy, my boy, you're impressive. Have you ever considered joining us? I reckon you'd make a fine captain, the first mate exclaimed, enthusiastically thumping the table. Nearby, Shanks shot him an irritated glance, yet the recent incident involving his limp hand and fallen sword rendered him unable to retort. Not for now. I still have my studies to attend to, Luffy replied, shaking his head as he returned to his seat. He felt he lacked the strength necessary for the sea, needing to complete his advanced education first. Initially, he had intended to spend a protracted period preparing for his genetic awakening before setting sail. However, after acquiring the Bagua Palm technique, the reward for completing his intermediate education transformed into the advanced Tai Chi. While the reward for advanced education morphed into an all-encompassing Chi technique, enabling him to absorb the essence of all things, replenishing his vital energy, the greater one's life force, the more potent their haki would become. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash, and a boisterous group strode in, causing the once lively tavern to fall into an uneasy silence. We come to disrupt. The tall, albeit sleazy leader surveyed the patrons with a smirk, exclaiming, "So this is a pirate, huh? Quite the foolish sight, I must say." The band of pirates seemed unfazed, knowing that if trouble escalated, the world government would descend upon this quaint town, bringing misfortune to all. In a corner, Luffy silently bowed his head, sipping on juice. The leader of the mountain bandits scoffed dismissively and approached the counter, declaring, "We are mountain bandits. Today we are not here to cause a ruckus or rob. Sell us 10 barrels of wine. Of course, payment will be made with my sword." With a swift motion, the bandit leader cleaved the counter, surveying the nearby pirates with a sense of triumph. "My apologies," the owner of the establishment, Madame Juanai, said, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. "We have just run out." "What?" The bandit leader sneered. "How peculiar. Then what are those pirates drinking?" "Oh, are they drinking water?" Madame Juanai replied. "The wine is all here, and this is all we have." "Ah, how unfortunate." Shanks, standing nearby, broke into a hearty smile. We drank all the wine in the establishment. My sincerest apologies. If you don't mind, here, take this. He handed the bandit leader a bottle of wine, the cap still intact. The bandit leader glanced down at him, accepted the bottle without hesitation, and promptly swung his hand to strike Shanks. Bang! Shanks did not evade. The blow landed squarely on his forehead, splattering wine all over him. Yet he remained unfazed, thinking it far worse to stir trouble in this town. Luffy leaned slightly forward. Yet the vice captain firmly pressed him back into his seat, gently reminding him, "Your head is worth a bounty of 100 million berries. Never mind." The mountain bandit leader chuckled lewdly. Turning his gaze towards the proprietress of the tavern, he remarked, "In that case, let us settle the tab for the drinks together." It just so happened that the crew had been without women for some time. The tavern mistress took a step back, regarding these men with evident disdain. Meanwhile, Shanks' expression darkened instantaneously. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, applying firm pressure as he resolved to observe further. After all, this was a place where one could encounter a devil whose head bore a bounty of 100 million berries. Should the navy be roused, it would spell disaster. "Mistress, do not be ignorant of the situation." The mountain bandit leader brandished a wanted poster, declaring, "Take a good look. My head is valued at 800,000 berries. A notorious criminal responsible for the deaths of many who dared to oppose me. You claim your head is worth 800,000? A youthful voice chimed in. Yet it sent shivers down spines, akin to the roar of a dragon or tiger nearby. Chapter 6, Rest in Peace. All present turned towards the small figure. And in that fleeting moment, they perceived a dragon hidden among the clouds revealing itself, a fierce tiger in the depths of the mountains roaring at the heavens. Mysterious and powerful. No one would dare consider this a mere child that could only see a formidable force. Luffy cast a glance at everyone, his calm demeanor seemingly conveying a message of reassurance. There is no need for concern. I possess the measure of the situation. The pirate leader's pupils constricted instantaneously. Trembling in the presence of this seemingly diminutive figure, unconsciously retreating a step or two. He was well acquainted with this figure, having previously dismissed the notion of a child with such a hefty bounty as a manifestation of folly on the part of the world government. Yet now, an unsettling realization dawned upon him that 100 million berries, indeed, was an investment well justified by the world government. Luffy approached step by step, exuding an aura of mystery as he moved with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, his presence resonating with the very earth beneath him. The heart of the mountain bandit leader raced in fear, each beat echoing a piercing sensation. No, this was merely an illusion. The bandit leader shook his head. Regaining a semblance of clarity, it was all a mirage, just a child, not so formidable after all. He suddenly seized his blade and charged forward, aiming a fierce strike at Luffy. A finely crafted steel sword clashed against an unarmed child. Victory seemed assured. The bandit leader felt a surge of excitement. A bounty of 100 million berries beckoned him. Simultaneously, he planned to lay waste to this loathsome town, believing it harbored demons. It is worth noting that, despite being a mountain bandit, he had connections with the nobility in the city, and his presence here was a result of those ties. Luffy raised his gaze. Devoid of any chill, the fierce tiger in pursuit never reveals a cruel expression. Instead, he embodied the nobility and elegance of one who wields the power to dictate the fates of the weaker. He stood unmoved in the face of the descending blade, extending a hand that bore no weaponry, no armor, its delicate, fair skin still retaining a hint of youthful softness. The bandit leader's face twisted with malice. How could mere flesh and blood ever rival tempered steel? With a thought, he envisioned the bloodshed that would ensue, his reputation echoing across the world. The blade sliced through Luffy's outstretched hand without resistance, yet no blood was shed. Crack! The tip of the blade shattered against that tender hand, splintering into pieces, followed by the disintegration of an inch of steel. For every strike that came down, an equivalent measure of iron was rendered to shards. The technique of the 8 trigrams palm, a lethal art, turned the steel into mere grass before the autumn wind. If wielded against a human, it would mean the gradual shattering of bones, flesh scattering in every direction, leading to utter annihilation. The bandit leader's delusions transformed into stark reality, his hidden fears surging to unimaginable heights as he collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the formidable figure before him with a sense of utter humility. Spare me. It was the nobles of the city who summoned me to destroy this small town. If you kill me, they will seek vengeance, and the Navy will undoubtedly investigate, exposing you. Beside him, the innkeeper remained silent, her teeth clenched in resolve. The city's nobles had long coveted this land, But the townsfolk had resisted fiercely, and later, the red-haired pirates had thwarted their plans. They had never anticipated such treachery, employing a bandit with a bounty of 8 million. Should this bandit leader perish, the Navy would suspect the presence of a powerful individual in the town. If the nobles framed the narrative that pirates frequently lingered here, calamity would surely follow. Additionally, there was Luffy. The village chief and the innkeeper were aware of Luffy's origins. However, they regarded him as a good-hearted boy, thus issuing a gag order to prevent any rumors from spreading. If the Navy discovered this, it would not merely be misfortune but a catastrophe. Harboring a demon who had slain a celestial dragon was a grave sin beyond measure. Those accursed nobles. The innkeeper harbored a deep-seated loathing for them. If not for their schemes, Luffy could have remained hidden. Yet now, with the bandits' arrival, failure to act meant oppression, driving the townsfolk into the hands of the nobles, akin to a disaster of monumental proportions. Oh, one could deduce that with the slightest thought, Luffy remarked with a smile. But I happen to desire your heads to present to the Navy as a means to deal with the city's nobles. He genuinely wished to express the truth to those nobles. How foolish they were. The collusion with the high bounty bandits provided both the righteous Navy and the corrupt, greedy Navy with grounds to hold the nobles accountable. His earlier inaction was merely a ploy, and now he was resolute. The safety of the small town was neither an easy nor a difficult task. It lay in a delicate balance. Bang! Luffy struck the pirate captain's heart with a powerful blow, his fist piercing through flesh and ribs, shattering the organ within. Rest easy. Your worth was considerable, he remarked. The pirate captain's eyes widened in disbelief, drained of color. He never imagined he would meet his demise in this nameless town. Yet such is the nature of this world. No one knows when or where their end will come. Eliminate all the pirates here, but do not create unnecessary mess. Shanks instructed his comrades, who were to heed Luffy's commands henceforth. With a resounding bang, a stout man raised his gun and dispatched one of the henchmen, immediately responding to the captain's call. Others eagerly prepared to confront the pirates, aware that beneath Luffy's innocent facade lay a heart that could instill fear. Run. As a henchman accustomed to thievery, he had displayed a measure of brutality towards the defenseless villagers. But witnessing the effortless demise of their strongest leader left him with only one thought: escape. However, such efforts were in vain. The red-haired pirates had their sights set on the Grand Line and were unstoppable in the East Blue, with no one able to flee. Under Luffy's orders, they spared a few lives. Oh dear, the village chief hurried over, panic-stricken by the scene. Yet, upon hearing Luffy's words, he quickly composed himself and began gathering the villagers. Shanks felt a twinge of concern, but Luffy shook his head and assured him, "Do not worry. Think of what we have done for this town over the past year." Shanks paused, reflecting. They had aided the elderly, cared for orphans, and assisted with various tasks, tilling the fields. We are one with the people. Our strength is formidable. Why should we fear? Luffy continued. Shanks grasped the meaning behind Luffy's words. Though intelligent, he had assumed the villagers would view them as mere pirates, unaware that they had never truly engaged in piracy. Chapter 7. The desolate village. The vast sea stretched endlessly, waves glimmering under the sky. A naval warship arrived at this remote corner of the East Blue, aiming for Windmill Village. Among the crew, Smoker wore a grim expression, puffing on his cigarette. Everyone knew that Colonel Lorry aboard this ship was a man consumed by greed. The nobles, in exchange for gold, sought his assistance, and now calamity had befallen Windmill Village. Can anyone believe that pirates could linger in a village for a year without wreaking havoc? Smoker mused, skeptical of the hidden truths behind this situation. Finally, the naval vessel docked at the harbor, greeted respectfully by a group of servants dispatched by the nobles. Lorry scanned the scene, his eyes betraying a glimmer of avarice. After discussing matters, a contingent of soldiers set off for Windmill Village. Reluctantly following as a squad leader, Smoker intended to investigate the situation. Upon arrival, the naval officers found the village eerily silent, devoid of life, resembling a ghost town rather than a thriving community. Many houses lay in ruins, and the cobblestone streets remained unkempt, not a soul in sight. Perhaps due to their arrival, the village stirred slightly. Smoker noticed a small head peeking through a partially opened window, a pair of eyes fixated on the newcomers. The child's dim gaze brightened momentarily but quickly dimmed again. Suddenly, the child dashed to the door, only to be pulled back by a woman, gentle and kind, yet wielding a dangerously sharp knife, appearing weary and worn. The silent village buzzed with a faint stir before quieting once more. An elderly man emerged, accompanied by the frail woman and a carefree child, presumably her younger brother. The old man, though feeble, summoned his strength to address the naval officers, stating, "Pirates have been here for a year. Yet we cannot thank the heavens enough for our survival." It was not Smoker who spoke next, but Colonel Lorry. Drawn in by the scent of gold and perhaps the injustice of the scene before him, inquired, "Why?" "The nobles and the pirates are in cahoots," the elder replied, his eyes burning with hatred. "They covet this land and have summoned a band of thieves to bring about our demise." Raising an eyebrow, Lorry pressed further. "Proof? Come." The elder beckoned, revealing a group of battered young men who had been holding down a few pirates, their expressions dazed, clearly having endured torment in recent days. The child retreated behind the woman, peering out cautiously, glaring at the pirates while shouting, "You are the wicked men summoned by the nobles, colluding with the pirates. Do you not realize you must free us? With red-haired Shanks here, even if you resist momentarily, our captain has already wounded your strongest. You cannot withstand much longer." The pirates retorted defiantly, only to be overwhelmed by the furious young men, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Is that so?" Colonel Lorry mused, understanding the implications. But instead of focusing on the pirates, he turned to the village elder and asked, "Then why would those pirates assist the nobles?" "I do not know," the elder replied, shaking his head. At that moment, the gentle yet wounded woman raised her knife and swung it toward Lorry. Startled, he recoiled, while Smoker, shocked, rushed forward, realizing he had been deceived. The knife descended slowly, devoid of lethal intent, but Smoker positioned himself protectively in front of Lorry. With a resounding clang, the knife slipped from her grip, reopening the wound on her hand. She raised an eyebrow, retrieving the knife once more. Both Smoker and Colonel Lorry observed the woman. Recognizing the presence of a formidable warrior, she had sensed the tension before the knife even struck. It became apparent that the pirates' claims held some truth, and they began to piece together the reality of the situation. "Enemy attack," a squad leader shouted, prompting the troops to swiftly take defensive positions. Meanwhile, a red-haired man and his crew of pirates surveyed the navy from a distance before retreating, leaving behind a trail of blood in their wake. Clearly, the situation was far more complex than it seemed. Colonel Lorry expressed his astonishment, but did not immediately accept the situation as it was. Instead, he instructed the village chief to gather everyone. Many of the able-bodied men bore injuries, while the women and children appeared unscathed, except for a woman named Junai, who wielded a knife. Subsequently, the naval officers interrogated all the villagers, receiving responses that echoed the village chief's account, albeit infused with the grievances of the common folk, rendered in a more verbose manner. Ultimately, after a thorough examination of the village's circumstances, Colonel Lorry felt reassured and addressed Smoker, the most formidable member of the squad. "Proceed to the city, refrain from taking any rash actions for the time being. Observe closely, and should anything appear suspicious, act in accordance with the law." He was well aware of the true nature of those nobles and their apparent obsession with this land, coupled with the pirates' interference. It was evident that hidden secrets lay beneath the surface, perhaps a treasure awaited discovery in this locale. "Indeed," Smoker replied, regardless of Colonel Lorry's intentions. As long as the actions were just, he would see them through. Shortly thereafter, the naval forces departed with the remaining mountain bandits, heading towards the city on the opposite side of the island, sharpening their blades, perhaps to uphold justice or perhaps to slaughter the unsuspecting. Who could say? What mattered was that their deeds were righteous. Junai, the innkeeper, observed the departing navy with her knife in hand. After a moment, she exhaled and turned to the nearby child, saying, "So, how did I perform, Luffy?" "Fantastic," Luffy exclaimed, removing the nanomolecule mask that concealed his face, then reflecting silently. "The 50-point hypnosis technique truly is effective." Junai suddenly felt emboldened to wield her knife. Recalling the precisely chosen words of the mountain bandits and the thoughts stirred by Colonel Lorry, all while being subtly influenced by Luffy's presence. Of course, with a larger crowd, her influence would wane. Hypnosis was not omnipotent, merely capable of slightly nudging an individual's subconscious. The remainder of the tasks would rely on the villagers. Fortunately, the common folk remained quite delightful. Increase world variables. Acquire a 3x3x3 meter space. You have earned 1,000 points, redeemable for items in the shop. You have attained the title Pathfinder. Political aptitude increased by 10. Luffy glanced at the third variable, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion. What had transpired? Regardless, it was time to observe the unfolding drama and perhaps stoke the flames further. With a sudden resolve, he dashed out, assuring the innkeeper, "I'll be back shortly." Nothing will happen. Chapter 8. The brink of conflict within the forest, Luffy bounded through the ancient woods, where the foliage was lush and the fallen leaves clung to the mud. It was as if he had shrunk the distance to mere inches. A span of over 20 meters was traversed effortlessly, leaving not a trace behind. When faced with towering cliffs, he did not hesitate, vaulting over them with ease. Mastery of form had bestowed upon him the prowess of 12 shapes. He had transcended the ordinary. The amalgamation of these 12 forms rendered him formidable. And even as he had only recently integrated the tiger and dragon forms, he could effortlessly vanquish a mountain bandit leader with a bounty of 8 million berries. Upon entering the city, he noted that the navy would not arrive for some time yet. He had already gathered intelligence on the state of affairs within. The current royal family held little significance. 3 noble families had recently allied with the celestial dragons, thereby monopolizing the island's wealth and power, basking in their newfound glory. Yet, a fertile plot at the island's edge was usurped by a rabble, much to their chagrin. Since you thrive on the backs of the celestial dragons, may you meet your demise in their name. As he traversed the streets, a cunning plan brewed in his mind, not merely to inflict heavy casualties upon the nobility, but to ensnare them in an abyss from which there would be no escape. He recalled the near devastation of Windmill Village due to a minor misstep not long ago, aside from obliterating their lineage. Perhaps this upheaval could reset the power dynamics among the various factions in Columbia, shattering the long-standing corruption of the nobles and the plight of the commoners. Divine retribution may be forgivable, but self-inflicted calamity is inexcusable. Luffy had long harbored this intention. It had been thwarted by the lack of opportunity. With 500 points, he possessed the mastery of advanced hypnosis. While ordinary hypnosis could be acquired for merely 50 points, the next tier demanded tenfold the points, granting only the ability for instantaneous hypnosis without significant enhancement of effect. It could not resurrect the dead. However, with grand designs in mind, he deemed the steep cost worthwhile. He would not allow a mere point to jeopardize his plans. Employing his enigmatic strides, Luffy silently approached the patriarch of the Cheelon nobility, flanked by several loyal guards. Yet, as he stood before them, he deftly waved his hands, his fingers blossoming like lotus petals. In an instant, the patriarch and his guards fell into a stupor, their expressions dimmed, rendered speechless. Ah, how exhausting. Luffy wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. The mastery of hypnosis he wielded was instantaneous, employing brainwaves rather than the simplistic verbal and physical interferences characteristic of conventional hypnosis, which demanded considerable energy. Within the land of Windmill Village lies a treasure. Your collaboration with the thieves is a scheme to eliminate the villagers and seize that treasure to offer it to the celestial dragons, who harbor a profound disdain for the approaching navy. Luffy subtly altered the subconscious of Chief Killen. Naturally, hypnosis is not an extraordinary art. If the subject's subconscious offers fierce resistance, the attempt is rendered futile. For instance, compelling Chief Killen to directly assault the navy would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic repercussions for his clan, making such a hypnosis impossible. However, by weaving in references to the celestial dragons, Luffy cleverly aligned with Chief Killen's mindset, facilitating a successful hypnotic influence. Indeed, the treasure lies within the expanse of Windmill Village. I shall command the thieves to eliminate the villagers of Windmill Village and offer the treasure to Lord Jai-Jailan, Chief Killen exclaimed, expressing his disdain for the group of Navy personnel. Forget everything that has transpired during this period. You shall awaken in 10 seconds, Luffy declared before departing. He proceeded to another noble leader, repeating the process with the same artistry. After altering the final leader's subconscious, Luffy's eyes sparkled with determination as he made his way to the celebratory banquet for the Navy, meticulously scanning the surroundings until his gaze fixed upon the chief steward overseeing the festivities. 100 points, transforming 72 times, duration, 10 minutes. Luffy transformed into the esteemed leader of the household, wielding his hypnotic prowess with caution, for the realm they inhabited was steeped in feudalism, where a sovereign commanded death, and subjects had no choice but to comply. John, the steward, having meticulously observed the noble patriarch, gracefully approached and beckoned the steward closer. Bowing his head, he whispered, "Prepare the oil. When the navy arrives, provide them with a warm welcome. After some time, ignite the flames. We have stationed men outside. Lord Jai-Jailan despises those navy scoundrels. If they perish, do you comprehend?" "Understood. Understood." John, the steward, was instantly exhilarated. If he could catch Lord Jai-Jailan's attention, ascending to greatness would be but a mere utterance away. It was imperative to eliminate those detestable navy men. He had long harbored disdain for them, forced to bow and scrape, donning a facade of smiles while offering gifts in submission. This time, with Lord Jaijilan demanding their demise. Who could possibly come to the Navy's rescue? Fear not. Behind us stand the celestial dragons. Even if the Navy were to perish, they would not dare lay a hand upon us. At that moment, Luffy employed his masterful hypnotic technique, intent on eradicating that wretched band of Navy. Our backs are shielded by the celestial dragons. John, the steward, nodded vigorously before departing to orchestrate the preparations. Luffy observed the scene for a moment, then set off with a purposeful stride, turning away. The streets of the grand city bustled with life, unchanged by time. Beggars claimed prime spots for their pleas. Bands of orphaned thieves roamed, and weary commoners trudged along. Occasionally, a wealthy carriage would jostle through the crowd, leaving a trail of disarray in its wake, concealing his visage. Luffy remained silent, acutely aware that this world was awry, yet he refrained from voicing the flawed essence of its existence. Just as Luffy pondered this, he suddenly felt an object plummet from above. With a slight frown, he instinctively sidestepped, only to discover it was a child, one evidently from an affluent family. Startled, he grounded himself and delivered a swift, unseen strike that steadied the child on his feet. Thank you. I'm Sabo, and I'm in a hurry. Until we meet again. The child flashed a smile before stealthily disappearing into the throng, fading from view. How intriguing. Luffy glanced at the towering walls surrounding the noble villa and smiled. He then utilized the Yubu technique to ascend to the highest point in the city, preparing himself to witness the unfolding drama. At the city gate, the Navy marched in formation, with Smoker, cigar in mouth, drawing his jit, his eyes glinting with malevolence. The steward John welcomed them with a beaming smile, inviting them to feast. With a sardonic grin, Smoker replied, "Very well. Humph. Laugh now, for today shall be your last." John, maintaining his cordial facade, bowed deeply and gestured for them to enter, though his mind harbored different intentions. Chapter 9. The ultimate catalyst. Before them stood a bell tower, rising over 30 meters, visible to all in the city. Naturally, from its summit, one could survey the entire realm beneath. Luffy was not alone here. The red-haired Shanks was also present. Truth be told, I once held a misguided reverence for strength, Shanks confessed, not that I looked down upon the powerless, but I often felt they were incapable of achieving much. And now? Luffy inquired. Now, I find myself realizing that there are many things I am unable to accomplish. Shanks admitted, shaking his head. Strength lies in numbers, Luffy asserted. Indeed, power is not solely derived from oneself. The strength of companions is equally one's own, Shanks reflected. I used to think that being strong was sufficient to assist others, yet I failed to consider that a shift in perspective might enable me to aid even more people. I recall a passage from a book called the Tao Te Ching. Thus the sage engages in action without action, teaches without words. All things arise and do not reject. They are born without possession, act without reliance, and achieve without claiming. That's quite perplexing. What does it mean? Shanks scratched his head, bewildered yet impressed. You find it hard to grasp, yet I only comprehend the first two lines. Luffy clapped his hands and shrugged. The first suggests one should adapt to the world's changes without interference, while the second implies that when instructing others, one should not only speak, but also demonstrate. Tomorrow, I shall embark on my journey to distant lands. It has been over a year, and it's high time I ventured into the Grand Line. Shanks contemplated. Then let us enjoy the spectacle. Luffy's gaze drifted toward the venue of the banquet. Indeed, this grand performance is likely a rare occurrence, Shanks concurred. Joining him in anticipation, a group of Navy soldiers feasted heartily at the banquet, indulging in meat and wine, for one must satisfy their hunger before engaging in tasks. Smoker had dispatched a few clever operatives to infiltrate the noble household and gather intelligence. Soon, Colonel Lorry arrived, greeted warmly by John, who invited him to take a seat. It was a well-known adage that one should not strike those who extend a friendly hand. Yet hunger compelled him to sit and partake in food and drink while awaiting news. With over 100 people dining, the numerous barrels of wine quickly diminished. John clapped his hands, signaling for new supplies, which were laced with substances designed to induce sleep, preparing for the impending conflagration that would turn the Navy into roasted pigs. Smoker, fond of both fine cigars and exquisite wine, abruptly seized a barrel and drank deeply. Yet, upon swallowing the first gulp, his expression shifted. Having recently consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, he discovered that the intoxicating liquid began to trigger his innate transformation. He slammed his jit heavily on the banquet table, silencing the crowd. John's heart raced, wondering what had transpired. The soporific was supposed to be colorless and tasteless. How could it be detected? Unbeknownst to him was the nature of the logia fruit, which Luffy had comprehended well since he had nearly acquired one a year prior. The properties of the logia fruit were crystal clear to him, and he realized John S. plan would not only fail to eliminate the Navy, but would also turn them against their allies. In the midst of the gathering, Smoker observed the revelers and proclaimed, "This wine is exquisite. Drink heartily, but refrain from drunken antics. Let us watch closely and avoid harm." His unspoken message was clear: pretend to drink deeply, feign unconsciousness, and remain vigilant for any developments, ready to strike when necessary. The Navy soldiers, upon hearing Smoker's words, resumed their gluttonous revelry, laughter echoing throughout the hall. John, relieved, waited for over 10 seconds until all the soldiers had consumed the tainted wine and subsequently collapsed, revealing a malevolent grin as he lit the oil, saying, "With the celestial dragons behind me, you shall meet your demise." He then sauntered away, eager for the impending spectacle. A gunshot rang out, striking John squarely in the heart. He turned in desperation to discern the source of the shot, only to hear a voice question, "You claim the celestial dragons stand behind you, yet why do you dare to retaliate?" At last, John discerned the shooter. It was Colonel Lorry, reloading his weapon. Upon hearing John's last words, he fired once more, the bullet piercing through John's skull. Many soldiers jolted in surprise, erupting into chaos, bewildered by the mention of the celestial dragons. Only Smoker's expression darkened as he rose, warning, "If the celestial dragons learn of this, calamity will befall us all. We must silence everyone to prevent this from reaching their ears." The celestial dragons were notorious for their unreasonable cruelty. Even the slightest disturbance among their subordinates could result in death. Hence, John's claim of having their backing was not a shield, but rather a powerful catalyst for disaster. At that moment, the intelligence operatives returned, reporting to Colonel Lorry, "In Windmill Village, there is a treasure." They dispatched thieves to eliminate the villagers and present the bounty to the celestial dragons. Luffy's intention to alter the subconscious of the patriarchs of the three noble families was not merely to prompt them to respond when queried by others, but rather to instill in them a genuine belief in the existence of treasure in Windmill Village, thereby compelling them to dispatch their subordinates in accordance with this subconscious notion. Once the intelligence operatives began their inquiries, the truth would inevitably unfold. They rallied nearby associates, Kieran, Laurel, and Lance, accusing the three noble families of grave transgressions. Colonel Lorry wore a menacing grin, declaring that unless the three families were eradicated, there would be no respite from their demise. Shortly thereafter, more than a dozen naval vessels arrived at the shore, with nearly 1,000 soldiers disembarking, advancing directly towards the capital of the kingdom to obliterate the three noble families entirely. The air was thick with smoke, and the sounds of slaughter echoed endlessly. Blood flowed abundantly, and corpses piled high. The three noble families faced complete annihilation. As for the treasure, it turned out to be merely a few decayed, empty chests, prompting Colonel Lorry to exhale a faint sigh before promptly returning to his abode. Chapter 10. A sword stroke. Ever since the obliteration of the three noble families, the other side of the island had become tumultuous, akin to a raging sea, filled with ever-changing chaos. In stark contrast, this small, secluded corner of the island remained remarkably tranquil. The grand sails billowed as the pirate ship lingered momentarily in the quaint harbor, yet it was finally time for departure. The residents of Windmill Village gathered at the harbor to bid farewell to the seemingly unpirate-like red-haired pirates, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions: melancholy, well wishes, and heartfelt sentiments. Shanks and his comrades waved goodbye, reminiscing that this period had indeed been the most splendid of their lives, and even amidst the Great Line, they would often recall these days. However, the world is vast, and the desire to explore it beckons. Alas, how wonderful it would be to remain here. The once feeble elder had transformed back into the spirited village chief, chattering endlessly. Life encompasses more than mere survival. It also includes poetry and distant horizons. Luffy shook his head, knowing that one day he too would venture into the sea, exploring the world just like Shanks. The old village chief, suddenly exasperated, had his short beard bristling like a cluster of steel needles. The tavern owner gently patted Luffy's small head and chuckled softly. "Hey," Shanks called out from the bow of the ship, directing his voice towards Luffy. "What?" Luffy shouted back. "You still do not comprehend how perilous the sea can be," Shanks exclaimed loudly. In an instant, Luffy found himself at a loss for words. It was merely yesterday that he had briefly discussed the properties of rubber and explored the possibility of seamlessly integrating it with armament hockey to compensate for the shortcomings of both. Rubber is highly flexible and capable of storing immense power. When stretched and released, Its potential energy far surpasses that of an ordinary person. However, for true masters, strength is not the primary concern. A rubber user delivering a punch can only match the force of 1.5 punches from another individual of equal strength. While it may easily crush minor adversaries, it proves ineffective against a Marine Vice Admiral adept in observation hockey, who can effortlessly evade such attacks. Moreover, in close-range combat, the elasticity of rubber can diminish the force of a strike. The flexibility of the rubber fruit is its greatest asset, yet paradoxically its most significant flaw, thus categorizing it as a weaker devil fruit. Armament hockey, while formidable, is primarily effective against users of Logia-type devil fruits. In the absence of such abilities, it pales in comparison to observation hockey. Armament hockey can effortlessly transform the frail into the unyielding, capable of shattering iron with mere wooden planks. However, it can only adhere to the surface of the skin and its outer layers to withstand bullets and blades, failing to penetrate the body's interior, such as the heart, where rigidity can impede the vital pumping of blood. Excessive hardness, devoid of any flexibility, can lead to severe bodily malfunctions and a significant loss of agility, potentially rendering one immobile. Strength, in essence, fears not rigidity. It is a wave, a transmission through matter. Mastery of strength allows for the effortless penetration of armament hockey, striking at the vulnerable human form. For instance, Luffy's mastery of the Shingi Quan enables him to nullify the defensive capabilities of armament hockey with each blow. The Tai Chi he aspires to achieve, a fusion of yin and yang, would, upon eruption, render armament hockey virtually ineffective. Thus, the rigidity of armament hockey stands as both its greatest strength and its most notable weakness. The elasticity of rubber and the hardness of armament are not inherently antagonistic. They are not like fire and water, where one must extinguish the other. The heart is a forbidden zone for armament hockey, yet when enveloped by rubber, it presents a different narrative. If the fortified exterior of armament hockey could be drawn inward, what magnitude of power could the human body potentially unleash? Perhaps it could rival the life essence Luffy yearns for after the revival of his genes. Luffy fell into a brief silence. Unable to contain himself, Shanks exclaimed loudly, "After all the laughter we've shared this past year, isn't it time to show a little bravado? Very well, I too wish to witness the perils of the sea." Luffy spoke with solemnity, his previous silence not born of lack of words, but rather a moment of introspection, clearing away the frivolous thoughts. The sea is indeed treacherous, and even in the awakening of his own genes, he must not act recklessly. Shanks, a man of hearty disposition, quickly shed his playful demeanor, leaving only seriousness in his expression as he firmly grasped the hilt of his sword. The sky stretched above, a brilliant azure, and the weather was splendid, while the sea lay calm, gentle waves rolling like children at play, evoking joy. Yet, as if fate conspired to assist both Luffy and Shanks, beneath this tranquility lurked something ominous, soon to reveal itself as a vast shadow loomed upon the azure surface. With a thunderous roar, an enormous sea beast rose from the depths, confronting the pirate ship and bellowing at the crew. This creature, the sovereign of the ocean, possessed strength beyond human comprehension. Originally, it should have faced the frail civilians upon the shore, but a singular small figure among them radiated an aura that instilled fear, a presence greater than any regality among the sea kings. Not only was it a ruler of the ocean, but it soared to the heavens, causing even the skies to submit to its might. It hesitated, it wavered, it trembled in fear, ultimately deciding to spare the band of pirates. However, it never anticipated that humanity could be so treacherous, for the greatest power often resides within the most seemingly ordinary of beings. Shanks inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a layer of profound darkness beneath his skin. With each breath, this darkness gradually revealed glimmers of red, akin to steel ablaze in a furnace. His rubbery form allowed the hardened aura of his haki to penetrate deep within. Yet merely possessing this strength would squander the greatest attribute of his rubber body, its remarkable flexibility. The more pliable the substance, the greater the burden it can bear. Inhaling was to draw in strength, while exhaling expelled the waste. After a few moments, Shanks transformed into a being of searing steel, steam wafting from his form, indicating he endured temperatures unfathomable to carbon-based life. In that moment, his terrifying aura was unleashed without hesitation, leaving the near-sea king bewildered. Draw your sword. Strike. With a single, unadorned slash, a colossal force cleaved through the ocean, parting the waters to reveal a profound abyss. The sea, fearsome as it was, elicited a gasp of awe from Luffy. The near-sea king, mouth agape and eyes wide, gazed upon the still-widening chasm in silent agreement with Luffy's exclamation. Chapter 11. Like a deity the wind howled, and torrential rain pounded the city. The stench of blood was washed away as corpses were carted from the urban sprawl. The navy had departed, and within the palace, the king reveled in the downfall of the three noble houses that had allied with the celestial dragons, controlling the nation's power and wealth. He laughed maniacally, hosting a 3-day banquet, transforming the capital into a city that never slept. The remaining nobles, their avarice laid bare, envisioned the territories left behind by the fallen houses, eyeing the prospect of unchallenged dominance within the kingdom, even over the king himself. Espionage, direct confrontations, and clandestine negotiations surged within the kingdom of Goya, where both royals and nobles alike were ensnared in a web of intrigue. In an instant, some nobles were consumed by the merciless sea, vanishing without a trace, while the king's hair fell out in clumps, besieged by enemies within the entire noble class. Struggles defined the prevailing tide. Anyone dwelling upon this land could not escape entanglement, including the common folk. On the streets, in corners seemingly tainted by the gaze of the powerful, many impoverished souls languished in hunger. As the kingdom descended further into chaos, the biting cold intensified, and starvation gnawed at the lives of these people. These were the individuals whom you sought to transform the land. Ace, who refused to acknowledge that the infamous pirate king Joel D. Roger was his father, had followed Luffy to this place. Their reunion was far from joyous. As Ace cast a scornful glance at Luffy, not out of disdain for the struggling civilians, for he too understood their plight. I do not wish for these people to change the land. Rather, I desire to witness the outcome of their transformation of the kingdom, Luffy replied, gesturing for his familiar companion, Sabo, to join them. You speak as if you are a deity, Ace scoffed, a mocking smile on his lips. Yet Luffy remained resolute, firmly believing that he could indeed change this land, insisting that it was merely a matter of seeing what the results would yield. At that moment, Luffy remained silent, instead clutching a small notebook as he surveyed his surroundings, jotting down his observations. Occasionally, he would pose the question to some adults, "Do you wish to become nobility?" Some walked away without responding, others nodded in silence, while a few shooed away the rambunctious child before them. Subsequently, he mingled with a group of children playing in the mud, tossing them a few candies and instructing them to chant, "Nobles and princes, do they have any innate superiority?" Intrigued, Sabo found this phrase quite amusing and began to echo it. The children, finding it entertaining, joined in, their laughter ringing out joyfully upon receiving the sweets. At this moment, Luffy smiled. "Hey, did you hear what I said?" Ace, somewhat irritated, questioned Luffy, who was playing with a group of children in the mud. "Did he look down upon him?" "Tell me about the noble families," Luffy inquired, turning to Sabo, who had escaped from a noble household. His family was neither a dominant force in the kingdom nor insignificant. "Hey," Ace's anger flared. "How about a wager?" Luffy suddenly suggested, a grin illuminating his face. "A wager on what?" Ace asked. 6 years from now, many people like those here will stand at the pinnacle of the kingdom." For Luffy, this was not a daunting task. Although he had completed only basic education, within the context of this pirate world, he was already a scholar, with insights far exceeding those of his contemporaries. Over a year ago, he met Nico Robin, an exceptionally gifted individual from O'Hara, the World Library. Despite being raised in a hub of scholars and great minds, at the age of 16 or 17, she was still only considered to possess intermediate knowledge, illustrating the high standards of the easy system. "A wager it is then. Do you really think you can achieve such a feat?" Ace retorted, visibly displeased with Luffy's nonchalant demeanor. "If I win, all I ask is for you to call me Big Brother," Luffy declared. "Luffy, you can't possibly win," Sabo exclaimed. "Ace, you don't have to take it this far." Ace turned away in silence. In the childlike nature of their rivalry, having looked down upon each other, they were bound to clash. And as the son of the Pirate King, Ace inevitably faced defeat. "If I win, you don't have to call me Big Brother." "But I have yet to determine the outcome of this kingdom," Luffy chuckled. In the slums, there resided a kind-hearted young man named Dello, who was always willing to help the elderly and children. When he was unable to assist, he would silently sigh, unable to bear the sight of their suffering. "If only I had money, I could help more people," Dello often lamented, repeating this sentiment daily. "You seek wealth? I can provide it, and even assist you in becoming a new power within the kingdom." On this day, a small child stood in the sunlight, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity. Dello, believing in the child's words, nodded in agreement. Soon, a force known as the Commoners' Association emerged within the capital, causing friction with the nobility. The king, weary of the nobles' collusion, took notice of this burgeoning power with a glint of interest in his eyes. The nobles scoffed, questioning when a group of filthy commoners could challenge them. Yet, they were unprepared for the swift rise of the Commoners' Association, which, under the king's decree, garnered favor from official powers. Many lucrative endeavors began to involve those they had once dismissed as dirty, inciting envy and resentment among the nobles, who found themselves at odds with the king and restricted by official forces. Dello, who once lamented his existence in the slums, now stood before the king and the nobility like a chosen one. As the Commoners' Association accumulated wealth, they refrained from hastily expanding their influence, instead opting to recruit capable individuals from among the masses. Regardless of the nobles' vast wealth and favorable conditions, fate remained impartial, refusing to favor individuals based on their social standing. With the support of the Commoners' Association, many talented individuals who had previously been overlooked emerged, leading countless commoners to reclaim lands once held by the nobility. The nobles, possessing deep-rooted traditions and a plethora of elites, found themselves struggling against the Commoners' Association, which outnumbered them. Had it not been for the wise few who focused their attention on the streets, they would have faced inevitable defeat. Thus, the king within the palace sought to balance the powers of the Commoners' Association and the nobility, alleviating concerns. The nobles remained silent, guarding their territories, while the once inconspicuous Commoners' Association gradually grew stronger, inching closer to the pinnacle of power. Dello, a man seemingly favored by the gods. Chapter 12. 3 years later, in a courtyard lush with verdant trees and abundant fruit, the air was infused with a delightful fragrance, enticing all who passed by. 3 years had elapsed, and the fruit trees Luffy had planted, which bore his favorite delicacies, had matured. Though not exceptionally tall, they were neither short. Through diligent effort, Luffy had completed his intermediate education, gaining knowledge of the vastness of time and space, as well as the intricacies of quantum theory. He penned countless formulas and articulated profound insights, acquiring a clearer understanding of the world he had grown up in. Additionally, he had mastered Tai Chi. Under the shade of a verdant tree, Luffy engaged in a slow yet powerful practice of martial arts, enveloped by a gentle fragrance. Each style of boxing he practiced was distinct in its methodology and execution. For instance, in Xingyi Quan, practitioners draw inspiration from the essence of all things, synchronizing their movements with the rise and fall of the sun and moon, embodying a natural and unpretentious rhythm. However, when unleashed in combat, it transforms into a raw and fierce battlefield style, where the struggle for freedom among myriad beings becomes a path paved with the bones of the adversary. Similarly, in Baguazhang, one harmonizes with the profound meanings of heaven and earth, navigating the spaces of existence with an effortless grace. The emphasis here lies in nurturing vitality. Yet when the moment for conflict arises, it is akin to a judgment from the underworld, where the relentless grasp of fate silently enacts its verdict upon the living. Tai Chi Chuan, on the other hand, advocates for the unity of human and cosmic forces, urging practitioners to first comprehend their own strengths before contemplating the vastness of the universe. At this moment, Luffy's leisurely punches were a quest to ascertain the true extent of his own power, a continuous exploration of his limits, thus evoking an overwhelming sense of strength. Yet, in actual combat, his movements became fierce and violent, each punch descending like a meteor striking the earth, creating shockwaves that could shatter a boulder into uniform pebbles. "Luffy, come on. I feel ready to take you on." A voice echoed from within the room as the proprietress of the establishment, Wan Nai, emerged through the door, rushing towards him upon spotting Luffy. Over the years, Luffy had imparted his knowledge, particularly in martial arts, to Wan Nai, emphasizing the necessity of strength in a world where happiness is unattainable without the means of self-defense. What surprised him was Wan Nai's profound interest in martial arts. She became utterly captivated by it, and, possessing remarkable talent, had mastered both Xingyi Quan and Baguazhang to a distinguished level within just over 3 years, earning her the title of a master. She had refined her breath and cultivated her vital energy, significantly enhancing her life force. This world is particularly conducive to the existence of life, with every corner brimming with elements that foster evolution, the depths of the ocean being the most profound. The Sea Kings emerged from such mysterious substances, and humanity has likewise benefited, as improving one's life quality is merely a matter of finding the right methods, which is not an arduous task. Compared to the Sea Kings, humans possess a considerable advantage in wisdom. At this moment, Wan Nai's skin was flawless and radiant, her figure graceful and more beautiful than ever, a testament to her elevated life quality. "Excellent. Just in time, I have acquired a new boxing technique to teach you." At this moment, although Luffy claims he will not exert his full strength, it is undeniable that if he does not take the matter seriously, he may suffer consequences. It is an indisputable truth that genius reigns supreme in this world. Naturally, even if the easy system does not directly grant Luffy the capability, with his innate disposition and talent, he could achieve mastery within 6 or 7 years. This duration is not excessive, and the quality of life he would gain through such effort would be tenfold or even several tens of times greater than if he were to receive it directly. Be cautious now. The proprietor of the establishment, standing resolutely before Luffy, regarded the child who had grown to his own height. A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes transforming into crescent moons as she quietly remarked, "You've grown quite a bit." With a punch unleashed, the air erupted in a resounding explosion, causing the entire courtyard to tremble slightly, akin to the detonation of cannon fire. This was the formidable cannon fist from the Five Elements boxing style, characterized by its unyielding ferocity. Currently, her aura was fierce as she summoned all her strength, her form rapidly advancing like a tiger pouncing on its prey, evidently employing the most dominant tiger form. The tiger form cannon fist was singular in its purpose, a decisive strike that could either lead to victory or annihilation. Typically, this technique is reserved for a last-ditch effort, a desperate gambit of mutual destruction, yet she chose to employ it at this moment. This was not an act of folly on the proprietor's part. On the contrary, it was a display of intelligence. For although Luffy understood that a duel could result in injury, he would be reluctant to inflict serious harm upon her. Should this strike miss, the repercussions would not be severe. She seldom utilized this technique, likely due to previous failures that had ignited her frustration. Luffy gazed at the striking aura, yet he had no intention of becoming a mere punching bag. With a playful smile, he formed a fist, executing a taiji stance, and swiftly unleashed a kick. Although the proprietor, Wan Nai, managed to evade slightly, his aim was merely to disrupt her momentum. As she dodged, his objective was achieved. In that moment, he swung his hand forcefully, engaging her tiger cannon fist head-on, unleashing a swirling energy. The atmosphere in this world possessed a unique quality, enabling the effortless manifestation of such energy. However, this capability was relatively rare, typically requiring a life essence quality of 100, which was exceedingly uncommon. In the bounties issued by the world government, such individuals were valued at approximately 100 million berries. One Nai furrowed her brow slightly. Luffy's punch, while equivalent to her tiger cannon fist, was fierce yet somewhat lacking in strength. Nonetheless, it bore an enigmatic softness that rippled at the point of impact, akin to a stone dropping into a pond, sending waves across the surface. Although it was merely a clash of fists, she felt as though her entire being had absorbed a blow, her energy somewhat dissipated. Yet, she did not concede defeat. After exchanging dozens of blows, she found herself panting heavily, finally pausing to reflect. Almost immediately, she seized the opportunity to request that Luffy teach her this technique. It must be said, Wan Nai possessed an undeniable passion for martial arts. Luffy is not one to be stingy. He elaborately explained that he had just received new insights from discussions with the tavern mistress, Quan Na. Despite his mastery of martial arts, he understands that the path of martial prowess has its limits, while the pursuit of the way knows no bounds. During a moment of respite, Luffy inquired of Quan Na, his eyes reflecting the innocence of youth, "Is it easy for a person to undergo change?" Indeed, the once carefree and naive young Luffy has noticeably matured. Quan Na affectionately ruffled Luffy's hair, her gaze brimming with warmth. "I, too, was once merely a tavern keeper, but now I am a tavern mistress adept in martial arts." Ultimately, external influences play a significant role in shaping one's character. Yet, there are individuals like you and me who steadfastly uphold the kindness in our hearts, aren't there? Luffy chuckled, then gazed towards the capital of the kingdom on the other side of the island, saying, "I hope you can preserve a fragment of kindness within your heart. Darrow, I truly wish to avoid an outcome I do not desire." Chapter 13. New Year once again. Spring has arrived. As the new year begins, families adorn their homes with festive decorations, whether among the kind-hearted folk of Windmill Village or the commoners of various cities in the Goya Kingdom. Smiles abound at the onset of this year. In a cozy tavern, warm light illuminated the youthful figures of Sabo, Ace, and Luffy. Apart from them, the place was deserted, as everyone else remained at home. Luffy's residence was also the abode of Madame Kwanai, while Sabo and Ace had been summoned from a small outpost outside the village. As the saying goes, those who are lost in the world can still find solace in each other's company. The trio found ample conversation, dispelling any sense of isolation. Seems like there's still nearly half a year left. Ace is bound to lose, Luffy remarked. Sabo, sipping his juice with squinted eyes, relished the moment. Although he aspired to join the Revolutionary Army and was currently saving fare in a garbage dump, he hesitated to indulge in drink. Perhaps due to his disdain for the noble upbringing he had experienced. I haven't lost yet, Ace retorted, holding a glass of low-alcohol wine. As time passed, their bond deepened, transcending mere friendship. They had become like brothers. Yet, pride still lingered among them. Luffy spoke from the pinnacle of the Goya kingdom, though there remained a slight distance to cover. After we finish our meal, let us venture into the city, Luffy exclaimed. And Kwanai, I want meat. Of course. In the tavern's courtyard, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, enticing their appetites. Madame Kwanai, a martial arts enthusiast, was well aware of Luffy's fondness for delectable dishes, and her culinary skills were exceptional. Before long, a lavish spread was laid out on the table, with Luffy and Madame Kwanai on one side and Sabo and Ace on the other. The trio feasted heartily, and Madame Kwanai, with a joyful smile, served generous portions of meat into Luffy's bowl. Soon, sated and content, they announced their intention to visit the city. Upon hearing this, Madame Kwanai pondered briefly before handing each of them 1,000 berries. Initially reluctant, Ace accepted the gift after Luffy chimed in. Children who receive New Year's money will enjoy health and good fortune throughout the year. Upon hearing this, Ace decided to accept the gift. Luffy chuckled as he reached out for his New Year's money. The proprietress, Kuina, did not offer him any more than 1,000 berries, prompting Luffy to express a mild grievance. Aunt Kuina, I am undoubtedly the person closest to you. Before he could complete his sentence, Kuina gently leaned over and planted a kiss on his cheek. Little Luffy was indeed the one most cherished by Aunt Kuina. She smiled and remarked, soon enough. In just a year's time, you may only be able to kiss my lips. Luffy blushed deeply, hastily pulling Sabo and Ace towards the town. The two of them, however, were not particularly preoccupied. They walked alongside Luffy, playfully teasing him in a spirit of camaraderie. The sky was clear, with a full moon casting its silvery glow upon the night, accompanied by twinkling stars that offered a gentle light in the darkness. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo possessed remarkable physical prowess. Even under the cover of night, traversing the jungle to reach the capital posed no peril whatsoever. Before long, the resplendent lights of the city materialized before their eyes. After paying a modest entrance fee, the trio found themselves within the heart of the capital. In this vibrant metropolis, the common folk were continuously engaged in various activities, and a significant portion of them had joined the Citizens Association. Consequently, the new year was celebrated with an abundance of joy, evident in the new garments worn by the children parading the streets and the meager sweets they received. Sabo and Ace exchanged knowing glances with Luffy. All of this was orchestrated by him. DeLuo, the leader of the Citizens Association, had been brought forth from the slums by Luffy, who had meticulously guided him to the esteemed position of president of the kingdom's burgeoning Citizens Association. Whispers circulated among the populace suggesting that divine intervention aided DeLuo, and both Sabo and Ace pondered the possibility that Luffy himself might be a deity. They meandered through the streets, taking in the sights. In Luffy's eyes, a sparkle gleamed. He had spent many years completing his intermediate education and was now engaged in advanced studies. His occasional leisure time was often consumed by the establishment of the Commoners Association, leaving little room for play. However, having stolen a day of idleness, he felt a surge of joy and excitement. Wonderful. Excellent. Sabo and Ace nodded, clutching 1,000 berries in their hands, a sum considerable enough for children like them to purchase many things. As for being rebellious revolutionaries or notorious pirates, it felt rather unseemly to use the blessings bestowed by their elders for such pursuits. During their wanderings, Sabo and Ace deepened their understanding of the kingdom's transformation. What was once deemed bad could now be described as good. Hours passed in leisurely enjoyment, and the trio prepared to return home. Make way, make way. A horse-drawn carriage raced along the cobblestone path, the driver shouting as the whip cracked against the horse's flanks, seemingly in haste to reach a destination. Suddenly, a burly man was brushed aside and tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to evade serious injury, merely tearing his clothing. He looked up at the carriage, which showed no signs of stopping, and felt an urge to shout in anger. However, upon noticing the insignia of the Commoners Association, he quickly recognized that it was a high-ranking member. As a member himself, he reluctantly lowered his head, unsure of what to say. The driver, undeterred, continued to whip the horses faster, spotting a child anxiously glancing back and forth on the road ahead. showing no intention of slowing down. Damn! The driver muttered as the child suddenly vanished from view, prompting him to urge the horses even faster. In a corner, Luffy offered a few candies to the child who had just escaped a perilous situation, encouraging him not to cry but to go home. As he watched the swiftly departing carriage, a cold glint flickered in his eyes, and he vanished into the shadows. What is Luffy planning to do? Sabo inquired from the other side of the road. I do not know, but it seems he is not particularly happy, Ace replied. The royal palace was adorned with opulent lights and distant melodies, clearly hosting a grand banquet. The reckless carriage paused momentarily at the entrance before proceeding inside. The young man who disembarked, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, was dressed in extravagant attire, resembling other passing nobles. He approached a couple of lovers, greeting his sister before addressing the man beside her as brother-in-law. This brother-in-law was none other than the kingdom's rising star and the president of the Commoners Association, Durlo. Durlo's attire remained unchanged, still patched but impeccably clean, and his demeanor was strikingly different. Once a dejected youth from the slums, he now stood out as exceptional and distinguished. Amidst the crowd of nobles, although clad in simple clothing, he radiated an air of superiority. Chapter 14. A mistake extraordinary and remarkable, as if chosen by the gods. This was Durlo. What was most touching was his profound affection. In the past, he had loved a common girl, and despite his newfound wealth, he chose her as his partner, disregarding the noblewomen suggested by various families. The younger brother of the common girl felt a swell of pride after addressing Durlo as brother-in-law, relishing the thought that marrying a sister of such stature was indeed enviable. Upon stepping into the upper echelons of the Commoners Association, he could finally indulge in the aspirations he once deemed unattainable. However, he did not anticipate that the once amiable brother-in-law would now wear a thunderous expression. His voice laced with anger as he said, "You arrived quite swiftly. I thought you would be delayed." "Of course not." The young man chuckled, displaying a sense of pride, oblivious to the storm brewing on Durlo's face. "But I wished for you to arrive later." To avoid recklessly charging through the streets and nearly colliding with a member of the Commoners Association, Durlo asserted, his voice growing more furious. It was evident to all that he was suppressing immense rage to maintain decorum. "Moreover, you nearly harmed an innocent child." The young man, suddenly flustered, stammered, "I did not know." Indeed, he was unaware. In the past, he relished the thrill of speeding recklessly, reveling in the sensation of hitting someone, prompting him to instruct the driver to go even faster. After all, he was the brother-in-law of the president of the Commoners Association. What harm could it bring? "Driver! Driver!" he suddenly shouted, summoning the coachman. "I need to ask him a question." "Driver? What a wretched servant, devoid of a fierce master, even if you are unaware. The blame rests upon you." Durlo's eyes glinted with cold intensity as he fixed his gaze upon this young man. "I once believed you would rectify your ways, but it seems I was mistaken. Do you comprehend your transgression?" The sister trembled at the sight of Durlo's demeanor and words, sensing that matters were turning dire. She leaned closer, whispering urgently, "Enough. We shall address the punishment after the royal New Year banquet. It is not as if a great calamity has occurred." A resounding slap echoed in the air, and the sister stared in disbelief at Durlo, who had once been so caring and was now striking her with such force. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the startling sound of the slap, their astonishment palpable. How grave must her transgression be to provoke such a reaction from Durlo? A man of impeccable reputation? "What is the matter?" inquired the king of the Goya kingdom, who approached in simple attire, having taken note of Durlo, whom he held in high regard. Even contemplating marrying his young daughter to him now seemed an opportune moment. "Your Majesty, you have arrived just in time." Durlo bowed respectfully before asserting. The carriage recklessly barreled through the street, endangering others. What is the consequence for such an offense? The king found himself in a quandary. Although a decree had been issued at the kingdom's inception, many nobles had disregarded it over the years without facing punishment, leaving him uncertain of the crime's severity. "Your Majesty is aware, this offense warrants 100 lashes and 3 years imprisonment. Moreover, your brother-in-law not only committed this act but nearly took the life of a child." Durlo scolded loudly. "This crime deserves death." The king realized he now understood how to adjudicate the matter. It is often said that a life must be paid for a life, and he was contemplating Durlo's acceptance of his daughter, pondering whether to condemn Durlo's brother-in-law to death. Surely, this would create a rift with Durlo's wife, would it not? The sister, initially incensed, was thrown into a panic at this verdict. She immediately knelt, clutching Durlo's leg, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Please, for the sake of our marriage, spare my brother's life." I am willing to accept any punishment he must endure. For the sake of our marriage, Durlo lowered his head slightly, and many witnessed his sorrow and affection as he said, I would be willing to relinquish half of my estate. No, no. The sister cried out, fully aware of what that meant. Under the Commoners Association's rules, a divorced couple would each receive half of their shared wealth. Your brother's fate today is a reflection of your indulgence, Durlo replied with a pained smile. Even if I were to remain enamored with you, for the sake of the broader community, I must part ways. Guards. The king observed the scene in silence. A slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, arrest that young man for his crimes and publicly execute him in a few days to serve as an example. As for his sister, she has committed no offense. Let her go free. A commotion ensued, but under the king's command, it swiftly subsided. The assembled nobles could not help but cast glances at Durlo, who stood alone, their astonishment palpable. Astonishingly, Durlo was swiftly informed of the recent events, even before his subordinates, who had only begun their inquiries after witnessing the reprimand. It is remarkable how Durlo, in such a decisive display of righteousness, commands admiration for his integrity. How could a petty individual act in such a manner? Durlo, though alone, softly uttered his thoughts, his countenance tinged with sorrow yet embodying a sense of justice. Well, very well. A voice of praise echoed in his mind. Unfazed, Durlo graciously declined the young princess's invitation to dance. In the shadows, Luffy, utilizing masterful hypnosis to transmit brainwaves, felt a chill ascend from his feet to the crown of his head, enveloping his entire being. He had imparted the art of cunning to Durlo. Yet all his words were imbued with positivity, in stark contrast to the self-righteous malevolence he now practiced, all the while receiving accolades. Regardless, one cannot help but harbor deeper feelings for those close to them. Even when wrongdoings occur, conflicts are inevitable, and reason often grapples with emotion. For Luffy, if a close one errs, as long as they do not cross a certain threshold, forgiveness is possible, allowing for redemption through good deeds. Yet, the current actions of Durlo, executing his brother-in-law and discarding his humble wife, have earned him a reputation for righteousness. Such self-righteousness, indeed. What a travesty. Luffy shook his head, a chill rising within him. It was likely that once they had spread their wings, they would turn against the deity behind me, who was not truly a god, but merely a somewhat capable child. Nonetheless, if one could support a Darrow, they could certainly support a second Darrow. The first Darrow must ensure that the second could never emerge. At this moment, I wish to understand clearly where my missteps lie. Chapter 15. I am not a god, nor am I divine. Darrow sat upon the throne, gazing down at the king in the hall, who was pleading for his life. He silently closed his eyes, reflecting on the events of the past 6 years. From encountering the deity, to becoming the president of the Commoners Association, and gradually ascending to the pinnacle of power, he ultimately garnered the favor of the entire nation through a grand act of righteousness, marrying the princess of the kingdom amidst a chorus of praise. He recalled a recent banquet held with the nobles. No one knew that he was merrily toasting with them, reveling in their camaraderie. Even his princess wife. Or perhaps precisely because he had married her, the king remained oblivious to his ambition. The president of the Commoners Association was ultimately but a dog, the king's dog, enjoying meat and bones when favored. Yet a single misstep could lead to being flayed to the bone. Moreover, this king was foolish and tyrannical. Was it not advantageous for all of us to seize power? He mused as he conversed with the nobles at the banquet. The power of the Commoners Association was insufficient to overthrow the king, but allied with the nobles, success was guaranteed. What must be done? A promise to establish a parliamentary cabinet. Although the king and the nobles would also have their own representatives sharing authority over the state's sacred artifacts. How could the nobles not be tempted upon hearing this? Their status could be revoked by the king, obliterated in an instant, yet under a constitutional monarchy, they would become the true masters of the nation. Their lineage enduring through the ages, forever noble. The two great forces of the kingdom would jointly attack the royal family. By midnight, the king would find himself kneeling like a dead dog in the hall, while the new king, Darrow, would gaze down at him with a wagging tail, pleading for mercy. The snake swallowing the elephant is a foolhardy endeavor, Darrow chuckled with closed eyes. But what of the dragon? Perhaps the dragon was small at first, yet it would ultimately consume the elephant. Constitutional monarchy? No, I aspire to be the emperor wielding absolute power. From the deity, he had acquired far too much, as well as many things the deity lacked. Thus he came to a realization. But in the end, you are not a god. Darrow suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the young man who entered gracefully, illuminated by the moonlight. With his slightly short black hair and unpretentious appearance, he exuded a sense of perfection. Standing over 1 meter 70, clad in a tight red robe adorned with golden patterns, black trousers, and black boots, it was clear that he was a warrior. Luffy cast a glance at the commoner he had nurtured, who now ascended to the throne. You have arrived. What Darrow wanted to express was, you have finally looked up. Yet, as he gazed at Luffy, he did not feel as though he were being looked up to, but rather that Luffy stood in a realm far superior. I have come. Luffy's declaration was resolute. Having anticipated this moment, he exhibited none of the hesitation that colored Darrow's words. I did not expect you to come. This statement was genuine. Darrow applauded, the sound echoing through the empty palace, and in a fleeting moment, a multitude of armed guards surrounded Luffy within the hall. Darrow proclaimed, because you are, after all, not a god. Yet, it is precisely because you are not a god that you have chosen to come. You are aware of your transgressions. For I am acutely aware of my own missteps. Luffy's words were delivered with calmness, aimed at correcting the banality in Darrow's speech. Suddenly, Darrow, seated upon the throne, rose abruptly, adopting a tone that surpassed even that of a king, and inquired, you claim to be acutely aware of your errors? To have erred and to possess clarity regarding the nature of one's mistakes are entirely distinct matters. He stepped lightly toward Luffy, for if a sovereign exudes an aura of isolation, in that moment, he was indeed the sole inhabitant of this world. Luffy did not look, nor did he care to glance, as he spoke to himself. I initially believed that I wished to avoid shedding excessive blood to prevent the demise of many, akin to the way of the common folk, war without bloodshed. However, I was mistaken. My declaration of war is not against kings, nobles, pirates, or the Navy headquarters, nor the world government, but against this entire world, against the heavens themselves. Under this sky, anyone will ultimately become like you. If I am to realize my dreams, I must obliterate this world and transform the heavens above. This will unleash an unfathomable tide of violence and warfare. Perhaps the entire world will be strewn with corpses, and the sky above will be stained with blood. Yet, there is no alternative. I am not a deity capable of saving the people of this world. Only they themselves can do so beneath this sky. His youth rendered his words astonishing, even somewhat ludicrous. The approaching Darrow laughed, a scornful mirth that echoed throughout the palace. Speaking not a word yet exuding an air of lethal intent. The guards surrounding the palace raised their weapons, the multitude of dark muzzles aimed at Luffy at the center. Everyone knew that with a mere command from Darrow, anyone would be transformed into a grotesque heap of bullet-riddled flesh, save for the divine. You are not a god, Darrow declared as he stood before Luffy, gazing down upon him. Do you know why I've repeated this 4 times throughout the night? It is not out of fear, nor trepidation. You should comprehend by now. Flickers of flame danced around Darrow, the searing heat radiating audaciously. Even the guards stationed dozens of paces away felt the oppressive warmth, fearing they might ignite. At that moment, he resembled a sun in the sky. Because I am the god, Darrow proclaimed, unabashedly asserting his divine authority. Truth be told, had Darrow not fortuitously acquired the great flame fruit, the pinnacle of fire elemental fruits, which even eclipses the lava fruit, he would have merely dared to be the president of a formidable guild within the kingdom, never aspiring to escape Luffy's grasp. However, fate had favored him, granting him the power of a god and revealing that what he previously regarded as divine was merely the essence of humanity. In this world, there can only be one Darrow, thus, a second Darrow cannot exist. The deity shall bestow upon you death. Even though Darrow currently held the mantle of God, he still harbored fear of Luffy's existence. Nobility is not derived from status or lineage, but from knowledge and strength. Luffy possessed the ability and heart to bestow knowledge and power upon others. Are you not aware? Should a god stand before me, I would slay the god without hesitation. Luffy declared, his words devoid of fear, infused only with a sense of calm. He was expressing his innermost thoughts. Regrettably, even if you wish to slay me, you lack the hockey of armament. This is an absolute secret art, attainable by a navy captain or a pirate officer under the reign of a monarch in the New World. Yet it will never manifest in the East Blue. This diminutive kingdom cannot possess such power, especially when you appeared before me at the tender age of 7 or 8. An age far too young to master it. You are attentive to me, yet I am also observing you. Darrow chuckled softly. Chapter 16. The Slaying of Gods. The yellow-white flames blazed brilliantly, radiating a warmth that felt somewhat scorching. Luffy smiled, reminiscent of an autumn farmer witnessing the flourishing golden rice fields, filled with joy and a sense of release from the toil of past labors. This indeed astonished him, for Ace had a profound affinity for fire. Should he encounter any fire-related devil fruit, he would undoubtedly consume it. unless he were rendered incapable of doing so. Even to the point of death, the searing winds swept through the palace, causing many guards to struggle against the oppressive heat, perspiring profusely. Yet, they gazed in fear at the figure resembling the sun. While it was comforting from afar, it became unbearable during the summer. What sensation would it evoke in close proximity? It is difficult to articulate. Perhaps only the most primal fear can elucidate it. However, at the center, Luffy felt no trace of fear, apart from his joyous smile. His eyes held nothing but a serene clarity. He spoke with an air of nonchalance. I once told you. The most intriguing aspect of this world is not merely the present struggle, but also the poetry in the distant horizons. What? Darrow's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his divine gravitas. The power of the great flame fruit was overwhelmingly terrifying. Had he not been able to master it, he would have instantly succumbed upon witnessing it. Now, he believed that Luffy was merely putting on an act. Levi once penned, "In the sky stands the white jade capital, with 12 cities and 5 towers. The immortal strokes my head, bestowing longevity." Luffy raised his hand and asked, "If an immortal wishes to slay a god, can the god avoid death?" He remained as unassuming as ever, yet now appeared almost ethereal, as if he transcended the earthly realm, residing in the celestial palace above, elevated and profound. Luffy's presence is not a mere pretense. Rather, it exudes an aura that is inherently natural. This emanation stems from the profound teachings received before transcending the mundane to ascend to the celestial realm, a state steeped in enigma, representing the gateway to myriad wonders. He glimpses the essence of the immortal realm, thus embodying the demeanor of an immortal. However, this is not a constant state. In the final moments, he will revert to a state of simplicity, originating from the mortal world and returning to it. Darrow's pupils widened suddenly, fixated on the figure before him, which seemed to soar in the heavens. A tremor coursed through his heart. He was uncertain of what an immortal truly was. Yet he realized that Luffy was not a deity, ultimately concluding that he was human. Yet, upon hearing the words of the celestial realm, the jade capital above, with its 12 cities and 5 towers, the immortal caresses my crown, bestowing upon me the gift of longevity. Everything became clear regarding the eye referred to. In that instant, Darrow was struck by a sense of familiarity, and amidst the tumult of thoughts, he finally comprehended that it was indeed he. Luffy is neither a deity nor a being of this world. He is an immortal from the heavens. Suddenly, the blazing sun erupted, and magnificent flames swiftly engulfed the entire palace, unleashing wails of despair, as indiscriminate attacks plunged many guards into a hellish nightmare. Yet, in the proximity of that exploding sun, within a mere 3 feet, the demonic flames transformed into nothingness upon entering, leaving no trace behind, reminiscent of a tranquil realm untouched by suffering, where celestial beings dwell. Dello instinctively stepped back, but as he beheld the scene before him, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. A hand gently descended, accompanied by a soft breeze that caressed the crown of his head. The celestial being blessed him, granting longevity and wisdom. Ultimately, a single absurd tear cascaded down his cheek as he slowly knelt, bowing his head in reverence. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming intent to kill surged into his mind, obliterating his spiritual thoughts. The touch of the celestial was indeed the hand that slays gods. After Luffy received his final teachings, martial arts transcended the corporeal realm, embedding themselves within his very essence. The mastery of hypnotic techniques was rendered obsolete, for Luffy had ascended to the status of a grandmaster. What defines a grandmaster? It is an embodiment of the way, unfettered and boundless, akin to the source of all things. Everything he learned was not merely a technique. His very being became a form of martial arts, transcending the definition of martial arts itself. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom resounded as the fierce sun disintegrated, and the flames that filled the palace vanished as if they were mere illusions, leaving only a solitary figure kneeling in supplication, surrounded by scorched soldiers. The king, who once knelt in the hall pleading for his life, had already turned to dust. Naturally, the sanctuary of 3 feet from the flames was not due to mysterious powers, but rather Luffy's own movement, which unleashed a protective aura that swept away the flames with the force of a gale. Scanning for nearby devil fruits, the palace above, Luffy observed the indications provided by resembling a tiger, extending his steel-like claws from his flesh to sever the charred strands of hair melted by the intense heat. Without a glance back at the palace, he leapt into the jungle, determined to seize the great flame fruit. Exhausting all his strength, he was still scorched, a testament to its formidable nature. Indeed, if wielded by someone more suited like Ace, its power would reach unimaginable heights. Unexpectedly, the fruit appeared right next to Ace, who hesitated upon seeing the plump yellow-white devil fruit, for it hardly resembled a fire-type fruit. Yet, an inexplicable urge stirred within him, compelling him to consume it. Eat it. Luffy urged, that is the power of the sun, far surpassing the flame fruit you covet. Luffy materialized beside Ace, a teasing smile on his lips. Honestly, your aspirations are too limited. You only desire a flame fruit. You know not the desperation of winter's chill without firewood. Can you fathom the yearning for flames when clad in thin garments, trembling in the hail? Ace retorted, then opened his mouth wide, swallowing the fruit whole. Immediately, he fell into deep contemplation, listening to the whispers of the demon within the fruit, learning to harness the power it contained. At that moment, the essence of the fruit permeated his blood, flesh, and mind, ultimately merging into the deepest layers of his being. Luffy, meanwhile, was not idle. Through the system, he observed the data of the fusion fruit. When Ace awoke, laughing boisterously as he prepared to test the fruit's power, Luffy immediately grabbed him, demanding specifics. Though irritated, Ace could tell this fruit held great significance to Luffy, so he dutifully recounted everything that had transpired. If gaining power means fusing with a demon, then expelling that power would simply require separating from the demon? Luffy pondered. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, Ace testing the devil fruit's might. Soon after, he leaped joyously 3 or 4 zhong high. Beyond scorching heat, the blaze fruit now carried a devastating force. This is the pinnacle, a supreme tier fruit without weakness. Chapter 17. Heaven and Earth in Harmony. Luffy, you won our bet. Name your price. Your life. Take it. Endless azure waves carried a lone boat into the distant sea. On the shore, Luffy waved farewell to Ace, who had entrusted his life to him, silently wishing he wouldn't lose it to the ocean's whims. In the end, Luffy had given Ace the guiding pendant and spent 100 points to grant him a 1M cubic storage space, packed with supplies, most crucially, books. These were Luffy's meticulously compiled foundational teachings, tailored for this world's people. Yet the sea remained perilous. Countless heroes had vanished beneath its depths. What was one Pirate King's son? Death came too easily. What frustrated Luffy was the system's constraints to bestow storage space. One needed a title as a medium, and no more could be given. Worse, while a 1M space cost a mere 100 points, a 2M demanded 1,000, and a 3M 10,000. He understood, once more, the escalating difficulty of variables. 6 years spent nurturing Drock, who seized a throne in his youth, yet still, no variable succeeded. But he knew well, variables were no dinner parties, no refined essays, no delicate embroidery. They could not be gentle, unhurried, or courteous. Every variable was rebellion, a violent upheaval, now or in the future. After completing his intermediate education, Luffy no longer believed killing a celestial dragon would stop at one. Many would inevitably fall in the wake. Healing the scars in Nico Robin's heart had altered her purpose with the poneglyphs, no longer just fulfilling her ancestors' wishes, but forging a future. And when a swordsman capable of cleaving 1,000 zhongxi learned of even greater power, the upheaval would be unimaginable. Time to go home. Luffy let out a yawn, stretched lazily, and turned towards Windmill Village. When Ace arrived, no one was aware, and naturally, his departure should remain undisclosed. To the world government, he carried the blood of notorious sins. If Ace were to perish, it would surely not be solely his own demise. Thus, in his youth, he was destined to live in solitude, and as he matured, he must venture forth as a pirate. This was both fate and duty. As he departed, he pushed open the gate of the small courtyard and returned home, where he was greeted by Aunt Konai's inquiry. She always possessed an uncanny understanding of human emotions. Luffy nodded, smiling as he replied, "He has left. Surely, you did not sneak away in a similar manner?" Aunt Konai approached, raising her hand to pat Luffy's head. Compared to earlier, Aunt Konai, who had once been quite tall among women, now had to rise on her toes to match Luffy's height. "I shall ensure you are seen off." Luffy chuckled, for at this moment, his charm had reached an impeccable zenith. Even if the most renowned bounty hunter, brandishing a wanted poster for the demon who slayed the celestial dragons, stood before him and proclaimed, "I am Luffy," that bounty hunter would be rendered a mere jest. The transformation was indeed profound, and he felt no trepidation in allowing Anikani to send him off to sea. Luffy withdrew a book and settled beneath a tall green tree, engrossed in its contents. The enhancement of his vitality not only rendered him physically formidable to an astonishing degree, but also significantly accelerated his capacity for memory and comprehension, enabling him to finish a moderately sized book in just over 10 minutes. "Do you have a girl you fancy?" Aunt One asked, leaning closer. "Do tell me. I could play matchmaker for you. Despite the tranquility of this region, it was plagued by a scarcity of medical care, food, and many other essentials, prompting many individuals to marry at an early age and bear offspring. Delaying marriage and childbirth could potentially lead to the extinction of the island's population in a century or so. Those of Luffy's age were at the prime time for matrimony, while individuals like Aunt Juan, who remained unmarried and stayed at home, were considered anomalies. Yes, Luffy replied eagerly. Who? Aunt Juan inquired, leaning in closer. Aunt Juan, Luffy said, lifting his gaze to meet hers with utmost seriousness. Oh, I'm not jesting with you, Aunt Juan remarked, playfully tapping Luffy's head. Aunt Juan has someone she likes, which is why she remains unmarried. I understand, Luffy nodded. Good, as long as you know, Aunt Juan said, her face brightening with a satisfied smile. Is his name the Great Path? Luffy asked, his eyes sparkling with delight. With a firm pat on the head of this now grown yet still childlike boy, Aunt Juan turned to leave. After a moment, she returned, bearing several plates of meat and a dish of vegetables, tossing them onto the table. Eat up. I know you must be hungry. Oh. Luffy picked up his chopsticks, indulging in a meal while engrossed in his book, feeling a slight pang of hunger. And Junai, feeling somewhat bored, took to practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Each time Luffy glanced over, he only caught a glimpse of her cold demeanor. Realizing he had indeed irked Aunt Junai, who would he be vexed when their thoughts are laid bare? A year later, the courtyard of the Junai household was adorned with red decorations, leaving the villagers puzzled about the unfolding events. Aunt Junai. Luffy gazed at the enchanting maiden before him, who was delicately enhancing her beauty in front of the mirror, feeling a tinge of sorrow and melancholy. He solemnly inquired, Do you truly intend to marry that man? Of course, Aunt Juan now replied with unwavering conviction, a gentle smile gracing her lips. He was the only person she had grown close to throughout her life, her very first love. How could she not marry him? Yet, he was about to undertake perilous endeavors, with no one aware of the wedding details, save for heaven and earth. A hint of bitterness crossed Luffy's countenance. If it weren't for this, I could have married you sooner. Suddenly, Juana rose, playfully pushing Luffy in front of the mirror. She then adorned him with a resplendent red robe, exclaiming, Indeed, youth is oblivious to the taste of sorrow, enamored with lofty aspirations, crafting new verses to feign melancholy. Only at this moment can we safely bring a child into the world, yet it remains a secret to all. Besides, I love you. Juana embraced her husband, gazing at the harmonious couple reflected in the mirror, and couldn't help but smile. Her years of waiting were not in vain. Oh, I forgot to mention. To the good girls who adore me and whom I cherish, I shall always hold their hands. Luffy smiled bashfully. Juana's expression darkened slightly as she finally spoke after a moment. Let me tell you, if you dare to entertain feelings for any girl who isn't good to me, I shall cut you. I love you, she declared. Luffy grasped his wife's hand earnestly and spoke, Congratulations on your eternal union. To commemorate this grand occasion, I present you with a magnificent gift. All the abilities you possess will merge with those of your wife, and your spaces will intertwine. The marketplace shall be liberated for her, and any variable she acquires will also benefit you. You have earned the title of husband, with a political aptitude increase of 20, and gained an unparalleled skill. For the expenditure of 1,000 points, you may tear through the fabric of time and space to any location within 100 miles. For 100 points, you may return to the side of your beloved. You have received 3344 points to spend in the marketplace. Chapter 1. Coastal Vengeance upon the lofty mountains. Where mist wove ethereal patterns, the cliffs rose steeply, rendering ascent perilous amidst the fierce winds. Yet a young man stood resolutely at the summit. Measuring 183 centimeters, his physique perfectly proportioned, neither stout nor frail, exuding a jade-like vitality. With closed eyes, he engaged in a profound meditation, not merely inhaling and exhaling, but harmonizing his entire being, body, breath, and spirit, with the rhythm of the universe. Grounded like a mountain while his consciousness soared like the wind towards the heavens and beyond. This moment marked the culmination of his ascension, the final phase of his transcendent education. Having attained the mastery of the chi of all things, Luffy radiated an essence stripped of illusion, embodying a profound connection to nature. His gaze fell upon the kingdom of Goya, perceiving not just the present, but also the unchanging past and the uncertain future. The chi of all things, in harmony with the cosmos, allowed him to draw sustenance from the air, enriching his very essence. This was merely the beginning. Soon he would perceive realms invisible to ordinary mortals, tracing the unseen paths of existence, uncovering the truths of the past and the transformations of the future. Yet, he had only glimpsed a fraction of this profound reality. 3 years prior, the president of the Commoners Association met a tragic end during a coup attempt. Leaving a successor who could not rival Darrow, the association fell into decay. The kingdom's king passed away, and a power-hungry prince ascended the throne, ruling with tyranny. Consequently, the nobility flourished, seizing the vast majority of lands. The common folk of the kingdom of Goya endured immense suffering, their fleeting joys withering like ephemeral blooms. Helpless against a world that inexorably turned them into specters of their former selves, Luffy cannot endlessly modify, revise, and amend. He lacks both the energy and the intent for such endeavors. The world is far larger than merely the Goa kingdom. Therefore, he has chosen to equip the inhabitants of Goa with the knowledge necessary to embark on a just path of resistance. No longer shall they perish in silence. Instead, they shall erupt from their silence. It remains to be seen how they will choose to act. Fortunately, this world has not yet descended into utter depravity. When faced with life and death crises, there still exists an understanding of the need to resist. Presently, the oppression from nobles, commoners, and the court compels them towards a path of destruction and the forging of a new world. From this point forward, all that transpires is of little consequence to Luffy. This is but a solitary island, and the world is vast. He must seek companions with whom to stand shoulder to shoulder, guiding each kingdom along the way. The wind has intensified, and a figure ascends from the base of the mountain with graceful ease, soaring directly to the summit, arriving beside Luffy. An exquisite sight. A truly splendid moment. Luffy hurriedly embraced his wife, a hint of concern in his voice. "We have a child now? Isn't there the Yuan Pearl?" Juana murmured. Indeed. The E-system was exceptional. Not only did it offer a grand gift at their wedding, but it also bestowed a Yuan Pearl when Juana became pregnant, a precious gem that could place the fetus in a harm-free space, providing countless nutrients to enhance the child's innate qualities and facilitating initial guidance and education. Humanity begins with an inherently good nature, untainted and pure. The essence of education is paramount. The primary function of the Yuan Pearl is to implant the seeds of morality in the unborn child. When the time comes for birth, there is no need to worry about the absence of a doctor. The Yuan Pearl ensures everything is prepared. Even if the mother is alone, she can give birth without issue. Although the process requires a considerable amount of time, 3 years and 6 months of gestation, it has only been 6 months. So there is no concern that the world government might suspect the child is Luffy's. By the time 3 years pass, Luffy will likely be in the new world of the Grand Line, and no one will question it. Cradling his wife, Luffy slowly descended the mountain. It was not that he couldn't leap down, but rather that such tranquil days would be scarce in the years to come. "Are we leaving today?" Juana, nestled in his arms, gently closed her eyes and inquired. Sabo managed to gather enough fare to join the Revolutionary Army a year ago. Could I possibly fall short compared to Ace and Sabo? Luffy retorted, acknowledging that it was somewhat ungracious, aside from gifting Sabo a minor dragon-slaying blade. He had also stored numerous texts on how to dismantle the world and construct a new one within its space. I cannot bear to part. Juana tightened her embrace around Luffy as much as possible. "Sister, let us not speak of our profound connection. Even the greatest distances pose no obstacle. Our space spans 3 meters, serving as a bedroom. Even when I set sail, is it not possible for us to meet whenever we desire?" Luffy smiled, initially believing that a long separation awaited them. However, the gifts from were indeed splendid. The space could serve as a small haven, allowing the couple to meet at any time, even bridging significant distances to be face-to-face. Of course, such an arrangement was not without its limitations. Once a person vanished, the coordinates for their return would be relative to a nearby object, creating a state of relative stillness. Upon appearing elsewhere, the opening to that space would rebind to the individual. The skill known as Wujian was designed to remedy this shortcoming. By tearing open space, 2 coordinates would emerge, enabling a return to the original location, thus concluding the skill's effect. Yet, the greatest utility lay not in this, but rather in the event that one partner was gravely injured or unconscious, unable to extract the other from the space. Wujian could directly tear open space, allowing them to escape even if surrounded by enemies. Indeed, Juana, driven by ambition, declared, though they could meet at any time, it did not imply they could always rely upon one another. Both partners had to consider their child's future. "I will grow stronger." She finally opened her eyes, promising Luffy by the gently undulating sea that she would become powerful enough to vanquish any foe with a single punch. "Very well. Then we can expedite the planning of a world-renowned wedding. This was an undeniable regret for Luffy. During his wedding with Juana, she held the title of his wife. Yet no one knew or offered their blessings. The weather was fair, and the sea was calm, reminiscent of the scene 9 years prior when the red-haired pirates departed. No, it was almost identical. Both Juana and Luffy gazed into the depths of the sea, where a colossal creature was swiftly approaching. It was the Near-Sea King. At that moment, it roared, reflecting on its decade of rigorous training. Though it may not match the red-haired man, could it not triumph over that small figure from the village? Regardless of who dominated the sea and the skies, it believed it could crush them with sheer strength. The sword from 9 years ago had imparted an important lesson. To it, humans were mere ants, yet power could drastically alter one's status. With a thunderous roar, the Near-Sea King surged from the ocean's surface, conjuring a terrifying wave. Luffy stood upon the ocean, gazing at it with a smile. Chapter 2. The iron vessel. The azure waves danced gently as Luffy remained motionless above the sea, defying the common fate of plunging into its depths. In truth, while an ordinary person might stand in the ocean, they would generally only be able to immerse themselves to the waist. Any further would be beyond their grasp. However, a martial expert could harness their inner strength to generate an upward current, allowing them to elevate themselves inch by inch. With the most elite practitioners capable of raising their knees above the surface. Beyond that, only those of unparalleled prowess could maintain their stance. This is not merely a matter of raw power, but rather the finesse with which that power is wielded. As for someone like Luffy, who could stand atop the waves, it was nothing short of miraculous. Beneath him, the seemingly tranquil waters concealed currents potent enough to grind a solid stone to powder, their force both intricate and profound. He watched the Sea King approach from the depths, a journey spanning miles. Smiling not for any particular reason, but to gauge the strength of the conqueror's will that had emerged within him after mastering the art of all things. The armament haki is a closely guarded secret. Unless one stands at the pinnacle of the world, it remains unattainable. Observation haki is contingent upon one's fate. While many schools of thought offer methods to enter its realm, only a fraction of practitioners ever succeed. This is not a matter of choice, but rather of destiny, selecting the worthy. Conqueror's haki, however, is a divine gift. It is not an injustice, but rather a profound fairness. Without such endowments, the nobility of you would remain unchallenged, while the common folk would perpetually suffer oppression. Take Shanks. For instance, his ancestry may have been obscure, yet he stands at the zenith of the world, capable of cleaving the abyss with a single stroke. Commanding the respect of both nobility and royalty, even compelling the world government to treat this pirate with deference. Upon the shore, Kwanai chuckled lightly, anticipating that the Sea King would be left in stunned disbelief, for Luffy's current strength was beyond even his own comprehension, reaching heights that could only be described as monumental 2 stories high, as only Kwanai knew. The Near-Sea King, without a hint of hesitation, was fierce and ruthless, glaring at the figure standing upon the waters and opening its monstrous jaws to strike, unleashing a wave of overwhelming stench. It was incredibly powerful, capable of sinking a warship with ease, unleashing a force akin to millions of pounds with each lunge and bite. Yet, as it approached Luffy, it abruptly halted, not out of fear or horror, nor due to the force of an opposing wind, but rather as if time itself had come to a standstill. Not just this Sea King, but the entire expanse of ocean within dozens of yards had frozen, as though this moment in time had been suspended, no longer advancing toward the future. This was the essence of Haki's power. Luffy, with his formidable mental strength, observed the true world and, using the force of his haki, intervened in the very fabric of reality, creating this phenomenon of temporal stasis. Compared to the sword strike from 9 years prior, the raw power may have waned. Yet the realm of achievement surpassed it. Alas, time was far too fleeting. Luffy felt a twinge of regret. The duration of his power was but a fleeting moment, and his conqueror's haki had only just begun to awaken, fluctuating in its reliability. Yet, should it manifest during a critical combat moment, it could very well determine life and death. Soon, the Sea King regained consciousness, oblivious to the events that had just transpired, and charged towards him in accordance with its instinctual path. Without hesitation, Luffy unleashed a formidable wave of energy, sending the Sea King hurtling through the air. Though he possessed the capability to pierce it directly, he refrained from doing so. Such rare and magnificent creatures of the ocean deserve to be cherished and respected. If they proved disobedient, he would simply teach them to heed his command. As Luffy walked along the undulating waves, he found himself before the drowsy King of the Near Sea, wearing a benevolent smile. The King of the Near Sea bared his sharp teeth, threatening Luffy to keep his distance. Obedience is the mark of a good child, so be good and protect this village, Luffy said with a grin. With a fearsome roar, the king of the near sea contorted his face into a menacing grimace. Otherwise, I'll devour you, Luffy chuckled more joyfully. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the king's expression darkened further. Suddenly, he surged upward, creating massive waves, and with all his might, he bellowed. Woof. Ultimately, the king of the near sea became the guardian deity of Windmill Village. Luffy, just as he had arrived, did not board a ship but instead plunged directly into the sea, transforming into a juvenile Kuin, swiftly departing. He had his own plans, determined to leave not a trace on the island where Windmill Village resided. For 100 miles away, across dozens of islands, lay a desolate expanse of ocean, dotted with numerous scattered barren isles. In the eyes of the world, his journey was just beginning to unveil its brilliance. However, this was still insufficient. He had another scheme in mind. Approximately a day later, he set foot on one of the islands within the archipelago, gazing at the lifeless coral owl with a grin of delight. With a single stomp, he shattered the coral reef, revealing the profound rust of steel beneath. This was not an island formed by volcanic eruptions. Within the coral lay the remnants of a sunken iron ship, a truly astonishing sight. In today's world, wooden ships dominate the seas for various reasons. The industrial output is inadequate, and the peculiar materials that foster the evolution of wood are only marginally sufficient. Yet, the fundamental reason lies in the fact that many iron mines have been excavated to great depths, rendering extraction exceedingly challenging with contemporary technology. Over 800 years ago, it appears there was once a magnificent civilization that fell victim to a monumental war. Luffy gazed intently at the numerous diminutive islands, the wreckage of the shattered battleship, and the myriad of steel hidden beneath the waves, murmuring to himself, one must possess a fine vessel, mustn't one? Without hesitation, he spent 1,000 points and stepped into the small realm within the space. This long journey had proven quite exhausting. As dawn broke, the sun ascended high in the sky. Luffy stretched lazily, emerging from the void with a refreshing spirit. Before him lay a modest iron vessel, bathed in golden rays. And as the last spark of welding flickered out, the sturdy ship set sail into the horizon. As the captain and sole crew member, Luffy enjoyed a life of ease. A mere word from him was sufficient for the vessel to obediently carry out his commands. With an intelligent system and nuclear power, this marvel was crafted from a full 1,000 points. As for weaponry, Luffy adhered to the philosophy that bigger is better and more is more beautiful, albeit with a hint of discretion. Even the iron vessel's mere existence could drive the world government to madness. What would they think if they were to witness its fully automated firepower? Setting off past Windmill Village, he declared, 5-9. Standing at the bow, Luffy quietly practiced his chi cultivation, occasionally boasting to himself, I truly possess a talent for naming. 5-9 can descend from the mountain and venture into the sea, but most importantly, it can ascend to the heavens. Chapter 3. The quest for your shadow on a passenger ship sailing through the vast ocean. The journey unfolded languidly towards its destination, accompanied by melodious songs and lively dances. Within the main hall of the ship, a grand banquet was perpetually in progress, where a proud and beautiful young girl gazed down at the revelers dancing to the music. Her pride stemmed from her complete disdain for the superficial young men around her. Despite numerous invitations, she merely cast her gaze toward the sea. Though she considered herself a young girl, she harbored hopes for a romantic encounter while being shy about stepping onto the dance floor. The soft sounds of footsteps echoed, reminiscent of the delicate plucking of fate strings, unnoticed yet irresistibly alluring. She leaned forward to glimpse the source. Before her approached a handsome young man, with shoulder-length orange hair, clear eyes, simple yet elegant attire, and a poised demeanor. Not unpleasant at all, the proud girl mused inwardly. Beautiful princess, may I have the honor of dancing with you? He asked with a gentle smile, radiating a warmth akin to a spring breeze. No woman could resist such a smile, even those who favored their own gender. Unless, of course, the woman was actually a man. Gradually, the pride in the girl's heart softened, replaced by an unbidden shyness as she extended her hand and softly replied, certainly. May I be fortunate enough to know the name of the princess? He inquired. I am Meiju. As he grasped her hand, his smile grew warmer, almost surreal, as if they were lost in a dream. Lon, she eagerly replied, realizing her sudden affection for the young man named Meiju. Upon entering the dance floor, Meiju gently wrapped his arms around her, guiding her through the steps, and gazing into her eyes, he said with a soft smile, Do not fall in love with me, I am a deceiver. His words were too tender, too heartwarming. Can you deceive me for a lifetime? She whispered, her voice barely audible, as her cheeks flushed crimson. Mei Ju smiled, about to speak, when a sudden jolt rocked the ship, prompting him to hold her a bit tighter. He glanced around, seemingly recalling something, and said, "Pirates, the Eureka pirate crew." A light laugh escaped him. "What?" the girl exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Shuh," he gestured for silence. Then swept her into a princess carry to a secluded corner. She clung tightly to his reassuring figure. With swift movements, he began to remove her exquisite adornments, akin to peeling an orange, and she remained motionless as he collected her treasures. In the end, his hands, now dirted, left a smudge on her face. Treasure and beauty are often the original sins of the sea. I do not deceive you. Stand still and do not move. With that, he turned to leave, and she gazed longingly at his retreating figure, captivated by his charm. He stepped outside, his demeanor shifting from elegant to rough, shedding his refined attire to reveal the worn garb of a pirate. With a flash of a blood-stained curved blade, he grinned and headed towards the treasure room. No one would suspect he was anything but a lowly scoundrel in a pirate crew. On the shores of Windmill Village, a crowd of men, women, and children gathered, with youngsters shouting, "Look at the sea. A massive iron object is floating. How curious." They marveled, their eyes straining to see the distant object, which indeed floated in the sea. It reminded one of a book stating, "The buoyant force acting on an object equals the density of the liquid times gravitational acceleration times the volume of liquid displaced." Though the people were intrigued, they were not overwhelmed. In a remote corner, the long-closed tavern owner, who had a passion for martial arts, observed with keen eyesight, able to count the legs of insects a kilometer away. Consequently, she not only discerned the iron vessel but also the man she longed to see. Silently standing at the bow, Luffy gazed out at the ocean, resembling an emperor. Handsome, truly handsome, Yin Nai thought, clenching her fists in infatuation. Luffy had described the appearance of Wu Jiao to her, yet when she finally laid eyes upon Wu Jiao, its unpretentious demeanor still astonished her. Furthermore, there was Luffy standing at the bow of the ship. She had always believed her husband to be the most handsome, but in that moment, as he sought to conquer the vastness of the sea, he captivated her heart anew. Women and men are inherently different, for the sake of family. A woman is undeniably magnificent, while a man's greatness can only thrive in the expanses of the world, beyond his heart and fists, which are often forged for violence. It is this very essence that anchors him to home. As Luffy gazed upon the vast expanse of the sea, his eyes inevitably fell upon Kanai. Upon witnessing the rapture in his wife's eyes, his vanity found immense gratification. A sage, after all, is still but a human, is he not? The steel vessel glided past Windmill Village, leaving behind but a faint trace. In the preceding 5 or 6 days, Luffy had engaged in numerous such escapades throughout the East Blue, often realizing that the absence of any mark could itself be the most significant trace. His thoughts, once fixated on the distant shores of Kanai, now drifted toward the horizon, leading him to ponder that he, too, shared a sense of insatiable greed. Not solely Kanai. At that moment, the sight of a pirate ship plundering a merchant vessel captured his attention. "Charge forth," he commanded to the crew of the ship. This directive was not without reason, for a message had manifested within his consciousness. "You have chosen to alter this world. Thus, your mission shall seek you out. In the name of justice." Is justice synonymous with power? Is it the benevolent hand of righteousness? Undoubtedly, many ponder this conundrum, yearning for a resolution that would provide the world with clarity. Upon completion of this task, one would be rewarded with 100 points, and additional rewards would be bestowed based on the evaluation. A score exceeding 60 would grant one a cherished artifact of law, with the profundity of its essence correlating to the score achieved. Should one falter, the gates of Gene Awakening shall close, only to reopen upon the successful completion of a significant mission. Luffy surveyed the marketplace, a sense of exhilaration coursing through him as he discovered the presence of elusive artifacts. It was astonishing that such unattainable items existed within the bazaar. He then examined the regulations endowed by the mission, noting that each island harbored a minor task. Upon the successful completion of each minor task, bountiful rewards would be bestowed, gradually unlocking the gateway to genetic revival. Conversely, failure to accomplish these tasks would inexorably seal the door to genetic awakening. Among these grand missions, acquiring the legendary treasure of the Pirate King stood out, with the rewards of completion remaining shrouded in mystery, while the punishment for failure was eternal entrapment in this realm. How intriguing it was! Indeed. The acquisition of any treasure invariably demands a price, Luffy mused calmly. Is this not the essence of truth? Moreover, he was resolute in his conviction that he would not falter. Chapter 4. originals and the clashing of blades, the sound of gunfire. And the visceral cries of combat laid bare the brutal reality of the sea, where blood flowed and lives withered. Countless souls were engulfed in panic and despair. Yet their cries were in vain. Whether one wielded vast wealth or held immense power, in this moment, only the magnitude of strength mattered. Disguised as a male pirate, Nami observed the frenzied crowd, brandishing her curved sword before retreating, clutching a hidden treasure valued at over 100,000 berries. With a leap, she grasped the rope connecting two ships, deftly making her way to the pirate vessel. Her disguise was so convincing that even amid the chaos, no pirate would suspect her true identity. In the treasure chamber, her narrow eyes darted about, searching for remnants of the departed. Luck favored her as hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Nami listened intently, confirming the presence of a single individual, and swiftly concealed herself. The bloody blade hidden behind her back, its gleam obscured. With a creak, the door swung open. A young boy with cherry-red hair emerged, dragging a mop and bucket. Without hesitation, Nami struck, her lithe form exploding with the agility of a leopard. One hand clamped over the boy's mouth, thrusting him against the wooden planks, while the other pressed the blade against his throat, the cold steel causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Do not scream," she commanded. "Where's the captain's quarters?" After a tense pause, she slightly loosened her grip, though the blade pressed deeper, drawing a faint trickle of blood. The young pirate babbled nervously, ultimately managing to convey the directions, and in a pitiful tone, he pleaded, "Can you take me away from this pirate ship? I was captured by mistake." "Prepare a small boat and cast it in that direction," Nami instructed decisively, pointing left. "Be cautious, or you may not survive." The boy nodded vigorously, though his trembling form belied his sincerity. Sighing, Nami dismissed the notion that this barely-of-age child would achieve anything significant. With a swift motion, she slipped into the cabin, making her way to the captain's quarters. After a thorough search, she emerged with treasures worth approximately 1,000,000 berries. As dusk approached, Nami found herself puzzled by the day's unusually clear weather. Shaking her head, she proceeded toward her indicated destination, only to find the surroundings growing darker and darker. Eventually, she looked up to see a formidable iron behemoth and the boy at the bow waving at her. She remarked coolly, "The small boat you prepared is rather large." Though Luffy's iron vessel was not excessively grand, it towered over the small pirate ships that roamed the East Blue by at least 6 or 7 meters. The metallic sheen of the ship instilled awe. "Kobe, do you know her?" Luffy inquired, gazing at the girl who had broken into a smile below. Initially, he had intended to charge forward, but to his surprise, Kobe, aspiring to join the Navy, was at the ship's edge, readying a small boat. He tossed a rope loop, drawing Luffy to the ship's bow. The mission bore no specific requirements, it merely demanded completion. And Luffy, true to his nature, would pursue his desires unrestrained. Kobe nodded, recounting the events of the earlier encounter. "Oh," Luffy responded. Luffy nodded, acknowledging that he could provide him with a general understanding of a person's information, yet the specifics could only be discerned through direct observation. At that moment, he hesitated not at all. He leaped from the ship and grasped the fleeing girl who was attempting to commandeer a small boat. With swift strides, he made his way toward the passenger vessel. Nami, burdened with the small boat and her ill-gotten gains, had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, she found herself back in a somewhat familiar territory. And as the scent of blood wafted into her nostrils, she realized this was indeed the passenger ship. At this moment, Luffy's speed was astonishingly swift, reaching over 200 meters per second even at a regular pace, generating a fierce gale that could nearly breach the sound barrier, allowing him to traverse the skies with ease. "May I ask your name?" Nami inquired with a humble smile as she gazed at the man who had seemingly appeared beside her, originally standing near Kobe, fully aware that it was due to him. The path of the Grand Road, a carefree flight. Luffy was affable, his simple yet flawless visage endearing to all. "Could you perhaps spare the little ones?" Nami's smile became even more modest, tinged with a hint of flattery. In the vast ocean, lacking power necessitated a facade of weakness. "No," Luffy shook his head apologetically. Nami's smile froze momentarily, yet still bore an awe for the strong. "Without you, hatred cannot be attracted," Luffy answered earnestly. "Hatred?" Nami queried, a hint of confusion crossing her features as her gaze shifted from the man to the surrounding area, where a fierce glint of steel momentarily blinded her. Accompanied by a towering woman wielding a heavy iron mace, advancing towards them with an expression of wrath. She swallowed hard, following the gazes of the pirates to the gleaming treasure she carried, and managed a weak smile. Ah, the sound was shrill, reminiscent of a young bride's cry for help when wronged. Yet emanating from the mouth of a seemingly delicate yet lecherous pirate, it conveyed an unsettling sensation. It was crucial to note that Nami's fears stemmed from ignorance of the man before her. Yet the glistening blade and the imposing woman with the mace made it evident that this was not a confrontation that flesh and blood could withstand. "You lot. Seize those two, but don't kill them," commanded the towering woman, licking her lips as a few lascivious laughs escaped her. The man beside her, with his flawless features, was undoubtedly appealing, while the frail figure next to him seemed fitting only as a post-meal snack. Nami felt a chill run down her spine, while Luffy's expression darkened slightly as he took a step back, repulsed. "Do you not realize that wealth and beauty are the original sins of this ocean?" Nami felt tears welling up. She had worked hard to disguise her femininity, lowering her appearance, yet now she glanced at her burden and the man beside her, both of which she possessed. Chapter 5. The people do not fear death. Dead, dead, dead. Nami gazed at the ruthless pirates before her and then at the man beside her. Although he was not feeble, he hardly exuded strength, providing no sense of security. Despite her personal preference for such a man, it was utterly useless in this moment. She realized she was drawn to those with immense power. Yet did such refined, yet violent individuals exist in this world? It seemed utterly impossible. Nami felt despair envelop her. The pirates shared similar sentiments, eyeing Luffy's delicate limbs with admiration, akin to observing a lamb destined for slaughter, discussing its potential taste. "Would you prefer to live as a coward forever, or become a hero, even if only for a few minutes?" Luffy suddenly proclaimed, a hint of lamentation in his tone as he faced the pirates. "What heroism! If not for the village, I would willingly spend my life cultivating oranges in the orchard rather than setting sail." Nami erupted in protest. "What nonsense! We're on the brink of redeeming the village, and now I might die here. Hee hee, is that why you're standing here?" Approached Yarlita, her smile twisted into a sinister grin. "Regrettably, hero, in these waters, strength is the only truth. Those without power are merely toys for others." The pirates laughed mockingly, deriding his apparent foolishness. "Come on, don't worry about hurting them. With the right seasoning, they'll be even more delicious." Yarlita swung her iron rod, the air whooshing ominously. "Kill. Hey, boss. Can I have a go at these two without killing them?" Amidst the cacophony, the pirates charged at the two, disregarding any semblance of honor or injury. Nami burst into tears. "Why are you crying?" Observing Nami's terrified demeanor, Luffy sighed, not even glancing at the impending storm of blades, simply raising his hand to shield her. He also offered her a pack of tissues. From the delicate hand that emerged, it appeared soft and gentle, reminiscent of an infant's touch. The pirates suddenly wore cruel smiles. If this man was indeed a fool, then accidentally killing him would bear no consequence. In an instant, dozens of iron blades struck his arm, yet a resounding clash echoed, accompanied by an explosion of brilliant sparks. The sound of metal shattering filled the air, flinging shards with increased velocity toward the pirates. Blood splattered, and a brutal cacophony of death reverberated across the boundless sea. Nami jolted, lifting her gaze to see Luffy stepping over the gruesomely mangled corpses, deftly avoiding the blood. His expression remarkably clean, accompanied by a pure smile as he remarked, "It appears you have chosen to be heroes." Bang! Not far away, several pirates collapsed to the ground, their weapons slipping from their grasp. Over 20 comrades lay dead, blood spilling forth, composing a symphony of death, yet the killer remained immaculate and refined, untouched by the carnage, as if the massacre bore no relation to him. This only intensified their terror. Upon hearing the term hero, all the pirates trembled. Would you prefer to live as a coward forever, or become a hero, even if only for a few minutes? It was not mere soliloquy, but a question posed to them. Demon King. The figure before them was not merely a man, but a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Nami, her eyes glistening with tears, clutched the tissues in bewilderment. What just transpired? It soon became clear to her. Luffy wielded a double-edged iron sword, its obsidian blade forged by a blacksmith, as he approached a band of trembling pirates. His movements were so swift that they were almost imperceptible, leaving a scar on one pirate's body, from which blood gushed forth, signaling death. He was not merely a swordsman. A true swordsman recognizes that he is the singular essence of the blade, capable of shattering myriad techniques with a single strike. Yet, the sword is the most effective instrument of death, far superior to fists, which can often be cumbersome and sullied. If he were to unleash his full power with a punch, he could obliterate all foes before him with sheer force, yet such an act would rend the vessel asunder, preventing it from reaching its destined port. The dark blade swept through the air, claiming lives as blood fell like rain. However, Luffy remained untainted, untouched by even a speck of dust, resembling a celestial being traversing the mortal realm, delicately plucking vibrant flowers to savor their fragrance. Yet, his killings were not indiscriminate. He spared those who had been coerced into piracy, yet retained a flicker of compassion, utilizing the spine of his sword merely to send them tumbling into the sea. In the end, Luffy stood before Alrita, his gaze imbued with pity as he lamented the wretched woman, driven mad by her awakened latent genes. With one hand, he effortlessly lifted the massive hammer, weighing several hundred pounds, and cast her into the depths of the ocean, colliding with the pirate ship. Luffy gazed at the pirates attempting to ascend the ship from the depths of the sea, instructing his companion, 5'9", despite retaining a flicker of compassion. He acknowledged that these individuals had ultimately chosen the path of wickedness as pirates, and thus must face their due retribution. The towering iron behemoth stirred silently yet swiftly, its momentum causing Kobe, positioned at the bow of the ship, to lose his footing and nearly tumble onto the deck. Crack, crack, without any hindrance. It struck with the force akin to a hand-slapping tofu, sending countless wooden splinters flying. In mere seconds, the entire pirate vessel began to splinter apart, transforming into mere flotsam amidst the ocean. The timber in this world, nourished by peculiar life forms, exhibited a hardness far superior to that found in realms devoid of such entities. However, the melting point of steel is a staggering 1,500 degrees. The power contained within far surpasses what any so-called extraordinary life form could compensate for. Justice prevails, and heaven remains impartial. Luffy, in accordance with the will of fate, acted with a sense of non-action. Nami cautiously avoided all the corpses, stepping over pools of blood until she reached the edge of the ship, standing beside Luffy. She gazed at the desperate souls crying out for salvation on the wooden planks, then glanced at the unadorned iron vessel, finding it hard to believe that she was not merely dreaming. "Do you wish to learn?" Luffy inquired. "Can I truly learn?" Nami, ever astute, momentarily fell into a stupor, but quickly regained her composure, realizing that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Their pirate crew was in need of someone to illustrate the world map. Luffy's words are not without merit. Although he has completed the education of ease, his focus primarily lies in martial arts, science, warfare, and politics. While he possesses an understanding of other matters, executing them remains awkward. "Are you a pirate? Not a navy?" Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, perhaps due to Luffy's recent slaying of a multitude of pirates, she did not reveal her disdain. "I am a pirate," Luffy replied. "Why?" Nami, aware of Luffy's kind nature, chose to drop her facade and expressed her curiosity. The actions Luffy undertook seem, in every conceivable way, unrelated to piracy. The people do not fear death. How then can one be frightened by death? Luffy lowered his gaze. As one who had slain a celestial dragon and earned a bounty of 100 million, he could only exist as a notorious rebel against the world government. Chapter 6. The Legend of Martial Arts. A refreshing sea breeze swept through the air, and the sky was remarkably clear, adorned with several large white clouds. The sun hung partially veiled, casting a delicate golden light upon the ocean. Bang! From within the iron vessel, Nami was sent flying out, crashing forcefully onto the deck, the impact causing her considerable pain. Tears welled in her eyes. But she quickly composed herself. Rising to her feet, she waved at Luffy, urging him to continue, and said, "Again." Luffy shook his head and tossed her a vial of red liquid and a vial of blue liquid, saying, "Take the red one, and pour the blue one into the bath to soak. Rest for a while. I will simplify the martial arts manual, and when it's ready, I will call for you." Luffy asserted that one must adhere to their principles. When Nami expressed her desire to learn martial arts, he readily agreed to instruct her. However, the outcome was less than satisfactory. He imparted the essence of his martial arts, meticulously crafted. Yet this endeavor demanded not only innate talent but also a profound reservoir of knowledge. Even a simple technique, such as the turtle snake coil, necessitated extensive explanation. Consequently, the pace of her training was exceedingly sluggish. Lacking a foundational level of physical conditioning, her techniques resembled mere ornamental postures. Nami's once resolute expression softened, revealing a fleeting glimpse of anguish etched upon her delicate features, the result of countless falls, each unyielding and merciless. It would test the endurance of anyone. As she retreated to the cabin, Luffy turned his attention to Kobe, offering him martial arts training as well, albeit as a preliminary experiment. Although Nami was disguised as a boy, it was essential to remember that she remained an adolescent girl. Kobe, being male, harbored an intense yearning for strength, overshadowing the dismal plight of being a test subject. With great effort, he steadied his trembling body and approached Luffy, embodying the age-old adage that life is fraught with peril. The movements Luffy executed seemed insurmountable for an ordinary individual like him. Surprisingly, the results were not as painful as anticipated. His practice consisted of slow, deliberate punches, devoid of the dramatic aerial spins and acrobatics that one might expect. Luffy pondered the amalgamation of technique and training, concluding that perfection and strength was unnecessary. Adaptability for the majority sufficed, akin to gymnastics. Luffy-sensei, is this truly effective? Kobe queried, his feet springing forth, hands twisting with his waist, yet lacking any semblance of lethality. I must inform you that martial arts transcend mere physicality, Luffy replied. They serve two primary purposes. The first, to fortify and enhance one's physique. He then drew a long sword, mirroring Kobe's stance, his feet firmly planted on the deck, waist twisting gracefully, hands moving in harmony with his spine. Even a casual swipe, executed without force, produced an impressive rush of wind. The second purpose is to take life. Luffy cast the sword before Kobe, clapping his hands. Martial arts are about honing one's fists to enhance the essence of life. However, if one were to engage in combat unarmed, what purpose would the advancement of civilization serve? Remarkable. Kobe was momentarily astonished as he picked up the sword, repeatedly mimicking the earlier movements, feeling an entirely different sensation. Previously, he had little proficiency with the blade, yet now the slashes he made radiated a sense of power. Wait, first perfect the movements, Luffy advised. Why? Kobe, exuberantly brandishing the sword, was perplexed. Don't you sense that this motion significantly enhances your draw speed? Luffy countered. In that instant, Kobe halted, suddenly feeling quite foolish. Approximately 3 hours later, a comprehensive breathing technique, along with hundreds of movements encompassing evasion, defense, agility, and combat, was devised by Luffy. Although this practice was a simplification of traditional martial arts to the utmost degree, resulting in a considerable reduction in power, one might even categorize it as gymnastics, it encapsulated the very essence of the art. Mastering this regimen would allow one to approach traditional martial arts without the naivety typically associated with a novice. Good. Luffy stepped into the cabin, making his way toward Nami's bedroom. Soon, he found himself standing before the door. She is asleep, he murmured. Having mastered the art of sensing the essence of all things, he could vaguely perceive the happenings nearby. No wonder, I might have been a bit too harsh. Thud, thud, thud. He rapped vigorously on the closed door, devoid of any intention to let Nami rest. What she truly needed now was greater intensity. Just a moment. A drowsy voice drifted from within the bedroom. After a considerable wait, Luffy recognized that Nami was merely feigning her state. It was of little consequence, for a beautiful woman seeking to traverse the vast seas. There are only two paths, one is strength, the other unparalleled might. To not disguise oneself as a mere man, to avoid obscurity, would be foolishly naive. In just 2 or 3 days, the sea could devour one to the very bones. Click. Nami, adorned in her citrus-themed attire, swung open the door, standing tall and proud before Luffy. Luffy cast a glance at her chest, noting its flatness, truly a testament to masculinity. How remarkable. Nami suddenly froze, somewhat bewildered, but soon realized that Luffy had disowned her masquerade as a man and understood the implications within his gaze. Scoundrel. Nami promptly retaliated with a punch, striking Luffy down effortlessly with a resounding thud, before swiftly making her way towards the ship's cabin. There were many things she could tolerate, but this matter pertained to a woman's dignity, which was absolutely intolerable. After all, was she not still in the midst of her development? Nami glanced down at her flat chest and, with a hint of bitterness, remarked that indeed, it had been constrained, yet even without those constraints, it had hardly been remarkable. Such is the power of fate. Luffy gingerly touched his painfully throbbing head. He could have easily dodged the blow, but upon the command of his superior, he had no choice but to endure the punch, while also attempting to relax his body. As Nami concluded her breathing exercises and the first set of calisthenics, the island materialized before Luffy's eyes. At that moment, Kobe also peeked out and inquired, "Isn't this the lair of the notorious bounty hunter Zoro? I heard he was captured by the Navy over 2 weeks ago." "Indeed, I shall rescue him, while conveniently delivering you to the Navy," Luffy replied with a nod. "Are you inviting him to join your pirate crew and become a comrade?" Nami, taking a brief respite and wiping the sweat from her brow, furrowed her brow slightly and remarked, "I've heard he is quite a nefarious character." Chapter 7. Rival's not a comrade. Luffy shook his head resolutely. "He is someone who can become my rival. I hope, ultimately, he is a warrior who can foresee his own ascent to greatness, not merely standing alone on the pinnacle, but rather on the day he becomes a formidable force. On that day, he does not wish to be solitary, He yearns for someone to challenge him. Whether seen as arrogant or invincible in this world, he will ultimately remain untouched by anyone. Luffy rescued Zoro, desiring only to have a worthy opponent to challenge him. Zoro, a swordsman of considerable merit, perhaps possessed that qualification. Yet, he bore the label of a villain. Nami raised her voice slightly, struggling to comprehend the man before her. He was undoubtedly a good person, yet for reasons unknown, he sought to save a rogue. Is he truly a villain? Luffy inquired, having heard tales of Zoro's journey, declaring him a fine swordsman. But everyone insists he is malevolent. Nami furrowed her brow. Luffy paused for a moment in contemplation and proposed, "How about we place a wager?" Nami inquired, "On what?" "1 berry," he replied. Luffy declared. Before Nami could respond, he turned to Kobe and said, "Pay close attention to this wager. As a member of the Navy, you must understand that justice and evil are not defined by mere words, but by fervent cries." Kobe, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. Words? Cries? He pondered, unable to grasp the concepts. Yet, since Luffy had instructed him to observe closely, he would do so diligently, for Luffy embodied justice in his eyes. Even as a pirate, Nami had initially intended to increase the stakes, perhaps to 100 berries, but upon hearing Luffy's final words, her keen intellect prompted her to cautiously respond, "All right." The thought of losing 100 berries weighed heavily on her heart. "We have docked." With a clatter, a ramp was subtly lowered, allowing access to the shore. "I have a question," Nami inquired. "Is there another helmsman aboard?" "I have yet to see one." "Indeed there is." Luffy nodded. "Who is it? Where is it?" Kobe inquired with great curiosity. "Its name is 59. It is not a human, so you naturally cannot see it." Luffy satisfied their curiosity. Suddenly, Kobe felt a chill run through his body and turned around, trembling. As for Nami, she was even more distraught, letting out a piercing scream and clinging to Luffy like an octopus. "Ah!" Luffy laughed heartily, clutching his belly, tears streaming down his face. However, he soon felt a chill seep into his bones, rendering him cold to the core. Suddenly, Nami, snapping back to reality, delivered a punch, her voice brimming with indignation. "Apologize. Why frighten us?" She cherished wealth and oranges above all else, detesting jokes concerning the supernatural. Having witnessed the death of a beloved one at a tender age, it was likely that she would prefer the existence of specters, yet simultaneously loathe any jest involving them. Nami was precisely that type of person. Luffy defiantly turned his head away in protest, muttering, "I never mentioned ghosts. You frighten yourselves. I was referring to spirits." "Spirits?" Nami's anger dissipated considerably. She was not unreasonable. She glanced at the iron vessel. "Mr. Luffy, although my education is limited, do not deceive me." Kobe weakly remarked, "I've heard that only those who have navigated numerous islands and whose crew deeply cherishes their ship can give rise to ship spirits. This vessel had once sunk to the depths of the sea for over 8 centuries due to war. Yet even buried beneath coral reefs, it yearned to set sail once more, to shield humanity from storms. That is how I encountered it, and subsequently reforged this ship." Luffy chuckled softly and promptly recounted the tale of his encounter with the sunken ship. It was during his initial training in the art of universal energy that he entered a state of harmonious unity, allowing him to perceive distant sounds from afar. Without a naturally gifted soul spirit, acquiring an intelligent system for merely 1,000 points is nothing short of a fantasy. It is important to note that a quantum computer requires a staggering 10,000 points. Even if one were to sell Luffy entirely, it would not suffice. Apologies were offered as Nami bowed to Luffy, expressing her regrets, and then she turned to the iron vessel, bowing deeply once more, sincerely apologizing. "I am sorry for mistaking you for a ghost." "Ah." KB gazed in astonishment at the iron vessel, and then he too bowed respectfully. "Hee." Luffy gazed at the hill ahead with a smile and said, "Kobe, what thoughts have you gathered from it? Even if it means being shattered to pieces, we must rise again to fight." Kobe clenched his fist, filled with determination. "Well said." Luffy praised him, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent Kobe tumbling down the hillside. After a series of somersaults, Kobe rolled down and finally crashed into a patch of soft grass. Nevertheless, the stones and branches along the way had inflicted some painful scratches on his flesh, causing him to sway unsteadily before fainting. "Oh dear, why did Nami only just react?" she exclaimed in astonishment. Luffy placed his finger before his lips, signaling for silence. Nami, perplexed, chose to remain silent. Soon, near where Kobe had fainted, a melodious song filled the air as a freckled girl, foraging for mushrooms, appeared and caught sight of the boy drenched in blood. After a moment's hesitation, The girl gently lifted the unfortunate lad into her arms, presumably to take him home for treatment of his wounds. After a considerable time had passed since Luffy and the young ladies departed, he finally rose and called out to Nami, "Let us go." "Why?" she questioned. "How can a Navy officer associate with a notoriously wicked pirate? Are you seeking death?" Nami seemed to grasp the situation and nodded in agreement, following him. A day later, in the restaurant, Luffy and Nami were engrossed in discussions about who had triumphed over whom, and naturally, Luffy emerged as the victor. Nami, undeterred by this outcome, rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "I never imagined that the so-called malevolent bounty hunter not only eliminated a debauched dog for the sake of a child but also, for the well-being of the mother and daughter of this establishment, laid down his weapons and took the blame upon himself." At that moment, she glanced at Luffy. "What are you looking at me for?" Luffy, who was deeply engrossed in savoring the braised pork personally prepared by the family's chief, inquired. "I was contemplating how fearsome your future legend will be," Nami replied, unable to suppress a smile. "No need to wait for the future," Luffy retorted. "I am a demon even now." "You're not joking?" Nami exclaimed, for demon was a term she often used. "I'm not jesting," he affirmed. Luffy shook his head. Nami's eyes suddenly sharpened, yet when she noticed Luffy gazing at a little girl who was stealthily leaving the restaurant, she followed his gaze. This was Nami's contemplation. "Let us go," Luffy rose and said with a smile. "Some people, when you treat them well, they must reciprocate earnestly, otherwise, it becomes quite uncomfortable." Chapter 8. The sword. The little girl's actions were both childish and endearing. She was aware that trespassing into the territory of the bounty hunter Zoro could lead to dire consequences, yet the reality of a month without food could indeed spell death. 2 rice balls infused with sweetness and a bottle of salt water, though she did not comprehend the significance of salt to the human body. She understood that drinking salt water under the scorching sun was the most refreshing remedy. As the little girl approached the perimeter of the naval training ground, she found herself barred from entry. Luffy, who was watching over her, refrained from offering assistance. His experiences in the kingdom of Goa had taught him that such challenges were ones the little girl could surmount on her own, and aiding her would yield no benefit. Despite Nami's slight frown, Luffy effortlessly vaulted over the fence, engrossed in his own pursuits. In a corner of the training ground, Kobe, who was washing dishes, stared somewhat dazedly at the esteemed Luffy as he made his way towards the bounty hunter Zoro. Now a member of the Navy, Zoro's pitiful appearance easily evoked sympathy. Under the guarantee of the freckled girl who rescued him, he had rather simply joined the naval organization on this island. Clad in white trousers, with green hair framing a defiant expression, he had endured the harsh sun for over half a month, coupled with the torment of the cold nights. And with naught but a few raindrops to quench his thirst, the once formidable swordsman now resembled a lifeless dog. Yet, he remained a formidable swordsman nonetheless. Luffy observed the swordsman with keen interest and inquired, "What is your dream?" The swordsman, who was supposed to be focused solely on surviving, found himself unsettled by the question, as it seemed to pierce into the depths of his soul. Despite his immobility, he mustered the strength to respond, to become the world's greatest swordsman. This was undoubtedly a noble aspiration, and Zoro's willingness to articulate it under such circumstances indicated his readiness to pay the price for this dream. However, Luffy's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "Is that it?" he pressed, his tone infused with fervor. Zoro recognized the tone all too well. It was reminiscent of how his master would question him when he failed to meet expectations, igniting a flicker of anger within him. "What of it?" he retorted, his voice faint and devoid of the earlier conviction. "Your dream is too small," Luffy declared. Zoro was disinclined to respond further. After all, once he became the world's greatest swordsman, even the denizens of heaven would know his name. Was that dream truly too small? There exists a type of individual for whom the sword is an extension of their very being. With it, they cleave through any foe that stands before them. They slice through loved ones, and even confront themselves with a single stroke, Luffy mused. Zoro, even on the brink of death, could not suppress a derisive laugh at such madness. "What about mountains and rivers?" Luffy continued, undeterred. Zoro felt a stir of emotion, a resonance within him. "What of the sea?" Luffy pressed on. "Impressive," Zoro thought, recognizing that many would kill for such power, yet he knew that self-destruction was not an option. "What of life and death?" Luffy posed, and Zoro trembled, disbelief flooding his eyes. "How can one wield a sword when faced with the inevitability of death?" Luffy persisted. But if such musings could not transform Zoro into a true swordsman, then the prospect of challenging him seemed futile. "All right, my previous dream was indeed too small," Zoro conceded, laughter escaping him as he crushed the notion into the dust. He pondered whether it was indeed possible to sever the cycle of reincarnation with a single stroke. Yet his desire to achieve that remained potent. Outside the playground, Nami approached the small girl, who appeared diminutive next to the fence, intent on lifting her spirits and bringing her food. However, as she drew near, the girl, in her playful twirls, slipped through a gap in the fence, her frail form allowing her to squeeze into the playground. With food clutched in her hands, she stealthily made her way toward Zoro. Nami, unsure of what to do, gazed at the captivating figure in red and slowly remarked, "All right, I admit you are indeed quite alluring. If only Cocoa Village had been redeemed." A smile graced her lips. After all, life's misfortunes are numerous, and wallowing in sorrow serves little purpose. Was she not happy in that moment? Soon, a commotion from the playground caught her attention. The little girl had stumbled, tripped by a lecherous young man in a suit, who quickly snatched up the food and salt water that had fallen to the ground. The girl, tears welling in her eyes, reached out desperately, hoping to reclaim her stolen sustenance from the hands of the naval officer's son, but she was powerless to rise. "Hey!" exclaimed the young man, noticing the appealing rice balls. He sported a shock of mushroom-colored hair and a gaunt frame, yet upon tasting the rice balls, he flung them aside in disgust, his voice echoing across the playground. "Sweet? It's sweet." The little girl began to weep, her tears falling freely. The young man glanced at her, then ordered the guards behind him, "Throw her out." The guards hesitated, clenching their fists, yet ultimately complied. After all, the colonel's original order had been execution, and merely surviving was a small mercy. Nami found herself curious as to why the Navy hadn't noticed Luffy standing beside Zoro, but she refrained from contemplating further. Zoro, bound by the cross, felt a sense of satisfaction in his newfound freedom. A shift in perspective illuminated his path forward. He strode toward the trampled rice balls, picking them up to eat, accompanied by the salt water, gradually restoring his strength. "How did you escape? Aren't you afraid I might kill that mother and daughter from the restaurant?" The young man trembled, his thoughts of killing the bounty hunter surfacing, which only heightened his anxiety. Yet, he perceived no one else aside from Zoro and the girl from the restaurant. With Luffy's mastery of stealth, even a lecherous young man could not detect him. Not even a formidable opponent with the keenest observation could discern his presence. He had refrained from intervening earlier, having observed the Navy's resistance, but lacking strength, that resistance succumbed to oppressive force, coupled with the events he witnessed the day prior. It appeared that the situation was manageable, and his mission could be executed flawlessly. Chapter 9, Brutality Delicious, "Thank you," Zoro said, helping the little girl to her feet while offering a smile to the trembling young man, Belmir. Sword to defeat enemies, sword to sever ties with kin, sword to confront oneself. Reflecting on the past few weeks, I realize I had been short-sighted. What is power? What is authority? Only a single stroke can truly sever. Plop. Belmir knelt before him, terror-stricken. "Don't kill me. My father is a colonel. If you kill me, he will have you hunted." "You're lucky," Zoro replied with a smirk. "Had you suggested harming the girl, I would have shattered your skull." As he exhaled, a lightness enveloped Belmir. The highs and lows of life were indeed exhilarating. Yet, Belmir soon realized that his sensations were not illusory. He was genuinely suspended in the air as Zoro gripped the nape of his neck and dragged him toward the building. The guards nearby had inexplicably collapsed, seemingly having lost consciousness. "What are you doing?" Belmir asked, adopting a servile demeanor and flashing a sycophantic grin. With a knife aimed at Belmir, Zoro remained resolute about not losing the cherished blade from his childhood. "Where to?" Belmir gestured, but as he did, he caught sight of a red-clad figure, while the small girl inexplicably vanished, sending a chill down his spine. He was certain, absolutely certain, that the girl had been in his line of sight just moments ago, and this figure in red had not been present. It was a phenomenon more eerie than any ghost. Soon, Zoro obtained his sword, casting a perilous glance towards Bellamy, for while he might escape the death penalty, the suffering that awaited him was inescapable. Bellamy understood well that the ordeal ahead would be excruciating. Luffy halted Zoro, who had clenched his fist. "What is the matter?" Zoro inquired, coming to a standstill. The once fearful gaze of Belmir vanished, replaced by an exhilarating excitement as he beheld the enigmatic figure clad in red, a veritable specter. "A good person indeed. Take him away. It's not safe here," Luffy responded, adding that there was a task requiring his attention. "Very well." Zoro nodded, lifting Master Belmir once more before leaping out of the window. "Do you wish to fly?" Luffy asked the little girl in his grasp. "It is unnecessary to assist with challenges that others can resolve. Yet a virtuous individual deserves recompense, and kindness should be rewarded with sweetness. I do. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she joyfully nodded. Then hold on tight to me. Luffy lifted the little girl onto his back and approached the window. Without much ado, he took a step and leapt gracefully into the sky, soaring through the azure expanse like a swift swallow. As he passed above Nami, Luffy called out for her to return to the restaurant. Nami, somewhat bewildered, spun around and glanced about, only to find no one in sight, leaving her puzzled about the source of the voice. When his energy began to wane, Luffy forcefully struck the air beneath him, producing a thunderous explosion that echoed below. His momentum quite impressive. However, his speed suddenly diminished, covering merely over 30 meters in a second. This forceful descent through the air is, in truth, a rather rudimentary technique, for the physical density of air is significantly lower than that of the Earth. Exerting 100-fold strength yields but a fraction of speed. Luffy can unleash a whirlwind that engulfs his surroundings, creating a perfectly rounded domain of wind that propels him forward with astonishing speed, nearly reaching 100 meters per second. Within this swirling current, the air flows like an unceasing river, far surpassing the raw force of merely stomping through the atmosphere. However, regrettably, the fierce winds within this domain would be unbearable for a young girl. Thus, should he wish to carry her along, he would have to resort to the most rudimentary of techniques. Yet, on the bright side, this would afford the little girl an extended experience of flying through the skies. A melodious laughter, akin to the chime of silver bells, resonated from behind, prompting a subtle smile to grace Luffy's face. Soon, the pair arrived near the restaurant, joining Zoro. Impressive, Zoro exclaimed, gazing at Luffy as he descended from the heavens. Clutched in his hands, the noble Belmere had already succumbed to unconsciousness. He was certain that this man, clad in red and more divine than any deity, was an unequivocal force of chaos. Alas, this world lacks the name of the immortal. After returning the girl to her mother, Luffy swiftly turned his gaze toward Nami's location. Sensing her solitary walk and the frustration she harbored through the art of universal key manipulation, how delicate she is, Luffy couldn't help but murmur a few words. Filled with confusion, according to the information provided by E, Nami could not have simply become sulky like this. Sure enough, when he arrived, Nami ignored him completely and walked right past. Be careful, you're about to cross the line. The gentle reminder from the head of the household echoed. Cough. Luffy followed Nami with a serious demeanor. He was incredibly strong, virtually invincible. However, there was no doubt that Kuro would be capable of vanquishing him. The return to the restaurant took a bit longer than anticipated, but Luffy, engrossed in his reading, absorbed knowledge as he prepared for his genetic awakening, which was of little concern to him. On the second floor of the restaurant, Nami observed a debauched individual whose body was swollen from the beatings yet maintained a decorum of respectability. Amused, she turned to Luffy and inquired, "What are you doing?" "Explosives possess a certain characteristic," Luffy replied. "For the same mass, the tighter the compression, the greater the power. Moreover, it only requires a spark to trigger a rapid detonation of compressed explosives." Nami shook her head, signaling her lack of understanding. "Fool, how could you not execute the criminal who intruded upon the playground?" Colonel Monka bellowed at the fallen soldier within the naval headquarters. Towering in stature, his muscular frame resembled iron, while his severed right arm was transformed into a colossal axe, a grotesque sight indeed. "Forgive me, they were too formidable. I was knocked unconscious before I could react, allowing young Master Bermeber to be abducted," the soldier muttered, head bowed in fear. "I asked why you did not execute the criminal who breached the playground." Colonel Monka coldly dragged his axe closer. "She is just a child, a little girl." The soldier stammered, visibly flustered. With a swift motion, Colonel Monka cleaved the soldier in two, his innards spilling onto the ground, while the blade remained untouched by blood. "What I speak of is the law. To defy the law is to face death." His tyrannical voice resonated throughout the vicinity, causing the nearby Navy personnel to tremble. Their fists clenched, silently branding him a madman. Chapter 10. The Tyranny of the Powerful. Amidst the ranks of the Navy, Kobe watched in horror as this gruesome scene unfolded. Trembling uncontrollably, fear enveloped his spirit. Initially, he believed the island's civilians were discontent with the Navy due to their inaction, and that their fear of Colonel Monka stemmed from that. Yet, in witnessing the bloody corpse before him, he realized that all dissent had morphed into sheer terror. Indeed, while one individual may not be able to slay Colonel Monka, a collective uprising could obliterate this madman. However, the Navy's regulations were draconian, especially regarding such acts of treason. Guilt or innocence mattered not. Execution was the first recourse, often implicating families who would subsequently face the same fate. How could one proceed to kill when they had parents, spouses, and children? The Navy wielded an unfathomable power, bolstered by a sense of righteousness that none dared to contest. Kobe silently prayed for Luffy to eliminate Colonel Monka. Otherwise, what recourse remained? Gradually, the spark of justice in Kobe's eyes dimmed, mirroring the despondency of his fellow sailors, who bore their burdens with a mix of resentment and numbness. Ultimately, he was but a child. Before long, several orders were disseminated throughout the island's populace. The first command was to apprehend Bermeber and execute him publicly. The second command was to seize the little girl who had intruded upon the Navy's playground and execute her publicly. The third command was to capture Roronoa and execute him publicly. The fourth command decreed that anyone who failed to report knowledge of these occurrences would be killed. Those who witnessed without intervening would be killed. Those who attempted to intervene but failed would also be killed. These commands were familiar to the island's residents. Any dissent against Colonel Monka would elicit such orders, particularly the last one, which they had heard 3 or 4 times already. In the beginning, many disregarded the orders and were summarily executed, resulting in numerous wrongful deaths. As time passed, compliance increased, yet many still perished while attempting to intervene. And even more met their demise when they failed to do so. Those who were decisive fled early, abandoning their homes to venture into the treacherous sea. Ultimately, every time this command was issued, Colonel Monka would ensure the ships were guarded, stripping the possibility of escape for those struggling in the ocean. Presently, while the fates of Bermeber and a certain unfortunate little girl seemed straightforward, the question remained, how many lives would be required to take down Roronoa? The formidable bounty hunter renowned in the East Sea? 100? 200? Perhaps even close to 1,000? Despair permeated the air across the island. The civilians seethed with hatred, their teeth clenched, yearning to rebel yet feeling utterly powerless. How could their spears and machetes contend against rifles and cannons? Yet, at that moment, a small piece of news began to circulate. The Navy was preparing to rebel and intended to assassinate Colonel Monka. Someone queried, why hadn't they done so before? An answer quickly emerged. The reason was that capturing Roronoa would necessitate the sacrifice of many lives, and moreover, the grandson of the Navy hero Garp had arrived on the island. This news swept through the ears of many civilians like a tempest, igniting a flicker of belief within them. The hero of the Navy did not merely represent the Navy's glory, but was also revered by many as a champion of justice, having vanquished countless evildoers. Even on this relatively modest island in the East Sea, many had heard of his legendary feats. The inn was deserted, with Luffy and his companions having retreated into a secluded cave in the wilderness. Bermeber lay silently in a corner, lifeless. He could hardly fathom that his father would allow him to be publicly executed, simply because he was considered insane. In the past, he had blindly followed him, but now, with a bounty on his head, the truth became painfully clear. What are you planning to do, Luffy? Nami asked, tending to the incapacitated little girl. She struggled to comprehend why Luffy, after spending considerable resources disseminating information, was now preparing to venture out. Let the Navy join forces with the grandson of the hero Garp to stage a rebellion, Luffy declared. Are you jesting? Nami chuckled lightly, then retorted with irritation. The false news you spread has become quite convincing, even to yourself. The Navy hero Garp had no sons. How could he possibly have a grandson? Luffy gazed at Nami, whose eyes reflected a mix of affection and bewilderment. With a smile, he declared, I am the grandson of the naval hero, Garp. Nami's mind momentarily faltered, utterly astonished. Wait. The grandson of the naval hero Garp dares to call himself a pirate? Incredible. Zoro, just rousing from slumber, clapped his hands in a daze. But then, isn't the news about you planning a rebellion against the Navy already out? Nami, regaining her composure, pointed towards Bel-Em-Re, questioning whether that reckless father of hers would be aware. Though mad, he is not foolish. Indeed, Colonel Monka is not foolish, Luffy nodded, adding, but he is rather dim-witted. I'm off to contact the Navy. Absurdly, Garp had no children, so how could he possibly have a grandson? Colonel Monka might be mad, but that did not imply he was foolish. Such an utterly false statement would not incite him to slaughter his own men. At this moment, he ridiculed Roronoa's pathetic scheme, easily seeing through it. The illustrious and formidable colonel would surely not be deceived by such a trivial ploy. Coincidentally, the statue honoring his grand stature was complete. Perhaps a propitious day should be chosen for its unveiling, to be admired by all. The adjutant, eager to flatter, prompted Colonel Monka to laugh even louder. Just then, the shameless adjutant secretly chuckled to himself, thinking, as the hero's grandson said, "This obstinate fool will not believe the slightest flattery." He recalled a recent event where a crowd was halted by Kobe, who announced an important discussion. Not merely important, but a matter of life and death. When the young man in red, who had abducted the bounty hunter Zaro, appeared with a photograph of himself alongside the hero garb, they believed the previously laughable news. What constitutes an enemy, and what is a friend? The adjutant pondered the words of Garp's grandson, which effortlessly unraveled the predicament they faced. Colonel Monka was not a commanding officer, but rather an adversary. Before this enemy, alongside themselves, were the oppressed civilians of Ur, who were friends. Their act of shooting the colonel would be rebellion. But what if the Navy united with the civilians to enact judgment? Without the backing of Garp's grandson, they might hesitate. But now, with no fears to hold them back, why should they fear? Tomorrow it shall be. Colonel Monka was eager to present his image for public admiration. The adjutant, grinning even wider, stepped outside and waved to the newly joined Navy member, Kobe, informing him of the time and place. 200 miles away from the island, a Navy warship, hunting for the demon that had slain the celestial dragons, was sailing towards the East Blue. Vice Admiral Garp had given direct orders to head to the island commanded by Colonel Monka. Whether the naval hero was fueled by a righteous vendetta or shielding his kin remained a mystery. The following day, warm dawn broke. The island's inhabitants were filled with trepidation, for it was rumored that the Navy would apprehend Colonel Monka today to account for his crimes. Outside the Navy's training grounds, a few individuals wandered cautiously, awaiting the sound of gunfire. The day before, Garp's grandson had informed them that while some Navy members intended to rebel, there were also those who remained steadfastly loyal to Colonel Monka for the sake of their current way of life. When allies rebel, the enemy's guns would be raised in support of Colonel Monka. More people were needed. The elder at the forefront promptly decided to summon the youth to take up arms and eliminate Monka, with a knife at their throats. They had no choice but to rise in revolt. Naturally, conditions were set. They would only charge into the Navy's camp after the gunfire erupted. Until then, they would linger near the Navy base. Do you think it could be true? Two sentinels murmured to one another, one asking, "What if it's false?" "My wife just gave birth to a son," the other replied softly. "And my mother raised me alone. I haven't had the chance to enjoy life yet." He added with a wry smile. Many resolved that should gunfire erupt, with even a glimmer of hope for victory, they would risk their lives to overthrow Monka's bloody rule. Life is paramount in this world, but it is the happiness of parents, spouses, and children that imbues life with color and significance. What is the purpose of enduring a painful and fearful existence? Everyone awaited the moment the shots would ring out. The sea roared with tremendous power. Today did not appear to be a clear day. Strong winds swept in, dark clouds gathering ominously from afar. "Quick, lower the sails." A naval warship from the headquarters was unfortunate enough to be overtaken by the dark clouds. Storms accompanied by torrential rain descended, and although the vessel was substantial, even the fiercest winds could not topple it. Yet, with hundreds of Navy personnel on board, the mechanical propulsion significantly slowed their speed. It seems the heavens favor the hero. May that demon manage to escape. Some Navy members looked toward the towering elder at the bow, whispering mockingly the words demon. The tyranny and evil of the celestial dragons were despised by them. They were Navy men, but they were no servants to the celestial dragons. 10 years prior, an incident had been shrouded in secrecy, merely stating that one celestial dragon was slain. However, those with intent could uncover the truth, especially with the disappearance of a beautiful female Navy officer, allowing them to piece together the events. The celestial dragon's intent to commit an atrocious act was thwarted when her superior delivered her into the hands of Garp's grandson, who swiftly ended her assailant's life. Among the Navy were many talented women, incensed by this event. Though they remained silent, they firmly stood by Luffy. As for the male Navy members, many silently approved of Luffy's actions, glancing at the position where the female Navy stood before quietly joining her side. Moreover, the demon Luffy was the grandson of the hero Garp. Thus, most Navy members harbored no desire to apprehend him, yet bound by orders, they had no choice but to raise their weapons. However, this brewing storm hindered their speed, making it likely that the demon could escape from the Navy headquarters and sense their approach. Slow. Too slow. The imposing elder clapped his hands against the prow of the warship, sending tremors through the vessel. All the Navy personnel felt the shuddering of the mighty ship. Secretly alarmed by the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, and Armament Haki, an intertwining force that was truly terrifying. In this world, a genuine powerhouse may lack a devil fruit, but must possess the ability to weave together diverse forms of Haki. A peak-level powerhouse would undoubtedly master the amalgamation of these three forms. After the initial shock, they were perplexed. Shouldn't the ship's speed be deemed excessively rapid? Subsequently, the imposing elder activated the high-speed system, causing the enormous propeller to extend from the vessel's stern. He grasped the propulsion lever, unleashing a formidable force that sent the blades into a frenzied spin, propelling the ship forward at an astonishing speed. Justice! The elder's voice resonated across the sea. Everyone was momentarily bewildered. What is justice? As the sun gradually succumbed to darkening clouds, Colonel Monka had no intention of postponing the day for erecting the grand statue. On the upper deck, he directed dozens of sailors as they used ropes to position the massive and heavy effigy. Be careful. If anything goes awry, death awaits. Colonel Monka's frenzied voice echoed in the sailors' ears as he gazed at the monumental statue of himself, a satisfied smile gracing his features. It truly is magnificent, his lieutenant remarked. Indeed, that is I, Colonel Monka replied, standing proudly. He then recalled the ludicrous comments and discontent that had arisen. It was indeed time for a thorough suppression. In truth, the sailors exhibited no change in demeanor, responding to orders to raise the colossal statue as they always did, while the lieutenant remained at his side like a loyal hound. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted in the training ground, accompanied by anguished cries. Just as your sins manifest, the lieutenant raised his weapon, aiming at Colonel Monka, and in a swift motion, lunged backward, firing his shot. Blood spilled upon the ground. Unfortunately, the bullet was intercepted by the massive axe, even as he retreated. The colossal weapon struck with unthinkable speed, its sharp blade slicing open his abdomen, exposing his innards. Colonel Monka's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his lieutenant, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Bang, bang, bang. 11 gunshots rang out from behind Colonel Monka, despite his efforts to shield himself with the axe. Bullets struck his legs and one arm, blood oozing from his powerful tendons. Though he could still fight, his strength had significantly waned. Kill the criminal who fired. Colonel Monka commanded the remaining dazed sailors, now fully aware that the ludicrous rumors had become reality. He glared furiously at the lieutenant, spitting venomous words. Are you not afraid of death? Huh. I certainly feared death. The lieutenant spat blood at Monka's face, but standing beside you, I tremble with every moment. Yet, the thought of your demise brings me peace. Kill me if you must, but there are countless others on this island like me. Regrettably, I shall not perish. A chilling murderous intent glimmered in Colonel Monka's eyes as he wielded the axe, swiftly cleaving through the lieutenant's flesh, declaring, You shall pay the price for inciting my wrath. The rapid gunfire drowned out the ensuing carnage. The flintlock muskets required time to reload, thus not all shots came from the initial assailant. Blood flowed profusely. A scene of utter brutality. Chapter 12. The limit. The deafening gunfire erupted from the nearby naval encampment. Even the oldest of elders could not help but shed tears, realizing the surreal sounds were indeed real. Charge with me. As the grandson of the naval hero Garp, Luffy, donned in a crimson cloak, brandished his sword towards the conflict at the naval base and surged forth. Beside him, Zoro, wielding 3 blades, grinned widely and followed suit. It was no wonder Luffy proclaimed himself a pirate. His audacity to storm the naval encampment was enough to earn him the pirate's mark. Behind Zoro, a throng of young men surged forward, seizing their bows and spears, their murderous intent palpable as they charged towards the skirmish. In the rear, small children and women followed closely, equipped with bandages and medicinal broth, ready to assist the wounded. Yesterday, Luffy had briefly trained them. Though he could not impart overly complex military tactics, he had made the fundamentals of warfare clear. To escape meant to kill without mercy. All present held a resolute determination to face their fate. Luffy declared in advance that those who did not join would remain outside. Once they exited, there would be no turning back. While a few chose to withdraw, many more opted to engage in battle. The populace, unafraid of death, feared only the specter of mortality itself. Accompanied by Luffy's resolute charge, the blood of all surged with fervor, overshadowing the initial anxiety and trepidation that accompanied their first encounter with war. Eliminate Monka, eradicate the traitor. If survival is unattainable, then let us embrace death. The tumultuous roar resounded as the valiant men, initially scattered by their charge, subtly realigned themselves. With utmost caution, they recalled the teachings of Monka, the grandson of the naval hero, rectifying their minor missteps with unwavering focus. The Judgment Army, akin to a blade, sliced through the open gates of the training ground, plunging directly into the naval encampment. The cacophony intensified, becoming even more terrifying than before. Some trembled slightly, yet upon glimpsing the crimson figure ahead, their resolve hardened, and they charged forth with gritted teeth. Ahead, nearly 100 naval soldiers were pinned down, unable to lift their heads. With a resounding crack, a gunshot rang out, striking one man in the shoulder, piercing through flesh and bone, sending him crashing to the ground. As time elapsed, many became numb to the chaos. The lieutenant contacted those who dared to resist, while others, fearing leaks, remained silent. In this moment, some, in a hazy transition, transformed into combatants. Yet, this was a battlefield where notions of right and wrong held no sway. Only victory and defeat mattered. Fortunately, the populace's desperate charge lasted but a mere few seconds. The exchange of gunfire had only progressed through 2 or 3 rounds, with casualties on both sides remaining relatively minimal. Halt. Distance, 34 meters. Elevation, 10 o'clock. Exertion level 2. Fire. Luffy charged directly into the midst of the Navy, standing resolutely at the forefront. With a slight assessment of the situation, he swiftly maneuvered towards the enemy. The desperate Navy soldiers, fully aware of their peril, cautiously raised their heads and unleashed a hail of bullets, pressing against their foes. It is essential to note that the lieutenant, determined to keep the information under wraps, risked his life as usual by remaining close to the mad Colonel Monka. A single swing of his massive axe could effortlessly cleave a human being in two. Moreover, those selected individuals sharing a common resolve, after firing their weapons, would inevitably find themselves besieged by overwhelming numbers of Navy personnel. They could hear, just a few breaths ahead, the sound of gunfire echoing from the rooftops. The populace, responding to orders, readied their short bows and drew their arrows, launching them with precision. Meanwhile, Zoro grasped a long spear, fixating on the exposed enemy, and hurled it with force. The ensuing downpour of arrows, combined with the spear that pierced through 2 men, significantly weakened the enemy's morale. The balance of power between the 2 sides was swiftly restored. The 45th and 46th encounters unfolded. Luffy's true speed is astonishingly swift. Moments ago, he deliberately restrained himself to bolster the morale of his comrades, but now, as he charges forward, a vast mass of air collides with his form, transforming into a dense, compressed force. The thunderous roars echo around him, merging into a continuous wave of sound. One can only imagine the incredible velocity at which he moves. However, the lieutenant stands beside Colonel Monka, poised to strike with a mere swing of his axe, while the encircled Marines, after firing their weapons, face a barrage of dozens of guns, a speed that cannot be matched. In this critical moment, Luffy continuously unleashes the latent energy within him, momentarily suspending the very fabric of time and space around him, grasping for a fleeting chance at survival. At long last, on the 57th attempt, silence envelopes the world, the rumbling thunder lingering behind him as he swiftly ascends to the rooftop. There, he observes dozens of bullets hurtling toward 11 Marines, who grasp their weapons tightly. Witnessing this scene, Luffy does not pause to contemplate. He leaps forth with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, executing his formidable Yubu step. Even as time stands still, his figure becomes an enigma, vanishing with each stride. This is his ultimate speed. Quick, swift. In Luffy's heart, a fierce shout erupted as he gestured towards the 11 individuals, urging them to retreat. With a sudden and forceful step, the entire naval headquarters trembled gently, resonating with profound and distant power, akin to a Chelan treading upon clouds, as he surged forward at an extraordinary speed towards Colonel Monka. The colossal axe embedded in his right hand had already breached the flesh of the aide's skull, mere moments away from cleaving through the cranium. The once tranquil atmosphere erupted into chaos as Colonel Monka's sadistic grin reemerged, and blood spurted upwards once more. Yet it was too late. Luffy seemed to compress space itself, materializing before Colonel Monka, his hand cradling the massive axe capable of effortlessly bisecting a man. A drop of blood fell from Luffy's hand, but the axe did not descend. Instead, it was swiftly raised, and with it, the weighty Colonel Monka was unceremoniously thrust back several paces by the sheer force. Astonishment etched across his face. Was it truly possible for a mere human to wield such power? Yet, before him stood a seemingly diminutive youth clad in red, the grandson of the naval hero Garp. In an instant, he recognized the identity of this individual. Gunfire erupted behind him, accompanied by a few anguished cries. However, in Colonel Monka's view, who were these 10 or more individuals? A vague suspicion began to form in his mind, prompting him to regain his composure. Who exactly are you? He inquired, gazing at the red-clad youth, for this could not possibly be the grandson of the legendary hero Garp. Luffy bent down, applying a special healing potion worth 100 points to the wound of his subordinate. In the span of a breath, flesh began to regenerate. With deft precision, Luffy stitched the gaping abdomen, exposing the intestines. Only then did he glance at the bloodstain on his palm. Chapter 13. The battlefield. The white mark on his palm was pronounced, a testament to the abrasion of his skin. In the center lay a narrow red groove. Droplets of blood lingering before being absorbed back into his flesh, the bloodstain visibly mending itself. Ultimately, the human body cannot withstand the resilience of steel. Luffy lamented that in the past, he would shatter steel with a force as subtle as dust, enveloping his body in a constant vibration of spiritual energy. When blades pierced this layer of energy, their power would diminish, ultimately being shattered by the pervasive force coursing through him, rather than relying on sheer physical strength to withstand the impact. Yet, even a strike imbued with nearly 10,000 pounds of might could still inflict harm. At this moment, Luffy eagerly anticipated the awakening of his genes. Thereafter, he would attain a celestial form, impervious to harm. Even if struck by blades, cannon fire, or bullets, he would sustain no injuries, save for perhaps some superficial marks, as the awakening would give rise to formidable substances that would replace his very bones and flesh. A process known as transcendence. One should take pride in their existence. Upon witnessing the survival of his lieutenant, Luffy turned to Colonel Monka and spoke in a calm manner. The bloodstain on his palm did not escape Colonel Monka's notice. As a madman, he would typically be unafraid, yet at that moment, he felt a tremor of fear coursing through him. Who was this individual? He was acutely aware that his furious axe swing could cleave through steel 4 centimeters thick. Yet it had merely left a faint mark. Shock, dread, and fear, the myriad emotions of a normal human, surged within him. Ultimately, he engaged in a most ordinary act, brandishing his axe and charging forward in a desperate attempt. Behind him, dozens of Navy soldiers, thrown into disarray by their missed shots, scrambled to reload, intent on ending the life of the young man in the red cloak. It was utterly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, all the traitors had leapt to the side of the boy in red. Luffy stood there with an air of tranquility, raising his fist. This was the cannon fist. His posture was unremarkable, akin to that of an ordinary person standing with a clenched fist, reminiscent of the anger of the common man. Yet, every fiber of his being was on the verge of explosion. None could deny the potency of this cannon fist. His entire body was a fist. With that singular punch unleashed, a thunderous roar erupted, and the surrounding energy exploded forth, directed at all before him. Boom, boom, boom. Even Colonel Monka, weighing over 400 pounds, was sent flying from the rooftop, soaring several meters before being drawn back to the earth by the force of gravity. A typical strongman, with a single kick, could cleave through invisible barriers, shatter rock, and sever flesh and bone. Luffy's punch, akin to a young dragon soaring through the heavens, summoned thunder and unleashed a terrifying tempest upon the sea. Luffy cast a fleeting glance at himself, carefully sensing how much longer it would take for him to undergo his genetic awakening. The distance was neither too far nor too near, likely within the span of a year or two. It seemed that he was indeed quite the prodigy. Luffy felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for the easy system had elucidated that individuals like him, who excavated the limits of human potential before undergoing a genetic awakening, typically did so around the age of 25. Geniuses at 23, and prodigies at 21. Below the age of 20, the likelihood of such exceptional youths manifesting was infinitesimal. As a thought flickered into existence, only to be extinguished, Luffy hastened towards the battlefield. Growth necessitates a willingness to sacrifice one's life. However, once death claims a person, all is irrevocably lost. The initial clashes on the battlefield were intensely contested, as the combatants' martial prowess was woefully inadequate. Fortunately, the enemy's naval soldiers exhibited even less skill, firing indiscriminately and collapsing without any discernible tactics. In the early stages, the rebels suffered injuries due to their unfamiliarity with the battlefield. Yet they soon organized to withdraw the wounded systematically. Groups of 3 took up shortbows, providing mutual cover as they engaged the enemy, while another faction mirrored this strategy, unleashing a surprisingly formidable display of combat prowess. As time progressed, the advantage visibly shifted towards the rebels. However, the remaining 200 naval soldiers, seasoned from numerous battles, found themselves unwilling to seek surrender, fearing the repercussions of their past oppression of the populace. Thus, they pressed forward, bayonets fixed, advancing step by step towards the enemy lines, intent on engaging in close-quarters combat. The sensation of steel clashing at close range was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to endure. Those with even the slightest lapse in mental fortitude could easily succumb to madness and flee the battlefield. This was no jest. The terror of life and death loomed large. As each clash of blades walked the precarious line between existence and oblivion, the ever-present fear capable of shattering one's consciousness. Yet, once one persevered through this trial, they emerged as true warriors. At that moment, the 200 naval soldiers were seasoned fighters, acutely aware that the rebels charged into battle fueled solely by fervor. Ultimately mere civilians. The terror of close combat could sap their courage, and should even one person flee, the entire unit would likely follow suit, resulting in a collapse of their formation. As they neared the charge distance, the highest-ranking naval officer bellowed a command to advance. With only about 200 sailors remaining, they collectively fired to suppress the enemy line, then transformed into a spearhead to thrust forward. The rebel naval forces understood their true intentions. Yet many naval soldiers struggled with the strategic retreat, knowing that such a withdrawal would likely lead to certain defeat. Without a well-established position, the untrained populace armed only with short bows and spears would be easily overwhelmed. The leader among them, possessing keen insight, quickly conferred with the rebel naval commander about the situation and decisively commanded the youth wielding long spears to form a spear wall, preparing for the imminent bloodbath. In their state of readiness, they believed they could prevail. The youths, adhering to the prior day's instruction, gripped their spears and awaited the signal to strike in unison. Tension mounted, yet the leader miscalculated. As the naval soldiers approached, they were not poised for an easy victory, but rather enduring an agonizing wait. Once the long weapons were raised, the long spears measured nearly 6 feet in length, and the men's premature preparations offered no tangible advantage. As the naval soldiers launched their aggressive charge, one young man suddenly trembled, turning to flee in a panic. Ultimately, he had never faced the battlefield before at a distance. He felt secure, but as the sharp blades drew nearer, he cowardly turned to escape. A gunshot rang out, and the fleeing figure collapsed, a few drops of vibrant blood splattering the air. The leader, holding his weapon steady, cast a complex glance at the fallen individual, hoping against hope that he was merely injured, not dead. Though his heart was not devoid of compassion, he understood that many shared the thoughts of retreat and must be deterred with bloodshed. The leader commanded great respect on the island, and now standing at the forefront, he faced no reproach or second thoughts as he brandished his spear and charged forth to strike. Chapter 14. Victory. The cold steel of their blades glimmered ominously as they clashed, parried, and thrust. The first round of combat left the nearly 200 advancing naval soldiers in despair. They had expected to scatter the rebels effortlessly, particularly the civilians, who, after years of training, should have been no match for them. Yet, in that moment of collision, each soldier felt the enemy's spears imbued with a swirling force that rendered their own weapons unwieldy, causing them to falter. The initial clash resulted in the downfall of several of their ranks, while the enemy's casualties were swiftly tended to and replaced, though the civilians continued to tremble with fear. A burgeoning excitement surged through them. It seemed the despised enemy before them was faltering. Particularly, Zoro's three-sword technique carved through the ranks, parrying with finesse and dispatching foes with ease, advancing towards the enemy commander with nary a hindrance. This spectacle ignited a surge of morale among the ranks, as they expertly engaged in clashes, parries, and thrusts, efficiently tending to the wounded and filling their places in the fray. The rebels may have lacked an experience, but their numbers swelled to 600 or 700, not including the supporting women and children behind them. Quickly, some of you come with me. Colonel Monka is about to flee, shouted some among the rebel naval forces. A tremendous roar erupted from the platform, accompanied by the sound of bodies crashing down. The naval command took notice, dispatching men to investigate, discovering the opposing naval soldiers had been thrown from the platform, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, although Colonel Monka was bloodied and wounded, he still exuded a fierce presence. A few naval soldiers might not be enough to subdue him. Upon hearing this, the morale of the rebels soared once more, and the reserves responded en masse, with 20 armed with short bows and 30 with long spears rushing forward. As this was proclaimed, Zoro decisively struck down the commander who had been frantically fleeing, blood splattering the ground in a grisly display. Colonel Monka is about to flee. The battlefield was rife with chaos, yet the remaining 150-plus naval soldiers heard this proclamation. Despite their desperate struggle, panic began to seep into their hearts. They recognized that Colonel Monka was their cornerstone. If he could vanquish the rebel naval forces on the platform, they would believe victory was attainable. However, now not only was Colonel Monka in peril, but the fleeing commanders had also been ruthlessly dispatched. This turmoil unsettled them, and the previously coherent battle formation began to fracture. Still, their weapons showed no signs of lowering, instead intensifying their ferocity. The cornered beast fights desperately, and what of men? In the name of the naval hero Monka, I guarantee no prisoners will be harmed. Surrender now, swiftly lay down your arms, and exit the battlefield with your hands atop your heads. The commander of the rebel naval forces, ever perceptive, seized the moment to create an opening. The dawn of victory was now visible. Fewer casualties were always preferable. I surrender. I surrender. Upon hearing the call, over a dozen naval officers immediately relinquished their firearms, hastily raising their hands to shield their heads. The name of the naval hero Garp was not unfamiliar to the populace. They had also heard tales of his grandson leading this rebellion. In the face of certain death, resistance was futile. Surrendering, under the esteemed reputation of Admiral Garp, seemed a far better option. Survival was a universal desire. Many, whose eyes had once burned with fervor, quickly regained clarity, their resolve to fight transforming into a desperate wish for survival through capitulation. The militia promptly disarmed, glancing at the bloodstains on their attire. Initially intent on executing their captors, they were reminded of the stern declarations made by Garp's grandson. They charged forward, delivering a few kicks to the surrendered naval officers, sending them sprawling off the battlefield before turning their attention to others. Surrender and be spared. Surrender and be spared, echoed the shouts of many, eroding the remaining will of the naval officers. At that moment, the battered Colonel Monka found himself overwhelmed by more than 10 naval officers and militia, his massive figure, shackled in iron, remaining conspicuous. A cannon fired, inflicting devastating damage upon Colonel Monka's body. And with nearly 20 rebellious naval officers and 50 militia members launching a barrage of arrows, he was ultimately subdued and captured. An eerie stillness enveloped the battlefield. A surreal pause in the chaos. Numerous onlookers gazed at the shackled Colonel Monka, contemplating his current predicament. Surrender and be spared, exclaimed the rebellious naval officers and civilians in unison, their voices resonating thunderously. With a cacophony of clattering, 1 gun, 2 guns, 3 guns fell to the ground like a cascade of dominoes, over 100 firearms discarded. The remaining naval officers, witnessing the overwhelming numbers of the militia, could only manage a wry smile before relinquishing their weapons. They were undoubtedly guilty of grave offenses, deserving of the death penalty. Yet they could only hope for clemency towards those who surrendered. The rebels and militia gathered all captives together, their eyes gleaming with excitement, though it felt like a dream. They understood the reality of their triumph. The surrendered captives, including Colonel Monka, were spared from execution. However, they were soon paraded onto the public trial platform in the naval base, exposed to the gaze of island inhabitants, where their charges would be read aloud, leading to their sentencing. At this moment, Luffy was situated among the injured in the rear, diligently tending to the wounded, with Nami assisting him. For the grievous injuries inflicted by cold weapons, a mere spray of a 100-point remedy sufficed, followed by the application of needle and thread for suturing. He had even procured a large basin of water, into which he had infused the medicinal liquid a dozen times, proving adequate for treating significant wounds that were not life-threatening, albeit with a slower recovery. By the end, half of the healing solution remained. An already mobile lieutenant approached Luffy, visibly agitated, and rendered a salute, exclaiming, "The entire army, along with all the citizens, sincerely hopes that you will pronounce the charges against Colonel Monka." The atmosphere on the island was charged with excitement at the prospect of their successful rebellion, and there was unparalleled gratitude towards the grandson of the naval hero, Monka. "There is no need for that. I haven't done much," Luffy replied with a smile. "Let everyone collectively declare the charges." He then added, however, "There is one small matter that requires your assistance." "It's no trouble at all." The lieutenant vigorously shook his head in response. Luffy retrieved a plethora of books translated into the language of this world from the depths of space, arranging them meticulously. He then addressed his first mate, saying, "Soon, my grandfather will arrive on this island. Ensure that these tomes are delivered to him. They embody knowledge and serve as the sustenance for the advancement of civilization." Chapter 15. The name of the devil to hasten is to fail. This adage, which I often express, holds substantial truth. Before the partially destroyed stern of the ship, Garp solemnly imparted wisdom to the workers engaged in repairs. Amidst the commotion, a chorus of enthusiastic applause erupted from the soldiers. Indeed, the naval hero Garp was adept at subtly prolonging time. Such foolish antics would hardly lead anyone to suspect that the esteemed hero of the Navy, Garp, was acting with intent. After a considerable duration, the warship was finally restored. Garp could not contain his joy as he patted the vessel, only to hear a crack, followed by yet another round of applause from the soldiers, who silently muttered, "Damn, what an idiot." The entire town was largely deserted, as a significant portion of the populace had gathered to partake in the public trial. Not only the Navy, But all the criminals on the island were summoned to the platform for judgment. Over 600 militia and more than 90 soldiers, regardless of wealth, power, or influence, were apprehended. Many were captured, and even amongst the most heinous offenders, there were more than 30. The time required to adjudicate each case would undoubtedly be extensive. At the center of the Navy's training ground stood the notorious mastermind, Monka, as each of his transgressions was proclaimed one by one. This was a moment of profound transformation. As Luffy wandered through the desolate streets, he caught sight of the local delicacies and refreshments within the shops, picking them up and leaving behind an appropriate sum of berries. Luffy, did you not say your grandfather resides just 20 miles across the sea? Why not make haste and flee? Nami followed closely behind, the two of them alone, while Zoro was engrossed in studying his newly acquired sword techniques. Though Nami found it perplexing that the grandson of a naval hero would identify as a pirate, his actions bore no resemblance to those of nefarious pirates. Nevertheless, encountering the Navy, particularly the renowned naval hero, warranted a swift retreat. There is nothing to fear, Luffy reassured her. He won't set foot on this island for at least another 2 hours. Relax, and I'll treat you to whatever you desire. Really? Nami's bright eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed into an empty clothing boutique, seizing a splendid gown before retreating to the changing room. Moments later, she emerged. Her face still adorned with the remnants of her disguise, yet she twirled joyfully before the mirror, resembling a beautiful princess from a bygone dynasty. An innate desire for beauty is a fundamental aspect of humanity, particularly among women. Pretending to be male and enduring years of self-deprecation can be an arduous burden for any woman. Furthermore, Nami was quite impoverished. The desire to purchase exquisite garments was often thwarted by her financial constraints. Content with the gown, she glanced at the price tag, counting 6 zeros from the back, which prompted her to silently retreat to the changing room and don her inexpensive gentleman's attire once more. Take it. Grab more. Luffy entered the room, his hands notably empty. This was due to the space he had entrusted to Roland, as after their marriage, it seemed the entire world could transform into a storage space for the couple. Too extravagant, Nami mused as she glanced at the magnificent gown in her hands, filled with admiration, yet ultimately deciding to set it aside. The proprietor of this establishment had been taken for public trial. Although his crimes were not punishable by death, he would endure years of hard labor, and his property would be confiscated and distributed among the islanders, Luffy explained. Nami gasped, her eyes wide with incredulity. Do you believe that rebellion is a sacred endeavor? Luffy inquired with a serious demeanor. Indeed, it is sacred. Undoubtedly sacred, they both proclaimed in unison, followed by a hearty laugh as they slapped their hands together. Nami selected a few cherished garments to take home, while Luffy called upon Zoro, who was deeply engrossed in swordsmanship. He quietly boarded the ship, leaving no trace of his arrival. Captain, what is the name of our pirate crew? Zoro, quenching his thirst with a drink, expressed surprise at the iron vessel. Though his thoughts remained simple, all he required was a place to sleep and practice his swordplay. At this moment, the sword was his singular focus. As he slumbered, the specter of the figure who had once defeated him in childhood would emerge, only to be vanquished again by her blade. Nami, filled with curiosity, pondered the imposing iron ship that could dominate the Grand Line. Surely, the name of this pirate crew must be formidable. What pirate crew? The world government maligns us. We are merely adventurers of the sea. Fear not, truly, do not be afraid, Luffy asserted with a gentle smile, radiating righteousness. Zoro, having just grasped his sword, nearly laughed so hard that he could not lift it. Now, this is what it means to be a true pirate, Nami remarked wistfully, recalling the bold pirate flags that openly proclaimed their piracy, contrasting sharply with Luffy's understated declaration. The iron vessel swiftly picked up pace, silently sailing toward another destination. Monka found himself kneeling on the public trial platform, surrounded by thousands who recounted his numerous transgressions. Each accusation was substantiated, sufficient to condemn him 100 times over. The crowd seethed with fury, their eyes burning with animosity. This madman had destroyed countless lives, rendering many unable to survive. His inevitable fate was slow execution, as each individual brandished a knife, carving marks upon his flesh. Belmare, already sentenced to hard labor, held a blade, casting a glance at his father without meeting his gaze, and drew a line on the ground. His mother had been slain by the deranged Monka in his youth. Though he could not summon much hatred due to the fog of forgotten memories, he felt no need to harbor resentment. After all, Monka had just confessed to his crimes. He felt a sense of relief, recognizing that actions yield consequences. No matter the person, they must repay their debts. He too must repay his. The heroic Manga warship docked at the harbor. A message reached the populace and navy, bringing them great surprise. The one who had saved them was none other than the grandson of the naval hero, Garp, a debt that could never be repaid. At that moment, a tall figure emerged before the crowd, his broad cloak of justice billowing in the wind. He surveyed his surroundings and bellowed, "Where's that brat Luffy?" The crowd and navy were equally perplexed. Where had the grandson of their revolutionary hero vanished? Only the lieutenant appeared stunned, a wanted poster flickering to life in his mind. Was it not rumored that the demon who had slain the celestial dragons wandered the East Blue? No need for that. I haven't done much, he insisted, urging everyone to jointly pronounce the verdict of the accusations. He recalled the demon's composed words, accompanied by a smile. "If I am a demon, then I hope this world becomes a hell. No, merely a world close to hell," the lieutenant whispered. Chapter 16. Reason. Garp scanned the surroundings, his heart quaking slightly. Over the years, he had isolated himself within the naval headquarters, akin to a solitary hermit, to avoid disrupting Luffy's growth. Upon hearing of Luffy's departure recently, he felt an overwhelming concern and journeyed to the East Blue to inquire about his grandson's development. He had no intention of making contact. He merely wished to observe the rumored mad Colonel Monka. If the tales were true, he intended to swiftly quell this lunatic. However, upon setting foot on the island, he was greeted by jubilant crowds expressing reverence and extolling his grandson as a future great hero. Without time to comprehend the unfolding events, he was overtaken by impulse and rushed forward. He merely wished to glimpse his grandson, just a fleeting glance, a simple hope for an old man, with everything else left behind. Yet, disappointment washed over Garp as he found himself in a vast space crowded with thousands, murmuring, "Where has the grandson of naval hero Garp gone?" At this moment, clarity dawned upon him. It was best that the world government remained unaware of his presence. Old fool, he chastised himself. Young people always seem to possess clearer insights. "Good day, Major." A clear, resonant voice broke through Garp's thoughts. He glanced down at a Navy soldier adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant, who stood at attention. Garp nodded and inquired, "What is it?" This was, of course, the lieutenant, tasked with fulfilling Luffy's orders while recounting the entire sequence of events. Garp was taken aback, his heart racing with alarm. He extricated himself from the throngs of adoring citizens and approached a pile of books, where a seemingly inconspicuous petty officer, Kobe, carefully presented an envelope to Garp. The envelope contained a small note, which began with wishes for his grandfather's longevity, followed by serious matters. "Grandson, the knowledge within these books is both crucial and perilous. I hope you can select trusted confidants to utilize this knowledge to nurture others, and that the highlighted volumes are discreetly disseminated. I hope you commend the islanders and navy for their judgment, declaring, 'The universe upholds justice, and fairness resides within the hearts of the people, and firmly protect this island. Finally, I hope you can safeguard any future islands that may arise, akin to the four emperors.'" The envelope also held a small photograph of the two of them, shoulder to shoulder by the sea. Garp burst into laughter. He had recently been puzzled by why the citizens and navy spoke of Luffy holding a photo of him. Although he was still unclear, he began to suspect Luffy could conjure images from thin air. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what knowledge warranted such caution. He casually opened a book, and the shocking content within immediately captured his attention. It was a theoretical study on the rebellion that had transpired on the island, supplemented by factual evidence, and he instantly comprehended everything. A chill coursed through Garp's heart. The once fleeing bear cub, pursued by the navy, was no longer merely attempting to shake the heavens like an ant, but aimed to pierce the very heart of the world government with a single sword. Rebellion had always been an act of great treachery. Yet, this book clearly articulated the reasons for rebellion, the methods to execute it, the nature of misguided uprisings, and the essence of rightful revolt. What appeared to be merely a localized insurrection on a small island, in truth, provided the world with a successful case study. The world government was corrupt and ineffective. Thus, the majority sought to reclaim power from its grasp. The universe operates under natural law, and justice resides in the hearts of the people. Garp silently reflected on this phrase, increasingly convinced that the book's portrayal of rebellion as innocent and revolution as sacred was profoundly accurate. Without hesitation, the naval hero Garp ascended to the platform of judgment. Confronting the multitude, he scarcely acknowledged the condemned, questioning whether they had any justification at all. The crowd fell silent, observing the naval hero, the grandfather of his grandson. It was commendable that the existence of injustice, whether perpetrated by pirates, the navy, or others, necessitated a collective effort to overthrow and eradicate it. He began to define the matter at hand, deliberately obscuring Luffy's presence, simply referring to everyone. Carp, not skilled in grand speeches, offered heartfelt praise before articulating the words entrusted to him by his grandson. This monumental judgment belonged not to any individual, but to the collective, everyone. As the saying goes, the universe abides by natural law. Justice dwells in the hearts of the people. Evil shall ultimately be vanquished by the sacred. Although brief, the address was nothing short of exhilarating. Thousands of citizens and sailors erupted in applause, their cheers resonating like the roar of the ocean, reaching a fever pitch. Particularly at the phrase, "The universe abides by natural law, justice dwells in the hearts of the people." Who had ever uttered such words? Which powerful figure did not look down upon them from above while they bowed their heads in utter humility, devoid of dignity? In that moment, some began to comprehend that dignity and justice must be fought for, not bestowed. The island, once shrouded in terror, swiftly transformed into a bastion of order and justice following the public trial. Some people began to ponder the name of the naval hero Carp's grandson. Ah, yes. It was Luffy, the heroic Luffy. The naval hero Carp had once declared, "In the name of justice, the mission is accomplished and scores are being tallied." Evaluation. Full marks. The universe abides by natural law. Justice dwells in the hearts of the people. You have earned 100 points for mission completion. A full marks reward of 100 points, redeemable in the shop. The full marks rule artifact is being generated. Please wait. You have received the symbol of reason. Good deeds will be rewarded, and good people will enjoy sweets. Those who possess this object will find that any actions aligned with reason will bring good fortune. At the bow of the ship, Luffy, practicing the chi of all things, held a red and blue circular jade pendant, astonished, quickly donning it around his neck. It is essential to understand that unlike luck, which arises and diminishes through interpersonal interactions, fortune is purely bestowed by the heavens, allowing even the most unreasonable events to transpire due to sheer luck. For instance, a pie falling from the sky or stumbling upon a piece of scrap metal that turns out to be a fragment of a divine artifact. Where shall we head next? Straight into the Grand Line? Nami inquired. No, without a map of the Grand Line, that would be too perilous, Luffy replied. A small island lies 100 nautical miles away, home to Buggy's pirate crew. They possess the map to the Grand Line's entrance. We shall eliminate them and seize it. But they are a pirate crew, Nami exclaimed, taken aback. I understand, Luffy explained. I almost forgot that we are adventurers. Chapter 17. Pirates. The ironclad vessel sailed across the azure sea, enveloped in tranquility. However, Nami felt neither loneliness nor distress. She cast a quiet glance at Luffy, who sat serenely at the bow, immersed in his practice, exuding an ethereal aura. Yet, through their interactions, she had come to realize that he was, in fact, a jovial individual, effortlessly bringing joy to those around him. How delightful. Smiling, Nami too began to stretch her lithe form, engaging in martial arts exercises. Luffy's thoughts are immersed in the trajectory that spans the heavens and the earth, in search of a deeper realm. In his eyes, the ocean teems with boundless vitality. The sky embraces all things impartially, and the land bears the weight of existence, serving as its foundation. What significance do these three hold? The unity of man and nature. He silently contemplates this phrase, for it undoubtedly represents the ultimate pinnacle attainable by humanity. Upon reaching this state, one can inevitably venture into deeper realms. As for the higher echelon, it is the realm of celestial beings. The ultimate is also the beginning. How splendid it would be to encounter a formidable adversary of equal standing. Combat serves as the finest nourishment for human growth, capable of unearthing latent potentials unknown even to oneself, particularly amidst the harrowing specter of life and death, revealing insights previously veiled. In the distance lies an island. It is nearly within reach. Luffy leapt down from the bow of the ship, calling out to Zoro, who was practicing his swordsmanship. Zoro smiled, sheathed his sword, and took a moment to rest. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming battle, a chance to test his newly acquired sword techniques. Where's the island? Nami gazed into the distant sea, yet found no sign of land. Just then, an island appeared at the horizon, neither too large nor too small, with a pirate ship resembling a mere black dot docked at the port. What was happening? Nami's recent astonishment felt insufficient. All things in this world are in constant motion. Even if they appear still, the latent energy within continuously radiates waves. As long as an object is not in a state of absolute vacuum, its energy will propagate due to the relativity of forces, allowing distant entities to sense its existence. Luffy explained that with keen mental perception, one could foresee events in advance. Much like you did. Nami pondered seriously but shook her head in response. I don't understand. Then focus on mastering the breathing technique. Luffy advised. Simply concentrating on one's breath can swiftly bring tranquility to the mind. And the inhalation and exhalation of air serve as the most straightforward and effective means of communicating with the universe. By adhering to specific rhythms and responding to the world's movements, one can refine their subtle mental perception. In truth, every individual possesses a heightened sense of awareness, especially women, whose intuitions can be remarkably accurate. Even in slumber, one can sometimes glimpse into the nebulous future. However, if the mental faculties remain untrained, their sensitivity weakens, resulting only in fleeting illusions born from moments of daze. The concept of Qigong is also a form of breathing technique, albeit more intricate, requiring not only the act of breathing but a harmonious alignment of the spirit with the boundless trajectories of the universe. Moreover, one must also attune to the second realm of the original darkness and the third realm of the void. In total, there are 3 levels, despite Luffy's extraordinary talent. He has merely begun his journey at the first level of the universe's trajectory, with a long path still ahead. The steel vessel, powered by nuclear energy, soared through the waters with astonishing speed, soon revealing the full visage of the pirate ship. Its black sails emblazoned with a skull, adorned with a jester's mark at the nose. Indeed, it was the emblem of the clown buggy. His strength was formidable, though not the most powerful in the East Blue. His devil fruit ability rendered him virtually immortal. Swords, bullets, even cannonballs proved ineffective against him, leaving him merely disheveled in their wake. The Navy dared not initiate an attack, allowing Buggy's crew to plunder islands at will. Captain! A minion rushed into Buggy's base, shouting in alarm. What is it? Buggy, irritated, was preparing to enjoy the spectacle of his cannon fire raining down on the town. There's a massive steel ship approaching with great ferocity, the minion exclaimed. Is it that devilish brat worth 100 million berries? A glint flashed in Buggy's eyes. He was aware of recent events in the East Blue. The little demon who had slain a celestial dragon had grown, now proclaiming himself an adventurer, wreaking havoc with his iron vessel and mercilessly exterminating pirates while seizing treasure. He dares to invade my territory. Buggy grinned, recognizing that a bounty of 100 million berries was akin to a living treasure. Killing this devilish boy would surely bring him fame and aid his aspirations to become the Pirate King. What ferocity! A mere brat slays a weak celestial dragon. And that merits such a description? Buggy sought to assert dominance, undermining the boy's reputation to prevent his crew from fearing the name of the demon. As expected, his words elicited laughter from the elite pirates around him. A mere brat, 100 million berries. The Navy is truly losing its touch. A demon. How terrifying. Kill him. Take his ship. Oh, really? The minion chuckled, saying, but he has already smashed our pirate ship to pieces. He is right behind me now. And I suspect the guards have been slaughtered. Whoosh. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in horror as he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. An arrow hole piercing his heart, yet no arrow or feather was in sight. What? All the pirates wanted to scream this. But hundreds of invisible arrows tore through the air, raining down on them, each one following the fate of the fallen minion. Thud, thud, thud. A torrential spray of blood and flesh transformed the once joyous base into a scene of carnage. Outside, Luffy's fingers blossomed like lotus flowers, unleashing sharp energy from his fingertips, morphing into countless invisible arrows that decimated the minions. His strikes were like arrows, a chaotic storm of death. Finally, observing that most pirates had been reduced to mere remnants, he flexed his slightly weary fingers and stepped inside, inquiring, "Where's the sea chart of the Grand Line?" Buggy, piecing himself back together amidst the bloody scene, bellowed at the figure striding toward him like a demon. You killed all my men for this? What else? Luffy replied with curiosity, oh, and the treasure. Chapter 18, The Massacre, Part 1. Bang. The sound of a gunshot echoed as Nami, expressionless, watched the robust guardian of the treasury collapse, twitching slightly as blood seeped into the earth. Witnessing this, she felt no remorse, though kind-hearted. She believed that any pirate deserved death. The reasoning was simple. By accepting the title of pirate, one must bear the weight of all its sins. As a group of idlers reveling in excess, their pleasures, food, wealth, women, were often built upon the suffering of the common people. Any individual who is not an outright villain naturally stands in opposition to such rogues. The strong survive while the weak perish. Ironically, it is the villains who adhere to a code, with the powerful feasting while the feeble merely sip the dregs. They belong to the same camp, the same class. Without rules, they would easily be vanquished by the world. Not long before, Nami had asked Luffy why he sought to annihilate the buggy pirates entirely. As she had previously infiltrated several pirate crews, both mighty and feeble, that followed a code, They would compete for interest but would never slaughter an entire enemy crew. Luffy declared that we, as adventurers, can be perceived as both false and true. The world government undoubtedly views us as thorns in their side. Yet, we embody the essence of adventurers, seeking treasures and upholding order. When encountering pirates who seize these treasures, we act according to our principles, eliminating them and reclaiming what is rightfully ours. With a decisive snap, Nami employed a wire to unlock the heavily secured treasury door. As she gazed upon the multitude of gold and jewels within, her emotions became somewhat conflicted. While it is true that once acquired, these riches would belong to her, they were ultimately ill-gotten gains, tainted by the sins that accompanied them, leaving a bitter taste in her mouth. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. She seized a large bag and began to collect every valuable item, particularly the navigational charts, which she tucked securely into her pocket. At that moment, the advantages of her martial training became evident. Although her strength had not drastically increased, her physical prowess was finely tuned, allowing her to move with stability and agility. Darting forward with small, swift steps, a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the stench of blood and bringing a hint of freshness. Meanwhile, the clown buggy stood amidst the pile of corpses, glaring at Luffy with unrestrained fury, akin to the relentless wind swirling around them. It is essential to understand that no matter how strong an individual may be, they require subordinates, especially one who is not invincible and thus needs allies. He had tirelessly used his abilities to plunder, kill, and destroy in the Grand Line, gathering hundreds of skilled followers, all in preparation to unleash the formidable Buggy Bomb. Yet now, this brash youth had obliterated them all. How could Buggy not harbor hatred? "My Kuroa, my navigator, my Phil, my shipwright," Buggy cried out, kneeling heavily upon the ground, tears brimming as he invoked the names and roles of those he remembered. Finally, he bellowed to the heavens, "I shall avenge you. I must." From within a nearby building emerged a juggler, riding a unicycle, brandishing dual blades with remarkable speed and dazzling flair. A roaring lion, towering over 10 feet and nearly 30 feet long, leapt from the pile of corpses, hiding behind its master. Though it had sustained little injury from the arrows, its blood surged with fury, and it fixed its gaping maw upon Luffy with a fierce gaze. "Damn it! My lion's magnificent mane is now soiled. I care not whether he is a demon. He must perish." Beside this magnificent beast, a disheveled lion tamer staggered to his feet, shouting in frenzy next to the fierce lion. Before turning his gaze to Luffy, his expression filled with malice. "Zoro, handle everyone else aside from Buggy. Wait. That lion should taste quite delightful." Luffy was not surprised that some managed to survive. Although the barrage of arrows he unleashed could rival an army, each punch capable of shattering trees from 100 paces, the advantages and disadvantages of his finger-firing arrows were apparent. Hundreds of energy arrows poured forth like a torrential rain every second, sufficient to barely slay the elite in the eyes of ordinary masters, yet incapable of extinguishing the lives of seasoned warriors. However, those who survived were just perfect for Zoro to test his sword against. Yet, when the lion appeared, Luffy's composure faltered. Generally, the mightier the creature, the more delectable it is. However, most peculiar substances lie deep beneath the ocean floor, while seafood is delightful. A steady diet of it is hardly ideal. Meat from land beasts is far superior. Without uttering a word, Luffy transformed into a blurred phantom, charging toward the colossal lion. Before Buggy and his crew could react, his hand morphed into a formidable, ominous black dragon that suddenly pierced the white lion's skull, executing a lethal strike. Even though common felines possess reflexes sharp enough to toy with venomous snakes, the formidable white lion could only perceive Luffy as an indistinct shadow. As for human masters, they could merely catch a fleeting glimpse, akin to a fleeting red mark in a dream. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is impenetrable, only speed remains unbroken. When the black dragon traversed the white lion's cranium, a piercing crack reverberated from Luffy's transformed hand into the ears of Buggy and his companions. They stared in wide-eyed astonishment, realizing that the dark silhouette was no mere hand, but rather a steel spear weighing at least 50 pounds. Luffy, wielding a colossal gun, deftly flicked it as one would twirl chopsticks, sending the white lion crashing backward. In that fleeting moment, his weapon moved with the grace of a dragon, piercing through the air with dozens of strikes, utterly dissecting the white lion into sizable chunks of flesh. He then laid the entirety of the white lion's hide beneath the meat, ensuring it remained untainted by the earth. The onlookers, including Buggy and his crew, were left aghast, questioning the worth of a bounty of 100 million berries, which seemed utterly insufficient. Casually lifting heavy objects is one thing, Wielding them as weapons is another, indicative of a skilled combatant. Yet, to manipulate such weight as if it were mere chopsticks transcended comprehension. The elite pirates felt their resolve falter, contemplating retreat. Even Buggy, who was famously resilient. Zoro, who had just awakened from the corner, glanced over but remained silent, drawing forth two swords as he regarded the other two individuals beside Buggy. He refrained from engaging with them, recognizing that his current swordsmanship could not adequately handle the situation. Thus he entrusted Luffy with transforming the other two swords into instruments of pure slaughter. Come, survive for a second beneath my blade, and you may yet escape. Zoro declared with a chilling smirk, his gaze piercing like that of a reaper directed at the juggler and the lion slave. The juggler scoffed, retorting that if promises held any weight in this world, pirates would not exist. A second? Very well. He feigned agreement, plotting his escape. Meanwhile, the lion slave, witnessing the white lion now reduced to mere ingredients, wailed as if mourning the loss of kin. Yet, facing Luffy, he dared not move, shrinking back in fear. His previous malice extinguished. Zoro's words rang true. Endure for a mere second, and they could live to tell the tale. Luffy's eyes were devoid of any coldness, lacking the warmth of humanity. For him, killing was as natural as the autumn winds sweeping through the land. Yet, should they fail to take him seriously, death awaited them. The juggler, who appeared to advance but was truly retreating, felt his heart sink into a void of despair upon hearing the word death. His unicycle nearly toppled as he realized the gravity of the situation. Initially skeptical, he found himself inexplicably convinced by the intensity in Luffy's eyes, survive for a second or perish beneath his blade. The lion slave, paralyzed by fear, could barely contain his emotions, his heart a battleground of dread and fury. I too shall join. Buggy shamelessly raised his hand, aware that he could not be killed due to the devil's curse, yet the force of a blow would still inflict immense pain. That earlier strike from the steel gun felt tenfold heavier than a cannonball. Zoro chuckled at the scene, recalling Luffy's prior words. Heaven's mischief can be forgiven, but self-inflicted woes cannot be endured. After his laughter subsided, he lifted his sword, its sharp glint dancing in the wind, exuding a palpable aura of death. The two swords he wielded were capable of slicing through steel as if it were mere clay. However, to the juggler and the lion slave, Zoro was tenfold more perilous than the blades he held. Merely gazing at him made their instincts scream in retreat, the murderous intent emanating from him blindingly intense. The long swords, rivaling the might of great blades, were but servants to Zoro, the man known as Roronoa Zoro, who wielded 3 swords. The juggler, who had previously dismissed bounty hunters as inconsequential, now recognized the vast chasm separating them. Ah! The lion slave cried out, unable to withstand the murderous aura, his mind unraveling as he lunged toward Zoro, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Without a moment's surprise, Zoro sidestepped, his longsword flashing, cleanly severing the lion slave's head from his body. As the lifeless form tumbled forward, the lion slave realized his fate, unable to utter a sound. In this world, there were no ghosts. The body was merely a vessel, and the soul its occupant. Once the body was destroyed, the soul would be lost to the vast abyss. When confronted by a formidable warrior or swordsman, there was no chance to struggle. They would be obliterated before they even touched the water. The blade remained unstained, yet its chilling aura lingered. The juggler furrowed his brow, not because of the speed of the sword, but rather its sheer swiftness. What was happening? He pondered, recalling that the previous strike had not been as oppressive as Zoro's presence, feeling almost manageable. It seemed he could survive. The juggler considered this a stroke of fortune. Zoro took his time, savoring the memory of that strike. The juggler, keen of eye, recognized the fleeting opportunity as Zoro momentarily lost focus, and he charged forward on his unicycle, 2 curved blades transforming into a torrent of white, surging towards Zoro. Snow falls upon water. This was his hidden trump card, combining absolute offense with impenetrable defense, and those who had faced it before had met their end. He shouted, hoping to disrupt Zoro's concentration and seeking a sliver of survival, remaining ever vigilant. Zoro regarded him calmly, thrusting his sword. The blade was as swift as ever, yet strangely not overwhelming. Clang! The clash of swords echoed. In that instant, the juggler felt his usually deft blade slip from his control, the white torrent dissipating, leaving only the 2 long swords behind. He understood the unprecedented swordsmanship he was facing. The elegant longsword before him now appeared as a harbinger of death, devoid of any other purpose but to extinguish life. The single blade, curved and crafted for powerful strikes, was rendered irrelevant compared to the sleek elegance of the longsword, which sought only to pierce flesh. His twin blades were redirected, leaving him vulnerable. A mere lift of Zoro's sword could easily find its mark in his skull. Such a dual-edged sword, in the presence of Death's gaze, had the power to claim life under any circumstance. Fortunately, Zoro's sword was not swift. The juggler lamented. Following their exchange, Zoro's sword remained steady but had indeed slowed, though the distance it covered was greater. Strength was relative. He sensed an opening, a chance to survive. His focus sharpened as he realized that should he overcome this battle, his swordsmanship would advance by leaps and bounds. Another subtle clash resonated. The juggler, dazed, watched as the dual swords guided one another, one blade swiftly plunging into his forehead. How foolish I am, he realized. Fully aware that Zoro's sword was forged for slaughter, yet he had dared to entertain thoughts of survival. How could he possibly think that his sword was not swift enough? A single thought, merely a fleeting notion, crossed his mind. He tightly shut his eyes, his body disintegrating like fine dust as he fell from the single-wheeled cart. Zoro withdrew his sword. Its speed did not need to be extraordinary, nor did it require immense power. It simply needed to sever the obstacles before him. Enemies, loved ones, himself, and the cycle of reincarnation. The clown buggy, witnessing his own solitude in a matter of mere seconds, could not help but curse aloud. Have you ever seen someone die in pain? Luffy, wielding a spear nearly a yard long and as thick as a cobblestone, inquired. Chapter 20. A favor for my brother. Instantly, Buggy retracted his harsh words, adopting a demeanor of respect and courtesy. He removed his pirate hat as if it were a gentleman's top hat, with a faint smile gracing his lips. Though he had never experienced it himself, he had heard tales and could imagine the nature of such a feeling. How has life treated you? He promptly altered his tone. However, Luffy paid no heed, stepping forth with the grace of a Chilan traversing clouds, closing the distance to Buggy in an instant, the ominous spear swinging downwards. The fierce wind howled, bending even the sturdy shaft of the spear. In an instant, an overwhelming force, equivalent to hundreds of thousands of pounds, engulfed every fiber of Buggy's being, causing his flesh to explode, utterly disintegrating him. Pain, pain, pain. Before Buggy could comprehend the situation, a heart-wrenching agony surged through his shattered form, every cell wailing in torment. Luffy meticulously observed the remarkable transformations wrought by the existence of the devil. His curiosity piqued in secret. In truth, the damage inflicted upon the clown Buggy remained utterly unchanged. Yet, despite the fragmentation of his form, he was still bound together by the power of the devil, his entire life system continuing to function seamlessly, undisturbed. Even the mental faculties governing his body encountered no impediments in relaying signals to each individual cell. While ordinary individuals rely on electromagnetic means to transmit their thoughts, Buggy employed the phenomenon of quantum entanglement, allowing him to convey his mental state even when shattered or separated by vast distances, albeit without the protective embrace of the devil's power, rendering him immobile. Luffy contemplated the notion that the devil fruit was likely not a natural occurrence. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement belongs to the microscopic realm. Thus, even if a fruit were to grow, it would be accessible only to diminutive beings, far too small to be touched by the vastness of this world. Following fragmentation comes reassembly, a process that occurs with remarkable swiftness, restoring normalcy in the blink of an eye. Buggy, having split into dozens of pieces, scattered widely, leaving Luffy to strike at merely one fragment with his attack. Yet, in the aftermath, despair enveloped him. Luffy's strikes are both ferocious and powerful, yet his speed is as nimble as the wind and as fluid as water. The echoes of numerous sounds reverberate in the air. The clown Buggy can only marginally slow the shattered pace, but it fails to affect the essence in any way. Luffy found himself in a state of utter contentment, for martial arts are fundamentally meant to use others as targets. With a single thrust, he struck the clown Buggy, deepening his comprehension of martial arts, and as a result, his strength became increasingly refined. Once he divided himself into numerous segments, transforming into a series of dynamic targets. The efficacy of his training improved even further. Beyond the foundational techniques of slapping, sweeping, and thrusting, he also employed advanced methods such as cannon-like bursts, horizontal drills, and cleaving strikes, all rooted in the 5 elements of Zengi-Iquin. When the essence of Zengi-Iquin is wielded with a spear, it manifests as the art of Shingi spear techniques. Luffy sensed a distinct sensation, one that allowed him to perceive the trajectories of heaven and earth with greater clarity. The external world was not merely external. All things were intricately intertwined as one, devoid of any discernible division. Yet, each entity retained its individuality, existing independently without peril. A gentle, serene pleasure coursed through Luffy's heart. And the exhilaration of climbing towards the heavens was truly liberating. The threat of death surged forth like a tsunami, starkly contrasting with Luffy's sense of comfort. The consciousness of the clown buggy had already begun to blur, rendering him unable to withstand the intensity. In a fleeting moment, Buggy shielded his reassembled torso with his head and then shouted out. With a resounding crash, destruction ensued. After dozens of such encounters, Luffy finally heard the name Shanks, prompting him to retract the swirling shadows and gently place them on the ground. "You say you know Shanks?" he inquired. "Not just know him. He is my brother." The resurrected clown buggy gasped for breath, retreating several meters. Moments ago, he had glimpsed the void of death and had nearly succumbed to it. He burst into a triumphant laugh, proclaiming, "Shanks, the foremost of the Yonko in the Grand Line. We both served aboard the Pirate King's ship. But after the Pirate King was executed, we parted ways due to our individual dreams." Buggy's words flowed extravagantly, painting a vivid picture. Initially, he harbored disdain for Shanks. Yet now he found himself believing he truly was Shanks' brother. In a desperate bid for survival, he shed all semblance of shame. "If you kill me, Shanks will not let you off lightly." At that moment, Buggy's laughter intensified, taking on an air of arrogance. "Show my brother some respect, and let me go." Luffy frowned slightly, and sighed, "Very well. You are afraid. Ha ha ha." Buggy laughed maniacally. "Jump into the sea and take your own life, leaving me with your intact corpse. Of course, I could also simply sweat you dead." Luffy extended his hand, the technique of Sage's touch now even more formidable, capable of easily dispatching Buggy. However, employing such force against a mere clown would be overkill. If word spread and he found himself unable to confront more formidable foes, that would be regrettable. "Wait, let me ask you a question." Buggy, now alarmed, swallowed hard and asked, "Are you afraid of the red-haired pirates, led by the Yonko Shanks?" "Not in the slightest." Luffy shook his head. "Give me a reason." Tears streamed down Buggy's face, his hatred for Shanks intensifying. With a furious heart, he declared, "You call him a Yonko, yet you fearlessly confront anyone who crosses your path. 9 years ago, they invited me to be captain, and I declined. Why should I be afraid now?" Luffy pondered aloud, perplexed. I must admit, Zoro was somewhat intimidating. It was quite a surprise. The red-haired pirates are a formidable force, unafraid of the world government. With a sudden surge of bravado, Buggy straightened his back, staring defiantly at the figure before him, and bellowed to the heavens, "Very well. I shall take my own life." From the shadows, Nami emerged, initially believing the shout signaled great danger, only to find a sea of pirate corpses and the clown Buggy proclaiming his intent to end his life. She let out a sigh of relief, then approached Luffy, presenting a bundle of gold and silver treasures, followed by a treasure map retrieved from her pocket. Luffy nodded, then delivered a decisive kick to the helpless clown Buggy, sending him sprawling towards the shore before following suit. "Hurry up," he urged, leaving no room for further discussion. Buggy, seething with resentment, cast a furious glance towards the horizon, yearning to penetrate the new world within the Grand Line. His deepest loathing was reserved for Shanks. "Even in death, I shall not spare you," Buggy bellowed, only to be unceremoniously tossed into the sea with a resounding splash. Luffy silently awaited at the shoreline, intending to depart only after sensing his demise. Alas, shortly thereafter, he clapped his hands and gazed at the coastline with a hint of resignation. Garp was approaching, and the grandfather and grandson shared a moment of mutual understanding. Chapter 21, The Fortuitous Luck of the Clown Buggy. What is it? Nami, who had arrived alongside him, inquired upon noticing the change in Luffy's expression. "My grandfather has managed to arrive without a hitch." Luffy felt a tinge of helplessness. What kind of luck did Buggy the Clown possess? The illustrious marine hero, Garp, had traversed the journey without encountering a single mishap, arriving with remarkable ease. What kind of mindset is this? He is your grandfather, after all. Surely, the journey should be smooth sailing. Nami remarked. "You don't understand." Luffy pondered for a moment and resolved to set out to sea. "Never mind. I shall personally see you on your way." However, at that instant, a thought struck him. Someone came to mind. The pride of the world government, the esteemed scientist, Dr. Vegapunk. He was undoubtedly a legend, hailed for his intellect, which was said to be 5 centuries ahead of the world. Luffy realized he had not inquired about him in detail. He needed to consult his grandfather before deciding Buggy the Clown's fate. Luffy's desire to eliminate the clown Buggy was momentarily set aside, as he recognized the untapped potential that still lingered within him. Regarding Dr. Vegapunk, an unsettling premonition gnawed at Luffy. Without wasting any time, he expended 10 points to contact his grandfather for inquiries. On board the warship, the expressions of the soldiers fluctuated between anxiety and confusion. Something was amiss. This was far too strange. It must be noted that Vice Admiral Garp had exerted considerable effort to maneuver the warship, causing the rear paddles to generate a significant current. Yet, traversing the 100 nautical miles, not a single incident had transpired, save for the disarray of the vessel. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot. Could it be that there were dozens of Sea Kings lurking beneath the surface, or perhaps the three Yonko had conspired to eliminate the Navy's hero? Fear gripped them. However, during this final leg of the journey, the naval soldiers overheard the Vice Admiral muttering cautiously about Dr. Vegapunk, and they collectively exhaled in relief, rather than a mere genius. Dr. Vegapunk could more accurately be described as a prodigious anomaly. He unraveled the conditions for the transmission of devil fruit abilities and enabled objects to possess such powers. Years prior, he invented a method utilizing sea prism stone to allow naval ships to traverse windless zones, granting the Navy free passage across the seas. This was merely a glimpse of his capabilities. Since the Vice Admiral was preoccupied with thoughts of Dr. Vegapunk, it was evident that the dozens of Sea Kings and the three Yonko were mere figments of imagination, while the Navy undoubtedly held Dr. Vegapunk in high regard. They were also gripped by fear, for his seemingly impossible technologies appeared to usurp divine authority. Some whispered darkly, cursing that doctor. Vegapunk would inevitably face divine retribution and be turned to ash. Nevertheless, his intellect and ingenuity were bestowing even greater power upon the world government, allowing it to ascend to true supremacy over the world. On the coast, Luffy clenched his teeth and spat out a curse. Dr. Vegapunk was far too formidable. If he were to sail smoothly, Luffy's dream of changing the world would become exceedingly arduous. The crux of the matter was that Vegapunk was entirely self-taught, developing one groundbreaking technology after another, diverging from conventional scientific principles. This would not transform the world. In fact, it would further entrench the stability of the elite. Fire, steam engines, electricity, nuclear energy, any application of these could ignite an industrial revolution and alter the world. In contrast, black technology, lacking a foundation, is difficult to replicate and disseminate. It resembles a castle in the air, unreachable to the common man, who can only gaze up at those dwelling within. Subsequently, Luffy smiled, directing his gaze towards Buggy, who lay motionless at the depths of the sea, seemingly lifeless, having not exhaled a single breath. Yet, Luffy was convinced that Buggy was not truly dead. His acting was woefully inadequate. Even in the face of death, the instinct for survival is a powerful force, compelling individuals to struggle desperately to prolong their existence. Typically for 10 to 20 minutes. Having only elapsed 5 to 6 minutes, it was too soon for such an easy demise. Luffy speculated that the evolution of the Devil Fruit's abilities had likely strengthened Buggy through the brutal assaults he had endured. Luffy's speculation proved to be correct. At the very moment before sinking into the depths of the sea, the clown Buggy separated his heart and lungs from his body, ensuring that these vital organs would not be entirely consumed by the ocean's grasp. For a Devil Fruit user, plunging into the sea does not merely render their limbs weak and powerless. Rather, every fiber of their being, including their internal organs, is devoured by the waters. The very essence of life, even the air within their lungs, is extinguished. Thus, death is inevitable. This feat was initially deemed impossible, yet after countless attempts, his ability to divide had undergone yet another refinement. Of course, Buggy was not immune to drowning in the ocean. He could merely retain a fraction of his strength to ascend from the depths, and should the air within his lungs be entirely expended, he would suffocate to death. At this moment, he found himself praying, hoping that Luffy would depart soon. This would undoubtedly captivate Vegapunk's attention. It aligned perfectly with Luffy's intentions. Had Buggy's abilities not undergone another enhancement, he might have needed to provoke Buggy further to pique Vegapunk's interest for research. Claiming to be 500 years ahead of the world, yet I find myself surpassing this world by countless eras. Luffy has decided to add a touch more substance, namely quantum theory. Cutting-edge technology ultimately belongs to the realm of science. However, with the advent of quantum theory, science has intertwined with metaphysics, an absolute disorder, an infinite world. Neither life nor death. Luffy harbors skepticism that Vegapunk, as a scientist, can remain detached from the allure of his own extraordinary intellect while delving into the profound mysteries of his field. Regrettably, the advancement of legitimate scientific knowledge must progress step by step. A mere lapse of an era can render comprehension unattainable. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, Luffy has shrouded quantum theory, masking the ultimate outcomes, while distorting Vegapunk's understanding with a mixture of 9 truths and 1 falsehood. The 9 truths may drive him to madness, while the solitary falsehood propels him relentlessly down an endless path of deception. Vegapunk will find himself ensnared within the quantum cage devised by Luffy, becoming increasingly obsessive and potentially descending into madness. Although he may still produce groundbreaking technology, its quality is likely to suffer significantly. Congratulations, you still have time to live well. Luffy placed a grand banner amidst the thickets, guiding his grandfather to deliver the clown buggy to Dr. Vegapunk. This would not only earn his grandfather significant accolades but also silence the majority of the idle chatter upon their return. Subsequently, he placed a notebook inscribed with quantum theories upon the banner, inscribing it in ancient script and weathering its appearance, thus providing his grandfather with a plausible excuse. Frustrated by my inability to capture and eliminate the cunning celestial dragons, I struck the ground in anger, only to discover an iron box hidden beneath. Upon prying it open, I found an intriguing object. Dr. Vegapunk, with your vast knowledge, could you lend me your expertise on this matter? Chapter 22. Conducting business. Luffy greeted Nami beside him and boarded the iron vessel, setting sail towards another island without the slightest hesitation. Hey, the residents of this island seem impoverished. They can barely sustain themselves. Can we spare them some? Nami inquired, pointing at a pile of gold and silver treasures. Before confronting the pirates, the group passed through a residential area and witnessed numerous ruins ravaged by cannon fire. Among the makeshift dwellings in the wilderness, many townsfolk were injured. Surely, the treasures they possessed included valuables plundered by Buggy's crew from these unfortunate souls. Nami wished to leave behind some of the wealth, not vast riches, but enough to ensure their survival. While she had a penchant for treasure, she understood that wealth was not paramount. What truly mattered was its value. Leaving behind some riches to allow a town to survive would be worthwhile. However, these riches were not hers to bestow, and she could only inquire. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Leaving behind these yellow and white trinkets may not guarantee benefits. It could potentially lead to misfortune, Luffy replied, engrossed in a book from his seat. How can you be certain that those who receive these treasures won't embezzle them? While some may possess kindness, human nature often succumbs to myriad temptations. Meanwhile, deep beneath the sea, Buggy, feeling the breath in his lungs dwindling, channeled the remaining strength of his heart to his limbs. Though his power was feeble, he managed to stir. He no longer cared whether Luffy had departed. Remaining submerged would undoubtedly lead to his suffocation. He moved his limbs slightly, drifting in the depths. Buggy felt exhilarated, recognizing that many formidable abilities were inferior to his own, yet he could navigate the water and return to land. Of course, that was the extent of his abilities. Upon reaching the shore, Buggy gazed at the desolate land, bursting into laughter. Shanks, just you wait, he bellowed through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a formidable iron fist loomed larger in his vision, too swift for him to react before he was struck to the ground. It was Carp's powerful punch. Dazed and struggling to think, Buggy's abilities involuntarily activated, causing his body to split into hundreds of pieces. Nearby, several guards recorded the effects of Buggy's powers, marveling at the spectacle of a devil fruit user escaping from the sea unaided. Dr. Vegapunk would surely be fascinated by this, they mused. Ultimately, Carp set sail with a weathered notebook filled with ancient script, escorting the captured Buggy back to the Navy headquarters. On a tranquil island, the countryside blossomed with fragrant flowers. Yet, the peace was abruptly shattered. Pirates are coming. Pirates are coming. A long-nosed boy frantically ran along the dirt path, calling out to the villagers. He could swear on his parents' honor that he was not lying this time. A massive iron ship had cleaved through the waves, arriving on their shores. However, having cried wolf too many times, the villagers remained unconvinced, even when the actual threat loomed. A chorus of curses erupted, yet no one emerged from their homes, leaving the situation unresolved. It's over. It's over. Hurry. Flee. Ultimately, the long-nosed boy collapsed to the ground, then gritted his teeth and rose, racing towards a villa atop the hill, hoping to escape with the girl he admired. Captain, a group has gone to Sister Kaya's house. A child with a turnip head, a child with an onion head, and a child with a pepper head have burst from the dense woods, shouting loudly. Under the sun, the long-nosed boy stared silently at the lofty villa before sprinting back. Ah, those 3 children exclaimed, that is Sister Kaya's home. You have been tricked by me once more. You have been deceived again, he cried out. The 3 children, initially believing the captain had retreated in fear, were utterly confused upon hearing this. Outside the island, a magnificent iron mountain loomed, instilling dread. The long-nosed boy returned home, trembling, but soon the door swung open once again, clad in armor forged from iron pots and bowls. With a long knife at his waist and a slender flintlock in hand, the long-nosed boy silently ascended the hill to the villa. "This is merely a ruse." His resonant voice echoed through the countryside. "Big brother." The three children understood, moved to tears, and exchanged glances before rushing home to fetch appropriate weapons. Vibrant, elegant, and splendid flowers bloomed abundantly, with the unassuming yet noble villa nestled among them. The first thing that caught the eye was the tightly sealed, iron-forged gate. On this small island, amidst the scarce iron of the sea, such an opulent gate unmistakably indicated that the inhabitants of the villa were wealthy, perhaps exceedingly so. Luffy and Nami ascended the slender cobblestone path towards the mountain's summit, while Zoro, aboard the iron vessel, fervently practiced his swordsmanship, seemingly possessed. For there appeared to be no adversary on this island worthy of his blade. Shortly thereafter, the two stood before the guards, with Nami donning a gentleman's attire, mimicking the pretentiousness of the nobility, while Luffy maintained a natural decorum, refraining from any forceful intrusion. "Please inform your esteemed lady that I possess the means to heal her. The sole remuneration I seek is a collaboration in business with your esteemed merchant association," Luffy remarked. Soon, both he and Nami were invited into the villa. The young mistress, whose parents had passed away long ago, bore a pallid countenance. Her slender form, clad in a white dress, coughed intermittently. She personally presented 2 cups of tea and inquired, "Can it truly be cured? I excel in business. That is no issue. To be precise, it is not about curing, but rather removing the toxins from your body." Luffy took a glance and immediately discerned the frail girl's condition. An insidious toxin was gradually eroding her life, resembling a chronic cold that had deceived many physicians. Toxin. The ailing girl expressed her astonishment. Indeed, a toxin. Luffy elaborated on the nature of this poison and produced the antidote. However, this remedy can only alleviate the symptoms, not eradicate the root cause. Correct, Butler Clara? Luffy looked up at the middle-aged man who was adjusting his glasses with his wrist, inquiring with a seemingly placid expression. Chapter 23, Warriors of the Sea. Luffy's face bore no unusual hue. It appeared to be merely a casual inquiry. Kara adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist, revealing a gentle, soft smile as he replied, "Perhaps. I am a butler, with some knowledge of toxins and ailments, though my understanding does not extend deeply into the matter. For a chronic poison to gradually erode the human body, it cannot be accomplished in a single instance. It requires a sustained and cumulative application to truly bring about one's demise." Luffy inquired, "Butler Kara, who do you suspect?" He continued, "If we do not apprehend the individual responsible for the poisoning, Miss Koya remains in peril." The fragile girl's smile faded instantly, though she remained silent. The corner of her eye inadvertently reflected upon Butler Kara. "Angela," she mused. "She manages the young lady's provisions and is the most likely suspect. However, the person with the greatest suspicion should be Kuro," he asserted, his expression turning serious. "I oversee Miss Koya's living arrangements and movements. While the opportunity to poison her may seem limited, I was dismissed from the ship by the captain 3 years ago, left with nothing, which provides a plausible motive for such an act." He spoke with clarity, analyzing each point with unerring fairness, even implicating himself. The frail girl's countenance brightened, and a smile returned to her face. Luffy clapped his hands. Were it not for his desire to torment Captain Kuro for a while before delivering a fatal blow, he would have been compelled to commend the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates for his unparalleled speed and remarkable cunning. Such acting was truly impeccable, beyond reproach. Not only had the young girl been completely deceived, but even the late elite merchant had fallen for it, perhaps entrusting his daughter to the very man who had slain both him and his wife, all without a hint of suspicion. However, this was of little consequence to Luffy, for with his easy system, deciphering a line of text was exceedingly simple. At that moment, a figure named Usopp adjusted his slipping glasses with a flick of his wrist and spoke once more. "Be quiet," he coughed. The frail girl reprimanded him, her body unable to bear the strain. Yet upon seeing the butler's extreme concern, her tone softened as she declared, "Usopp could never harm me. He is a valiant warrior of the sea." Nami, sitting across from the frail girl, was eager to learn more about Usopp. She wore a gentle smile, one that had never failed her before. However, the frail girl did not even glance her way, rendering the beauty strategy that Luffy had discussed with her utterly ineffective, leaving Nami genuinely disheartened. Yet, there was indeed suspicion surrounding him. He was the child of a pirate. Upon uttering this, Kuro's face revealed an unmistakable disdain and contempt. Pirates. He scoffed, such wretched beings, constantly fighting and killing, unaware that they may soon find themselves at the bottom of the sea, feeding the fish. How does that compare to the lives of the affluent and noble? He adjusted his glasses once more. And those familiar with Kuro would know that he often did this when agitated, a gesture to soothe his inner turmoil, a slight crack in his composure. Yet one could never wholly suppress the mind's interference with the body. Without this small relief, a significant rift might have been torn open. Truth be told, had he not been adjusting his glasses, Kuro would have relished the opportunity to tear the young doctor before him to shreds. After more than 3 years of hard work, the arrival of this young doctor had rendered it all futile with just a few casual remarks. Perhaps, he mused, a more direct approach would suffice. After all, he considered himself a good person. Kuro, the butler, wished to smile, yet in front of others, he merely adjusted his glasses with a serious demeanor. Claw, silence. The frail girl suddenly lifted her pale face and glared at Kuro. As you command, miss. Kuro replied without hesitation, bowing slightly. In the unseen shadows, a hint of a violent smile crept upon his lips. Truly, I am a good person, ha ha ha. A beautifully crafted throwing knife materialized in Luffy's hand, measuring 3 inches and 7/10 in length. He gazed intently at Kuro, who was leaning down, eager to plunge the blade into his skull. There was no escape. Death was inevitable. Not even the legendary Black Cat, renowned for its 9 lives and unparalleled speed, could evade his strike. The knife he threw seemed less a product of his own doing and more a manifestation of the celestial forces guiding it forward to purge the world of its vile essence. Just then, a boy with an elongated nose appeared at the door, brandishing a gun, silently advancing toward Luffy. He swallowed hard, his steps trembling with fear. Yet he continued to approach Luffy until he stood before the frail girl. Let me tell you, he declared fervently, if you dare harm Kaya, I will rally my 8,000 troops to besiege you, ensuring you meet a fate worse than death. Kaya, do not worry. This island is protected by the Usopp pirates, and we shall not allow any other pirates to harm you. Usopp reassured her, and though the frail girl was surprised, she felt a surge of joy. Luffy silently sheathed the small knife in his hand, recognizing its futility against the long-nosed youth. At that moment, Nami was curled up in a corner, her spirit extinguished, desperately in need of comfort. She often muttered to herself about the ugly long-nosed brat, her pride shattered. The son of a pirate, you are not welcome here. Yet, Clow, on the other hand, became slightly agitated, contemptuously gazing at the boy named Usopp and rebuking, they are esteemed guests capable of curing Miss Kaya's ailment. With a clatter, Usopp dropped the gun he was holding, his eyes sparkling with joy as he looked at the girl he admired. Is that true? He exclaimed. Indeed, the frail girl nodded. Smiling, I feel much better now. That's wonderful. Usopp exclaimed exuberantly, then hurriedly knelt at Luffy's feet, bowing his head in gratitude. Thank you, thank you. No need for that. Luffy replied with a smile and a shake of his head. You must be the son of Usopp. I am quite familiar with him. He mentioned that when I set sail, I should bring you along. I intended to finalize some business before seeking you out, but I did not expect to encounter you so soon. However, Clow laughed derisively, scolding, truly a pirate's child, so easily brought to his knees. I imagine your father also kneels quite loudly. Usopp, who had initially stood to inquire about his father's well-being, abruptly turned and struck Clow in the face with a punch. His excitement boiling over as he shouted, I have said it countless times. My father is a warrior of the sea, in search of a miraculous remedy to cure all ailments for my mother, and he bravely ventured into the treacherous ocean. Clow chuckled mockingly. Chapter 24, A Layer of Skin. Clara, you leave this instant, the frail girl commanded in a low voice. She understood why Usopp had knelt so excitedly. His mother had succumbed to illness, and encountering her, frail and unassuming, had brought forth his genuine desire to uplift her spirits without any ulterior motives. Usopp had long lived in fear of reliving the scene of his mother's plight. Now, upon hearing the news of her potential recovery, his excitement led him to kneel before the young physician. I'm sorry, Miss Kaya. I will take my leave. Clow, who had collapsed on the floor, rose, offering a bittersweet smile as he bowed his head and exited. However, the frail girl, still fuming, chose to momentarily disregard his departure. Thus, Clow's facade of benevolence only served to manipulate the hearts of others, casting a shadow over the boy's sincere intentions, which went unnoticed for the time being. No one could deny that he was not a good person. Nami, recovering from her earlier shock, bore a grim expression, not from any after effects, but because, had she not placed unwavering faith in Luffy, she might have entertained the notion that Clow was malicious. Only with careful contemplation did she notice Klau's peculiar habit of adjusting his glasses with his wrist, leading her to harbor doubts. Indeed, a person with eccentricities is not necessarily malevolent, yet others might find their quirks somewhat unsettling, making it improbable for ordinary folks to perceive them as purely virtuous. Let us discuss business. It should not be too challenging, Luffy declared, unfurling a complete map of the East Sea. He continued, therefore, the initial investment should be modest, let's say 100 kilograms of gold. The frail girl, sipping her medicine, couldn't suppress a cough. Gold was the hard currency of the sea, never priced below 2,000 berries per gram, and this young physician was proposing a staggering sum of 200 million. Such an investment would suffice to claim a sizable island and reign as its king. Beside them, Nami suddenly knelt, tightly clutching Luffy's leg, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Oh, great one, may I touch your leg hair? Here you go. A look of bewilderment flickered in Luffy's eyes as he handed a gold ingot to Nami. He pondered. Does she not possess nearly 100 million already? Why then this infatuation with such a trivial amount of gold? A mere point could procure 10 kilograms of gold from the Easy Mall. 100 kilograms would only require 10 points. To Luffy, this was insignificant. During his previous novice mission, he had acquired 2,000 kilograms of gold. He chuckled to himself, recognizing that it was Nami's nature to be so captivated. Under the radiant sun, Nami squeezed the 1 kilogram ingot of pure gold, feeling its softness seep through her skin into her very bones, and was instantly overcome with exuberant laughter. Down with the rich! Down with the rich! She harbored nothing but this singular, innocent thought. How blinding! An inadvertent gesture from Nami caught Usopp's sharp gaze, rendering him momentarily stunned. Initially, he felt indifferent to the notion of 100 kilograms of gold. Even if Kaya attempted to elucidate, he remained in a state of confusion. However, the casual toss of a gold ingot made him fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. These golden treasures could indeed spell his doom. Boss, do you still accept underlings? Just give me the gold that gentleman is holding. No, half of it will suffice. Usopp boldly inquired, his face flushed with embarrassment. Truth be told, he harbored aspirations of marrying Kaya, yet the paltry dowry he could muster would hardly impress her. A gift of merely 1,000 berries would elicit her cheers. Moreover, a dream of the sea burgeoned within him, a seed planted long ago by his father S-Tails, now flourishing vigorously. Recently, he often found himself gazing at the boundless, perilous ocean, his blood stirring with excitement. Get lost, Luffy jested, not allowing Usopp to feel too disheartened. Of course, you can join my crew of adventurers. Just go and rob a pirate if you desire gold. Luffy is famously known as an advocate for gender equality. However, in reality, he embodies a profound understanding of the inherent differences between the sexes. Men, driven by an intrinsic desire for conquest, are naturally inclined towards assertiveness. Conversely, women, due to the profound implications of pregnancy and motherhood, are genetically predisposed to embody preservation and nurturing. The foundation for true equality lies not in mere rhetoric or superficial measures that indiscriminately level the genders, which would be a foolish approach leading to distortion for both men and women. At this moment, Usopp nodded earnestly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. The frail girl also felt a surge of happiness for Usopp. Undeterred by their temporary separation, she would simply await their reunion in silence. Setting aside these matters for the time being, let us turn our attention to business. A faint smile appeared on Luffy's face. Nami, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the long-nosed boy, for it was evident that Luffy was concocting a scheme. The target of his mischief was all too clear. Although Usopp possessed courage, in the vastness of the ocean, such bravery is of little consequence. Rather, it is like a fleeting wisp, easily washed away by the surging tides. Luffy pointed to a certain location on the map of the East Sea. Not far from this tranquil island, an area known as the Clown Zone. Due to the presence of clowns, whom the Navy dared not provoke lightly, the pirates in that maritime region ran rampant. Once thriving with 23 rich islands and countless towns and villages, it had now nearly succumbed to desolation. Those whose homes were ravaged and who had become displaced were hired to reconstruct new towns from the remnants of the ruins. This process should not be feared for its expense, as stable citizens generate greater value, enabling them to funnel resources to the capitalists. Furthermore, the towns belonged to the merchant guilds. They were merely temporarily allocated to the populace, while ownership still resided with the guilds. Luffy exclaimed loudly, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Only he understood the true essence of this method, a foundational stage of socialism, which sought to unite the collective strength of the common people to facilitate the rapid expansion of the organization. To brazenly exterminate the royal family and nobility was a perilous endeavor, even if the power of the commoners was substantial. A mere vice-admiral could swiftly revert the situation to its former state of oppression. Cloaked under the guise of a merchant association, experiments were conducted across 23 islands, which had nearly been reduced to ruins, thus escaping scrutiny. The so-called royalty and aristocracy had long since fled, leaving behind individuals with little hope of survival. Should assistance be rendered at this juncture, it would undoubtedly be met with immense gratitude from the masses. Moreover, with the significant reduction in exploitation by the aristocracy, even if the land ownership belonged to the organization, it could provide sustenance that the nobles could not offer, securing the unwavering support of the people. As the organization flourished, their lives would improve, allowing them to understand that even a morsel of meat could be theirs to savor. By commencing with land ownership, a novel societal framework could be constructed, eventually nurturing militias within the community. Gradually, the pallid and frail Koya listened to Luffy's narrative, her cough worsening, pondering whether she was to engage in petty commerce or to help forge a robust new nation. She gazed towards the East Sea, encompassing the 23 islands. Acutely aware of the numerous islands plagued by pirate incursions, the ailing girl dared not contemplate further. Chapter 25. The Instrument of Law. As Luffy conversed about business with the young master of the Hero Association, a crimson cat paw emblem, vivid as blood, began to unfurl in the distant sky, casting a charming yet fearsome aura upon those who beheld it. This was the mark of the Black Cat Pirates' revelry. In the vicinity of the Clown Sea, following the downfall of the Buggy Pirates, many escaped aristocrats dispatched their household servants to assess the situation. However, when that red cat paw emerged before them, they scurried away in terror, some trembling so violently that they involuntarily soiled themselves. The Clown Buggy could not be vanquished. Yet his fate when confronted by the Black Cat Pirates was shrouded in mystery. A legend spoke of a naval vessel of captain rank that perished one fateful night, its entire crew transformed into a ghost ship. Later, their captain, isolated and without subordinates, was captured by Monka, who was still a mere private at the time. Yet, after Crocodile's execution, Monka succumbed to madness. It was an eerie and malevolent tale, upon learning of the Clown Sea's circumstances through the transponder snail. The aristocrats stared in horror at the fading blood-red cat paw, abandoning any thoughts of reclaiming their former territories. In the Clown Sea, the common folk beheld the emblem of the Black Cat Pirates' festivities rising nearby, plunging them into deeper despair. Within a villa, all eyes were drawn to the sky above the Clown Sea, fixated on the red cat paw. Usopp and the frail girl turned pale, while Nami's expression reflected her unease. Despite the distance, the sight was undeniably terrifying. As the sole male, Usopp felt compelled to take a stand, while Koya, frail and ill, merely watched. Meichi, a slender figure, stepped forward with determination and declared, "There's still time to escape." Bang! Nami swiftly grabbed a clay brick and hurled it with precision, striking Usopp down to the ground, her voice laced with irritation as she admonished, "Please refrain from speaking cowardly words with that fierce demeanor." "I only wish to lighten the mood," Usopp defended himself. "Yet it is far from amusing," Nami retorted emphatically. "Impossible." Usopp's voice rose in indignation. He scoffed at the feckless young man who would kneel for a mere gold brick, dismissing his words entirely. Koya, however, continued to laugh. Yes, it is amusing. Indeed. The atmosphere shifted. Initially fearful, Koya soon found herself laughing heartily. "What is there to fear? Heaven is on our side," Luffy exclaimed, unable to conceal his joy. In his hand, he held the Token of Reason, an artifact believed to attract divine favor and good fortune. The once lustrous jade, imbued with a pearlescent sheen, dimmed significantly, indicating that its stored merits had been expended. This was undoubtedly a cause for elation. The terrifying efficacy of the artifact meant that many obstacles in his grand plan had dissipated with the emergence of the red cat paw. Nami quickly extricated herself from her earlier trepidation, contemplating the implications. The downfall of the Buggy Pirates would inevitably lead the aristocrats back to the ruins. Yet this turn of events might compel them to abandon the sea altogether. As for the Black Cat Pirates, the Buggy Pirates had already been eliminated. Nami blinked her large eyes and turned to Koya, who looked worried, saying, "Thus, this will not hinder our business. It may even serve as a significant boon." "Is that so?" Koya replied, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she looked at both her and Luffy. "How fortunate I am to have met you. Then let us hasten. Delay could spell disaster." Luffy greeted the crowd before stepping outside. "You should leave too," Usopp shouted, harboring deep animosity towards the handsome Meichi, especially when he conversed with Koya. Nami cast a disdainful glance at him, How could she follow Luffy the moment he left? Such an act would betray her own poise. She walked straight to the frail girl, gently draping an arm around her and saying, "Don't mind him." The frail girl smiled and replied, "All right." Although Nami concealed her intentions well, keen observation revealed to the girl that Mei Chi was undoubtedly a woman. Otherwise, that gentle smile, capable of captivating all women, would not exist. Knowing this, she naturally refrained from focusing her attention on another woman. She softly inquired, "Are you with Luffy?" "Higi." "Not yet." Nami's face flushed, her blush so profound that it was difficult for even the finest powder to conceal it. Usopp, witnessing the closeness between the handsome man and the girl he cherished, felt a surge of rage and shouted a challenge. However, Nami swiftly drew her concealed firearm, and in the blink of an eye, shot a bullet through the open window, obliterating a fly that dared to enter. Impossible, Usopp thought, with keen perception realizing that he could not evade such a shot. "Captain." He stifled his tears and dashed outside, sprinting in the direction Luffy had taken. Usopp's keen sight was indeed remarkable. While most people perceived Luffy as weak at first glance, he trembled in fear, fully aware of Luffy's formidable strength. This was his unique gift. Not long after, Luffy returned, accompanied by the formidable Zoro, radiating an aura of intimidation, and a chest brimming with gold. Usopp trailed behind them, appearing utterly dejected. To his astonishment, he realized he had lost to a girl. The revelation struck him harder than he anticipated. "You have quite an eye," he mused. In a short span of time, Nami and Kaya had grown remarkably close, engaging in discussions about matters concerning women. "Hee," indeed, Kaya smiled, her demeanor adorably dazed. "Nami, you shall oversee the spending of this money." Luffy casually tossed 100 kilograms of gold to Nami, for he felt uneasy entrusting it to anyone else. "Certainly, that's my forte. Fear not. Every single penny will be judiciously allocated," Nami assured, signaling her competence with a gesture of reassurance. Although her business acumen may not be exceptional, her innate talent for managing finances and scrutinizing expenditures is undeniably top-notch. "You truly possess a discerning eye," Kaya remarked softly. "Hee," Nami responded, her cheeks flushing with modesty. "Miss Kaya, I shall entrust you with the procurement of provisions and the necessary arrangements with the Navy. Additionally, I will require the use of your merchant fleet's private soldiers," Luffy stated. "Understood," Kaya nodded in agreement. "Usopp," Luffy called out nonchalantly. The forlorn boy with the elongated nose snapped back to attention, buoyed by the admiration in the eyes of the girl he fancied. He proudly lifted his nose and declared, "If it's not a mission to eliminate the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, then do not seek me out." "Hey, how did you know?" Chapter 26. Hope to survive. Luffy's expression was one of astonishment. He was not jesting. "Ah, how amusing." Usopp burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. "I am not joking," Luffy replied solemnly. "Please, stop fooling around. It could be fatal." Usopp waved his hand, trying to cover his mouth, yet laughter still escaped him. "If you are unwilling to accept the task of eliminating the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, you may leave the ship right now." Luffy and Usopp exchanged earnest glances, their seriousness palpable. "No, no." Usopp quickly composed himself, his face contorting into a mournful expression. "But I have no chance of success. I would surely perish. That pirate crew once turned a naval warship into a ghost ship overnight. Zoro could handle it. May I assist him?" Zoro stood nearby, sword in hand, leaning against the wall, his eyes gently closed in a light slumber. Yet, every muscle in his body exuded an undeniable sharpness. Akin to the fangs of a dragon, one gentle touch could shatter them to pieces. "That is acceptable," Luffy nodded, then inquired. "But can you prevent the 200 or 300 ruffians of the Black Cat Pirates from setting foot on this island?" Zoro's task was to ensure that not a single enemy entered the island. Engaging in combat with the captain of the Black Cat Pirates would certainly render this mission impossible. Usopp's hopes of assisting swiftly dwindled, and he resolved not to let the so-called captain interfere with Zoro. At present, he was struggling with his last reserves of strength. "I have more pressing matters to attend to." Luffy bluntly dismissed Usopp's aspirations, without entertaining any notions of testing his resolve. He was too preoccupied with his own endeavors. "I truly wish to accept." Usopp gritted his teeth, then fell silent, sitting on a chair as his beloved stood up and gently grasped his hand. Usopp glanced at Kaya. His eyes filled with gratitude, and finally lowered his head to say, "But I cannot accomplish it." To admit one's own inadequacies requires immense courage. However, in the realm of humanity, courage has often proven futile. Thus, Luffy remained unmoved and asked, "Have you ever experienced a moment when you never gave up?" "I never gave up." Usopp frowned, pondering deeply, then nodded emphatically. Yes, Kaya. At that moment, his head lifted slightly, and upon answering, he seemed to grasp something profound. And what about the things you have given up? Luffy pressed. This question bore down on Usopp like a mountain, as he recalled the possibilities he relinquished, such as the chance for his mother to survive, which ultimately led to his dismal failure, a complete and utter defeat. This, despite his inadequacies, was only compounded by his abandonment of hope. Usopp's eyes cleared. The endeavors he had not forsaken were successful, while those he had relinquished resulted in failure. All right, Captain. I accept this task. He understood that the consequence of giving up was absolute failure, yet he was uncertain whether not giving up would lead to survival. What if he persevered and lived? Bones could be broken, yet life continued. A blade could pierce flesh, blood could flow profusely, yet existence endured. A bullet could penetrate the heart, and one could still move, still alive. Who could definitively say whether a person perished or merely relinquished their will to live? Very well. Then stride to eliminate Captain Black Cat. Luffy smiled, then turned to Zoro, who was blissfully napping against the wall, and said, Zoro will oversee your training. Not a problem. Zoro opened his eyes, his gaze sharp enough to pierce. Anyone ordinary would feel the sting. Go for it. Give it your all. Kaya encouraged, her spirits high. Lacking ability was one thing. She did not mind, as long as he tried his best. Usopp had always been diligent, and now he was even more so. Usopp felt a surge of confidence, but just then, Luffy playfully slapped the back of his head. Ouch. Though the hit was not hard, it felt like a needle prick, causing him great discomfort, leaving him unable to cry out, and nearly causing him to faint. Never give up, he urged himself, struggling desperately to rise from the dark mire. In the end, he was drenched in sweat, yet he did not faint. Ahaha. Usopp erupted in laughter, as in the past. He would have succumbed to unconsciousness immediately after yielding. Then, he shouted to Luffy, What are you doing? I'm giving you a challenge. Otherwise, even if you train for 3 years, you still won't be able to defeat the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. I'm not lacking in sense. Luffy replied. What challenge? Usopp examined his body, then questioned Kaya, who, like him, was in the dark. As long as you are alive, you will undoubtedly find out. Luffy offered a path without providing specifics, fearing Usopp might become overly reliant on this challenge and falter. I see. Usopp nodded, firmly etching the importance of living into his mind. Then let's begin now. Luffy clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, casting a serious glance around as he earnestly wished. I hope everyone can survive without any issues. Nami and her new companion, Kaya, nodded in agreement before turning to prepare. Hey, can I have a break? I'm so exhausted. Usopp swore on his parents that he was certainly not lying. He felt completely drained, both physically and mentally, desperately in need of sleep. However, Zoro showed no compassion, dragging the new companions to the open space and forcefully instilling martial arts exercises with extreme intensity. Usopp quickly surrendered to the futility of resistance. Shaken by Luffy's last ominous words, he was deeply concerned for Kaya and their new friends. North Asia Island, the largest island in the East Sea, serves as the commercial and political hub of the region, with its adjacent islands extending commercial and power control over the northern territories. It is also the closest thriving island to Kaya's hometown, where the main building of the Shiro Chamber of Commerce she oversees is situated in the heart of North Asia Island. Despite her illness, which required her to recuperate in her tranquil hometown, her grip on the chamber remained unweakened, with only minor, insignificant losses in territory. Her political acumen was rated a 10, while her business talent soared to 30. How could mere lineage rival such innate gifts? A luxurious carriage emerged from the Shiro Chamber of Commerce's main building, surrounded by dozens of guards who cleared the path for the carriage's slow yet steady approach to the largest bank. Within, Nami held a box filled with gold in one hand and gripped a gun tightly in the other, her gaze alert yet tinged with worry. For Luffy's final words of blessing had been delivered with utmost seriousness. Chapter 27. The young noble. The city was draped in a hue of gray, constructed from stones, with the majority of the impoverished populace using local materials to build shelters against the elements. The sole distinction lay in the central area, which stood out like a colossal jeweled orb amidst a vast desert, characterized by white walls and green accents, resembling the only oasis in an arid expanse. A line divided the lowly from the esteemed, chaos from order. The opulent carriage rolled along the cobblestone avenue, the sound of iron hoofs echoing as guards cleared the way, drawing the attention of small merchants and officials who gazed with a mix of admiration, envy, indifference, and arrogance at the obscured figures within the heavy drapes. A young nobleman lifted the curtain, his delicate hands revealing a gun that hinted at his serious demeanor, defying the image of a mere dandy. His clear eyes scanned the surrounding elite, reflecting a hint of sarcasm, as a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding a proud arrogance that compelled others to bow their heads in silence and retreat. Nami's appearance transformed once more, embodying the essence of a transcendent young noble, fitting to accompany Kaya without raising suspicion. At that moment, she found amusement in the earlier scene. She had initially believed that only the downtrodden in the lower districts displayed such a myriad of expressions, but upon witnessing the higher echelons, their demeanor remained unchanged, akin to the common folk. It seemed that, ultimately, humanity was the same, regardless of noble or humble bloodlines. Nami recalled Luffy's words, mundane beings. The journey continued in silence until the lavish carriage adorned with the Shiro Chamber of Commerce insignia halted before the bank. The chief manager, his hair graying at the temples, had already bent slightly in deference beneath the crescent arch supported by Roman columns, waiting with utmost courtesy. "Miss Kaya, welcome to our establishment." As Nami stepped down from the carriage with the ailing young girl in her arms, the manager lowered his head even further. "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" As a chief manager of a bank, his insight needed to be razor-sharp, especially for a cunning old fox like him. He could discern people with extraordinary precision. Perhaps the presence of Miss Kaya alone wouldn't compel him to bow like a dog, but the company of the young nobleman made him willingly lower his face to the ground. Such demeanor he had only witnessed among the lofty celestial dragons, even if not. Their family status surely rivaled that of the dragon nobility, akin to the 11 high-ranking officials of the world government. Nami's eyes flickered with understanding, as she surmised the manager's thoughts, likely mistaking her for a descendant of some grand family. She stifled a laugh. She was not only a mere girl, but a frail child from an obscure island known only for its oranges and plum blossoms. To buy a book, she'd have to steal. Although, in truth, books were prohibitively expensive for any commoner. However, Nami did not disappoint the chief manager. Upon entering the VIP chamber, the accompanying guards cleared the area of any prying eyes and ears, and she promptly opened a box of gold. "For 112 million berries, not a single unit less," she declared, exuding the demeanor of a wealthy family that was avaricious yet unwilling to squander time. The chief manager's heart raced at the sight of the gleaming gold. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to take a heart medication, he offered an apologetic expression and slowly replied, "The recent market price of gold has dropped considerably, with the exchange rate sitting at 1 to 2,950. Even so, gold of this purity is ideal for crafting jewelry." "Jewelry? Does this purity still require enhancement?" Nami brushed her forehead with a faint smile. "Don't tell me you've become senile. If you're unwilling to purchase, I'm sure the second-ranking bank, Moby Bank, would be delighted by your decision." "Deal." The chief manager quickly consumed his heart medication. Realizing he had never truly hoped to lower the price, it was merely the instinct of a businessman that had led him to such folly. For 112 million berries, compared to the market price of 295 million berries, may seem like a substantial discount, but in reality, it is merely a price that requires much contemplation. Any less would be a steal, not to mention the market's lower gold purity, even if the weights were the same. The actual gold content would be slightly less than that of the gleaming gold before them. Moreover, near perfectly pure gold, known as true gold, was exceedingly rare in the market, with most being ancient gold artifacts. For this reason, it could be said that such gold needed no embellishment to attract the attention of nobility that had existed for over 800 years. "Do you think that is sufficient?" As the chief manager lunged for the box of true gold, Nami pulled it closer, smirking, "Of course not. What else is needed? You better get to it." The chief manager hastily ingested another heart medication, wiping the sweat from his brow. The bank has connections with various commerce chambers. There are many avenues available. Typically, when nobles wish to purchase large quantities of goods, they would have the bank facilitate the transaction, which ensures a substantial commission. However, it appears that not only must we waive the fees, but also exert 200% effort to pave the way. Firstly, food. It must be affordable and storable, but not subpar. The second medication, procure as much as you can. It must suffice for at least 10,000 users. At this moment, Nami interjected, articulating the required items with remarkable clarity. Naturally, the ensuing discussions were entrusted to her, this exceptionally gifted girl. "Inform the merchants that should any errors arise, there is no need to prepare funds. They should come to me with their heads if they wish to waste my time." Nami's expression was calm and composed. Such audacious words were not of her own making. They belonged to Luffy. Had Sengoku's grandson, Chin, been present, he likely would have spoken in a similar vein. Very well. The chief manager wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, this reflects the demeanor of the world's aristocracy. Since the established rules have been disregarded, let them face the consequences. Dare I ask what your intentions are? Such a large quantity of goods, and there are whispers of firearms as well. This piqued the chief manager's curiosity. To play. Nami chuckled lightly. To play? The chief manager echoed her laughter. Yes, to play. Nami's laughter grew more exuberant. Haha, such audacity and play. The chief manager bowed in admiration. Truly worthy of being a member of the global elite. Play indeed. Am I merely to halt at the awakening of genes? I shall take a step forward, prepare for the next, and ready myself for the third. In the Clown Sea, Luffy proclaimed, then recited, the Kuenping soars 90,000 miles, riding the great wind, shattering the clouds, bearing the azure sky. Chapter 28. Looking from heights. Luffy finds himself at the final stage of his journey. Upon achieving the transcendental state of unity with the void, he will immediately awaken his genetic potential, as long as he continues to fulfill the missions set before him. The gateway to this awakening remains open. However, what of the higher echelons of power? This world is profoundly intricate. The powers of the devil fruits, the might of Haki, and the enigmatic substances that catalyze the evolution of life all signify that this is not a realm governed by the conventional passage of time. In a world that adhered to normal historical progression, even in the face of missiles, nuclear weapons, and technologically advanced military forces, Luffy, post-genetic awakening, would harbor no fear, gazing down upon everything with the perspective of a transcendent being. Yet, despite the inherent degradation of this world, the notion of fear remains. One can never predict what bizarre entity might emerge from the shadows to ensnare him in an abyss. This is not mere folly, while transcendent beings possess immense power. They ultimately belong to the realm of living beings, mere carbon-based entities, rather than the fantastical gods, demons, or Buddhas endowed with ineffable powers. Fortunately, beyond the realm of transcendent beings lies the existence of true immortals, capable of suppressing all so-called fantastical life forms and providing a viable path toward a formidable civilization. A vast industrial complex, populated by millions of transcendent beings, has thoroughly mastered genetic technology, particle technology, and quantum theory, coupled with the methods for refining chaotic substances provided. Transforming one's corporeal form into that of chaos itself would render them impervious even at the heart of a nuclear explosion, defying the brilliance of the sun. In truth, Luffy senses that the collective strength of millions of transcendent beings is sufficient to quell all dissent. However, the terrestrial true immortals, at their zenith, possess the capacity to devour an entire galaxy or to transform a planet into a colossal celestial vessel, embarking on a journey through the cosmos, turning distant starfields into a feast for the senses. The term true immortal can also be interpreted as emperor immortal, with emperor signifying a divine being, transcending the earthly realm, capable of sealing divinity with a mere thought. The true immortals are often referred to as earthly true immortals, a title that echoes with celestial connotations. A gentle sea breeze wafts by, bringing with it a refreshing sensation. Luffy stood at the heart of the Clown Sea, at the site where the buggy pirates met their demise, on the largest of the 23 islands. Upon his return, he brought with him 300 private soldiers from the heroic merchant guild. However, this was merely a facade and a prelude to his true intentions. His genuine strategy lay in the use of the celestial scholars. These entities had the remarkable ability to bestow an extraordinary new life upon the deceased. Utilizing the remnants of memories within the minds of the departed, they would implant an intelligent system that closely approximated sentient wisdom. Obediently following Luffy's commands and capable of assimilating the knowledge he possessed, based on the quality of the system. This approach had its merits, but it bore one significant flaw. It was costly. The intelligent systems available for redemption with points proved rather inflexible and rigid, with a limited capacity for knowledge. A more advanced system could rival that of an ordinary human, mastering a higher tier of knowledge, yet required 10 points for purchase. Ascending to an even higher echelon, a system akin to a genius could traverse multiple interconnected domains and merge them flawlessly, but this necessitated a staggering 100 points. Moreover, when the celestial scholars' physical functions dwindled to zero, and their cognitive processes ceased to be active, they would perish just like any ordinary individual. Luffy envisioned a hierarchy comprised of 10 genius-level celestial scholars as leaders, 100 ordinary-level scholars as instructors, and 1,000 rigid-level scholars as laborers. This constituted Luffy's initial strategy, amounting to a total of 3,000 points, which, when converted to pure gold and then into the currency of this world, still equated to over 120 billion berries after 2 devaluations. it is essential to understand that points were nearly omnipotent. Indeed, Luffy speculated that certain items in the marketplace were intentionally made unavailable to him, particularly those pertaining to this world. Presently, he retained only 1,330 points as a precaution to potentially tear through the fabric of time and space to save lives, or to procure some low-value yet life-saving items. On this largest island, 10 distinct individuals, recently deceased, opened their eyes anew, their vacant gazes igniting with renewed brilliance, which would not solely belong to them, but would ensure their eternal servitude to Luffy. Among the 23 islands, 100 civilians on the verge of death were also revived as celestial scholars, radiating a glow yet to be ignited. Across much of the East Sea, 1,000 rigid-level scholars stood erect, their previously cooling bodies once again warmed, releasing the latent heat contained within their bones. Now, let us eradicate the remaining brigands. Luffy clapped his hands and addressed the soldiers at the forefront. What is chaos? It is when the once ordinary populace rises with blades in hand, committing atrocities to satiate their desires, trampling upon the foundations of order and morality. On an island spanning over 50 kilometers, among hundreds of thousands of common folk, how many retain their humanity, while an even greater number succumb to their primal instincts? Indeed, 300 soldiers simultaneously raised their exquisite long guns, their fierce shouts resonating in the air. One could discern the profound heritage of the Hero Chamber of Commerce, a formidable entity in the northern region of the East Sea, wielding power that eclipses that of a naval colonel, with personnel of exceptional caliber. Yet, the sight of these formidable mercenaries caused Luffy to shake his head in dismay. An army forged from self-interest is destined to drown in that very interest, leading to its own ruin. There is no distinction. Even if the beginnings are promising, a mere span of a decade or two will lead to decay. Only an army organized around ideals is resilient as tempered steel, enduring like gold that cannot be consumed by fire. The essence of justice, as wielded by the Navy, reveals this truth. Even after 8 centuries of corruption, countless idealistic youths still join the ranks. Yet, it is ultimately decayed, rotten to its very core. At its heart, Luffy's opposition to the world government stems from ideology. He harbored a grand vision, yet it required experimentation to rectify errors. Aspiring to forge a formidable army of crimson ideals from the very populace that looked down upon themselves, ready to cleanse the heavens with their blood amidst the chaos of yin and yang. The cleansing commenced swiftly, initially targeting the 10 genius-level principal warriors and 23 ordinary-level principal warriors nearby. These fierce mercenaries may falter against elite naval forces, yet they faced bandits and scoundrels with ease, as if mowing down grass, lives claimed by the relentless hail of bullets. The recently liberated populace, still reeling from chaos and suffering, wore expressions of disbelief, their smiles tinged with uncountable sorrows. They had escaped disaster, but how would they survive? They indeed possessed land, yet much of it remained in the hands of noble merchants, leaving them without the right to claim it. The Black Cat pirates lurked nearby, and many turned to Luffy, their savior, inquiring if he had a means of escape, urging him to flee alongside them. Chapter 29. Breakthrough. The venerable elder spoke earnestly. In these seas, those who have lived long may not possess extraordinary traits, but they are anything but ordinary. They possess a unique understanding, one that surpasses even that of pirates. One pirate may be slain, and a crew may be obliterated in an instant, yet the presence of pirates never ceases. When one falls, another rises, often warning patrolling navies with bloodshed, forcing them to retreat to their fortified main islands. Aside from a few righteous fools, which decayed army would risk its own life for the sake of others? Rather, an army that would not fight for others' lives is indeed rotten. Thus, the lives of the common folk are inextricably linked to pirates, with the most fundamental aspect being life and death. Life, as they cannot survive due to pirates. Death, as they find liberation through pirates. Every individual who reaches their 70s or 80s is undoubtedly a figure of immense respect on the island, for life has not crushed them, and pirates have failed to drag them into the abyss of death. The rescued populace appeared frantic, flailing about like headless flies. The sea was perilous, and only on land did they see hope for survival. Regarding the Black Cat pirates, the elder tapped his cane and remarked, "They are far too fearsome, utterly unresistible." Perhaps the clown from the buggy pirates survived and could negotiate territory with the Black Cat pirates. Every pirate crew's arrival is invariably disastrous, yet in comparison, disparities emerge. Not resisting a relatively benign pirate crew is not a sign of incompetence or cowardice, but rather the wisdom of survival. Laughter erupted among the soldiers, some exclaiming, The buggy pirates you speak of were annihilated by this very gentleman before us. The Black Cat pirates occupied the waters of the former Clown. And while these soldiers were initially reluctant to engage, Luffy revealed his identity and showcased a fraction of his power, inciting their excitement to eliminate the formidable pirate crew, not only for fame but for profit. In this world, it is ultimately the powerful who wield the authority to speak. Is this truly the case? The elder expressed disbelief. He had heard tales of the buggy pirates being completely eradicated, their members slain by a storm of arrows, yet curiously, no arrows were found. Everyone, look over here. Luffy exclaimed, there is a saying that goes, merely speaking without action is nothing but empty rhetoric, while practicing without discourse is sheer folly. He found this sentiment profoundly resonant. Upon hearing his words, many commoners ceased their frantic movements, lifting their gazes towards the seemingly frail boy clad in red. Their expressions bore a hint of skepticism, yet, after all, he was the one who vanquished the wicked bandits. So it was worth observing. Luffy understood that he must instill a profound sense of confidence in those around him. Thus, the subsequent matters would be rendered manageable. Should he choose to conceal his strength and lack generosity, he would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. It was time to exert himself fully and engage in physical activity, keeping some cards close to his chest. Suddenly, the air resonated with the thunderous sound emanating from the red-robed youth, exuding an aura of divine authority. Even the elder nearby, accustomed to the elements, felt a tremor of fear, while the younger onlookers stood agape, their eyes filled with reverence. The formidable mercenaries too were transfixed. Despite having witnessed extraordinary feats before, they were still awestruck by the spectacle. What a display of celestial might! Not merely something to be touched, but an essence that seemed beyond comprehension, now manifesting in a single individual. Self-reliance and strength are not merely slogans. They demand rigorous training, much like iron or transforming into steel within the furnace. Luffy exhaled a quiet sigh of wonder before he made his move. A massive boulder, reminiscent of a small hill, loomed 100 meters away. The locals had grown so accustomed to its presence that they often overlooked it. Its sheer size, weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds, rendered it inconceivable that it could ever vanish. Yet at that moment, Luffy, crackling with thunderous energy, slowed his pace before the stone. With a powerful kick, the boulder was uprooted, soaring skyward for several dozen meters. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath him fractured, fissures spreading across the earth, unable to withstand the youth's immense power. Even those situated 100 meters away felt the tremors, and soon, a small, dry pond emerged. Everyone was left in awe of this magnificent force, as if it were the very essence of divinity itself, commanding thunder, hurling mountains, and controlling the earth. Was this not the realm of mythic beings? However, they soon realized their assumptions were misplaced. The red-robed youth approached the levitating boulder, which was being buffeted by the fierce winds. With a seemingly mundane step, he unleashed a punch that struck the descending stone. In an instant, the colossal boulder shattered into a cloud of dust and debris, obscuring the sky, transcending all mortal imagination and surpassing mythological tales. The expressions of the onlookers froze, unable to convey the profound astonishment that gripped their hearts. This world indeed possessed such power. As the dust settled, Luffy gazed at his hand in disbelief. The strength he wielded far surpassed his limits. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed a deeper realm, where the previously sparse trajectories of the universe became complex and intricate. He focused on the frail points within this newfound understanding and delivered a punch. A tremendous force crushed the boulder as if it were mere chaff, a phenomenon he had not anticipated. My dear, you truly aim to be invincible, Luffy contemplated. This was not a sudden epiphany. After marrying Kanna, their abilities became utterly intertwined, merging into a singular entity. Furthermore, their training progressed not merely in a linear fashion but rather exponentially, akin to a geometric multiplication. Training resembled the expansion of a circle, or perhaps even a sphere. The larger the sphere, the more previously unknown information one could discern. The essence of cultivation lies in the awareness of what one knows and does not know. When the circles of two individuals converge into a larger circle, the realm of the unknown expands immensely. Just moments ago, Kanna had unraveled a martial arts conundrum, leading to her rapid advancement into the mid-stage of the celestial trajectory. As her inseparable husband, Luffy naturally found himself stepping into the mid-stage of the celestial trajectory as well. Of course, this was the result of their mutual cultivation. One cannot achieve such heights alone. Remarkable. However, Luffy would not allow any so-called masculine pride to cloud his judgment regarding who the true benefactor was, and he generously praised his wife. After all, she was his. A joyful laugh echoed, and Luffy joined in the laughter. Chapter 30. The Industrial Mother Machine from the Dust. A young man in a crimson robe emerged slowly. His first words plunged everyone from shock into a state of foolish laughter. Read more, and you too can achieve this. Luffy is earnest and speaks no falsehood. The three major internal martial arts, Taiji, Shingi, and Bagua, are to him merely keys that unlock a celestial path, as his enhanced physical prowess and martial arts experience hold little significance. What matters more is the knowledge passed down through literature. At this moment, he serves as a guide, bestowing keys that are no less valuable than those offered by the three major internal schools. Can reading truly make a difference? Many young individuals fervently assert that such power is overwhelmingly captivating, rendering them ensnared and unable to escape. Unfortunately, the cost of books is prohibitively high, making them difficult to acquire. At this moment, Luffy revealed a gentle smile, one that only he understood the reason for. It stemmed from the innocence of those before him. In stark contrast to the naval commanders of his youth, who would mockingly laugh at his earnest attempts to read. How delightful is innocence! Truly, it is a precious quality. Of course, he had devoured countless tomes throughout his life, and continued to do so. Though his heart was filled with exuberance, Luffy's demeanor remained serious, devoid of pretense. Among those present, there were 5 prodigious scholars of the celestial realm, alongside 13 ordinary ones. He did not employ them as mere puppets to guide the naive. Rather, he let the situation unfold organically. For he was about to utter the greatest lie in history, and to instill belief. It must be genuine, it must be pure, devoid of any hint of deception. As Luffy spoke, many young individuals immediately set off in search of books, determined to immerse themselves in reading. The elderly, though seasoned by life's experiences, had seldom encountered books. Their rarity rendered them valuable, often found only in the homes of nobility, with common folk needing to save for nearly half a year to procure a single volume. Furthermore, books were perceived by them as lacking merit, a notion perpetuated by the aristocracy for generations. Thus, they remained silent at this moment. Luffy remained unhurried, commanding his private soldiers to establish a camp while issuing a stern decree prohibiting any disturbance to the populace, with severe penalties for violations and rewards for informants. Subsequently, he made his way to the seaside. Luffy arrived aboard the grand vessel of the Hilo Trading Company, rather than his conspicuous iron ship. However, he instructed his iron vessel to discreetly chart a path to this island using radar, navigating through an uninhabited route. The existence of armed factions necessitates a balance of power between pirates and the Navy, amidst the ongoing conflicts between pirates. As long as there is war between pirates and the Navy, and internal strife among the pirates themselves, he can gradually cultivate his influence, potentially even establishing a nation. Yet, for this influence to endure and thrive, certain conditions must be met. 1. A robust populace. 2. A well-organized structure. 3. A formidable military force. 4. Favorable terrain for combat. And 5. A sustainable economic foundation for supplies. Encouraging the populace to engage in education is vital to fulfilling the first condition. Although the second and third conditions may not yet be realized, the fourth and fifth are within reach. A 50-kilometer island, akin to a stationary ship, presents a formidable defense against maritime adversaries, being easy to fortify yet challenging to breach. A sound economic foundation ensures the capability for warfare. Both elements are interdependent, as economic strength is necessary to support military endeavors, and vice versa. The iron ship, upon its creation, was not merely a vessel but a dynamic industrial mother machine. With the iron ship, an entire industrial system could be developed, provided that resources could be located and utilized effectively. Once a complete industrial base is established, even if confined to this island, the economic growth could surge exponentially. Should this expansion extend to 23 islands, it would not be long before the entire northern region of the East Sea becomes enmeshed with these islands. The influx of goods at low prices could devastate traditional craftsmanship and agriculture, and by the time other factions begin to grasp the essence of industry, the standards would firmly rest in Luffy's hands, rendering others merely cooperative rather than independent. The influence of industrial standards is profoundly significant. A curious anecdote from Luffy's readings illustrated how medieval wagons dictated the width of roads to accommodate 2 wagons side by side. In the post-industrial era, the dimensions of roads, built for wagon width, ultimately constrained the size of rockets intended for launching satellites. Though a mere curiosity, it reveals the overwhelming power of industrial standards. With a crackling sound, the iron ship began to transform at the seaside, its elongated hull morphing into a disc shape. Simultaneously, a large umbrella unfurled from a specific location, completely enveloping the disc and employing light-bending techniques for stealth, rendering it inconspicuous and deeply concealed. Ultimately, it relied on anti-gravity technology to hover slowly toward the island's dense forest. While capable of swift flight, adopting a shuttle shape would compromise its stealth and generate considerable noise, reminiscent of a daytime ascent, and could not solely depend on nuclear power. It required supplementary stored electricity for operation. The industrial mother machine identified a prime location deep within the forest, yet did not cease its operations. It transformed into a massive fortress-like tank, clearing a path as it advanced. The age-old adage persists: to attain wealth, one must first build roads. Luffy gazed upon the industrial factory, now firmly established on the earth, satisfied with its transformation, as the once conspicuous iron ship became a mere whisper of its former self, evoking little connection to him. The initial step was to produce enlightening literature. Luffy pondered that while other matters could be set aside, the enlightenment of the populace must be prioritized. If not, the greatest lie he intended to convey would be rendered utterly unbelievable. The forest, rich in timber resources, soon yielded thousands of tomes, their square characters arranged in horizontal and vertical strokes. To a multitude of misled citizens, these books bore little distinction from the phonetic script of their world, serving a clandestine purpose as well. The volumes were displayed prominently in the square, and the formidable private soldiers, motivated by monetary gain, swiftly transformed into loudspeakers, proclaiming the news far and wide. Naturally, the crowd, unable to glean any understanding from the texts, surged forth en masse. Chapter 31. The birth of a mission. A multitude gathered to observe. However, those who wished to approach were dissuaded by the most esteemed elder. Dragging his aged frame, he engaged Luffy in negotiation, inquiring whether there were any stipulations attached to acquiring these books. He had come to haggle, despite Luffy having rescued them. They were not to be treated as mere wards. Surely, he would not distribute costly books without expectation of recompense. Indeed, there were conditions. Luffy nodded, for he was not so foolish as to give away precious resources without cause. After all, what value could anything possess if it were freely given? The elder nodded inwardly, then remarked, "We may lack in many things, but we possess considerable strength." His implication was clear. Aside from their physical prowess, they were devoid of other resources. Though they could labor, their capabilities were limited in other respects. Luffy gestured toward a vast expanse of ruins and vacant land, scenes of devastation wrought by pirates and the abandoned estates of nobles. "I require you to construct some buildings here. Strength is all I need." "Very well." The elder exhaled, ceasing further negotiations. The red-clad youth had saved them. Thus, whether or not he provided valuable books, they were obliged to lend a hand. 8 hours a day, with meals included, and 100 berries in wages. Does that seem too little? Luffy inquired. The elder felt as if his ears had deceived him. Had he truly heard that they would receive food in payment for such labor? "I ask for 8 hours a day, with meals and 100 berries for pocket money. Is that acceptable?" Luffy raised his voice, as the elderly often suffered from diminished hearing. The entire crowd, once bustling with chatter, fell into a stunned silence upon hearing his raised voice. Food and wages? Such conditions seemed unbelievable. In times of calamity, merely having enough to eat was a tremendous blessing. Even in peacetime, under the oppression of the nobility, they barely managed to stave off hunger. Yet now, amidst this period of disaster, there was also the promise of payment. Were they dreaming? A clamor erupted. Many began to question whether this could truly be the case. At that moment, even without the books, the vast majority expressed a willingness to join Luffy's ranks. "Indeed," Luffy affirmed. The uproar gradually subsided, and as the crowd exchanged glances, they simultaneously knelt, exclaiming, "Saint, rise, rise. There is much work to be done." Luffy furrowed his brow and hurriedly attempted to lift the elderly man who was kneeling, urging others to rise as well. He despised the sight of individuals bowing before him, unless it was in the face of a profound debt of gratitude. Otherwise, it resembled servitude. However, noticing that the elder remained on the ground and the others regarded him with the eyes of a savior, Luffy continued, "Having work, being able to eat one's fill, and receiving wages is merely a matter of course." The sage, shaking his head, replied, "To have enough to eat is already a considerable blessing, and the prospect of earning wages means that many families can also fill their stomachs. In years of calamity, this was beyond imagination, even in times of peace. Such treatment is deemed exceptionally generous. Luffy fell momentarily silent, but soon he spoke again. Our organization is entirely different from those noble lords. Do not kneel. Those who are capable, come forth and take the books. When we have exceptional talents, the organization will welcome them, and then you shall truly understand. With a wave of his hand, Luffy summoned individuals to distribute books while he contemplated future endeavors. His arrival here was primarily to convey the significance he places on literature and the value he sees in every individual, as well as to seize the opportunity to assert that our organization stands in stark contrast to the esteemed aristocracy. Fortunately, this assertion holds true. Luffy exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, his once steadfast resolve now forged with the strength of steel. He was acutely aware of the repercussions wrought by deceit. The imagery of mountains of corpses and seas of blood scarcely sufficed to convey the gravity of the situation, as every inch of land and ocean risked becoming tainted with blood and bones. Nevertheless, Luffy exhibited not a trace of hesitation. The current circumstances revealed that the nobility had systematically flayed the populace, gradually staining every parcel of land and ocean with human blood to satiate their own appetites. In a swift turn of events, thousands of books were distributed, and Luffy, displaying his understanding of the people's desires, commanded that, having accomplished such significant deeds for the community, they should continue to engage in noble acts until the day after tomorrow. A chorus of cheers erupted, and the people eagerly opened the books, poring over them with utmost seriousness. After all, was it not sufficient merely to read? Undoubtedly, if each individual grasped the written word. Even if the wisdom of the people was suppressed by the aristocracy, it would ultimately be overwhelmed and washed away by the collective intellect of the populace. At that moment, 5 prodigious scholars and 23 ordinary ones stepped forward to teach the masses to read and comprehend, simultaneously elucidating the enlightening texts. These enlightening volumes were remarkable. Luffy had painstakingly crafted them, weaving martial arts into the fabric of each literary work, or conversely, infusing literary knowledge into the study of martial disciplines. This approach not only awakened the minds of the people but also fortified their bodies, thereby preventing certain individuals from solely pursuing martial prowess while neglecting intellectual growth. The integration of martial and scholarly pursuits was paramount. In these texts, the founding ancestors wisely stated, to civilize the spirit, one must first cultivate the body from its barbarism. If the body is barbaric, then the spirit of civilization will follow. This statement underscores the intrinsic relationship between knowledge and martial skill, akin to the interplay between the moon and the sun, perpetually nurturing one another. A mission was taking shape, the vast ocean of the people. In this world, power stands as the sole truth, yet the greatest strength has remained largely unrecognized. It is imperative to awaken this latent power, harness it, and crush the pirates and the nobility, revealing to the world the immense force of the populace, akin to an ocean's expanse. Mission completion points, 3,000. Upon completion of the mission, one shall be rewarded with a relic of the laws, Dawn's Awakening, with the power of resurrection and rebirth. According to the score achieved upon mission completion, the points will multiply, and achieving full marks will yield a doubling of the score. Furthermore, a passing score will grant a randomly generated relic of the laws. Luffy was astonished. He had long anticipated the emergence of his mission, but the magnitude of the reward startled him. With a baseline score of 3,000 points, achieving the maximum would yield a total of 6,000. What captivated his attention further was not only the instrument that generated the score but also the acquisition of the Dawn, an artifact of the loss. The simple notion of resurrection compelled him to fulfill this task, even without coercion. Chapter 32, Listening to the Sounds of the World Upon the Vast Ocean. Massive sailboats glided gracefully with the wind. At the bow, a noble young gentleman, draped in subtly opulent attire, leaned against the railing, his gaze distant. Does Mr. Luffy enjoy this? Behind him, a slightly frail girl, clad in a windbreaker, stood slowly beside this aristocrat. Indeed, it feels quite delightful. Nami, aware of her awkwardness, discreetly coughed to mask her embarrassment. At that moment, her acting skills had ascended to another level, rendering her a striking figure reminiscent of a young nobleman reveling in leisure. Those naval commanders were indeed akin to vampires. Nami continued, expressing her disdain for these renowned warriors. It took an entire 50 million to finally establish connections and construct an amusement park. If those commanders had accurately gauged my noble lineage, the cost would have been significantly higher. Otherwise, this swarm of bloodsuckers would have devoured 100 million, or even 200 million, without a second thought. Such is the nature of this world, she mused, shaking her head in resignation. The rear admiral, influenced by the substantial sum, regarded them as if they were heirs of a prominent family. It was only through the desperation of merchants seeking shade beneath a grand tree that prices for food and medicine plummeted. Furthermore, when acquiring land from the nobility, not only was the expenditure minimal, but transactions were also remarkably straightforward, devoid of any complications. This fleet of sailboats carried copious amounts of food, medicine, and an array of weaponry, along with the deeds of 23 islands belonging to the Black Cat pirates. The nobles, disheartened by their return to desolation, rejoiced upon learning that a scion of a grand family intended to purchase their lands. Finding a buyer was a trivial matter. The paramount concern was aligning with the powerful. Lesser nobles clung to greater ones, while the latter sought refuge among the supernobles. Consider the three illustrious families within the Goya kingdom, who, by establishing connections with the celestial dragons, swiftly seized control of the state, rendering even the government-sanctioned kings silent in their presence. Yet, there's only 200 million left. Nami pouted, her frustration evident. But that's not your money, Kaya chuckled, teasingly remarking, of course, it could also become yours. Her implication was clear. Nami could simply take the money and run. I am not a villain bound by morals, Nami exclaimed. And Luffy has compensated me as well. That one gold ingot earned me several million. Nami, I can see you truly need the money, Kaya remarked, her eyes glinting. That gold ingot? You merely chipped a small corner to fashion a tiny plum blossom earring. It was scarcely 10 grams. I prefer simplicity, Nami replied. Kaya glanced down at her impeccably groomed appearance, even in masculine attire, which further reinforced the impression of her being a noble's son. With a light-hearted chuckle, she retreated to the cabin. After taking her medicine, she felt considerably better and enjoyed a stroll, though she could not linger in the sea breeze for too long. Unlike Nami, who gazed longingly towards the horizon, the dashing young noble inhaled several deep breaths of sea air, attempting to calm the inexplicable flush on his face. After a moment's hesitation, he returned to the cabin, opting instead to practice martial arts vigorously on the deck. She did not slacken her efforts. Yet her gaze inevitably wandered toward a certain direction. Some things one need not possess but should at least be allowed to behold. Otherwise, it would be utterly unjust. Zoro, your sword. Amidst the tranquility of the island, Usopp stood transfixed, grasping a gun that fired bullets, his eyes fixated 10 meters ahead on the swordsman. The blade in his hand, and the bullets deflected at his feet. Zoro exhaled, sheathing his two lightly humming swords, declaring, "At last, I have succeeded. Master taught me to listen to the sounds of the world." Listening to the sounds of the world is a classification of Kinbunchaku haki. Among the 3 types of haki, Kinbunchaku is the most unique. Conqueror's haki is undeniably powerful and armament haki is resolutely strong, yet Kinbunchaku haki encompasses various forms, each yielding distinct benefits based on one's cultivation methods. Typically, those who naturally awaken Kinbunchaku haki can perceive the thoughts of others, while some esoteric forms allow one to discern vulnerabilities, and others bestow the gift of foresight. Listening to the sounds of the world is among the most potent forms of Kinbunchaku haki, aiding cultivation by learning from the entirety of existence, continuously enhancing one's strength, and significantly augmenting combat abilities. Even with a sturdier bamboo stick, Zoro could easily slay foes, and with a sword, he could pierce through steel effortlessly. I feel like a useless being, Usopp lamented, starkly contrasting Zoro's confidence. His greatest talent lay in marksmanship. Recent training had significantly sharpened his shooting skills, allowing him to draw his gun with a speed that would mock his past self. Yet now, his bullets were effortlessly sliced apart by a swordsman. What do you mean, feel? You are, Zoro retorted, playfully striking Usopp's head with the sheath of his sword, rekindling his motivation for training. What will you teach me today? Usopp, ever straightforward, quickly rallied, realizing that if he were to rise from his lethargy, he might at least find amusement in mocking his former self. I see you're not slacking either. So let me share my insights on listening to the sounds of the world with you, Zoro stated. Let us see if you can grasp this power. Insights? I thought you were going to share a technique. Usopp pouted, displaying a look of discontent. Hey, don't be greedy. Sharing my insights is generous enough. If I divulged the technique, not only would you be punished, but I would face severe consequences as well, Zoro snapped, visibly irritated. The distinctions between sex in this world are not merely profound but exceedingly deep. If a disciple were to leak their sex techniques, the rules dictate that both the leaker and the recipient must be executed. As for sharing Kinbunchaku methods, it would lead to the annihilation of the entire family. Even though Zoro's master was gentle, he had warned Zoro that if the listening to the sounds of the world were to be disclosed, he would undoubtedly be incapacitated. Chapter 33. The Deadshot and the Black Cat blind, deaf, devoid of touch, scentless, tasteless, one seeks the light amidst endless darkness. Zoro elucidated, to acquire Kinbunshika haki, one must first render oneself a mere vessel, searching within for that ethereal force. Wait, why does all this sound so familiar? Usopp was taken aback. What? Impossible. Even the most rudimentary knowledge is scarcely disseminated. Zoro was even more astonished. Although it was merely experience, it was exceedingly rare. Within the sect, aside from those who were heirs, no one would dare to speak of such matters. By the way, my father often spoke of these things when I was young and left me a book. Usopp's expression shifted as memories flooded back. His father would frequently take him to the seaside, discussing the art of sniping in the realm of death, which was the true qualification of a sniper king. The realm of death bore a striking resemblance to the experience Zoro mentioned, but was far more profound, plunging one's consciousness into a deep and desolate darkness. That must be a manual on the cultivation of perceptive abilities. I never expected you to keep such a secret. Zoro realized that Usopp's father, Yasopp, was a subordinate of Shanks, the leader of the four emperors, and had undoubtedly inherited the powerful teachings of a prestigious sect. Come, let me witness it. Even the slightest clue can inspire me. This could directly instruct you. It was impossible to obtain the manual. Otherwise, if one were truly killed, it would be a grave injustice. However, listening to the sounds of the world dramatically accelerated one's cultivation speed. One reason for this was that it allowed one to discern the cultivation methods of others more thoroughly. Although one might not obtain the complete cultivation method, the insights gained for oneself would still be enormously beneficial. I can't read, Usopp stated flatly. Zoro fell into a brief silence. Useless. Ultimately, a resounding shout echoed through the island. After a long while, Usopp, spitting out saliva, made his way to the woods near the shore. In the very spot where his father had once held him while gazing at the sea, he found tranquility, closing his eyes and sinking into the deepest slumber. Zoro's master was wise, insisting that Zoro not only learn swordsmanship but also read extensively. Literacy was deemed equally important as mastering the sword. Though Zoro may not be exceptionally erudite, he was more than capable of teaching others to read, albeit with somewhat harsh methods. Can't learn? Just get thrashed with a bamboo stick. This was not due to Zoro's sadistic tendencies, but rather because his master's daughter had been helping him, the slow learner, and thus resorted to such measures. He had learned one character at a time. Now, Usopp, still brimming with potential, recalled the entirety of the death sniping techniques with remarkable clarity. In the end, seeing Usopp on the verge of collapse, Zoro waved his hand, allowing him to rest while he himself pondered the exquisite applications of death sniping. It was quite contrary to the rules, yet death sniping was irresistibly alluring, comparable to listening to the sounds of the world. While the latter was more versatile, death sniping was entirely focused on aiming and shooting. One shot could lead to the death of an enemy with no regard for survival. There was no other alternative. This intrigued Zoro, as even within swordsmanship, there existed the notion of unconventional techniques. He aspired to derive a sword move from the principles of death sniping. Thus, he decided to regard the rules as mere toilet paper. Kaya must die. Faintly, those words echoed, jolting Usopp from his profound slumber, his breath nearly imperceptible, yet still maintaining the secret techniques recorded within the death sniping methods. The mountains and sandy beaches were separated by a cliff, a secluded place where few ventured, save for Usopp, who often came to observe the majesty of the sea. At this moment, who else could be present? Amidst the lush greenery, Usopp quietly peered over the cliff's edge, searching for the source of the sound. On the beach, two figures walked. One appeared peculiar, clad in circus attire and sporting heart-shaped glasses. The other was dressed in formal butler attire, tall and slightly hunched, moving silently like a wildcat seeking an opportunity to strike. Butler Clara. Usopp's pupils constricted. He never anticipated that the one who spoke those chilling words would be Butler Clara. The voice was cold and terrifying, evoking the fear akin to a mouse encountering a cat, utterly devoid of the respect and courtesy he had once shown. Captain Kuro. Subsequently, the strange man elucidated Usopp's confusion. Chuckling, ever since you obliterated a colonel's ship 3 years ago, you have driven a promising naval officer, Colonel Monka, to madness, who was recently publicly tried. Now you come to assign me such a grand task. It seems that the peace of these past 3 years has not quelled the malevolence of the Black Cat. Black Cat. The Black Cat pirates. Usopp was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. He quickly grasped the essence of the situation. The Kuro who had perished 3 years ago was not the same as the Black Cat captain captured aboard the Black Cat pirates ship. The current Butler Clara was the true Kuro, the founder of the Black Cat pirates, seeking to reclaim the crew he had abandoned. What could his intentions be? I have no desire to kill Miss Kaya. I merely wish for her to fall victim to an unexpected attack by the Black Cat pirates. Before her demise, she left a letter bequeathing all her assets to the esteemed butler Clara, rather than bestowing a fortune upon some foolhardy pirate's dim-witted son. Look how just I am. Ah ha ha ha. Kuro, in a fit of madness, spoke in a frenzied manner, for he was inherently a pirate, not out of a desire to become one, but because he inherently was one. Due to his personality, he despised the identity of a pirate, orchestrating a massacre of a naval colonel's ship as a performance. At this moment, he made no effort to conceal his intentions, for this place was not only secluded but he also trusted in his extraordinary perceptive abilities. Confident that within 1,000 meters, aside from the animals, there was no one else present. Usopp was furious, yet his breath grew even quieter, devoid of any sound, and his mental faculties plunged into a state of suspension. At that moment, he saw clearly, not with his eyes, but through a peculiar force that filled his entire being. This was the awakening of the observation haki, on the verge of realization. He raised his gun, aiming at the Black Cat Captain Kuro. His heartbeat slowed. The flow of blood nearly stilled. This was merely an illusion brought on by heightened brain activity, not due to any external force. Had Luffy been present, he would have surely sensed Usopp unlocking his mental perception. Chapter 34. Mental Perception. Mental perception is a naturally occurring organ within the human body, distinct from the extraordinary observation haki. Although similar to the latter, the two are fundamentally different. One is ethereal, the other tangible. Observation haki grants a form of observational ability that does not interfere with reality, thus considered ethereal. In contrast, mental perception exists within the human body and reality, and when not fully awakened or in the early stages of awakening, it provides a new perspective. However, as mental perception grows stronger, it begins to influence reality. Divine. What is being conveyed is the existence of a spirit manifested in the world. The two cannot be compared in terms of strength, for their paths diverge. The power of observation and the spiritual senses ultimately lead to divine communication, revealing divine strength in reality. However, when an individual possesses both, the prowess of either the power of observation or the spiritual senses will experience exponential growth. Their inherent differences give rise to a harmonious coexistence. Usopp, lying prone and wielding a firearm, deeply senses his body's latent potential being continuously observed and excavated, allowing him to discern every detail of the Black Cat, Kuro. His hand gradually rests on the trigger, calm and steady. Yet, in the end, Usopp refrains from pulling the trigger, opting instead to quietly listen until the two depart, after which he rises to train. He cannot strike. The reason is simple. Had he possessed only the power of observation without the spiritual senses, he would remain oblivious to this dilemma. The power of observation is purely observational, while the spiritual senses directly aid the body, instinctively delivering a result without the need for conscious thought or anxiety. Usopp's subsequent thoughts are straightforward: to train diligently, and before Kaya's return, perhaps take a precise shot at Kuro. If using a firearm proves futile due to the target's agility, he must devise a more nimble weapon. He returns and articulates everything. Ultimately, he exclaims, "Come train me, Zoro, regardless of whether I live or die." "Very well, then go die." Zoro nods and unsheathes two swords, striking with fervor. In times of urgency, extraordinary measures must be employed. The cultivation of the power of observation can only flourish in the midst of battle. Wait, though I am not jesting. Preserving a life is also quite commendable. A pain cry echoes, soon drowned amidst the chaos of combat. At this moment on the first island, the populace has undergone significant transformation unbeknownst to them. Lured by the allure of formidable power, many have enrolled in schools. Even when they are not perusing books or acquiring knowledge, the process of cultivation has already commenced. Discipline. From the most fundamental posture correction to prohibitions against wandering or excessive noise in class, though not difficult to enforce, it challenges the so-called rules of human nature, compelling individuals to adapt to the existence of discipline. Historically, with each era's transformation, the first aspect to change is the rules. As civilization advances, regulations become increasingly orderly, while a decline results in chaos. For contemporary civilization to undergo elevation, it is imperative to instill discipline in those who currently lack it. Whether in industrial manifestations or the armies of the new era, the sole foundation and ultimate key lie in a populace imbued with robust discipline. Should the rules remain unaltered, they will remain ensnared in the current pirate world, incapable of acquiring the abilities of the empowered and the practitioners of haki. Only through metamorphosis into a future era. Gazing down upon the past, can one defy the heavens. It is unbearable, truly unbearable. Countless individuals whisper in class, the human instinct is to be active. Yet they find themselves confined to their seats, unable to converse without the teacher's permission, a notion utterly intolerable and unfathomable. With a whoosh, a stick descends, striking the heads of those who disregard classroom discipline. It is the elder who, with a furious glare, admonishes the youth, saying, "Behave yourself. Do you think the sages would harm us?" Organizations are unlike those nobles. Let us not forget, in this world, power reigns supreme. Where can one acquire power without effort? Many have come to understand the organization's singular paramount principle. From the rebirth over 800 years ago to the present decay, the chaos of the great pirate era and the suffering of the people illustrate the need for progression. The organization will unite the masses, sparing no effort to propel the era forward, establishing a society devoid of suffering, exploitation, and oppression, realizing humanity's self-liberation. The Heavenly Commune. This is the name of the organization. The populace struggles to comprehend the meaning of this term. Even Luffy remains oblivious to its true significance, having only encountered its origins in historical texts. Long ago, in another universe, a blue planet faced apocalyptic crises. Yet, from the ruins, a nation holding the 5-star red flag emerged, connecting with other realms sharing the same civilization and ideals through dimensional gateways to resist the calamity. The entity responsible for the crisis was immensely powerful. Had it not been for the cosmic rules and the existence of a higher order, a mere flick of its finger could have obliterated the universe. Through shared civilization and ideals, countless dimensions and individuals engaged in the struggle, leading to the advancement of civilizations until they stood shoulder to shoulder with that entity, their influence spreading across parts of the vast universe. In a climactic battle, they severely wounded the entity, causing it to vanish. Among this multitude were realms with differing civilizations and philosophies. Yet, with powerful figures maintaining unity, it was inevitable. Thus, one facet of the multifaceted cosmic order gave rise to the heavenly multiversal communist party, transcending ethnicity and species to liberate the entire universe. The reason why Luffy sought to establish the Celestial Union is quite straightforward. It originated in the initial nation, where some countries, also beset by peril, required collaboration for mutual prosperity. However, more significantly, it stemmed from a resonance of civilization, ideology, and belief, with no expectation of recompense. He instinctively felt a deep familiarity, a profound emotional connection to that historical narrative. The transmission of civilization has engendered a harmonious connection of souls. There exists no ulterior motive. It is simply a desire born from the heart. Curiously, why does fate only unveil the mission when I approach its fulfillment, rather than presenting it outright? This is the sole perplexity Luffy grapples with. Clearly, it could have been directly communicated to guide his progress. Yet it is only after he nears that the mission is eagerly revealed, accompanied by a subtle threat of consequence. Chapter 1. Land reform by the coastline, at the harbor. Dozens of grand sailing vessels approached the first island. Numerous young individuals had been organized to await their arrival, ready to transport provisions and medicine. Without a need for further discourse, the previously discontented youth, who once could hardly fathom discipline, instantly became orderly in the wake of these vital supplies, refraining even from conversation. In the brief distance, an innumerable throng gazed longingly, yearning for their swift arrival. In a nation characterized by peace and significant industrial output, it is challenging to understand the hunger reminiscent of the agrarian era. A mere disruption in weather, compounded by the oppression of landlords, could render a year of famine, leaving people to barely sustain their existence. In the event of a calamity, the scene would be one of utter devastation, with refugees strewn about, all bearing witness to starvation's grim reality. In some regions, the collapse of moral values is so profound that even primal instincts cease to exist. People resort to cannibalism, exchanging offspring for sustenance, while malevolent individuals exploit others as livestock. Such occurrences are rare across vast expanses of land, constituting a minimal proportion. However, when confined to small islands, the clarity of such matters becomes obscured, and the possibility remains uncertain. In truth, had Luffy delayed his arrival by just a month or two, the stored provisions of the islanders would have been entirely depleted. At that juncture, the descent of humanity into despair would be foreseeable, yet unbearable to contemplate. The arrival of these vessels laden with food and medicine would effortlessly alleviate all suffering, for the human spirit is frail under duress, tainted far more by worldly corruption than by bestiality. Yet, humanity is not inherently beastly. An infant, upon entering this world, is akin to a freshly blossomed lotus, untouched by the grime of existence, endearing and pure. Those who cherish children see no essential difference from the pure essence of infancy. At the forefront, Luffy waved to Nami at the bow of the ship, a radiant smile gracing his face. He then turned to the most esteemed elder nearby and said, "Did you not inquire about the troubles arising from my acquisition of the noble's lands? I can now inform you that the majority of this island's territory, along with that of the 23 neighboring islands, now belongs to me. Luffy would not be foolish enough to challenge the existing rules of the world before he has acquired the necessary strength. Instead, he would reclaim all the unevenly distributed lands of this world and redistribute them, not by conforming to the rules, but by wielding them as a sword. Just as others can use the rules against him, he too can turn them against others. This transformation from a passive to an active role makes it significantly easier to ultimately dismantle the rules. With a legitimate contract in hand, he finds himself unbound and capable of far more significant actions. The foundational land reform has commenced. All lands owned by the nobility and landlords on the islands, as well as common lands, are to be seized by the organization alongside all other lands in the villages and redistributed evenly among the rural population, regardless of age or gender. The land belongs to the organization, and the organization exists for the people within it. There are no inherent difficulties. Even the astute elder is almost raising both hands and feet in agreement. From an outsider's perspective, it may appear that the populace has lost their land, merely gaining usage rights while ownership remains with the organization, which seems quite disadvantageous. However, the previous land system was profoundly unjust. The nobility and landlords, constituting less than 1% of the rural population, controlled approximately 70 to 80% of the land, ruthlessly exploiting the common folk. In contrast, the impoverished peasants, laborers, and ordinary citizens, comprising over 90% of the rural populace, held only 20 to 30% of the arable land, toiling year-round yet often struggling to meet their basic needs. As long as they can cultivate sufficient crops on ample land to support their families, who cares about the ownership of the land? Simultaneously, the establishment of a factory system has begun, with power plants, smelting factories, and a burgeoning textile industry rising from the ruins. While the rations may lack meat, the people are able to fill their stomachs, occasionally supplemented by scanty egg drops to provide minimal nutrition. Poverty is a harsh reality. Due to the precedents of land reform, the social structure is gradually transforming, shifting from the sanctity of private property to a system where all belongs to the people. Any individual hoarding excessive resources is deemed malevolent. During this period, militia forces are being organized, as there remain many unliberated regions within the islands. Initially, there were only a few hundred mercenaries. Even relying solely on Luffy's strength would not suffice to firmly maintain control for the reforms. Human memory is fickle. At first, people may feel gratitude, but over time, the smallholder's nature may lead them to misinterpret Luffy's decrees, resulting in a lack of obedience. Fortunately, it is not too late. The worst times have not yet arrived, allowing for a steady and solid approach. Most importantly, this will significantly increase the time Luffy can manage the entire island. While the other 22 islands also require liberation from banditry, these islands are not merely 50-kilometer-wide territories. A delay could lead to dire consequences. Alone, Luffy cannot cover every inch of the vast sea. To commit malevolence requires cunning. Otherwise, one risks an early demise, and to pursue goodness also demands intelligence, lest one's actions yield results worse than evil itself. The most malevolent individuals are those who masquerade as benevolent, engaging in acts that appear altruistic to gain the greatest benefits, all while ignoring the suffering caused to the innocent populace. As for the militia, they enjoy certain privileges not afforded to laborers, yet they do not indulge excessively. They often see eggs and occasionally have meat. Their allowances remain unchanged, but that suffices. All soldiers receive the same benefits, no more, no less, implementing a form of democracy within the ranks. Officers do not strike soldiers. The treatment of officers and enlisted personnel is equal. Soldiers have the freedom to convene, propose ideas, and speak freely, abolishing cumbersome protocols and ensuring economic transparency. The soldiers manage their rations, knowing that everyone eats the same, while political commissars oversee all affairs. Ultimately, Luffy, who firmly controls the military, leads these initiatives. The soldiers who join are quite satisfied, feeling a sense of relief from the very beginning. Training is rigorous yet brief. Soon, the trained soldiers will step onto the battlefield to eradicate banditry across the island. Alongside the cold weapons brought by Nami and her companions, flintlock guns, and several artillery shells, there are 16 machine guns produced by industrial mother machines, accompanied by thousands of rounds of ammunition. True to their name, These weapons emit a continuous, laughter-like sound as they fire. Chapter 2. The small-scale battle. Why do we fight? We will unite the vast populace, sparing no effort to propel the advancement of our era, establishing a society free from suffering, exploitation, and oppression, achieving humanity's self-liberation. As Luffy posed this question, all the militia members shouted in unison. This was not due to an elevated sense of awareness, but rather because each held a copy of a red book, which each was required to memorize as a means of literacy. Filled with revolutionary rhetoric, it proclaimed, "Rebellion is just, revolution is innocent," along with the 3 major disciplines and 8 points for attention, among others. It subverts human nature, transforming the previously naive populace into bearers of new ideologies. The lies have begun. The militia marches forth across this expansive island, which spans over 50 kilometers and houses approximately 13 large bandit strongholds. Following the rampage of the clown buggy, the land's order has collapsed, and they seek to consume every remnant of chaos. Especially with the rise of the Black Cat pirate signal, their brutality has escalated further. Upon arriving on the island, Luffy's first act was to eradicate the most notorious den of iniquity, liberating approximately 30 to 40,000 souls within an 8-kilometer radius from their oppression. This, however, did not incite reflection among the island's criminals. Rather, the prominent leaders convened in a united front, akin to how all pirates, regardless of circumstance, stand resolutely against the Navy. This is fundamentally a matter of class. In this world, there are only individuals who betray their class, but never a class that betrays its interests. Now, nearly 1,000 militia, armed with a mere 10 submachine guns, flintlock pistols, and 4 fearsome cannons, formed an imposing array at the entrance of the second-largest criminal stronghold. The earthen walls towered high, reaching 2 zhang, reinforced with resilient grass, presenting a formidable barrier. The bandits atop the walls had already caught wind of the impending assault, brandishing their limited flintlock pistols while others, wielding swords and spears, lay in wait behind the stout, bolted gates, poised for battle. However, as the ignition of the cannon's propellant filled the empty oil drum, a circular bundle of explosives was hurled over the walls. With a thunderous roar, the fortifications, the heavy gates, and the lifeless bodies were sent soaring. It is said, the thickness of the barrel determines the size of the blast. Many self-satisfied brigands lay prostrate on the ground, only to be obliterated by the cannon's tremendous force, their insides shattered, with scarcely a visible wound. Yet they perished with blood streaming from every orifice. Subsequently, the militia advanced with disciplined precision, methodically sweeping away those deluded enough to believe they could resist. Flames roared forth, accompanied by the cacophony of laughter, as both armed and unarmed bandits fell like ripe grain before the scythe. The firepower was overwhelming, as flintlock pistols were raised. Bullets rained down, with the swift dodging for some, while the slow were violently torn apart by 12. 5mm caliber machine gun fire, flesh and blood scattering. Even the militia wielding flintlock pistols found themselves merely shooting at the bloodied remnants, fleeing from the relentless onslaught. Luffy stood at the forefront, amidst the flames of battle, commanding this modest skirmish. Just as a lion exerts its full strength to catch a rabbit for sustenance, so too did he approach the matter with utmost gravity. For lives were at stake. His intentions were twofold. Firstly, to set an example, encouraging future commanders to regard their soldiers not merely as numbers, but to recognize themselves as integral parts of that equation. Secondly, he aimed to impart to the world the essence of the art of warfare. As the gunfire faded into an eerie silence, the newly minted militia, though physically unscathed, felt their spirits taut with tension. After enduring recent suppression, they required a moment's respite to rejuvenate their fervor. What had transpired was a massacre. What lay ahead was a true battle. Within the bandit stronghold, chaos reigned as brigands scurried about, but a commanding roar from their leaders swiftly quelled the tumult. This world was teeming with extraordinary life forces. In times of peace, the innate qualities of genius far surpassed the ordinary. In this era of chaos and bloodshed, primal instincts resurfaced, enhancing their physical prowess once more. Each substantial bandit camp housed individuals who wielded strength to convey their truths and suppress the righteous. The leader of this particular band was astute, acutely aware that surrendering would lead to certain death. The only path to survival lay in confronting the militia head-on, dispersing their ranks to seize a glimmer of hope. As the nefarious rogues assembled, the front line was composed of expendable pawns, while the chief and his 2 lieutenants positioned themselves centrally. Once the pawns were exhausted, these formidable leaders would act as the spearhead, ruthlessly tearing a breach in the lines, leading to close-quarters combat. It must be noted that among the brigands of this island, their cunning was unparalleled. Yet, concealed within the verdant hills, a cohort of hidden militia watched in astonishment, reflecting upon Luffy's pre-battle words. They understood that once these bandits regrouped for a desperate counterattack, it would present an opportune moment to ensnare them. The gunfire on the front lines had dimmed momentarily, serving not only as a brief interlude but also signaling the remaining 6 submachine guns to prepare for intervention. The cacophony of life and death struggles echoed forth as the leading brigands shouted fervently, having previously used their malevolent power to oppress others, now found themselves subjected to the very forces they once wielded. Thus, this scene evoked no sympathy. Rather, it incited laughter. The submachine guns roared, drowning out the chaos, their bullets piercing flesh and eliciting anguished cries. Simultaneously, the concealed militia unleashed their orange-red muzzles, sending rounds that tore through the ranks, ultimately silencing the distinguished lieutenant in their midst. Steel is forged in flames exceeding 1400 degrees, yet the speed of bullets propelled by gunpowder surpasses sound. Even in a world rich with extraordinary life forces, flesh remains flesh. The strategy employed was deceptively simple, an artifice designed to confound. Yet, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Had it not been for Luffy, the initial wave of expendable soldiers might have fallen, allowing the powerful leaders to breach the lines and wreak havoc upon the militia, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. However, the carnage persisted, with no lives lost. The tongues of the machine guns licked the air, reaping the last desperate remnants of the brigands. 6,000 rounds were more than sufficient. In the 3rd chapter, behold, a discovery was made. The thunderous roar of machine guns filled the air as disciplined militia members advanced with unwavering resolve, crushing everything in their path. As the initial wave of expendable soldiers dwindled, the fallen bore silent mockery, while behind them, the so-called geniuses, warlords of chaos, and elite figures lay sprawled like dead dogs, with only a few barely clinging to life. The chief was deliberately rendered limb from limb, destined to be captured for public trial. The laughter abruptly ceased, giving way to the endgame. Amidst the laughter, the people exchanged banter, and though the slaughter was overwhelmingly one-sided, it served to enhance their understanding of the battlefield. Suddenly, amidst the few survivors, an inconspicuous, frail figure sprang forth with remarkable speed, cutting through the chaos, leaving behind a blur in the eyes of the ordinary. In the blink of an eye, he was upon his target, the commanding youth in red. He believed that seizing this individual would guarantee his escape. It must be acknowledged that this frail figure possessed undeniable talent, skillfully concealing his presence and biding his time for a final strike, aiming to capture the leader first. This left most of the militia caught off guard. While many understood the depths of the sea, more were aware of the deceptive nature of appearances. In an instant, he was within 10 meters of his target, a mere breath away from seizing the red-clad commander. However, he suddenly sensed an anomaly. While the majority of the militia exhibited astonishment in their eyes, their stances and grip on their firearms remained steadfast, holding their ground. The sound of laughter reverberated in his ears as bullets found their mark, blood splattering as he was struck, culminating in a bullet penetrating his forehead, shattering his skull and scattering his essence. He fell lifelessly to the ground, having traversed less than 10 meters, forever halted in that moment, beyond reach. 7 machine gunners raised their weapons, targeting this exceptionally talented brigand. The quickest among them pressed the triggers with calm resolve, their expressions devoid of fear. Indeed, this world values talent, and that audacious assailant was a rarity. Yet, there existed others, just as formidable, who required no extraordinary gifts. Armed with machine guns and bound by discipline, they formed an unyielding unit, their combined strength exponentially amplified. One individual with a machine gun might struggle against a prodigy, but a disciplined unit of 2 or 3 could turn the tide. A prodigious talent, through rigorous training, could become immensely powerful, yet those who trained diligently could easily overwhelm an equal number of such talents. This encapsulates the disparity of the era. Luffy offered his unreserved praise, eliciting shy smiles from nearly all the young onlookers, for this scene was hardly reminiscent of a brutal battlefield. They gazed in bewilderment at the scattered remains before them, realizing that the battlefield was indeed merciless, yet they felt the warm spring breeze gently caressing every part of their bodies and souls. The remaining thieves, particularly the terrified chief who cried out for mercy, were taken away to stand trial amidst the anxious and suffering populace. Following a brief period of silence, the air erupted with cheers like thunder. After the public trial, the thieves were instantly torn to shreds by the citizens, whose eyes gleamed with hatred. Their deaths were tragic, Yet the onlookers bore smiles tinged with joy and sorrow for their slain kin and deceased friends. Utterly hopeless, they felt the weight of profound despair and fatigue. At that moment, the ideology of organization permeated the area, and reform commenced without any hindrance. When one is submerged in water, nearing death, a lifeline appears before their eyes. And they will undoubtedly grasp it, refusing to relinquish hope. When one has lingered too long in darkness, the emergence of even a faint light compels them to pursue it with all their might. Some may claim this reflects the folly of the people, rendering them easily deceived. But Luffy contended that they were bereft of choice, and that was their plight. Hence, the spark of rebellion can ignite a conflagration. Luffy could offer little else. The world was vast, and he could not single-handedly become a savior. However, providing a glimmer of hope posed no problem, with but a single lie. The people in darkness could perceive it as a flicker of light and run towards it. Land reform, education, factory construction, and militia training, if a standard could be established. Many things would become easily replicable. Such simple words wield immense power. In truth, the unchanging nature of this world is precisely due to the existence of standards, albeit increasingly distorted and irreparable. For over 8 centuries, the vast oceans have stagnated as a result of these warped standards. No matter how formidable a warrior may be, they can only thrive within these distorted norms, ultimately perishing in the depths without leaving a single ripple. Amidst their struggles, the common folk toiled tirelessly to forge a new order, while the militia continued their arduous training, their small frames illuminated by determination. As their guide, Luffy eagerly dived into a patch of grass. Why were there so many iron tools among the thieves? Upon noticing the numerous swords and knives scattered among the corpses, he inquired of the populace. He quickly learned that a particular grass grew on this island, known for its hardness. When burned, the stems and leaves melted, yielding a modest quantity of crude iron. The people simply named this grass iron grass. Undoubtedly, iron remained scarce on this island. Yet it was significantly better than in more backward territories, as this grass only thrived by the seaside and could not flourish elsewhere. The sole method of cultivation involved the extensive use of seawater for irrigation. Some had attempted to plant this grass in mineral-rich soil, although it grew rapidly. The scale remained limited due to the need to transport seawater. This grass could extract minerals, yet required ubiquitous seawater for irrigation. As they described it, it felt as if this plant had naturally adapted to humanity. For those living in this moment, extracting seawater was challenging. Yet Luffy understood that the ubiquitous seawater merely required an electric pump to facilitate rapid mineral extraction, presenting a scenario of immense benefit with little difficulty. Genetic modification. The term suddenly sprang to Luffy's mind. However, upon reaching the shore, he overlooked the transcendent iron grass and instead lunged towards a cluster of plants adorned with several ears of rice. What did he discover? The ocean rice. Worth 3,000 points. Chapter 4. Terror. It was a stalk towering above a human, resembling reeds yet bearing ears of rice. Atop the ears, a small tuft of sharp-ons protruded. Through careful observation and the information displayed, Luffy could ascertain that this was salt-tolerant rice, capable of thriving in seawater. Luffy hurriedly dashed over, for a mischievous child was reaching out with his tiny hands towards a cluster of rice ears. The child's emaciated frame suggested he was desperately hungry. And upon spotting the rice, his hand instinctively stretched forth. Luffy generously produced a bun and placed it into the child's hands, additionally offering a few candies as a token of gratitude for the child's timely arrival. He felt fortunate to have come early. Indeed, good deeds often yield good rewards. This was no trifling matter. Although Luffy had no desire for revolution, the ocean rice could very well grasp the world's fate in its hands. With sufficient strength, ascending to the throne would not pose a significant challenge. The ability to cultivate food in the sea holds profound significance in a world where water constitutes 80% and land is exceedingly scattered. In the marketplace, a single seed of ocean rice is valued at 3,000 points. Luffy has discerned certain patterns within the marketplace. Knowledge, it can be said, is offered entirely free of charge, even to the extent that it seems to implore individuals to learn. Only when it comes to tangible items does one require points. In this world, some items demand a mere handful of points. For instance, a handgun with infinite ammunition costs only 100 points, attributable to the existence of steel and gunpowder. However, once the discussion shifts to items and technologies that are absent from this realm, the requisite points escalate dramatically, reaching staggering heights. The most rudimentary micro-quantum computer, for example, necessitates a full 10,000 points. Luffy carefully collected all the seeds from the golden ears of rice into his space and turned his gaze towards the iron grass. The cultivation of marine rice cannot be rushed. It requires time, along with the application of genetic engineering techniques in conjunction with other high-quality rice strains for hybridization. This process aims to optimize its genes, enhance its growth capacity, increase its resistance to diseases, and ultimately boost its yield. Moreover, even if one were to plant the original marine rice directly, the resulting grains would be quite unpalatable. In terms of allure and significance, marine rice undoubtedly holds greater importance for Luffy, yet the iron grass piques his curiosity even more. As expected, this grass is not a product of nature but rather an artificial creation, bearing profound traces of genetic manipulation that clearly illustrate the impact of technology on the natural world. Genetic engineering, particularly its creative aspects, can be likened to the hand of a deity, an extraordinary power capable of conjuring spiritual beasts and assembling biochemical armies. It can transform flora and reshape the earth itself. The technology that enables ordinary individuals to transcend their limitations and achieve a state akin to immortality represents the ultimate fruit of genetic science, awakening the vast information inscribed in the primordial genes of the universe over eons. This engendered intense curiosity within Luffy. The history recorded since the establishment of the world government over 8 centuries ago, aside from the lost century, is well documented. However, the iron grass is entirely absent from these records, with only obscure legends from remote islands mentioning a mythical plant capable of devouring steel, tracing back to a time a millennium ago. This suggests that the grass emerged 1,000 years prior, yet there are no historical accounts of such an extraordinary civilization, which could be described as divine. This is profoundly unsettling. It raises the possibility that this world serves as a testing ground for such divine civilizations, with the iron grass being a remnant of their existence. This is terrifying. An even more alarming possibility is that this civilization thrived in this world but was systematically erased, along with its history and the memories of its people, leaving no trace behind. Nevertheless, he decided to set aside these thoughts for the time being. Luffy possesses an unwavering optimism, and though his stature may be modest, he remains undaunted by the weight of the world, choosing to embrace the present rather than lament the arduous journey ahead. The establishment of a factory demands time, yet battles rage relentlessly without pause. In a mere span of 3 days, 5 significant pirate dens were eradicated, and an entire island's populace was swept along by the relentless tide of progress. The Crimson Civilization spreads like a contagion, capturing the hearts of many. With a sum of 99,888,900 berries, plus an additional 1,100 berries, and a monthly salary of 10,000 berries, Nami calculates that she requires merely 2 months to amass her desired wealth. As the chairperson of the Public Assets Supervision and Administration Committee, she contemplates her earnings with a sense of delight, albeit tinged with guilt. For she is indeed a prominent figure on this island. One can only imagine that in the not-so-distant future, she will oversee and manage the 23 nearby islands. Yet, she finds herself ensnared by the allure of handsome men. Her distant homeland does not beckon her urgently, for she has recently made offerings of wealth. If she were to hastily return now, purchasing her homeland for 100 million would be an egregious loss. The fishmen are remarkably intelligent. Often possessing an IQ that soars to 250, they have their own unique methods of measuring intellect. Most fishmen, upon witnessing the IQ scores of humans, erupt into laughter akin to the sound of clanging bells. As long as one does not provoke them, instead opting to avoid or flatter them, one remains safe from harm. As for matters of romance, the only concern lies with the rarest of treasures, for ordinary women, like Nami with her modest beauty, would hardly catch the eye of the esteemed fishmen, often considered among the most unattractive in the realm. Here, my presence is all the more vital. Gazing upon the rejuvenated world, Nami feels a wave of tranquility wash over her. Nami, your plum blossom earrings are ready. Come, put them on. For Luffy has just returned. A melodic knock echoes outside, accompanied by a clear voice. How tiresome. I have much to attend to, Nami frowns. Opening the door to welcome Kaya into the humble office, transformed from a simple dwelling, the only highlight being the delectable dishes upon the table. Though the funding for women's work remains unchanged, certain privileges are afforded. Meals are generally more refined, and on select days each month, they are elevated to a higher standard. Why the haughty demeanor? As the toxins are purged from her system, Kaya's spirits brighten with each passing day. She enters holding a beautifully crafted box, presenting it to Nami. She lingers on the island under the guise of a business collaboration, organizing the foundational commercial order while seeking refuge from scrutiny. The two friends exchange pleasantries, But Nami furrows her brow, inquiring, will you return to honor your parents a week from now? Indeed. I must go back, Kaya nods, while behind her. A loyal and formidable bodyguard sighs, urging caution, yet unable to sway her resolute determination. Chapter 5. Military System. Very well. Nami reflects thoughtfully, concluding that this is a judicious decision. It is better to remain vigilant against the lurking dangers than to be caught unprepared. Kaya's return to pay respects to her departed parents presents an opportune moment for adversaries to strike. However, it also holds the potential to eliminate foes, provided one is adequately prepared, taking care not to alert them, while arranging the necessary personnel for a trap. Precisely. Kaya smiles. But it is imperative that you and Luffy devise a solid plan first. Do not act rashly, not even in returning home to honor your parents, Nami asserts firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. All right. If I didn't know you were so considerate towards girls because you are one yourself, I would have truly believed you were a man. Kaya giggles. What difference does it make to be a woman? Nami chuckles, settling into her chair to enjoy a meal while conversing with Kaya, all the while managing her documents. She yearns for the day when girls can set sail without masquerading as men, at least in a bustling city where femininity need not be concealed. That night, Nami stretches languidly, surveying the completed tasks with satisfaction. It is time to discuss Kaya's matters with Luffy. With a weary body, she opens the door, only to return, her eyes catching the exquisite box still unopened on the table. She picks it up casually and closes the door once more. Knock, knock, knock. As Luffy listened to the sound of knocking, he set down his pen and paused his writing on the industrial progress suitable for this world, uttering a casual come in. To his surprise, after a brief moment, no one entered. Outside the door, Nami awkwardly examined her delicate plum blossom earrings, pondering how to look appealing without a mirror, and realizing that her makeup remained intact. It seemed quite strange for a man to wear such petite earrings. After hesitating for a moment, she tucked the earrings into her pocket and pushed the door open. She spoke. I learned that Kaya will be returning home to pay respects to her parents in a week. The old woman by her side mentioned it to me. It is not an ill-fated matter. Luffy produced a letter and handed it to Nami, saying, the butler Claw, whose real name is Kuro, was the former captain of the Black Cap pirates, who was subsequently executed by the government. In truth, he employed a ruse akin to Li Dai Tao Jiang, escaping under the guise of another, plotting to seize the entirety of the Hero Trading Company's wealth. He is the mastermind behind the scenes. Usopp, by sheer coincidence, discovered Kuro in discussion with the current captain of the Black Cap pirates, plotting a calamity that would lead to Kaya's demise. They hypnotized her into leaving a letter bequeathing her inheritance to the butler. Usopp handed over a letter, saying, just arrived. You should give this to Kaya later. Nami received the letter, glancing at it with astonishment, yet pondering the truth of it all. She then inquired, what are your plans next? To eliminate them all. Luffy replied with a grin. A warning to others. Oh, you intend to wipe out the buggy pirates. Although this area has yet to experience pirate invasions, there are still 18 islands plagued by their chaos. If we eradicate the Black Cap pirates as well, it will surely send them fleeing. Nami nodded in agreement. No. The chicken in my metaphor for killing the chicken to scare the monkey refers to the Black Cap pirates, while the monkey represents the government and navy of the North Sea, Luffy clarified. Ah. Nami was initially startled, but then understood, smiling as she remarked, if you offer a candy, you must also hold a club ready to strike. Bribery is not merely about exchanging money. It is the collaboration of two equally matched parties in the shadows, where one party removes their mask, revealing their true intentions. Otherwise, if there is an imbalance of power, the stronger party would simply tear off the mask and consume the weaker one. Well, I shall return to rest, Nami said, glancing at the moon, now high in the sky, before departing. Luffy nodded and said, take care. Nami smiled gently and then made her way to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, she meticulously used a special makeup remover to cleanse her face, before adorning herself once more with golden earrings. Only after this did she slowly prepare to leave. Just before opening the door, she inquired, do the earrings look good? They look splendid, came the reply. Luffy nodded with a smile, then waved as he watched her walk away before closing the door. In that moment, his figure vanished from the room's space. Although the area was relatively small, it was transformed into a warm and comfortable haven by the woman's touch. Thanks to the diligent efforts of Juan Na, he no longer had to toil over the dirty clothes he amassed throughout the day. The woman, clad in simple pajamas, reclined gracefully on the bed, her long black hair flowing freely around her. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, causing Luffy's body to soften instantly. He swiftly lifted the drowsy Juan Na and kissed her. I desire the most exquisite jewelry set. She opened her eyes, revealing a pair of lively orbs that sparkled like the moon in the night sky. At your service. My dear wife. In the vast expanse, a formidable army assembled, standing in precise rows and columns, exuding an aura of discipline that was as unyielding as steel. Luffy referenced a familiar military structure. 10 warriors form a squad, 3 squads constitute a company, and 3 companies make up a battalion. Alongside the company commander, instructor, deputy commander, and various sergeants and quartermasters, some companies even include a cooking team, totaling approximately 120 individuals. Roughly 4 companies comprise a battalion, amounting to around 500 personnel. Furthermore, 3 battalions form a regiment, with a standard regiment consisting of 1,500 soldiers. In this locale, 2 regiments exist, comprising about 3,000 individuals. The establishment of a military force is not particularly arduous. There is a saying, a camp of iron, soldiers like flowing water. What is rare is the forging of an indomitable military spirit, while the number of soldiers can be as ample as needed. The liberation of half an island augmented the ranks by approximately 2,000, with those resistant to discipline sent home, while the more unruly were subjected to ideological education. Although they represent 1/39 of the population, this is not excessively burdensome. This is a militia-level force, and a formal army has yet to be established. Once all 23 islands are liberated, they will assume roles akin to law enforcement and maintain order. At this juncture, Luffy engaged in discussions with several young individuals regarding the forthcoming battles, fostering a collaborative environment rather than a dictatorial one. Beyond merely imparting knowledge, the goal is to cultivate a formidable army. Soldiers must obey orders, and the officers issuing these commands must possess the ability to think judiciously. What constitutes correct thinking? 3 cobblers can rival 1 zhuge-liang. Indeed, 3 zhuge-liangs would effortlessly conquer the entirety of the East Sea. A proud and tyrannical commander is destined to be discarded by time. Chapter 6. Discussion regarding the impending campaign. Luffy exhibited a zealous ambition to liberate the entire island within 3 days and establish a semblance of order, enabling a fundamental level of control. In the other 22 islands, numerous ordinary-level celestial warriors awaited. This was not solely due to the first island's inability to produce 200 or 300 celestial warriors, but also for the purpose of gathering intelligence. Several nautical miles away, large pirate crews, restless with anticipation, sought to enter the waters previously occupied by Buggy's pirate crew. They had learned that the Black Cat pirates had passed through the area without lingering. Should it be unclaimed territory, they would seek to divide it anew. Luffy originally believed that after annihilating the clown Buggy and his crew, the chaos of the Buggy pirates would vanish completely. However, to his surprise, neither the government nor the Navy took any action, displaying an air of indifference towards the eradication of the Buggy pirate crew. While this may not seem favorable, it is, in fact, advantageous for the Celestial Dragons, as their influence can grow unimpeded, allowing them to amass military strength and rescue more regions suffering from pirate calamities. The remaining 700 or so rigidly disciplined agents of justice were mainly stationed in the East Sea, with a few beyond, to gather vital intelligence. In this new era of warfare, aside from unifying all available forces through discipline, one of the primary determinants of victory is the acquisition of information. This is no exaggeration. An army devoid of intelligence is akin to a blind man groping in the dark, rendering most strategies impractical. Conversely, those equipped with information can execute even the simplest tactics with remarkable finesse. Once, the founding greats achieved immense military success with a mere 16-character strategy. Enemy advances, we retreat. Enemy camps, we disrupt. Enemy tires, we strike. Enemy retreats, we pursue. Yet, behind this seemingly simple phrase lay countless hidden maneuvers, support, and preparations to secure extensive information. Luffy's current endeavor to unify the People's Front is but one of many grand strategies. Alongside various efforts to win over and subvert enemy leaders or intelligence systems within military organizations. Isn't this overly reckless? Questioned a young man named Sol, expressing concern as many comrades had just embarked on the battlefield, with numerous individuals yet to experience a single skirmish. I fear our casualties may be substantial. Perhaps we could prolong our time on this island, allowing most warriors to undergo the refining trials of battle to accumulate greater strength. We could temporarily deter those pirates, buying ourselves some time. Another astute youth named Baokin, the son of a once thriving merchant, chimed in with newfound insights gained from his exposure to the world and education. He had developed a deep empathy for the struggling masses, and upon joining the organization, recognized its grandeur and contemplated future scenarios, leading him to pledge his allegiance. Geniuses often possess realms of understanding inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Among the 8 young men present, 2 were captains and 6 were battalion leaders, all chosen by Luffy for their military aptitude. Nevertheless, Luffy had remarked that ordinary individuals need not feel inferior. They must cultivate self-confidence since innate talent constitutes only a minor fraction of success. His assertions were grounded in the enlightening literature provided long ago by E, which critiqued the notion of bloodlines and talent in the children's educational materials of the Multiverse Republic. One particularly insightful phrase stated, "Bloodlines are inferior to talent. Talent cannot outmatch opportunity. Opportunity is surpassed only by reincarnation." The first 2 statements are easily comprehensible. Luffy exemplifies this, as any notion of bloodlines pales in comparison to his talent. Since seizing the opportunity presented by E, his talent has merely become a formidable fade. While contemporaries of Luffy may still toil to increase their bounties, Luffy now finds the weakened warlords of the sea insufficient adversaries. The final assertion speaks of certain cosmic beings who, in pursuit of ascendance, severed all powers beyond their essence to tread the path of the Great Way anew, using vast primordial energy to forge new paths. In the presence of such reincarnated powers, concepts of bloodlines, talents, and opportunities are rendered inconsequential. Of course, fate is capricious, and the future remains but a definition. Thus, predicting it is never entirely accurate, even among the mightiest, who have cast aside all abilities and rely solely on their essence. There exists the possibility of unforeseen failure. Yet, this applies primarily to solitary beings. Those with companions need not worry, for while one may relinquish all powers beyond their essence, the other can remain extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even sealing their strength for a time to rekindle the sensations of first encounters, love, and the joys of newlywed life. When danger arises, such seals can be released in an instant, overwhelming everything in their path and obliterating the universe if necessary. That sounds splendid. I too aspire to such strength, Luffy remarked seriously, surveying the young faces before him. They had yet to weather many storms or delve into extensive reading. Their thoughts remained somewhat shallow. We confront a band of ruthless pirates. Any temporary deterrence or compromise will only embolden their intentions. If we fail to reclaim this island in time, leaving a void for the pirates to exploit, and they threaten us with the lives of the innocent, how shall we, as the army of the people, respond? We must employ thunderous methods, extinguishing them with ferocious artillery before they can even entertain a thought of resistance. Remember, soldiers, whether new or seasoned, when war beckons, we must charge forth. For in our midst are our parents, siblings, loved ones, and countless others like us. There is no such thing as mere refinement, only the war between the few and the many. As these words resonated, many who had previously held dissenting views found their gazes steady, igniting the flames of battle, silencing any further objections. Balkan's voice emerged once more. Though we could eradicate the pirates before they react, what shall we do when the malevolent forces of this world learn of our ideals and actions? Chuckling lightly, Luffy replied, "Comrades, we must delve into the revolutionary nature of the petty bourgeoisie. Individuals like Balkan embody this essence, filled with lofty ideals yet lacking a solid foundation in reality. When confronted by pests and vermin, as well as the disturbances of mice, how do we maintain a clean and comfortable home? Quite simply, we can employ insecticides. For mice, we might use traps or a cat." Chapter 7. Prelude. The crowd erupted into laughter. They were still in their infancy, naturally burdened with concerns, yet once they grew strong. If a single cannonball would not suffice, then 10,000 would. In the event of a crisis where civilians might be taken hostage by nefarious entities, solutions would not prove difficult. Deploy special forces to divide, encircle, and annihilate them one by one. Even if civilian casualties occurred, their numbers would be minimal. Unlike the current situation where even a small fraction could not be saved, and the sole outcome would be the annihilation of those vile pirates. In every realm, strength remains an eternal truth. What is required now is to continually amplify our power, to grow ever stronger. All other concerns are futile. Upon my return, I shall compose a reflection, Balkan added with a smile. This is a lesson for us all. Minor errors are inconsequential. As long as they do not escalate into grave mistakes and can be corrected, that is a commendable outcome, Luffy praised with a smile. Now, let us embark. 2 regiments, 6 battalions, and a total of 24 companies spread out like a finely woven fishing net across the ocean, interconnected and ready to support one another, ensuring that should a great fish appear, it would not escape the net's grasp. Meanwhile, the industrial mother machine continued its relentless production. constructing submachines and churning out hundreds of submachine guns, hundreds of thousands of bullets, and artillery sufficient for 3,000 men. Additionally, rudimentary radio equipment had been produced, capable of transmitting messages effectively, albeit in a simplistic manner. Luffy, stationed at the forefront, refrains from charging into battle. Instead, he relies on his mental acuity to perceive the battlefield and issue a series of directives. In the past, the militia could easily engage in warfare, relying on numerical superiority and heavy firepower. However, as their forces are dispersed and transformed into a network, the resulting pressure is entirely unlike anything previously experienced. Soldiers who have participated in a few skirmishes fare somewhat better, yet those newly thrust into the fray are almost certain to contemplate fleeing the battlefield and taking action. Should discipline crumble and formation scatter, even if Luffy were to dismantle several notorious strongholds, the casualties on his side could escalate dramatically, potentially claiming hundreds of lives in mere moments. Most crucially, Luffy is but one individual. Having attained the status of a demigod, he remains merely a singular entity. Each soldier must rely on themselves, for only they can ensure their own salvation. Nevertheless, Luffy possesses solutions to these predicaments, and he holds the means to assist his soldiers most effectively. Although he suppresses the fervent belief in his divinity, many still harbor the notion that he is a savior, a saint destined to deliver them from adversity. What Luffy must now undertake is to harness this psychological strength, serving as a steadfast support to elevate the morale of all militia members. The military law governing the militia does not decree death for retreat. Yet one may still be deliberately incapacitated. Regardless of life or death, even in survival, they must endure arduous labor. And the shameful stigma of being a deserter will invite public scorn to maintain order. Simultaneously, he employs tactics and strategies far beyond the capabilities of this era to minimize casualties. Luffy's keen spiritual perception at the front lines enables him to discern every movement with clarity. Provided that discipline is upheld, the militia on this island shall emerge as a formidable force, surpassing the might of this time. Not even the marauding brigands of tumultuous times stand a chance. Even the Navy could be challenged in battle. And as long as it is not an opponent of the caliber that Luffy cannot restrain, victory is attainable. However, the mere presence of such formidable beings, should they reveal even a fraction of their battle prowess, could result in the instantaneous demise of dozens. In such a scenario, no army would remain, rendering any discussion of victory and battle futile. Luffy's foremost concern now lies in the emergence of a particular scenario. His youthful aspirations, fragile and vulnerable, cannot withstand devastation. The strategic directive he has established is to sweep across and reclaim pirate territories. Only when technology has advanced significantly, boasting formidable weapons such as missiles, tanks, and ironclad fleets, and when he commands a myriad of skilled individuals like a towering tree, can he genuinely wave his flag. As the clarion call of war resounds, it heralds the commencement of conquest, a stirring anthem that invigorates the spirit. Within its sound waves lies a unique frequency that can calm the heart and soothe the mind, effectively preventing soldiers on the battlefield from succumbing to the horrors of bloodshed and the ensuing trauma. A great army will never forget the scars of war. They will be etched in memory and inscribed on tombstones, yet they shall not be consumed by conflict, dwelling perpetually in blood and fire. Instead, they will rejoice in the gentle breeze, witnessing the golden waves of ripened grain. The sound is both familiar and fearsome. When all the bloodstained brigands on the island hear the war horns wail, they tremble in their very bones. In recent days, the sounding of this horn has been accompanied by a relentless stream of ill tidings, the shadows of bloodshed spreading rapidly. This frightens them into forming alliances. Although they bicker over who shall lead, all the anxious and desperate lowly ruffians, who once faced each other with drawn blades and fought for territory, have come together in an unspoken pact. Yet, unexpectedly, before they could even shake hands, the trumpet of doom has sounded. Fear not. There are merely 3,000 of them, the majority recently feeble and powerless commoners, incapable of stirring significant waves. We too possess over 3,000. Kill, roared a burly man vying for leadership as he fondled the gold ingots hidden within his cloak. What is there to worry about? Load the cannonballs into the barrels. What? Do you lack confidence in the naval artillery left by the old Navy? Can't defeat a bunch of country bumpkins? A leader of utmost prestige and generosity among his followers spoke up, then turned to gaze at his delicate wife and newborn child aboard the ship, his face clouded with a chilling resolve. I have treated you all with kindness, and you should buy us some time. We can win. The most astute strategist among the brigands shouted hoarsely. Among the 2,000 ruffians, some believed that with 3,000 on their side, death would not necessarily befall them, and they laughed maniacally while brandishing their weapons. Others, dazed, clutched the cannonballs left by the previous government as if they were grasping a lifeline. Still others, gripped by fear, raised their guns, watching the once clever minds around them repeat only a single phrase. In the face of impending disaster, their actions mirrored their past transgressions against innocent civilians. Only now they were more extreme, more enraged. The horn's sound persists, rising ever higher, bursting forth into the heavens. An alliance? Upon hearing one of his subordinates express concern, Luffy chuckled. At last, we have formed an alliance, just in time. I feared it would be too late. A certain commander once proclaimed. Over 50,000 men were annihilated in 3 days. Even if you released 50,000 pigs, the communists would not finish capturing them in 3 days. This sentiment was inscribed into foundational tactics. Examine it closely and ponder carefully. Chapter 8. No doubt all things possess an equal duality. For every good, there exists an equal measure of evil. In humanity, generally speaking, for every kind soul, there exists an equally malevolent one. This is not the capriciousness of a creator imposing contradictions, but rather a reflection of the inherent neutrality of existence. The essence of good and evil emerges from external influences, revealing only a fragment of information. Much like the wave-particle duality in quantum theory, external observers elicit the manifestation of certain information, displaying both waveforms and particle forms. In essence, it is both wave and particle, chaos and origin. Discipline operates similarly. It expels chaos and transforms it into order, simplifying complexity. Simplicity is the greatest strength of discipline, easily managing what was previously chaotic, yet it is also its greatest weakness, as it can be easily mastered by others. Like a sword, with its straightforward double edge, it can slay foes or harm its wielder. Yet it is precisely this duality that elevates the sword to the status of the sovereign among weapons. When two swordsmen engage, the focus is never solely on the sword itself, but rather on the mastery of their respective techniques, styles, and philosophies. Even if the more skilled swordsman is unarmed, he may still prevail against one wielding a legendary blade. Discipline is akin to a celestial sword, striking down chaos with precision. In a tale attributed to Zhuangzi, it is said that the sword of the sovereign is honed from the finest materials, shaped with intention, and wielded with purpose. It is a weapon that can quell lords and command the submission of the world. Those who comprehend discipline and tread the path of order possess an unparalleled advantage over those who follow. In the past, the brigands were utterly chaotic, making it exceedingly difficult to act against them. They could only rely on brute force. However, now that some semblance of order has emerged among the brigands, subduing them becomes simpler than slaughtering a few thousand pigs. For the simplicity lies not in the hands of the brigands, but firmly in the grasp of Luffy. In a historical account that Luffy has perused, the cultural evolution of the two great powers, China and America, serves as a compelling illustration. America stands as the vanguard of contemporary culture, having established a cultural order long before the adversarial China commenced to lay its cultural foundations anew. During this pivotal moment, America intervened, vehemently disparaging China while lauding its own literary achievements, which fostered a generation plagued by inferiority. Subsequently, America, without direct engagement, eagerly assumed the role of a global enforcer, zealously combating insurgents in the Middle East. Yet, through sheer inertia, it unraveled the nascent culture of China, leaving it in disarray for a protracted 30 years, a period marked by cultural desolation. It was only with the advent of the internet and the widespread dissemination of culture that China began to regain its footing. Nevertheless, remnants of past turmoil lingered, necessitating the grassroots efforts of the populace to reconstruct the chaotic cultural order. Caution remains paramount, as the specter of armed bandits and the ferocity of wild boars, with their menacing tusks, pose threats even to the hunters wielding firearms. A slight misstep could result in the loss of life. Over 3,000 soldiers engage in cross-country maneuvers, gradually encompassing the remnants of the island, employing a form of positional warfare to confront this campaign. Guerrilla warfare, maneuver warfare, and positional warfare represent three tactical methodologies, ranked by their respective attrition rates from least to most severe, while the time required to achieve results inversely correlates. However, time can sometimes be the most futile of commodities. Yet at other moments, it may eclipse even life in significance, compelling commanders to make critical decisions. Among these tactics, positional warfare allows for the swiftest attainment of results. Luffy primarily relies on mobile warfare, complemented by positional tactics, aiming to swiftly seize control of the entire island to confront the 12 pirate crews that occupy the remaining 19 islands. The sanctity of life surpasses that of inanimate objects. A truth reflected in value. A common fishing net is rendered helpless when faced with a colossal fish, whereas a vast net organized by an army, through dynamic engagement, tends to create a scenario where the many overpower the few on the battlefield. The laughter of machine guns reverberates through the sky, while the roar of cannon fire shakes the earth. Although communication devices are available, they are not abundant. After Luffy issues his tactical commands, the minutiae must be executed by the leaders themselves, such as a simple yet merciless order, "Follow me." The majority spring into action, while those who falter are cast aside, taken away to face judgment. In 1 hour on 1/5 of the peninsula, despite the advantages in firepower and numbers, and Luffy's occasional rescues, 16 lives were lost, and 86 were wounded. Among the deceased, 7 were leaders, now resting eternally beneath the earth. Power and wealth held no sway over them. Their sole transgression lay in their belief in a falsehood. The Celestial Party was, from the outset, but an unattainable dream, a reality that persists in this world. In truth, without the history brought by fate, Luffy would have found it difficult to embrace the Celestial Party's ideals, and even just moments ago, he harbored doubts. Yet now, his heart is devoid of uncertainty, filled only with resolve. The Celestial Party is real. The world it envisions is undeniably true. He gazes upon the 16 naive souls who sacrificed their lives, and resolutely states that the higher the quality of life and intellect, the less it equates to wisdom. Each sage's path inevitably becomes increasingly dogmatic. One path leads to the ultimate goodness of the heavenly way, while the other descends into the utmost evil of demonic transformation. Divergence is rare, with those who stray either turning demonic for the sake of good or approaching the heavenly way through malevolence. Suppressing his sorrow, Luffy issues orders for a temporary retreat to tend to the injured, while the personnel in the rear advance into the newly liberated areas to establish order. With 2 days and 20 hours remaining, 4/5 of the peninsula remains unconquered. A logic akin to the heavenly way gradually occupies Luffy's mental landscape. Many things no longer present the dichotomy of good and evil in his eyes, revealing only the essence of information. This reflects the pinnacle of the trajectory of heaven and earth within the realm of universal energy, or rather, it is this mental acuity that has propelled him to greatness. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The sage is unfeeling, regarding the populace as mere livestock. Though Luffy has yet to reach such heights, he has begun to exhibit some intriguing signs. Within the realm of manifest information, all political and martial talents have coalesced into a singular essence of aptitude, while the numerical value remains immeasurable. Chapter 9. The 3 major disciplines and 8 notable points with a countdown of 2 days and 10 hours. All soldiers have completed their preparations and are ready to embark on their mission once more. Like an omnipresent net, they envelop an area teeming with bandits. The sounds of gunfire resound again, as they first shatter the gathering place with machine guns and artillery, followed by the capture and elimination of the scattered thieves. The imperative now is control, with no room for leniency. 3 hours later, 2/5 of the peninsula has been reclaimed, with 13 soldiers lost and 91 injured. After a brief 7-hour respite, the troops set forth again, each battalion and company commander filled with both apprehension and determinations, bracing for what may be the most arduous battle yet. One of the targets is the Cunning Fox, notorious among bandits for being the most elusive and infuriating criminal. Compared to the chaotic bandits, those under the Cunning Fox exhibit a more militaristic demeanor. However, they are unprepared for the ensuing chaos of running and fighting. In this manner, 9 soldiers perished and 68 were injured. Yet, 2 hours later, the area surrounding the Cunning Fox was liberated, a feat so astonishing it barely seemed credible. Who captured the Cunning Fox alive? His strength was formidable, yet within the stronghold, he descended into madness, incessantly questioning who was responsible, alternating between laughter and tears, seizing one person after another to inquire if it was them. A battalion commander and 5 young company commanders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their dawning understanding. In truth, their assumptions were correct, but they could never fathom the immense pressure the Cunning Fox faced in those fleeting 2 hours. If we were to liken the battlefield to a chessboard, the Cunning Fox held the white pieces. As the first black piece was placed, he foresaw his own demise. A disheartening conclusion devoid of hope. In the very next instant, 18 lethal black pieces fell in succession. His previous cleverness tormented his mind, and he finally made his first move, placing it on an empty space. Yet, An avalanche of black pieces, seemingly from nowhere, swallowed his solitary white piece. At that moment, he succumbed to madness, endlessly playing and enduring torment, ultimately transforming into a complete fool. Ah, it's you. It must be you. Before the public trial and the impending verdict of death, the cunning fox gazed skyward, yearning to extend his bound hands toward the heavens, foolishly chuckling as he proclaimed, "The universe has its principles." The recently awakened populace, witnessing his ridiculous demeanor, erupted in laughter, echoing countless affirmations. Resting Battalion Commander Sewer, feeling the ache of his shoulder wound and the internal injuries inflicted by the artillery's shockwaves, managed a bitter smile. Suddenly, upon hearing those words, he fervently nodded, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The universe indeed has its principles, he affirmed, his admiration evident as he spoke not of an impersonal cosmos, but of a singular individual, truly wishing to command troops with the finesse of a master. After 8 hours of recuperation due to severe injuries, Battalion Commander Sewer was evacuated to the rear, while Company Commander by Launcher stepped in as acting battalion commander. Subsequently, the acting company commander and acting platoon leader were promoted for their exemplary performance, with 2 or 3 remarkable individuals directly elevated to assistant battalion and company commanders. There was no talk of rebellion. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Democracy is exercised before commands are issued, but unity follows thereafter. The army set forth again, determined to conquer the remaining third of the peninsula. Ceaseless artillery rained down upon the sky, crashing into the bandit ranks. Faced with the notoriously fierce Xiongba and what could be deemed the second-largest bandit faction, the soldiers remained resolute, preferring to expend ammunition in a relentless bombardment rather than allowing Xiongba moments respite to break into their ranks. The siege raged on, with gunfire and explosions reverberating for a solid half-hour before finally ebbing. The so-called stronghold had been reduced to a vast expanse of rubble, its former identity utterly unrecognizable. Where is Xiongba? Acting company commander by Launcher gazed around in confusion. Throughout this battle, Xiongba's presence had been conspicuously absent. Had he fled? Xiongba is dead, felled amidst the artillery fire. Soon, several militia members triumphantly dragged Xiongba's colossal body, towering as high as 2 men, from the ruins of the exploded mass grave. Exultantly shouting, "Damn it!" exclaimed a rather refined man. He could discern that Xiongba had attempted to blend into the crowd, likely seeking to escape, only to be obliterated by the most ferocious volleys of artillery, wasting so much of his ammunition. Hey, he still has a trove of gold on him. The gold bars were surrendered and confiscated, and the body was taken back. Even in death, a public trial must be held. With over 1,000 heartless artillery shells recorded in his account. In the end, he exclaimed, this was naturally a jest. Yet the body was indeed brought back for a public trial. The primary aim was to solidify the people's faith in the party, enhancing their confidence. Gratitude is one thing, but sheer power is the most convincing means. Authority emerges from the barrel of a gun. With only 1 day and 11 hours remaining, a mere 10th of the peninsula, all soldiers rallied with fervor, eager for a brief respite of 2 or 3 hours before the horn sounded for the final, yet inaugural battle. Due to the announcement, those who excelled in this campaign could directly join the newly formed regular army, which meant a chance to taste meat daily. And the exceptionally talented few could gain party membership. However, 8 hours later, as the soldiers' initial excitement began to wane, the battle horn finally sounded. Each soldier calmly picked up their weapon, prepared to charge into battle for honor. Melodies flowed from the lips of the smiling soldiers, as revolutionary soldiers were reminded of the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. First, all actions must adhere to commands. Only in unity can victory be achieved. Second, do not take a single thread from the masses. Their support and affection are paramount. Third, all spoils must be returned to the public, striving to lessen the people's burdens. The 3 major disciplines must be followed, and the 8 points of attention should never be forgotten. First, maintain a courteous demeanor, respect the masses and avoid arrogance. Second, ensure fair prices in transactions. Public buying and selling must not be tyrannical. Third, return borrowed items promptly, avoiding any loss. Fourth, if items are damaged, compensate fully without hesitation. Fifth, refrain from violence and insults. The warlord mentality must be eradicated. Sixth, protect the people's crops. Be mindful in both marching and combat. Seventh, do not harass women. Lewd behavior must be eliminated. Eighth, treat captives humanely. No beating, scolding, or searching of pockets. Adherence to discipline must be a collective responsibility, with mutual supervision to prevent violations. The revolutionary code must be ingrained in memory, for the people's soldiers love the populace and protect the homeland, always advancing forward. The entire nation supports and welcomes these three major disciplines and 8 points of attention, which serve as the soldiers' guiding principles. As for other intricate regulations, they are not necessary at this moment, for those with limited literacy would struggle to comprehend them. The final battle commenced. The initial conflict had begun. Chapter 10. Military relations. The soldiers moved with light steps, chatting and laughing. This break was indeed substantial, and though the remaining tenth of the peninsula posed a challenge, the bandits, though fierce, were inferior in strength to the cunning foxes and formidable bears they had faced not long ago. However, upon noticing the soldiers' complacent thoughts, Luffy immediately ordered a halt, admonishing them, "This enemy is the most perilous of all. When has reputation or mere strength dictated the life or death outcomes of battle? The only determinant is the clash on the battlefield. Even a lion exerts its full strength against a rabbit. Do you consider yourselves lions? Or do you view them as harmless white rabbits? They are wolves, while we are merely fish that have just begun to stretch our fins. I assure you, if you approach this and future enemies with such a frivolous mindset, the outcome will be simple, a worthless death on the battlefield. We will rest for half an hour to reflect and self-criticize." His solemn and earnest words, laced with fury, stirred the soldiers, causing them to tremble as they realized the gravity of their situation. They needed to understand that although they had conquered much of the island with minimal casualties, here, in this remaining tenth, the fate of the entire island could hinge upon their actions. Many soldiers, once humble villagers, harbored such thoughts, except for a few astute individuals who contemplated deeply. The company and battalion leaders bowed their heads before Luffy, acknowledging their mistakes, promising to read a self-critical piece in front of their comrades upon return, vowing not to repeat such errors. However, out of respect, faith, and even reverence for Luffy, many reflected on his words. As half an hour passed, the entire unit felt a subtle tension. When the majority exhibited anxiety about a matter, the few would follow suit. As a leader, whether good or bad, one must adeptly wield political acumen, essentially understanding the hearts of the people and guiding them. Without this skill, one cannot truly claim the mantle of leadership. Luffy's understanding transcended mere comprehension of the people's sentiments. It embodied the essence of their will. This was the realm he had now touched. Luffy faintly sensed that with his recent mastery over the trajectory of heaven and earth, he had encountered the primordial darkness of the world. As the Celestial Alliance grew stronger, his role as a leader allowed him to cultivate at an astonishing pace. The essence of all things, encompassing everything within the universe, implied that humans were also part of this vastness, and indeed, they were the sovereigns of all beings. Although their emanations were feeble compared to the grandeur of the cosmos, the essence of all things did not merely draw from the heavenly aura. It also fortified mental acuity and harmonized the primordial spirit, which was the greatest marvel and utility of this essence. It appeared that the decisions I made in my youth were undoubtedly correct. Ponder deeply and engage in benevolence. Luffy had always been rather innocent, devoid of complex thoughts. After accounting for the injured, around 2,600 soldiers gripped their weapons, contemplating their next moves. Soon, a vast net spread across the remaining tenth of the island, with the primary target being the bandit stronghold. However, the remaining rogue factions also needed to be eradicated, lest they significantly hinder the forthcoming takeover efforts. Approximately 1,600 soldiers, armed with firearms, approached the formidable lair of the Lean Wolf. As per protocol, reconnaissance was conducted, and the number of adversaries discovered left several commanders astounded. There were a staggering 1,100 bandits. This exceeded one-third of the coalition forces within the larger bandit stronghold on the island. Some soldiers pondered why such a multitude occupied merely 1/20th of the island. Subsequently, one slapped his forehead, chiding himself for his foolishness. While the soldiers possessed superior numbers, weaponry, and organizational discipline, these factors did not translate to strength against the bandits, who relied more on their elite combatants. Imagine the towering figures of Xiong Ba, clad in wooden armor, bursting into a throng of so-called fierce bandits at unimaginable speed. Each punch could easily fell a child, making the slaughter of dozens or even hundreds a trivial task. In such a scenario, the entire den of thieves would be paralyzed with fear, and any bandit would flee in terror. Not to mention, Xiongba had 700 or 800 ruthless subordinates at his back. Upon witnessing the sheer number of adversaries within the stronghold, the soldiers' expressions turned tense and grave. They were not afraid of skilled fighters. After all, no matter how high one's life quality, as long as they were not made of steel, a single bullet from a machine gun could pierce through flesh honed over decades. Speed, no matter how swift, would not guarantee survival when encircled by an army. However, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy were a cause for trepidation. Despite the disparities of the era, it was merely a difference of tier. Everyone possessed a head and two hands, and armed with firearms, they were all akin to a single military force. The onset of battle came rather abruptly. An ambush erupted from the side, composed entirely of pure bandits, their speed akin to wolves and leopards, exuding a savage and ferocious aura that could terrify any ordinary person. Meanwhile, on the front lines, artillery roared, and the gunpowder propelling the bullets erupted in bursts of light, accompanied by the sound of numerous machine guns. Their tactics were few, relying solely on life for life and charging headlong into battle. This left little room for strategic maneuvering, necessitating a battle of attrition. One could not help but admire the scene. The eyes of several battlefield commanders gleamed with fervor, despite the arduous struggles of recent days against those possessing formidable talents. The current clash represented a true confrontation of armies. Even if they were still at a disadvantage, the excitement was palpable. On the front lines, soldiers unleashed an even fiercer barrage of cannon fire and a more frenzied stream of bullets, giving their all while utilizing the environment to shield themselves from incoming fire. When artillery shells approached, they instinctively dove and assumed a nearly prone position to evade the explosive blasts. Should any soldier sustain severe injuries, comrades nearby would administer rudimentary care before transporting them to the rear for medical assistance. To the side, Luffy stood firm, wielding a longsword, gazing upon a dozen or so formidable bandits who would be considered elite even among ordinary pirates. Without uttering a word, he swung his longsword through the air, diving directly into the fray of battle. Chapter 11. The conclusion. Luffy is both ruthless and cold-hearted, revealing the might of the strongest individual. In an instant, he instills terror and despair among the desperate bandits who fall beneath his sword before they even comprehend the situation. Simultaneously, on the front lines, the closely knit army displays superior skill, advancing like a colossal mountain, an overwhelming force that needs no justification. Its mere existence serves as the most significant rationale. The thunder of cannon fire and the crack of gunshots gradually drown out all other sounds, intent on completely burying the bandits. Surrender is not an option, nor is rectification of chaos. The fate of the bandits is sealed. They will either perish in the onslaught or face execution in a public trial, with no alternative outcomes. In these tumultuous times, amidst chaos and darkness, people can relinquish their once clenched hands, becoming silent and humble like dust, yet they cannot descend into filth, becoming distorted maggots. Even a trace of such corruption carries immense original sin. Luffy and the weary populace that follows him raise their voices in a resounding cry. When calamity strikes, should anyone dare to align with the brigands, they shall inevitably meet a grim fate. For it is through absolute violence that they shall quell the greater disasters that threaten to emerge from the chaos. Though their voices may currently be feeble, once they resonate, they will undoubtedly be heard, and in time, they shall flourish, their cries growing ever stronger. The brigands face no illusions of survival, they fight with desperation. For they have heard the call, surrender is not an option, only death awaits them. Thus, they are compelled to stake their very lives in the pursuit of survival. Yet, their plight is ultimately one of despair. The epic-defining army gazes down upon the bandits with an air of detachment, wielding immense power that crushes all in its path. With losses among their ranks markedly lower than those suffered in assaults on other hideouts, warfare between armies does not strictly adhere to notions of absolute superiority or inferiority. Should an army maintain a lax spirit and lack discipline, it will surely suffer defeat. Conversely, if it remains disciplined and spirited, it may possess advantages far exceeding mere numerical superiority. The fundamental truth of the world rests upon the balance of yin and yang, as much as there is below, so too shall there be above. An hour and 24 minutes later, the entire bandit stronghold lay in ruins, swept clean of its remnants. At this juncture, the thin wolf was engulfed in despair. He had intended to send his family away, but the ships were rendered useless. Trapped by those pursuing the brigands who granted him no chance of escape, while outside in the wilderness, women and children could not endure. Relying on the emotional bonds forged with his subordinates in the tightly knit team he had hoped to rally, he found his efforts to sever the lines utterly thwarted on the battlefield, as his tactical maneuvers were obliterated. When the soldiers apprehended him, he was devoid of any semblance of resistance, reduced to a state of desperate pleading, hoping for the survival of the women and children, insisting that he had been coerced. Chairman, there is a grave matter to report. A soldier has violated the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. Indeed, during the cleanup, we arrived at the Thin Wolf's residence, where he had surrendered and allowed himself to be taken. However, upon seeing the women within, our company commander made lewd remarks and attempted to assault them. We intervened, restraining him with handcuffs. What shall we do now? According to the law, public trial and execution. Is it cruel to suggest this, disregarding his past merits? A silent acknowledgement. Please understand, we are the army of the people, the children of the people. And we shall devote everything to the monumental task of liberating all the oppressed. Report to the chairman, we are the army of the people, the children of the people. And we shall willingly sacrifice all for the great historical mission of liberating the laboring masses. As we shout the words inscribed in the little red book, recalling the teachings of our mentors, our resolve grows ever stronger. What defines an enemy? What defines a friend? This is the paramount question of revolution. Perhaps some among the populace are not our allies, but those who harm the people are undoubtedly our foes. Do any doubts remain? None. Chairman, at the public trial, the Thin Wolf gazed upon those who bellowed, I have shed blood for the party, I have served the chairman, and as a central figure in the trial. He faced a severe judgment, ultimately executed with swifter precision than any of the bandit leaders, with no mercy shown, even though he was but a minor official. It was not long before his turn came. Hatred? He felt none at that moment. Instead, a sense of peace enveloped him. For perhaps his wife and children would thrive on this land, or a new land, better than any other place. If death awaited him, it would merely be the consequence of his own actions. The gunshot rang out. A penance for his sins. Once concluded, Luffy commanded the troops to rest in the nearby dwellings, urging strict adherence to the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. Historically, the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention were disseminated throughout the Red Army, not merely as a song, but as a tribute born of stark, unvarnished blood, thus becoming an intrinsic part of the soul of the People's Liberation Army. Luffy is engaged in a repetitive process, ensuring the spirit of the People's Liberation Army throughout history is inherited. At this juncture, Luffy is also preoccupied with the plight of women and children who are coerced. Recognizing that even the brigands and scoundrels are human, driven by their own desires and sentiments. Without mercy, regardless of age or gender, Luffy, upon witnessing heinous acts, swiftly administers the death penalty. However, such cases are rare. Some require reformation, while others, untouched by malevolence, instinctively shy away from corruption when confronted with filth. After extracting the children who deserve punishment, Luffy gazes upon the remaining children, their eyes filled with resentment, embodying a somber silence. Execution is undoubtedly not an option. Yet it must be executed with finesse to avoid transforming into an unpredictable bomb, evoking the notion that premature demise might be preferable. After all, they are still young. Their thoughts not yet fully developed, and thus susceptible to indoctrination. I trust that among you, the astute have already discerned the fate awaiting those children who were just removed. Luffy cast a sweeping glance over all the children and declared, indeed, the death penalty. They have committed unforgivable crimes and must face death. Long ago, the original law stated that children were innocent. However, this was revised, and no one could stand before the law without equality. The former state of affairs was a result of greater inequality within the law, which has yet to be rectified. I now elucidate what the law signifies. It is a manifestation of the ruling class's will, a mechanism for preserving the interests of the rulers, and an instrument of class dictatorship. Our ruling class consists of the farmers, workers, and other comrades who stand in solidarity with us in the pursuit of communism. Chapter 12. A New Beginning. Luffy's expression gradually became increasingly solemn, his spirit soaring with fervor. His calm voice resonated like thunder in the ears of the children before him. To defy the will of the entire celestial party is to invite death. To contradict the collective will of nearly all humanity is to court annihilation. Those who oppose the divine decree must perish. After a brief pause, he continued, no one can harbor the illusion of safety. This signifies that you possess fundamental human rights that no one may infringe upon. However, in comparison to others, your forebears are considered outlaws, inevitably entangled in karmic consequences. The moment any semblance of wrongdoing emerges from you, all your rights can be stripped away, political rights, personal freedoms, or, like those taken away moments ago, the right to life itself. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. The children either lowered their gazes in sorrow or glared at him with unabashed anger, none daring to speak. Just as Luffy intended to encourage them to express their thoughts, one child raised a hand and inquired, what if you violate the law? Or if your friends and family do so? A pertinent question, Luffy acknowledged. I can assure you, the celestial law is embodied in me. I cannot contravene my own principles. This means my friends and family shall not transgress the law, for I would intervene beforehand to prevent tragedy. Moreover, being my kin, they would consciously uphold the celestial law. Is there anything else you wish to ask? After sowing the initial seeds of thought among the children, Luffy gestured for the staff to escort them away, dispersing them under the guidance of celestial principles. This would curtail the formation of cliques and prevent the spread of detrimental ideologies while also allowing for their supervision. To ensure that roots of discord are not left to flourish anew, there remain numerous matters to address, such as the establishment of a formal military. However, that can wait. At this moment, honoring the martyrs and providing solace to their bereaved families is the paramount concern. The affairs of the nation lie in sacrifice and warfare. War is an essential catalyst for the advancement of civilization, and ancient rituals of worship were meant to sanctify conflict, rendering it just rather than malevolent. Thus, honoring the martyrs serves a purpose akin to venerating the divine, transforming warfare into a righteous endeavor rather than an evil one. Justice is never merely for show. It must be acted upon, and fervent cries are required to awaken the slumbering ignorance within the hearts of the people. Otherwise, the numb souls, asleep in their iron confines, await their demise without awareness. Furthermore, martyrs deserve respect and remembrance, ensuring that history will label those who forget the horrors of war as treacherous scoundrels and those who yearn for conflict as foolish simpletons. Medals of honor and ample compensation for the families of martyrs provide unparalleled benefits that surpass any other. Life is but once. Once lost, it is irretrievable. Nothing can rival the status of a martyr. If anything could, it would signify a decayed regime. The higher the status above martyrdom, the greater the corruption beneath it. Luffy exhibited no semblance of stinginess, for although times were somewhat arduous, they were merely transient. In a span of merely 2 to 3 years, the 23 islands in this vicinity would emerge as the most affluent in the East Sea. The successful establishment of industrial construction would be akin to a primal beast making its presence known amidst the ordinary wilderness, unyielding and unmatched. As for the injured and disabled, there would be rewards, letters of commendation, public acknowledgments, and diligent efforts towards their treatment and rehabilitation, ensuring a lifetime of security for those afflicted. Ultimately, a grand monument would rise in the central square, standing resolutely before the memorial of the martyrs. Luffy personally presided over the ceremony, inscribing the words "People's Hero," immortal forever upon the grand memorial amidst the gaze of thousands. The phrase "People's Hero," immortal forever was first shouted by an unknown voice, and soon all present joined in a resounding chant that reverberated across the land. Those recently liberated, who had received the greatest blessings, shouted with particular fervor, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the Tiangong party and its army, for which they felt they could only repay through their heartfelt cries. In the distance, soldiers on standby awakened to the thunderous shouts of "People's Hero, immortal forever." Some were momentarily bewildered, but upon learning the reason from informed comrades, they broke into silly smiles and returned to their slumber, preparing for battle. In truth, human beings are easily satisfied, as long as there is a corresponding reward, money for work, kindness to a cherished girl yielding favorable outcomes. Being acknowledged as a soldier by the populace brings immense fulfillment. However, a minority of unsatisfied individuals serve as the root of worldly chaos. Among the 19 islands, all pirate crews mobilized a significant portion of their ships, totaling over 4,000, intent on seizing the most prosperous island once owned by the clown buggy. Greed and discontent drove them to hoist their skull and crossbones sails, seeking to claim the wealth and lives within the sea. Their power stood on par with the world government, which possessed the mightiest military force, allowing for both conflict and compromise, yet neither side cast a glance at the pillaged populace, only perpetuating profound terror. The countdown began, 28 hours. The goal was to liberate all islands within 3 days, allowing the inhabitants to embrace the Tiangong party. This naturally required time for recruiting militia and conducting brief training. Pirates, though more formidable than mere bandits, are still limited. One pirate ship, adorned with a pirate flag, constitutes a small pirate crew. Yet the sheer number of pirates is staggering. While individual pirate crews may be few, the vast expanse of the sea is teeming with them, like fish crossing a river. Under the pressure of the world government, pirates of equal standing naturally band together. Although conflicts arise, the unspoken rule remains one of peace and camaraderie when one faces peril. Support arrives from all directions, bringing men and cannons, lest the navy be overwhelmed. Indeed, the sheer number of pirates is daunting. However, sometimes, a multitude does not equate to goodness. Without discipline, a crowd can become a chaotic force, and pirates epitomize this disorder. Live for today, drink for today. If one has life, let one rejoice in the moment. Such is the life of a pirate. Yet, in facing the remaining 19 islands, with a total of 6,000 to 7,000 pirates, Luffy still needed to strengthen his military prowess. The collapse of an army begins after a 20% reduction in personnel, and battles that lead to annihilation are legendary throughout history. Chapter 13. The King of Land Warfare. As the pirates stirred, Luffy sensed a massive population shift and raced against time. The thunderous announcements and promotions reached every corner of the islands, while recruitment messages spread rapidly. Whether out of gratitude or fear, the number of applicants surged beyond 2,000 in a short span. When Luffy showcased his strength by forcibly redirecting a considerable river with a single punch, the number of applicants doubled, reaching 4,000, then 5,000. At this juncture, Luffy chose to step forward himself, charging into the fray, for the military force at his disposal was woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, there was no immediate cause for alarm. With 3 islands in play, even a large-scale pirate assault would be diluted, making it difficult for any single wave of pirates to exceed 3,000. A buffer period allowed for adaptation, and the first wave of pirates could serve as a training opportunity. Half of the islands had only a nascent sense of discipline. But before the storm arrived, they quickly grew resilient. The adaptability of the working class and the common folk revealed its true strength at this moment. Of course, the first battle must be victorious and resounding. Otherwise, rapidly burgeoning discipline could devolve into rampant chaos. When the soldiers had rested well, recruitment was completed. New recruits were already undergoing training alongside the Tianli soldiers and certain regular army personnel, with more seasoned soldiers stepping in as instructors to teach the newcomers the realities of the battlefield. Although many soldiers had only recently been novices, the crucible of life and death battles had transformed them into veterans, deeply understanding the nature of warfare. As instructors, they were eager and excited to share their knowledge. On the undulating waves, ships moved like locusts, driven by the sea breeze, their skull and crossbones flags waving ominously. This was the first experience of awe and terror for most young souls of the sea. At the heart of this assembly was a grand vessel capable of carrying thousands, leading a multitude of pirate ships onward. The main ship housed a luxurious conference room where a scarred man clad in a fur coat, cigar in mouth, addressed the leaders of smaller pirate crews amidst a haze of smoke. The island we are heading to is substantial, and we certainly cannot claim it all for ourselves. However, let me be clear, 80% of the plundered wealth must be offered as tribute. Am I not generous? Generous, indeed, at 80%, chimed in Snake Brother, eliciting laughter from the other 2 pirate crews, who would likely demand 90 or even 95%. Nearby, the small leaders chuckled nervously, aware that they must weigh their strength to avoid being devoured by the rightful claims of the more powerful. Beyond the facade of camaraderie lies the brutal reality. Pirate crews adhere to the laws of nature, survival of the fittest. Any disobedience could result in a mighty fish consuming the smaller ones without leaving a trace. This principle is dictated by the more formidable pirate factions. Understand the meaning of generosity and remember not to hoard anything for yourself. If discovered, the consequence will be the annihilation of your ship, the scarred man warned ominously, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike, sending chills down their spines. Thus, none dared to conceal anything from Snake Brother. Everything revolved around his authority. The small leaders broke into a cold sweat, lamenting their situation. 2 parts for the spoils seemed to be the only option, while they desired to secretly consume their share. They now realized they had to tread carefully. Discovery would mean the end for the entire crew. Fear of death was palpable. Yet the allure of treasure compelled them to act, lest they become as lifeless as salted fish. Have we not witnessed how countless lives have been lost on the perilous trade routes, all for the sake of the Pirate King's great treasure? Drawing many to plunge headlong into the fray? Training, resting, preparing. The soldiers assembled. The original structure remained intact, for Luffy dared not disrupt it, knowing it would severely undermine organizational discipline. Veterans were segregated from recruits. The former maintained their usual demeanor, while the latter, led personally by Luffy, bristled with youthful vigor and readiness for battle, though their discipline and organization left much to be desired. Luffy had previously declared that upon entering the battlefield, one must adhere to military strategy. Designated inspectors would wield firearms to deal with those attempting to flee, regardless of their fate. And those who survived would face public trial and hard labor. With a metaphorical knife at their throats, the discontented young men, weary of pirates, nodded fervently, filled with courage. Indeed, this courage would endure. Military strategy possesses the power to transform even the most timid into the fiercest soldiers. The People's Liberation Army, foremost a force of the people, is, above all, a military entity. Military law is unforgiving, and Luffy had no intention of fostering peace and camaraderie in this regard. Those who maintain a semblance of peace amidst war are, in truth, criminals of the highest order. The 2nd Regiment, 1st Battalion, prepared the artillery shells, ensuring they were transported to a location 2,000 meters to the left without haste. Relying on mental acuity, Luffy strategized the pirates' landing positions. The artillery had a limited range of 1 to 2,000 meters, necessitating precise calculations to ensure effective fire. After a 30-minute respite, they familiarized themselves with the coordination between infantry and tanks, gearing up for battle. Among the ranks stood 5 formidable Iron Beasts tanks operated by skilled drivers and seasoned veterans ready to engage the enemy. The industrial production line had operated at full capacity, yielding rudimentary tanks through automated assembly, which still demanded considerable time. It was only 20 hours prior that the first batch had emerged from the production line. However, this was remarkably swift. Without the industrial apparatus, manufacturing a tank capable of mobility and combat would require countless industrial sectors to produce each fundamental component. Nevertheless, the utility derived from these machines was immense. At sea, the absence of vessels equates to the absence of all. In terrestrial warfare, the standing of tanks mirrors that of warships, serving as the decisive factor in determining victory. This advancement significantly bolstered the capabilities of seasoned soldiers. While some newcomers lamented that such equipment ought to be allocated to them, Luffy, without a moment's hesitation, declined the proposal, expressing his reluctance to associate with a disorganized and undisciplined group alongside tanks. He did not wish for the People's Liberation Army to bear the ignoble reputation of abandoning their tanks. His tone, however, was not severe but rather gentle as he remarked, "Our mission is not overly perilous. They are in greater need of the tanks, and I will be at the forefront alongside you." Chapter 14. Spiritual Infection on the Edge of the Sea. A multitude of sailing ships emerged, varying in size. Through the telescope, one could clearly discern a dozen or so pirate flags emblazoned with skulls fluttering in the breeze. They have arrived. At this moment, the hearts of all soldiers tightened. Yet they remained silent, deeply concealed by their camouflage. The coastline was tranquil and serene, as the sea breeze stirred the white waves that caressed the golden sands, accompanied by the lush greenery, creating a captivating terrestrial panorama. The pirates, however, appeared indifferent to the scenery. After peering through their rudimentary telescopes and seeing no people, they shouted down to their comrades that all was well. Closer. The pirates could not suppress their excitement, their voices booming with greed and ferocity. Boom. At that instant, over a dozen cannonballs thundered from the shore, striking towards their ships, much to their relief, as the shots were wildly inaccurate. The lookout stationed on the sails raised his telescope for another observation and subsequently laughed, indicating the situation. On the shore, more than 10 cannons were being maneuvered by farmers, their clothes dusty as they aimed at the pirates. One could surmise the situation. It was merely a group of local brigands or concerned citizens who had stumbled upon them, fearful of the calamity that would ensue should the pirates arrive. Thus, they resisted with all their might. The number of cannons was indicative of the force that could be quickly assembled. Many pirates laughed heartily, for the islanders had indeed guessed correctly. Whether a gathering of citizens or a den of bandits, both would become their targets for plunder and slaughter. Kill them, seize the treasures. First, capture the beautiful women. The majority of pirates grabbed their firearms and ammunition, hastily plunging into the sea, swimming toward the shore. In the vast ocean, the ship is paramount. Without it, one cannot venture far. Yet, a ship has a significant flaw. It cannot approach the shore during a firefight, becoming akin to a moving target, easily obliterated by coastal artillery. An island is like an immobile ship. Once fortified, it is nearly impossible for warships to approach. The ocean and land are separated by a forbidden distance. Surpassing this boundary leaves the land helpless, a regretful reality for the world government's navy. Yet, entering this forbidden distance equates to courting death for pirates. This minuscule distance maintains a precarious balance between the navy and the pirates, a mutual non-interference that can only be described as taboo. However, this is only true for the navy and pirates. When pirates aim to plunder an island, even if there is resistance on land, every pirate must first be adept at swimming, capable of traversing considerable distances to reach the shore. A pirate skilled in combat against the navy would hardly fear the so-called rogue brigands. Once on land, they would dominate with an overwhelming presence. The sailing ships adjusted their course, as the remaining pirates sought other landing spots. They planned for the vanguard pirates to secure a port. allowing the ships to dock and unleash their cannons, those lethal instruments, upon the island, shattering its defenses to facilitate unrestrained plunder. Their experiences in battles against the Navy had endowed the pirates with their own expertise. Those lacking such skills had perished. As the vanguard pirates landed, they beheld several dozen individuals dragging cannons into the forest, accompanied by gunfire as bullets rained down upon them, attempting to hinder their advance. The resistance numbered approximately 200. The pirates dropped to the ground, evading the bullets, and retaliated, quickly witnessing the opposition abandon their cannons and cease firing, fleeing in disarray. "Charge! Whoever kills the most earns a gold piece," exclaimed the leader, Brother Snake, exhilarated by the thrill of the hunt. This was a scene he cherished. Undoubtedly, Brother Snake would claim the most kills. We can only aspire to second place. How can we hope to receive Brother Snake's reward? Under the allure of gold, some pirates erupted with fervor, their eyes gleaming with malice, bodies tensed and ready for the hunt. "Ha! Then the second will receive my reward. Quickly, do not let them escape." Though Snake Brother was aware they were flattering him insincerely, he nonetheless felt quite comfortable. As he watched the 200-odd figures swiftly fade from view, he recognized that the conditions for the hunt were ripe, and it was time to commence. The sound of footsteps resonated as over 1,000 pirates moved forward, shouting and clamoring, plunging into the dappled shadows of the underbrush, following their leader, Snake Brother, into the hunt. Meanwhile, aboard the remaining ships dotting the sea, the crew watched the unfolding scene on the shore with a bitter smile. This was not merely a resignation to the fact that the main force had departed the pirate vessels, vulnerable to potential attacks, but rather a lament over their inability to participate in the hunt. Their familiarity with the situation rendered them immobile. Even the most hardened criminals would flee at the sight of the pirate flag, so who would dare to strike? Moreover, controlling 40 to 50 ships required significant manpower, and with over 400 still anchored, they were more than capable of handling a considerable portion of the so-called formidable forces on the island. They sought a stretch of coastline suitable for landing, approached, and then remained motionless, leisurely entertaining themselves aboard the ship, awaiting the conclusion of the hunt to reunite with the main force and transfer substantial goods. As they neared the shore, several ropes stealthily latched onto a nearby vessel, and a number of soldiers clad in camouflage boarded. One among them, having removed his facial camouflage, revealed a plain yet flawless visage. It was Luffy. He could destroy the ship with a single punch, yet such an act would not hone the skills of the entire army. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that the 9 new recruits accompanying Luffy, initially trembling and tense, quickly transformed into calm and proficient boarders. This remarkable shift was due to the mental influence Luffy exerted. Having studied hypnosis, Luffy had transcended its conventional boundaries. He now wielded his mental energy to inspire others, enabling them to learn and imitate his actions, even absorbing his tranquil mindset. Furthermore, his influence was not limited to a single person. If his mental strength was sufficient, he could instigate a chain reaction of inspiration, spreading from one individual to another like a contagion. Chapter 15. Hunters and Prey. The capacity of mental influence to convey information was limited. Confined to simple actions and rudimentary thoughts, it could not enlighten the heart or bestow divine strength. Yet, for an army, this was precisely what was needed. Tactical maneuvers were inherently uncomplicated, and with training, they became even simpler, lacking only in graceful execution. For the recruits, maintaining composure was an invaluable asset. Excessive anxiety could lead them to forget their training. Veterans could swiftly coalesce into an effective unit, owing not only to the trials of warfare, but also to the clever application of mental influence. As the 9 soldiers climbed the knotted ropes onto the ship, they sensed an unexpected calmness, despite wielding firearms equipped with bayonets, facing the notorious pirates. The enemy appeared more suddenly than anticipated. They moved with the silence of trained soldiers, making not a sound. By chance, they encountered a pirate from a secluded corner of the ship. Tension surged, yet in an instant, the foremost soldier darted forward, thrusting his spear with precision, dispatching the pirate before he could utter a word, leaving him to languish in the shadows. "Stay coordinated," Luffy advised, integrating into a formation of 3s, a simple arrangement that would remain unaltered even with an additional member. The expectations for the recruits should not be overly ambitious. Only a few had managed to react promptly, though they were still a beat behind. Mental influence required time to resonate, through listening, observing, and feeling, before it could truly permeate one's psyche. Otherwise, what remained was but fade, a splendid garment woven from sugar, beautiful yet impractical. The ship was not small. Over a dozen pirates remained aboard. As they advanced, 8 or 9 had already fallen at their feet, silent as they were cast into the dark corners. At this moment, the 9 soldiers grasped the origin of their newfound composure. Facing a pirate alone would spell certain doom, regardless of having trained for months. Yet, by employing the 3-man formation, they supported one another, effectively overwhelming their foes. In a brief span, all the pirates aboard were dispatched, each soldier assimilated into the ranks of the others, serving as sources of influence. Listening, observing, and feeling constituted the essential process of mental contagion. When Luffy conveyed tactical methods and a calm mindset to the 9 soldiers, they became effective sources of influence. Absent a venue capable of accommodating 2,000 to 3,000 individuals for practical demonstrations of tactical methods, mere tactical execution would yield no change among the 2,000 soldiers. Within the same time frame, 81 individuals underwent mental influence and became sources of contagion. While Luffy led the next batch of 9 soldiers on their journey to guide others, tactical prowess need not be fierce, it merely needed to inspire fear. Among the pirates aboard, it felt as though a plague was sweeping through. When they realized it, they found themselves unable to regain control. Previously familiar with the main force now transforming into a lethal opportunity, Luffy relentlessly sought information, spotting vulnerabilities in their exposed attire, an easy target for anyone with keen eyesight. If other pirates appeared, different tactics would be employed. For now, he awaited the spread of the contagion, prepared to envelop them. The hunting pirates dispersed to evade cannon fire. Yet upon entering the familiar hunting grounds of the forest, they discovered their prey had vanished. Only the bothersome enemies remained, occasionally taking the life of a comrade with a well-aimed shot. Snake Brother, infuriated, narrowly dodged a bullet aimed at him. Had he reacted any slower, he might have been injured, bleeding. As a seasoned pirate, he had fought through life and death struggles and had never been harmed by an ordinary person. Firearms were no exception. In this vast ocean, strength dictated all. The bounty set by the world government measured destruction and served as a benchmark for power. Snake Brother's bounty stood at 11 million, a figure that hinted at the chaos he had inflicted upon the Navy. Yet at that moment, he felt like a lion trapped in a cage, taunted and toyed with. Unable to contain his wrath, he issued a lethal command, employing his keen senses to pursue the provocateurs. However, they seemed almost invisible, leaving only the faintest traces behind, barely perceptible and sporadic. In an instant, Snake Brother realized he had fallen into a trap. Yet, he pressed on, having discerned the faint traces that formed a cage around him. He could escape alone. But with a bounty of 11 million, he could dominate the East Sea, though this did not render him invincible. Damn it, there's a trap. Charge ahead. The sea serpent let out a resounding roar towards the pursuing pirates, its formidable vitality causing the sound to reverberate in all directions, allowing over 1,000 scattered individuals to hear it. The creature could deduce that there were enclosures surrounding it, as well as identify a position with relatively weak defenses, where a breakthrough could be made with minimal casualties. Unfazed by the possibility of a trap, the sea serpent, with its unparalleled life force, could dash into the ranks of well-trained naval officers armed with firearms, tearing through their formation and allowing the pirates behind to completely dismantle it in a massacre. Though the pirates were unaware of the severity of the situation, they instinctively rallied behind the sea serpent, confident that it had previously navigated through naval blockades unscathed. Without encountering any opposition, they burst forth from the forest onto the open land. The sea serpent glanced back, hearing the faint sound of steel, if it was not mistaken. It was the sound of bullets being chambered. With no time to waste, it chose to rush into the plains, allowing the birds to soar and the fish to leap. Refusing to remain in the forest like a mere monkey, toyed with his prey. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted from ahead, and the sea serpent was violently thrown aside, skimming nearly 10 meters before crashing back to the ground, blood spilling profusely. Chapter 16. Deceived eyes. The plains were not boundless. One could see the end at a glance. Struck by artillery, the sea serpent, upon crashing to the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring the pain, it hastily rose to evade the imminent bombardment. As anticipated, the moment it attempted to flee, 3 shells exploded beside it. Had it not reacted in time, it would have been reduced to a mangled corpse. Despite its robust physique and nearly imperceptible speed, the sea serpent sustained grave injuries, each bone and muscle aflame with pain. Sweat mixed with blood and caked with dirt dripped onto the ground. Where the hell was the enemy? How could they be so precise? The sea serpent struggled to escape, bearing the weight of being both the mightiest spear and shield, yet it felt utterly withered and helpless. Most alarming was the accuracy of the artillery. The shells exploded near it with tremendous force. Typically, artillery could not hone in on its speed, But now, multiple shells were detonating in close proximity, rendering its once proud swiftness futile. Even more despairing was the fact that the enemy's whereabouts remained a mystery. At that moment, witnessing their leader, the sea serpent, struck by artillery, the pirates became frantic. Even those who were initially oblivious to the situation were swept up in the collective panic. Simultaneously, a cacophony of explosions rang out, accompanied by the piercing sound of machinery from all directions. The pirates on the periphery, moving swiftly, were torn apart in an instant, while those behind them were also struck, left with remnants of the unleashed kinetic energy of steel projectiles. It was evident that the assailants were in no rush. The gunfire did not close in but rather rained down from a distance, relying on keen eyesight to claim lives without engaging head-on, seemingly calculating their losses. The distinct sound of artillery returned, and the shells traveled faster than the sound itself. Just as the sea serpent had managed to rise again and sprint, it was sent flying once more. In its desperate search for the source of the bombardment, it finally discovered some traces. On the plains, nearly a kilometer away, there were protruding marks resembling the fearsome fangs of a sea king, exuding a menacing aura. It was through this bizarre presence that the sea serpent came to an understanding. Its own eyes had deceived it. There were indeed foes present, as well as artillery, but they were cloaked in colors blending seamlessly with the landscape. Most likely, within the forest, they similarly relied on the camouflage of their surroundings, making detection nearly impossible, leaving only faint traces to be sensed. Yet, what was most terrifying was that even after uncovering the mystery before it, the sea serpent remained powerless. For the colors were too easily overlooked by the human eye. Were it not for the grotesquely distinct gun barrels, it would have likely remained oblivious until its last breath, unable to grasp the truth. Once again, the artillery engulfed the sea serpent, and this time, the notorious pirate captain with an 8-digit bounty fell silent forever. Upon the death of the sea serpent, the remaining pirates became headless flies, scattering in all directions, wildly firing their weapons. A short distance away, soldiers in the trenches felt the chaos above, unhesitatingly discharging their limited ammunition, delivering a devastating blow to any pirate attempting to escape the ambush. Meanwhile, Luffy, having cleared the pirate ships of their insignia, was making his way toward the commotion. Upon hearing the news of the sea serpent's demise, he was perplexed. According to his assumptions, after the initial bombardment, the sea serpent would have reacted, charging forth swiftly, and after withstanding the second and third rounds of artillery, would have approached the tank. Without the tank, it would have been a massacre. However, fortified by the tank's armored shell and the high-density machine guns, it could effectively eliminate the threat. To ensure a successful strike against the sea serpent, the tank had not been equipped with crucial composite armor but rather with a life force radar, a self-targeting system, and an intimidating 125mm cannon, making the turret appear fearsome from a distance. Nonetheless, the sea serpent should not have perished so swiftly. After all, it was a pirate of significant notoriety. Although its bounty had been elevated due to its menace, Luffy had only deployed the tank. If the advanced airships of the future were to emerge, this world could rapidly descend into chaos. Luffy pondered deeply and realized that the future remains an elusive concept, acknowledging that he had been indulging in daydreams. He also discovered the emergence of the Type 59 airship, which is certain to instill fear across the world. Nevertheless, it is a source of joy that, thus far, there have been minimal casualties among the crew. The sun shone brightly, casting its warm rays upon the earth, dispelling the dampness brought by the sea breeze. Luffy's attire transformed at a steady pace, shifting from a deep sea blue to a vibrant yellow-green, and upon entering the damp, dimly lit forest, it immediately morphed into a rich greenish-yellow hue. At this moment, he glanced at his camouflage clothing, his earlier confusion dissipating. The dye on the fabric was extraordinary, a concoction derived from the alchemical knowledge he had gleaned from books. It was neither overly simple nor excessively complex. Its greatest challenge lay in the intricate techniques and numerous materials required for its creation. This dye would change colors in response to variations in temperature, light, and humidity. After conquering nearly half an island, a celestial soldier discovered a sufficient source of materials, and Luffy subsequently spent some points to purchase a few missing items from the marketplace, initiating the crafting process. Over the past few days, he had gradually unveiled new military uniforms, now capable of accommodating fresh recruits. In the context of mobile warfare, camouflage attire did not stand out significantly, and Luffy had not placed much importance on it. However, the remarkable outcomes of this guerrilla strategy were undoubtedly attributed to the camouflage he wore. One critical aspect that Luffy had consistently overlooked was that, in this world, There had never been outstanding camouflage capable of seamlessly blending into the environment. When the human eye processes information before relaying it to the brain, much of it is filtered out, leaving only the most crucial elements. Many scenes, due to their complexity, rely on the brain's instinct to fill in the gaps. The true appearance of overlooked images is entirely different from what is perceived by the human eye. Thus, camouflage was born. Unless one were a highly trained elite soldier, ordinary soldiers could only barely detect it, and common individuals who had encountered camouflage would likely be unable to see a soldier seamlessly integrated into the surroundings. In this world, no one had ever faced any stimuli. Naturally, they would be momentarily bewildered by their own eyes and brains. Chapter 17. Great ups and downs. As Luffy gradually approached the encirclement, he did not appear overly anxious about the impending net closure, though he did not dismiss it either. Although the existence of a bounty of 8 digits like the sea serpent was rare, there were many small pirate leaders who were no less formidable than the heads of large pirate nests on the island. If they were caught off guard, they might retaliate fiercely when confronted with imminent death, inflicting significant damage. It was essential to strike a balance and create an opening that instilled a sense of hope, convincing them that death was not imminent, while pursuing them relentlessly. Even if pirates attempted to flee, it would align with Luffy's strategy. The other 19 islands would undoubtedly converge, requiring Luffy to intervene personally. However, as a notorious figure with a substantial bounty issued by the world government, such an action would inevitably reveal his whereabouts. At that point, there would be little left to do. The island where Luffy had lingered would surely face annihilation, serving as a demonstration to the celestial dragons. The tank was deployed, serving both practical and aesthetic purposes. Although the actual number was limited, there were also inferior replicas made of rubber that could be concealed amidst the encirclement. The desperate fleeing pirates would likely be oblivious to the deception. We unveiled over 100 Land King's tanks, leaving an opening for them to approach us. Through a communicator, Luffy sent out commands, laced with a hint of jest. On the other side, Captain Baojin gazed at the 3 formidable steel beasts with protruding cannons behind him and then at the single tanks on either side, itching to voice his thoughts. If only you could truly unleash over 100 tanks. After witnessing the tanks firsthand, he had become utterly enamored with their cold, gleaming exteriors, the menacing cannons, and the precise targeting capabilities. For a fleeting moment, he mused, what if a god stands in my way? 1 tank won't suffice. Let it be 1,000. If 1,000 aren't enough, then let it be 100,000, sweeping through like a tide of iron. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, Baojin focused on the battlefield, issuing commands with unwavering resolve, instructing his soldiers to charge from the trenches and engage in the encirclement. Leading the charge, armed with a lightweight machine gun, he maintained a steady pace, pressing forward as a gap emerged during the maneuver. This occurrence was a mere coincidence, an error born from a lack of discipline. Coincidences piled upon one another, and errors continued to compound. In the face of death, many individuals were capable of unleashing untapped potential, as the mental shackles designed for self-preservation were cast aside, allowing their true strength to emerge. Conversely, driven by the instinct for survival, many would commit acts of folly, a reflection of the brain's intricate workings. Both behaviors stemmed from the shared genetic heritage of humanity, which harbored an unfathomable wealth of information, most of it dormant, yet some awakened, manifesting as human instinct. This world harbors no absolute notions of good or evil. Upon encountering various entities, individuals reveal fragments of their inherent nature. For the pirates, this instinctual response undoubtedly showcased its darker facets. Bullets rained like a tempest, and artillery roared like thunder, transforming the tranquil plains into a desolate field of death. The ferocity of the firepower surpassed that of the Navy, leaving the pirates within its grasp trembling in fear. The relentless tide of steel, accompanied by an unending barrage of cannons and countless soldiers emerging, plunged them into utter despair, akin to driftwood awaiting the deluge in a storm. As a series of coincidental errors unfolded in one direction, they resembled headless flies buzzing towards the singular gap. It was terrifying, overwhelmingly so. What had transpired in this world? The pirates could not fathom why, just days prior, they had been engaged in gunfire with the Navy, and now a vast river of steel bore down upon them. In their hearts, they cursed the day they were born into this world, a hell where humanity should never tread. Soon, a gap was torn asunder. All the pirates gasped, barely grasping the notion of survival, as they sprinted away, abandoning thoughts of their own strength and the 6 or 7 second 100-meter sprint they had once boasted. In the face of the iron tide and the multitude of cannons, all such thoughts faded into oblivion. Maintaining a distance, yet pressing onward with determination, As Luffy commanded, at that moment, their comrades, while fleeing, set up machine guns and merciless artillery along the roadside, awaiting the pirates' passage to create an invisible yet tangible path of bullets and cannon fire. Ahead lay landmines, buried long in advance. After that, their involvement would cease. It was imperative to let the forlorn and solitary pirates propagate tales of the Iron River, while contending with the naval forces and the rubbery government toys, which invariably required a monetary exchange for a single glance would not suffice. Of course, beyond this, some payment would be essential, a matter that the elder brother Meiju would need to deliberate upon, as it bore little relevance to Luffy, who was primarily a researcher, with a secondary role as the chairman. The turn of events unfolded unexpectedly smoothly when the pirates traversed this area. They were compressed by bullets and cannon fire into a singular direction, attempting to exploit the chaos to break away from the main force. The pirates were bewildered to find themselves met with a barrage of machine gun fire. With Luffy's presence commanding the scene, the errors typical of new recruits were swiftly rectified. Although many sustained injuries, thankfully, none were grievous. The spirits of the pirates, once filled with hope, plummeted into an abyss of despair. They had believed they had escaped the encirclement, only to find themselves ensnared in a larger trap. The cacophony of explosions echoed around them, while lifeless bodies fell in succession. A desperate battle? Where were the enemies? As the gunfire waned, only sporadic explosions punctuated the air around them. They had emerged, the pirates, with little time to contemplate the exhilarating ups and downs of life. Race towards the nearby sea, a mere 10 nautical miles from the islands, was not insurmountable in a life-or-death situation. Boom. Beneath their feet, a violent force erupted as a pirate inadvertently triggered a landmine, sending him and his companions skyward in an inexplicable instant. The gunfire and cannon blasts resumed behind them, as the pirates, tears welling in their eyes, hastened towards the ocean. Ultimately, Luffy gazed at the dwindling figures of pirates fleeing into the sea and turned his gaze towards the horizon. Many more pirates remained to be dealt with. Nearby, an anonymous new recruit marveled at this realization. "This is merely the beginning, and we have yet to complete the journey," Luffy remarked to the individual. Chairman, the new recruit, startled upon seeing Luffy, immediately rendered an impeccable salute, followed by a radiant smile. Chapter 18. The official formation of the military among the 23 islands. Only one pirate, aside from the Sea Serpent, could claim dominance, the one known as the Fish Eagle. His talents surpassed, his strength was greater, and his wisdom was unparalleled. This operation clearly demonstrated that the Fish Eagle willingly relinquished the largest island, opting instead for 2 smaller ones. To the Sea Serpent, this appeared utterly foolish. While the number of islands seemingly increased, the pirates scavenging the separated seas would inevitably hoard many treasures, for the Fish Eagle, stretched thin, could not oversee all. Moreover, his subordinates would likely engage in the same corrupt practices as other pirates, resulting in diminished spoils from one of the islands. The oceanic divide between the 2 islands only compounded the complications. "I believe the pirate you envision aligns with my own," Luffy chuckled. The new recruit was astonished, speechless. To eradicate every pirate in the world, this was but a step. The cerulean wave shimmered beneath the golden sunlight. A handful of pirates, huddled together, demonstrated extraordinary swimming skills as they traversed the sea to seek refuge on another island. These few were drenched in sweat. The warm seawater and strenuous exertion not only depleted their moisture, but also washed away much salt, leaving them increasingly fatigued. Yet, those who survived amidst the hail of bullets in the minefield typically possessed superior vitality. Common pirates rarely endured. These few swam with all their might, determined to survive. Splash. Suddenly, a faint splash echoed as a pirate was dragged beneath the waves. He thrashed wildly, screaming to his comrades for help, yet they wore expressions of sheer terror. Though each of them could battle sharks in the open sea, they now swam frantically toward the distant island without looking back. Save, the drowning pirate managed only that single word before the air in his lungs gave out, and he sank into eternal darkness. Nearby, an unremarkable fish, barely 50 centimeters long, drifted idly, observing this rare spectacle of life in the depths. After a moment, as if bored, it opened its jaws too swiftly to see, and the still warm corpse was cleaved into 2 ragged halves. This was no ordinary fish, but a sea hawk, not the kind that soars through the skies, but one that lurks in the abyss. Among those who call the ocean home, be they pirates or marines, few creatures inspire more dread than these, surpassed only by the monstrous sea kings and other aberrations. What makes them truly terrifying is not their formidable physique or razor-sharp jaws, but their mastery of stealth and predation. Like an eagle soaring high above the clouds, they wait with infinite patience before striking with lethal precision, snatching their prey and tearing it apart in an instant. The sea hawk can lie in wait within the crushing darkness of the deep, biding its time before unfurling its concealed fins and surging upward in a deadly rush. At the harbor, the three remaining pirates exchanged glances, their faces etched with sorrow and fear. But grief soon hardened into resolve. They would seek out the sea hawk and report what had transpired near the great island. By dusk, the last of the pirates had disembarked and retreated to their stronghold. Not long after, a plainly dressed official from the world government arrived in the North Blue, paying a visit to the domain of the sea hawk. Meanwhile, on the first island, the bustle of industry continued unabated, a hallmark of this new era, where nature was harnessed to yield vast resources. The first machines to emerge from the industrial cradle were those for weaving cloth. Every age has its most lucrative trade, and while revolutionary inventions could be introduced, they were not always the fastest path to amassing wealth. Luffy's plan was simple: slash the market price of clothing by 40% while elevating its quality, thereby crushing and dominating the textile industry of the North Blue. This would secure the initial capital needed to fuel the insatiable maw of industrialization. Iron, ore, coal, timber, all demanded vast sums of money, even with the resources of 23 islands. Establishing a complete industrial system was no easy feat, and all of this, of course, hinged on military might. Without strength, one was but meat on the chopping block. With arms, one became the blade itself. Luffy wasted no time in assembling a proper army. Soldiers who fought for the people deserved their due rewards. But they also needed to be the seeds of something greater, perhaps destined to grow into towering trees, only to fall and nourish the next generation. From ideological loyalty to battlefield prowess and innate talent, 561 were chosen. Quantity mattered less than quality. These were the vanguard, the foundation of what was to come. Though the full industrial framework was only beginning to take shape, the relentless hum of textile machines already heralded the collapse of feudal markets. For now, the promise of progress would have to suffice. The metaphor that Luffy contemplates is harsh, yet it is likely the stark truth. War inevitably leads to loss of life. In this moment and place, he oversees the trivial skirmishes, while the entire world presents formidable adversaries that require arduous battles to conquer. On the island, all soldiers gathered in the square. In times of war, there is little room for idle chatter. After commending all the soldiers, he publicly selected 561 individuals to be recognized as the official military, treating them as exemplars. Undoubtedly, these 561 official soldiers became the focus of public admiration, while the remaining 5,000 soldiers gazed upon them with envious eyes. The privileges afforded to the official military far surpassed those of the militia. Yet, no one bore resentment. Every selected soldier was acknowledged by their peers as exceptional, devoted to the party and the people, having earned accolades for their military achievements and demonstrating diligence and training with outstanding abilities. This was the rightful treatment for the official military. Nonetheless, envy lingered, for the official military enjoyed bountiful meals daily. However, they soon heard announcements regarding enhancements to the soldiers' privileges, indicating that the conditions for the official military would improve further, while their own treatment would approach that of the previous official military. During this period, without their relentless efforts, the liberation of the entire island could not have come to fruition so swiftly. Luffy's words were not mere rhetoric. While he could single-handedly vanquish a den of thieves with remarkable speed, establishing a backbone for the entire island was beyond his solitary capability. Chapter 19. Godless civilization has never merely been a congregation of individuals. Such a gathering is but the dust of history, dissipating into the currents of time. To perceive the subtle is to grasp the profound. Within humanity resides a bloodline, or fundamental essence, which cannot be denied. However, this fundamental essence is not simply synonymous with deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. DNA serves as a vessel for information. It is the amalgamation of information and human DNA that constitutes the genuine human gene, focusing on the individual. When one extends their observation to a tribe or a nation, two individuals sharing the same blood do not necessarily belong to the same kind. They must also share a common spirit and will. For civilization, a shared bloodline signifies the existence of a collective spirit and intent. A bloodline devoid of the spirit and will is akin to human DNA stripped of its informational essence. It becomes lifeless, incapable even of forming a fetus. If Luffy were to choose a path of relentless aggression, extinguishing the suffering on all 23 islands with a single hand, the outcome would not merely remain unchanged, they would instead face a far greater calamity. Moreover, his speed would considerably diminish. Indeed, Luffy's initial pace was remarkably swift. Yet as time progressed, he would find himself unable to keep up. With 23 islands and countless nautical miles to traverse, he, despite his formidable strength, is ultimately but one individual. However, by uniting the populace of the islands, fortifying them with the blood and bones of their sacrifices, they could erect a backbone and cultivate civilization. Although the initial progress may be slow, the subsequent acceleration would rise exponentially. Thus, in light of this, Luffy ought to extend genuine commendation to the soldiers before him and enhance their treatment. Based on the deeds you have performed in the past, I am convinced that you deserve and must receive better conditions. There exists a saying in this world, do not contend with the lamb of the Lord. When someone strikes your left cheek, bear no grudges. Instead, respond with grace, and the Lord who cherishes the lamb shall surely bestow favor upon you. This phrase originates from the Shondaland doctrine, established long ago by the celestial dragon families, who initially pursued an elite path, ensuring that all judges don the garments of Shondaland shepherds, thereby disseminating their teachings to a multitude of believers across the globe. However, in the impoverished East Sea, particularly in the northern regions, establishing a church and extracting resources over the course of a decade or more may not even suffice to construct half a church. Typically, it is the minor nobility and landowners who dominate, yet when pirates arrive, only the laboring masses remain. Nonetheless, I recall a simple yet profound statement made by the master, which I shall share with you now. It is said, how should one repay grievance with virtue? The master replied, how does one repay kindness? With integrity repay grievance, and with virtue repay virtue. This implies that when someone inquires how to respond to enmity with gratitude, the master answers by questioning how one should reciprocate kindness, by responding to grievance with rectitude and to virtue with benevolence. In this world, there exists no deity. If there were, why would the nobles and landowners, favored by the Lord, be driven into disarray by pirates, while we, in turn, vanquish the very pirates themselves? At that moment, Luffy smiled, and all the soldiers followed suit with laughter. One tenet of the Shondaland doctrine posits that nobles and landowners are naturally exalted due to their past life of serving the deity, thus receiving divine favor. In contrast, the common people must devote themselves diligently to the divine in this life, so that in the next, they might ascend to the ranks of nobility and landownership. Should they serve wholeheartedly, they may even be guided by the deity to a realm of opulence and bliss. Initially, the populace held a belief in the possibility of such a doctrine, but upon taking up arms and vanquishing the pirates, they were further influenced by atheistic ideologies, ultimately discarding the Shondaland doctrine into the abyss of oblivion. Thus, we must steadfastly uphold our moral integrity as human beings and remain true to our conscience. Luffy is an exceedingly naive individual, aspiring to excel in every endeavor without overthinking matters. In a singular speech, he established a notion of atheism among the populace while vehemently critiquing the theism that poses a formidable threat to the party of heavenly unity. The rationale is straightforward. Monotheism cannot embody the demands of advanced productive forces. Rather, it hampers progress. It also fails to represent the trajectory of advanced culture, leading to regression. Furthermore, it does not safeguard the fundamental interests of the vast majority of the people. The myriad doctrines reveal a narrative steeped in oppression, fundamentally designed to fortify the decaying aristocratic regime. In a succinct phrase, one could encapsulate the essence of the doctrines of the Shetland Christianity. You are not worthy of the surname Zhao. Naturally, in the practical enhancement of soldiers' welfare, Luffy deftly maneuvered several chess pieces. Within the party of heavenly unity, issues regarding resource allocation persist, while it may be possible to endure for a time. Any complications could prove exceedingly troublesome. There is no deceit. However, Luffy employed currency as a mechanism, retaining tangible resources while allowing soldiers to procure what they require, thereby alleviating the pressure on the party's tangible assets. Utilizing the belly, a universally accepted currency, instilled confidence in the soldiers. The inertia of over 8 centuries has eroded the credibility of the belly, with few daring to engage with other financial creations aside from gold and silver. Yet, to purchase items in the party's stores, one must utilize the currency they have printed, renminbi. The exchange rate stands at 20 to 1, with 20 belly equating to 1 renminbi, and the prices in the stores being 20% lower than those outside, where belly is used. The arithmetic is uncomplicated. Draw a line through the market price and indicate the store price accordingly. This classic commercial tactic to attract customers is one Luffy could not overlook. This strategy aims to shift the habit of currency usage within the party from belly to renminbi. Luffy is not foolish. He promptly circulated the party's newly minted currency. Although the populace may not articulate their sentiments, they are bound to lose a portion of the hard-earned confidence in the party, as soldiers are currently the epitome of honor. Their adaptation to renminbi will naturally influence the public to follow suit, coupled with the affordability of goods within the stores. This will foster a sense of immediate gratification among the populace, leading to the reward of good deeds. Of course, this action is but a modest step, far from grandiose. Thus, Luffy linked the price of 1 gram of gold to 100 renminbi. In this world, gold remains the ultimate hard currency. No individual would opt for the insecure belly when faced with an equivalent value in gold. What would transpire when renminbi becomes synonymous with gold? The currency governed by the world government, the belly, would find itself relegated to a mere shadow, struggling for survival in the corners of obscurity. Luffy now seeks to gradually transform the perceptions of the world. In the 20th chapter, titled The Sea Plate, a celebratory banquet is underway on the first island. The liberation from suffering compels the populace to express their exhilaration and embrace a new life. After prolonged campaigns, what the soldiers long to witness are the joyous voices and laughter of their friends and family. Despite the challenges in tangible resources, sustenance is not overly burdensome. This world possesses extraordinary materials, enhancing the quality of human life. The quality of flora is also significantly improved. Simply put, a single acre of land can sustain a family for an entire year. Furthermore, the wild grasses can support the raising of livestock and poultry, while the perilous seas still yield some fish and shrimp near the shores. Overall, though life cannot be deemed prosperous, it is not entirely dismal either. This is because, in the past, everything belonged to the nobility and landowners. The crops were theirs, the wild grasses were theirs, the beasts of the field were theirs. And everything by the seaside was theirs as well. One could only attain prosperity and join the middle class with a government-stamped land deed. It is evident how immense the historical oppression truly was. Presently, the Heavenly Commune Party has yet to demonstrate a stark divergence from the old powers by even sparing food, thereby enhancing its credibility. The people follow the revolution for one fundamental reason: to secure a satisfying meal. Luffy is unequivocally determined to host this banquet. Beyond simply following his whims, he secretly contemplates that if the people remain unaware of the sheer joy that comes from food, he would only be subjected to mockery through humanized words. From a young age, Luffy has immersed himself in literature, fully inheriting the essence of civilization. How could he be unaware of the fervent dedication of a nation forged in hardship to the principle that sustenance is paramount? This belief is etched into their very DNA. Were Luffy to establish a new order, he would undoubtedly implement this principle. Indeed, he might even take a radical stance. If one fails to feed the people, then they should relinquish their authority and depart without hesitation. The soldiers stood resolutely in the square, the joyous clamor of the island resonating in their ears, the aroma of food wafting through the air. Yet, bound by their duty, they remained in place for a while longer. Though some were tempted to break ranks, their companions quickly restrained them, reminding them of their identity as soldiers, and silence fell upon them once more. They resembled a sheet of white paper, buried beneath layers of dust. Once the dust was swept away, it would be all too easy to inscribe a narrative upon that pristine surface. In the conference room, a three-dimensional model of the sea, encompassing 23 islands, was meticulously crafted by Luffy himself. Surrounded by the battlefield commanders, lieutenants, and majors, Luffy pointed out the second and third islands adjacent to the first, as well as a modest fourth island in the distance, which served as a hideout for the Black Cat pirates. Recognizing the reduced threat posed by its concealed nature, Luffy temporarily set it aside, knowing that eliminating them would quickly draw the attention of government forces. Thus, Luffy resolved to focus his efforts on the two nearby islands, both of which were slightly smaller than the first, yet close enough to stand in opposition like twin stars in the vast sea. The pirates on the second island had retreated, while those on the third remained steadfast. "Do you have any thoughts?" Luffy inquired. The individuals present, all exceptionally talented, merely required guidance, the keys to unlock their potential. Immediately, the battlefield commanders, lieutenants, and majors engaged in fervent discussion, devoid of any sense of entitlement. In the presence of Luffy, the unparalleled god of war, they could only remain humble, adhering to his teachings while maintaining independent thought and embracing collectivism. The debate intensified, though their actions remained composed. However, many wore expressions of provocation, their youth and numerous victories fueling their competitive spirits. "Chairman, I propose we concentrate our forces on the second island first, using it as a resource hub and a launch pad for an assault on the third island," one suggested. "Chairman, I believe this plan is secure and prudent, yet it may be somewhat slow. Our strength allows for a division of forces. We need not fully conquer the islands at once. Instead, We could establish a base on both islands and gradually expand our influence. Though this may be a slower approach initially, it offers greater rewards in the end. It is crucial to understand that there are 23 islands in total. What will happen when the resources of the smaller islands are depleted? Therefore, we must act swiftly, willing to sacrifice some stability for a more aggressive stance. We possess the capability to do so. Opposed, this would result in a dispersion of our forces. What if the pirates retaliate against the first island? Maintaining troops in 2 locations invites errors in coordination. We must concentrate our military might on a singular target. I believe it can work, provided we pay attention to intelligence. We could assign some personnel to organize covert operations to monitor pirate movements. This is essential and should be prioritized. As the discussion grew heated, 2 factions emerged, one advocating for concentration of forces and the other for a division of troops. Each side criticized the other's shortcomings while proposing their own improvements. Despite the intensity, the exchange remained constructive, and Luffy, sensing the need for resolution, raised his hand to restore calm among the battlefield commanders, lieutenants, and majors. Enough. Both factions present valid points, yet also harbor flaws. You are merely at the beginning of your journey, with much to learn. Remember, yin and yang are interdependent. And from one emerges 2, from 2 springs 3, and from 3, all things arise. War is not solely a brutal endeavor. It also requires the finesse of embroidery and sculpting. In summary, you have much to learn. First, whether concentrating or dividing forces possesses its own advantages. You have articulated the strengths and weaknesses clearly, so I shall refrain from reiterating. Concentration is necessary for swift defense of our base on the first island when under attack. However, division is also essential. We can allocate some troops for organizing covert operations to gather information from the outside. Positions, movement, and guerrilla tactics can support both strategies simultaneously. I propose deploying the formal military to the third island to guide the populace in guerrilla warfare, while the militia focuses on the offensive of the second island. Once the second island is liberated, we shall unite our efforts with the formal military on the third island to decisively defeat the pirates and brigands. Now, let us adjourn. Inform the soldiers of the strategy and grant them a day of respite. They deserve it. They must contemplate their responsibilities and the weight of their duties. Chapter 21. The Sea. With a few succinct words, Luffy departed without a moment's hesitation, leaving a group of astonished individuals in his wake. Is that it? They wondered. Luffy's strategy, while simple, was profoundly effective, balancing the merits of concentrating and dividing forces while mitigating the disadvantages inherent in both. It seemed the wisdom contained in books truly held great power. They were aware of the principles of guerrilla warfare, movement, and positional strategy. They could have conceived Luffy's plan themselves, yet somehow failed to do so. What could be the reason for this oversight? Perhaps numerous factors contributed. But ultimately one thought lingered in their minds. They had not applied themselves with enough seriousness. They had been too naive. Chairman, I have an idea regarding resource transportation. A lieutenant exclaimed, raising his hand like a schoolchild eager to atone for past mistakes. The battlefield commanders, lieutenants, and majors were acutely aware that Luffy had indicated the burdens they would bear would only grow heavier, and even without his words, they felt the pressure mounting within them. I understand your thoughts, but do not dwell on them excessively. Your bodies are also issuing warnings. While diligence is commendable, rest is essential for optimal performance. As he reached the doorway, Luffy turned back and waved his hand, saying, As for resource transportation, I have already prepared everything. You need only leave it to me. You should focus on strategizing for the battles ahead. Thus, we shall convene the day after tomorrow. The young officers were left bewildered. To the god of war. Strategy was no challenge at all. He could devise an exceedingly effective plan in the blink of an eye. They would be astonished, yet never doubt his capability. Yet the notion that one person could manage resource transportation alone? How could that possibly be? Despite their inner doubts, they swiftly returned to the square to relay the chairman's strategic vision to their comrades. They shared the announcement of a day of rest and preparation for the impending assault on the second and third islands. Cheers erupted. For the soldiers were indeed weary and in need of respite. They sought not a throne built upon countless corpses, but a view of ripening fields beneath the setting sun. At least for now. Luffy might also assert that, in the future, the vast majority of soldiers would share similar sentiments. Should anyone overstep their bounds, Luffy would respond with ruthless retribution, ensuring that the blood he sheds in return would be no less than the blood they are destined to spill in the times ahead. Upon returning to his room, Luffy found his once serene bedroom filled with a multitude of items that could potentially serve as industrial materials. The acquisition of materials poses the most significant obstacle to industrial advancement. It is not merely the vast distances of the cosmos that present challenges. Even the divergent evolution of two planets can lead to substantial variations in the materials available for use. While the fundamental elements that give rise to materials are unlikely to exhibit significant changes, the complexities of molecular structures present a plethora of possibilities for variation. In the realm of basic civilization's industrialization, the utilization of fundamental materials is unique and nearly impossible to replicate. However, advanced civilizations possess the formula to address this dilemma. Starting from the quantum level of disorder and seeking to uncover the laws governing macrocosmic changes, observational phenomena can be readily resolved. Luffy approached his task as if solving a mathematical equation, substituting various materials into the formula to arrive at a solution. Naturally, the computational power required for such endeavors was immense. Although Luffy was nearing the realm of the Grand Line, he barely met the qualifications, and his speed of resolution was rather sluggish. He aspired to reach the realm of celestial beings, to enhance his cognitive capacity by integrating advanced computational modules. Among celestial beings, the true strength lies not in physical prowess or longevity, but in the vibrant, newly awakened mind, capable of seamlessly assimilating and controlling mechanical computational systems, achieving computational abilities that far exceed biological processing speeds, akin to the celestial river. However, at this moment, Luffy had something else on his mind. The frenetic calculations within his consciousness, which occurred millions of times per second, came to a halt. He shook off his drowsiness and rose, making his way towards the sea. He had merely advanced his moment of respite. A smile graced his lips. As the moon ascended, stars twinkled. In the tranquil expanse of the ocean dawned a shimmering veil adorned with jewels. A fish leapt from the water, adding a spark of vitality to the scene. An ethereal being, born of the earth and sky, approached across the waves. Her long black hair danced with the sea breeze, and her eyes shone like the moon above, dimming the entire splendid ocean. Her exquisite figure blended seamlessly with the surroundings, prompting thoughts of how much beauty this world would lack without her presence. For Luffy, she was truly irreplaceable. As she walked upon the glistening silver waves, she resembled a celestial deity. In her hands, she held two large fish, devoid of any grotesque appearance. She waved towards Luffy and inquired, "I caught a couple of fish along the way. I've heard their flesh is tender and exquisite. Would you care to try some?" "Absolutely." Luffy's smile radiated with increasing brilliance, fully revealing the joy that resided within his heart. His restless form surged forward, seizing the fish and effortlessly lifting his beloved into his embrace. Though their souls were intertwined and they spent countless hours in each other's company, Luffy was still insatiable, yearning to be with his wife at every fleeting moment. He had never heard that the weak possessed the power to determine their happiness, nor did he believe there were truly great individuals in this world. Thus, he resolved to become that great person himself. Junai chuckled softly, observing her still somewhat naive husband, who innocently surrendered himself to the warmth of her embrace, closing his eyes. The sounds of the waves, the scent of the sea breeze, and the breath of the foliage surrounded them, experiences unattainable within the confines of space. Though this offered no tangible power, it was the essence of greed, after all. What pursuit of strength is valid without a measure of desire? Ultimately, Luffy carried Junai to the pinnacle of the island, gently rousing her to behold the breathtaking scenery. At that moment, although the banquet on the island had concluded, the populace seemed to spontaneously form a festive atmosphere, illuminating the island with lights and laughter that echoed endlessly. Junai, silently smiling, savored the scene before her. Meanwhile, Luffy gathered the firewood he had collected along the way, igniting a flame and preparing the fish that Junai had caught, while she retrieved an item from their shared space, integrating it into her material formula in search of answers. The contemplation of 360,000 thoughts proved advantageous for their martial arts training. The couple exchanged no words, for they understood each other without the need for speech. Concerning the impending conflict, the transportation of supplies was fraught with difficulty. Though the distance was not great, the lack of vessels meant that they could only transport personnel initially, with ships needing to be on standby to prevent pirate attacks on the first island, thus hindering a swift return. However, Junai faced no such dilemmas, for this realm was their shared storage space. As the evening breeze turned cool, it caressed the campfire, kindling the freshly prepared fish. Junai took charge of the barbecuing, her culinary skills far surpassing Luffy's, who had grown rusty over the years. He rested his head on her lap, comfortably reclining, while holding the ingredients in his hands. Soon, the sea breeze carried the enticing aroma of grilled fish, and Luffy did not budge, merely opening his mouth as Junai playfully peeled a boneless piece of fish and placed it in his mouth. "Am I being too willful?" Luffy queried. Despite knowing that his wife would never blame him for his actions, he still felt compelled to ask. "Not at all," Junai replied calmly. "Thank you. And I love you." The noble lady Meiju, clutching her cloak tightly, awaited by the deserted cottage, occasionally glancing at the road's edge, muttering to herself, where could he be? After finally finding a moment of rest for both, she intended to explore the streets and perhaps indulge in some light-hearted mischief with the wealthy. Indeed, she meant to rob them. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? She grumbled, assuming Luffy anticipated this scenario, her temper flaring as she decided to wait indefinitely. Of course, Meiju was not foolish enough to stand idly in the cold. She deftly produced a wire to unlock the carelessly secured door. Lighting a lamp, she surveyed the interior with great curiosity. Due to her work commitments, she had never lingered here, but now on holiday, her inquisitive nature compelled her to satisfy her curiosity, even at the risk of being caught. Regrettably, apart from a jumble of trivial items and a stack of books, she discovered nothing of interest. She glanced at the bare bed covered only by a single sheet, unable to stifle a remark. Was this the consequence of someone being enamored with Luffy? A solitary existence. Meiju calculated the lack of cushions, blankets, and pillows. Rising, she extinguished the lamp and departed, making her way to the storeroom to procure fresh bedding, humming a little tune as she returned. Wait, will this provoke his primal instincts? She pondered halfway, halting to muse. After all, I am rather adorable, am I not? After a moment's hesitation, she gazed at her masculine attire, muttering, as comrades, he shouldn't be too peculiar, right? Curiosity gnawed at her, compelling her to stealthily approach Luffy's small abode. Curiosity may kill the cat, but it would never spell doom for a clever wildcat, unless the wildcat wished to leap into danger. Upon nearing, she noticed the lights rekindled within the little house. Unbeknownst to her, she pursed her lips and smiled. A fleeting red figure darted past the window. It was none other than the Luffy she so longed for. Her breath quickened as she composed herself, solemnly advancing towards the small cabin with the bedding in hand. Drawing closer, merely 3 meters away, a lovely woman emerged from the window, greeting Meiju with a smile. Nami, is it? Hello there. Ah, yes, Meiju thought, wishing fervently that she were not Nami, her body halting abruptly with the bedding in tow. You needn't bring the bedding. I have already brought some, the charming woman reiterated. Oh. Meiju nodded, momentarily dazed, then cradling the neatly stacked bedding before her. She took measured steps away. The dust she left in her wake inexplicably coalesced into a small clump of mud, falling to the ground. Junai observed this desolate figure, her expression serene as she softly remarked, What do you know of love, yet you wish to vie for a man with your sister? Luffy chuckled, deciding not to intervene in the affairs of women, quietly observing, hoping nothing would go awry. Ah, before Kaya, Prince Meiju wept inconsolably. First love is sweet, yet when it shatters, it becomes the most piercing pain. Before arrival, she could hold back her tears but needed a sanctuary to lament. What transpired? Kaya swiftly approached Prince Meiju, embracing her and offering heartfelt comfort. In the boudoir, Prince Meiju continued to cry, her face like a rain-laden pear blossom as she earnestly posed a question to her dear friend. If a woman superior to you were to fall for Usopp, what would you do? Kaya was taken aback, then fell silent, asking, Nami, are you unwell? Prince Meiju paused, her tears momentarily ceasing, and suddenly clutching her stomach, buried her face in the pillow, yet laughter escaped her lips. Ha, Nami, must you be so amusing? I'm sick, not yet recovered. Kaya couldn't help but burst into laughter as well. Ah, nearby, on the island of Shurub, Usopp, donning a pig's head, yawned blissfully, thinking surely Kaya was missing him. Come. Armed with a gun, he charged towards Zoro, pridefully challenging him. I respect you as a man. Zoro, wielding twin swords, revealed a menacing grin. Everything else could be disregarded, but he particularly despised seeing anyone flaunt their arrogance before him, evoking memories of his childhood when he lay on the ground gazing up at that figure. Usopp was courting death with such bravado. The clash of firearms and melee weapons. The confrontation of technology and martial prowess. Who would emerge victorious? Undoubtedly, Usopp would kneel, without question. Useless. Zoro spat disdainfully at the shapeless figure before him. It must be said, Usopp was advancing at an extraordinary pace. However, Zoro was progressing even faster, his sword like a rampaging dragon, another like a celestial rock. Sharper than when he faced Luffy, yet gradually becoming more restrained, nurturing a third strike. When unleashed, it would likely send tremors through the sea. Early in the morning, Prince Meiju, having laughed herself to sleep, arose to enjoy the attentions of her maidservants. The world government's official ship was approaching. Is that so? After scrutinizing the attire and finding no issues, she stood up, pushed open the door, and announced, I shall seek out Luffy to confirm how well I performed. As the grandson of the naval hero Garp, Luffy, having been the eldest among a host of princes in his youth, was well acquainted with the upper echelons of society. With careful consideration, he could perform better than a true aristocrat in front of those beneath him. Prince Meiju needed to consult Luffy for guidance on any shortcomings. This was no matter of romantic entanglements. Chapter 23, Subservience at the Break of Dawn. The earth still damp with dew, yet the chill had dissipated. Prince Meiju walked upon the slightly wet soil, every gesture impeccably adhering to noble etiquette, utterly beyond reproach, while her every frown and smile bore an air of condescension. Gazing into her eyes, one could discern the concealed arrogance within. A fleeting glance could reveal her simmering fury, yet her demeanor remained chillingly indifferent. Well, Luffy praised. Noting that even those of genuine aristocratic lineage, having encountered the heights of society, could be momentarily deceived, though if one were to investigate, no amount of acting would suffice. However, within the North Blue of the East Sea, it would suffice. Moreover, to prepare for any eventuality, Luffy had hoisted a tiger skin as a flag. Recently, a pirate had escaped, revealing the military strength within the island, which would surely be dismissed as mere nonsense, not to mention the torrents of steel and countless machine guns. Even possessing a significant amount of iron would only classify as a first-rate force. Could the mineral reserves of a single large island suffice? 23 islands combined would be insufficient. Yet, there would undoubtedly be those with ulterior motives, one being a politician, the other a naval officer. Politicians are inherently greedy, seeking wealth, while those wielding weapons are even greedier, desiring glory at any cost. If the first island bore no connections, it could easily earn the label of a colossal pirate crew due to rumors, swiftly sweeping through the common folk. Such accolades come quickly, without danger, and with comfort. Thus, it was imperative to instill fear in the approaching military. Playing cards? Prince Meiju gazed in astonishment at the gold-foiled red ghost Luffy handed her. This was a game that had swept the Navy a decade prior, quickly gaining global popularity due to its simple mechanics, engaging gameplay, and astonishing gambling nature. Was this what Luffy meant by wielding a tiger's skin? Luffy smiled as he flipped the playing card over, revealing the intricate patterns etched on its back. Those familiar with the inhabitants of the first island would easily recognize that these elaborate designs formed the character for Chin. For the diligent and eager learner, this character symbolizes a pivotal moment in the annals of civilization, marking the end of feudal nobility and heralding the arrival of the unified era under the Qin dynasty. The current Fleet Admiral Sengoku's grandson, Qin. In truth, this title was bestowed upon him by Luffy, who merely sought a homophonic connection. In the context of this world, Qin signifies the foremost, but since he serves under Luffy, the meaning of Qin could not be so parsimonious. Under heaven, there is no land that is not imperial territory. Along the shores, there are no subjects that are not loyal to the emperor. Upon grasping this implication, Qin noted. For it must be understood that while the world government is termed as such, it is fundamentally a coalition of nations. And the world government itself is merely the lapdog of the celestial dragons, let alone the Navy. Since acquiring this name, Qin has been insufferably arrogant, frequently inquiring of others if they know the origins of his name, which hails from an ancient and illustrious empire. This ethereal yet imposing realm has rendered the name Qin known among the vast majority of power factions in the world. Qin harbors a peculiar penchant for distributing playing cards that reflect his distant relationship with Luffy. A small 3 signifies a distant acquaintance, a duke represents a friend, and an ace of spades denotes a brother. As for the trump card, it is a figure of such formidable stature that even the grandson of Fleet Admiral Sengoku must hold them in high regard. According to his rebellious nature, he would not yield to anyone wielding mere authority greater than his father's. They must surpass him significantly. As for how Luffy acquired these cards, the answer is simple. He crafted them himself. Not to mention a single red joker, he could produce a full deck of 54 cards, unless the approaching Navy were blind. The red joker alone would be sufficient to instill fear across the entirety of the North Blue, deterring any reckless actions. Luffy elaborated on the utility of this playing card. While the young man from the Mei family maintained an expression of indifference, he gently picked up the red devil card and tucked it away, his every gesture exuding impeccable grace. Each of his expressions bore an air of condescension, and upon gazing into his eyes, one could discern a piercing arrogance. Perfect. Luffy appeared more relaxed, and at that moment, a hint of hesitation crossed his lips. Is there anything else? Mr. Meiju inquired with a smile, his keen perception revealing that Luffy seemed to have a request. What transpired last night must remain confidential. Luffy felt a sense of despair regarding the events of the previous evening, yet he was bound by the fact that Wan Nai was his wife. You understand, right? Elders are particularly concerned about the marital affairs of their juniors. Summoning his courage, Luffy fabricated, she often presses me and rigorously evaluates the girls who approach me. If it were to become known that I am being subjected to such scrutiny by my elders, it would surely become the subject of ridicule. Mr. Meiju fell silent for a moment, then revealed a sly grin, rubbing his fingers together in a rather mercenary manner, and remarked, well, at the very least, you ought to offer $100. Luffy took a deep breath and cheerfully produced 100 yuan, naturally in renminbi, seizing every opportunity to spread the word. Young Master Meiju did not hesitate and readily accepted the money. After all, for her, it represented 2 months' salary. In 2 months, she would return home, redeem the village, and resume the work of cultivating oranges. She would then adopt 2 unruly girls, just as her deceased mother had done, nurturing them carefully. Should they misbehave, she would firmly discipline them. She could only hope that the misfortunes her sisters faced would not befall these children. Essentially, she was still a simple farmer. Here it comes, Luffy exclaimed, glancing toward the sea. All right, leave it to me. Nami patted his shoulder and turned to depart, appearing far more composed than the previous night. The sky was dark and overcast, with 3 warships escorting a luxurious houseboat, a true indulgence on the ocean, but offering no resistance against pirates, necessitating the presence of escort vessels. Such ships could only be navigated by those of substantial influence. As the houseboat entered the harbor, the disembarking officials awkwardly noted the absence of their usual grandeur. Only a handful of servants awaited them, not a single woman in sight. The governor is here, called out the servants from the Hilo Trading Company. This pleased the governor of the North Sea region, as those 3 words could only be uttered by a true regional governor. Inferior officials were required to prefix their title with the district name. How arrogant! The governor chuckled, though devoid of irritation. A closer inspection might reveal an undertone of subservience in his demeanor. Chapter 24. The aristocrat. Time passed slowly, with cup after cup of tea consumed. The governor of the Gucci region remained calm, showing no signs of agitation, unlike the accompanying major, whose face grew increasingly restless and grim. Fool! The Gucci governor set down his teacup, savoring the golden liquid's rich aroma while casting a glance at the burly man beside him, his eyes filled with confusion. Half of his bewilderment stemmed from the tea itself. Though it was a rare delicacy, its bitterness was quite unappealing. Yet, strangely enough, the recently tasted tea, despite its bitterness, was surprisingly enjoyable. The other half of his bewilderment lay in the appointment of such a notoriously dim-witted, muscle-bound officer as a visitor, fearing that trouble might ensue. The Gucci governor eyed his teacup, swallowing hard in trepidation. Just a noble young master, the major bellowed, expressing his disdain. What does he think of me? I can't bear this any longer. Sit down and wait. The Gucci governor barked, rising in alarm, his voice fierce. Yet, upon gazing into the major's menacing countenance, he faltered. Though he remained steadfast, fixating on the major. What are you? The major's formidable aura radiated from his towering form, his piercing gaze fixed disdainfully on the Gucci governor. A smirk of arrogance plastered across his face. Although the governor outranked the major, akin to a colonel, it was likely that even a captain could reprimand him, might, after all, reign supreme in this world. Those like the governor, who wielded pen and paper, were inherently at a disadvantage. In the North Sea, the governor was further subordinate to a naval rear admiral. Without strength, no amount of eloquence or literary prowess could command respect or obedience. The admiral has stated not to provoke trouble, the Gucci governor stammered, having seen the major's clenched fist. Crash! The major wasted no time, delivering a punch to the Gucci governor's abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Provoking trouble? Certainly not. ISNT it explicitly stated in the naval regulations. Ha ha ha. I shall adhere to it without fail. With that, the major strode out confidently. Damn it. The Gucci governor grimaced in pain, while rising in his throat. He contemplated the potential repercussions, taking a moment to regain his composure before scrambling after the major. Naval regulations? They've been nothing but toilet paper for over a century. The Gucci governor pondered, bewildered by the higher-up's seemingly dismissive attitude toward the matter. Could it be that this young master hails from a noble family? He entertained the thought but dismissed it. No, could he truly serve such exquisite tea without care? Yet, why would the admiral adopt such a demeanor? He quickened his pace, intent on stopping the major. With slow, deliberate steps, the Gucci governor began to run, pursuing the nearly vanishing figure of the major, his anxiety having subsided somewhat. A paper kite soared gracefully in the sky, its string held by a polished young gentleman of noble bearing, who embraced the daughter of the Hilo Trading Company, playfully guiding the kite while laughter echoed in the air. Yet, This joyous scene was abruptly shattered as a tall naval major, flanked by a cadre of formidable soldiers, burst into the vicinity. The young nobleman smiled at the Hilo Trading Company's daughter, releasing his grip to turn toward the intruding soldiers, inquiring without a hint of anger. His tone utterly neutral, almost indifferent upon closer inspection. "Naval officers," the major intoned, lacking the need for shouting, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. "We've received reports of your possession of a significant cache of weapons, leading us to suspect you are part of a major pirate crew. According to the law, we are here to investigate this matter. However, after our arrival, your conspicuous absence raises suspicions regarding your activities. You are under considerable suspicion of piracy." The Gucci governor, arriving shortly thereafter, recognized that the major was not entirely devoid of intelligence. He breathed a sigh of relief, taking a step back to observe the unfolding situation in silence. "By the heavens, we are law-abiding citizens. How could we be pirates?" Meiju smiled sweetly, adding, "I simply made arrangements with Miss Kia to fly kites together. I prefer to personally attend to my guests, so I must ask you to wait a moment. Just a little while longer, and Miss Kia should be returning." The Gucci governor silently noted the nobleman's traits, his commitment to promises, his adherence to etiquette, his haughty demeanor, and though polite, he exuded an air of superiority. This was unlike any noble scion he had encountered before. "Please, Meiju," he gestured gracefully, embodying the essence of aristocratic decorum, yet his tone remained imperiously commanding. The Gucci governor felt an increasing sense of silence within, yet he resolved to intervene and rein in the naval major. "Very well." The naval lieutenant commander spoke with a smile. The approaching Governor Gucci was taken aback. It seemed this muscle-bound gorilla had undergone a transformation. Young Master Meiju nodded slightly, signaling the nearby guards to escort the naval lieutenant commander away. However, at that moment, the naval lieutenant commander glanced at a beautiful civilian woman strolling along the road and exclaimed, "But I want that lady." Unbeknownst to him, young Master Meiju had acquired a finely crafted pistol, and the sound of gunfire rang out unexpectedly. The naval lieutenant commander staggered back in disbelief. Attempting to touch his aching brow, but finding himself devoid of strength, he slowly sank to the ground. With a sharp sound, the valiant naval officers immediately raised their weapons. However, the guards unhesitatingly did the same, showing no concern for the fact that they faced the violent arm of the world government. Their loyalty, verging on folly, compelled them to lift their guns. The Navy remained still. "What is his name? What is his rank?" Young Master Meiju inquired of Governor Gucci, his smile unaltered. "Smith, Naval Lieutenant Commander," Governor Gucci exclaimed, horrified, cursing the already lifeless lieutenant commander in his heart, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even a fool could discern that the noble before him was not merely a scion of a powerful family but the heir of a supreme lineage. A high-ranking officer capable of executing a death sentence at will. Due to the pirate attack, Lieutenant Commander Smith displayed unparalleled bravery. Fighting on the front lines and ultimately sacrificing his life, young Master Meiju stated with a hint of indifference. Chapter 25. Mission accomplished. The bloodied corpse lying on the ground was meticulously handled by devoted guards. They felt no fear and entertained no other thoughts. As true servants of justice, they followed the commands of their creator with unwavering obedience. Coincidentally, those private soldiers raised by the supreme families of this world resembled them closely. Appearing as if completely brainwashed, existing solely to execute their family's orders, devoid of any allegiance to the nation, the Navy, or the world government. Due to the pirate attack, Lieutenant Commander Smith displayed unparalleled bravery, fighting on the front lines and ultimately sacrificing his life. The once trembling Governor Gucci recited this phrase, gradually finding solace in its repetition, realizing perhaps he could survive. "Let us return for now," young Master Meiju said gently to the distressed Koya, who was pained by the sight of death, before reverting to his aloof demeanor. "Let us discuss." "Of course, my lord." Governor Gucci nodded. The individual conversing with Governor Gucci was not young Master Meiju, but rather a butler-like figure, exuding an air of nobility that surpassed even the aristocrats. The young master preferred to personally greet guests, though he bore no responsibility for subsequent matters, adhering merely to the decorum of the occasion. The young master indeed possesses troops. But contrary to your assumptions, they are not merely a band of marauding pirates. The young master aspires to establish a nation. That is all. The butler maintained an ever-present smile as he spoke. Establish a nation? How delightful. Governor Gucci nodded repeatedly, acutely aware that, given his precarious situation, even if someone desired to establish a nation, the world government and the Navy had no authority to interfere. The world government itself is composed of individual nations. Absent a specific decree from the world government, It cannot intervene in the formation or dissolution of nations due to vested interests. This pertains to the ownership rights of 23 nearby islands. According to legal statutes, possession of a sea grants ownership of all islands within it, thus extending 30 nautical miles from the outermost islands, granting us rights over all seas. At present, approximately 25,980 square nautical miles belong to us, qualifying us to establish a small nation, the butler declared, simultaneously producing several land deeds. Indeed, Governor Gucci resolved to merely nod, prioritizing survival, allowing the young master to determine the course of action. As for the troops, it was entirely due to the rampant banditry in the area that necessitated the elimination of pirates. Moreover, the young master enjoys combat, the butler said politely. Do you understand now? Understood, Governor Gucci nodded. Very well, guards, please escort the supervisory officials to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire island. Ensuring the monitoring process proceeds smoothly and completely, the butler concluded. Shortly thereafter, several guards armed with flintlock pistols entered, inviting Governor Gucci to join the inspection. He was somewhat taken aback, initially believing he would simply leave without any opportunity for observation. Nonetheless, Governor Gucci did not dwell on it too much, silently committing the details to memory to report back to the Major General. He sensed that the Major General had a deeper intention behind the day's events. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, the butler suddenly remarked, Relax, do not worry. What? Governor Gucci inquired. The governor of the Northern East China Sea wishes to present us with a gift. All we need to do is accept it, the butler replied courteously. Governor Gucci fell silent, suddenly overwhelmed by a sensation akin to drowning, beads of sweat saturating his uniform, creating a visible dampness. Ah, so that is the nature of the gift. The Major General requires a measure of causality to be established, one that can be concealed to portray an image of gallant sacrifice while simultaneously being ready to mobilize forces at will. Why tell me this? Governor Gucci asked. You are quite astute. Do you wish to remove the two words preceding you? The butler inquired with a smile. Governor Gucci remained silent, recognizing that too many words could lead to misfortune. Excellent. Ensure you diligently fulfill your responsibilities and relay the events of today to your governor without omitting a single detail. The butler instructed, a commanding tone evident in his voice. Understood. Governor Gucci nodded. Ultimately, escorted by the guards, Governor Gucci embarked on his inspection, free to wander wherever he pleased, observe anything that piqued his curiosity, and inquire as he wished, even permitted to record and take photographs. Of course, Governor Gucci was not foolish. He adhered strictly to his duties, observing, questioning, recording, and photographing without meddling with anything beyond his purview. As he returned on a merchant ship that evening, Governor Gucci noticed that even without adhering rigidly to his responsibilities, his routine of observing, questioning, recording, and photographing yielded nothing of particular significance. Although the common folk wore more smiles, a clear indication that the bandit threat had been addressed, there was little else of note. While he had received permission to photograph some peculiarities, he refrained from doing so, evidently, judging by the improved treatment he received compared to his arrival. His actions had been quite commendable. Upon returning, Governor Gucci hurried to the Major General's office, respectfully recounting the day's events in detail, including the butler's recruitment efforts. I see. The Major General overseeing the Northern East China Sea nodded, then gazed gently at the bowing Governor Gucci, asking, Do you wish to occupy my position? Your orders are paramount. Governor Gucci lowered himself even further. Excellent, excellent. Just as the butler mentioned, you are quite clever. The Major General's powerful fingers tapped slowly on the mahogany desk as his gaze drifted out the window toward the backward city, its myriad lights reflected in his eyes. Leaving this place with a lieutenant general is inevitable, he mused, or perhaps we could secure an excellent region for governance. Governor Gucci remained hunched in silence, as though he had heard nothing at all. Yet in the end, he departed with the Major General's decree, the establishment of the Tianhua People's Republic, all procedures completed. Once founded, there must be no interference whatsoever. Violators would face execution. The moon was dark, the wind howled. Waves crashed relentlessly against the shores of the first island, rocking the fleet of ships, most seized from pirates, their flags torn down, their sails repainted, now serving as military vessels. They could carry 7,000 to 8,000 men, though that estimate assumed light arms and no supplies. Pirates raiding these waters would surely bring ample artillery and provisions as precaution. Chapter 26, Night Voyage Across the Sea. Behind Luffy, blossoms of spray erupted in wild splendor. Before him stood roughly 4 regiments of soldiers, rigid with discipline. Today's inspection did not concern him overly. This world's phonetic languages had been absorbed as phonetic annotations, becoming fodder for ideographic scripts. Education was difficult to disseminate. Specialized translators were needed to parse each character. Yet over a decade after the destruction of the scholar's sacred O'Hara, such translators were exceedingly rare. The odds of encountering one in the impoverished northern East Blue were slim. The only real concern was the northern East Blue governor sending scouts. Poor handling would require the red Joker card to compensate, but if managed well, nothing would be needed at all. After the world government's northern East Blue branch investigators, the celestial scribes, confirmed the situation, Luffy could focus wholeheartedly on securing the 3 islands. Now, 3 full regiments, composed of both green recruits and seasoned veterans, stood ready, alongside 538 support personnel handling logistics and cooking, and 561 regular troops tasked with guerrilla warfare on pirate-infested islands. Minus 46 absent soldiers who had filed for discharge, the rest were fully prepared to embark on their liberation campaign, to forge their elusive dream with blood and flesh. Luffy's eyes brimmed with solemnity, gravity, and respect. His mind was unclouded as he gazed upon the soldiers about to enter battle. Many words rose within him. Yet only one sentence left his lips. The power of the people is as vast and boundless as the ocean, and we are the immortal throne, upholding their glory. Radiating brilliance fit for an emperor. Had he spoken these words in ordinary times, Luffy might have flushed with embarrassment. But now, they flowed naturally, his expression calm, a heartfelt vow. A promise. The soldiers' treatment might not be the finest, but it would assuredly be the most honorable. Armed with basic rations and light weaponry. The majority of the troops gleamed with fervor in their eyes. Though they scarcely understood, they sensed grandeur. Those with keener minds and livelier intellects burned with passion. They were the throne. The people's glory required their bodies as its foundation. This was the highest duty and honor. By sunrise on the 2nd island, we will secure a foothold. On the 3rd, our regular forces will have merged with its people, guiding them, nurturing our organization. Luffy's voice rang like a great bell. Deep and far-reaching. Tell me, can you do it? Yes. The soldiers' roar erupted from their throats, near enough to shake the heavens. Board the ships. We depart. With a commanding voice, Luffy issued orders, prompting the soldiers to board the fleet carrying 5 tanks, setting sail towards the 2nd and 3rd islands. Under the cloak of night, they rested to recover from their fatigue, prepared to confront the unprepared. The great ships unfurled their sails, navigating towards the 2nd and 3rd islands, which were in close proximity, allowing all soldiers to journey together. However, one vessel would quietly detach midway, carrying the official troops to the 3rd island. An ancient military strategy speaks of the principle of deception. The hidden lies within the open, and no longer in opposition to it. While the main force launched a frontal assault on the 2nd island, the concealed official troops stealthily established their presence on the 3rd island. Endeavoring to bloom and bear fruit in silence, fortune favored them with favorable winds and calm seas. A ship, cloaked in a special dark dye, departed from the fleet. It was the official troops, destined to wander alone to the fringes of the 3rd island. Luffy intended to first secure the main force, retrieving military equipment and supplies from the 1st island before bidding them farewell. Ultimately, the capabilities of one individual are limited. Due to time constraints, there were not many ships that could be coated with the special dye, yet the main force's landing posed no issue. Centered around Luffy, waves of spiritual energy emanated, causing other beings to deliberately overlook the approaching fleet. Both the 2nd and 3rd islands were inhabited by local guardians, who, based on their intelligence, indicated a favorable landing point for the fleet, skillfully avoiding a portion of pirates probing from the 3rd island. The only pirate lord in this maritime expanse, the Fish Eagle, retreated quietly without making a scene or issuing harsh threats to the pirates on the 3rd island. Thus, under the conditions of observation, if the army were to assault the 2nd island, they could lay certain traps. Conversely, if they did not arrive, the territorial losses would remain minimal. Luffy could not help but commend the Fish Eagle as the mightiest predator of the sea. However, such praise bore no significance, for beneath the weight of power, almost bow, the harbor, illuminated by massive oil lamps, cast a brilliant glow upon the pitch-black ocean, serving as a forewarning. As the fleet of sailing vessels drew near, their speed diminished, and approximately 100 elite soldiers leapt into the sea, armed with light weaponry, swiftly making their way towards the shore. Luffy, having arrived early, wielded a longsword, unleashing a relentless slaughter. This harbor, the largest stronghold of thieves on the island, did not witness the Fish Eagle and his pirate crew recklessly storming in. Rather, they entered the island through a subservient den of thieves, and thereafter, they did not dare to disturb this principal stronghold. Whispers of the fish eagle's intention to incite the subservient din to attack the foremost stronghold began to circulate. It was evident that he was a man of great ambition, conserving strength and advancing with deliberate caution, devoid of the unrestrained and frenzied nature typical of pirates. Yet, the very title of the foremost stronghold seemed to instill a sense of trepidation in the fish eagle, leading the din to become complacent. When preparations are overly meticulous, a sense of lethargy can ensue. It is not the thoroughness of preparation that causes negligence, but rather the false sense of security that breeds oversight. Finding a suitable position, Luffy began to gather supplies. The 3x3x3 space amounted to 27 cubic meters, a considerable volume. The essentials for 5,000 individuals were, in truth, not overly burdensome, and the retrieval did not necessitate physical contact. Anything within a 3-meter radius could be collected and extracted. The provisions prepared on the first island visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. One by one, items manifested around Luffy, while the battalion of elite soldiers, over 100 strong, began to spread from the harbor, clearing away scouts from the vicinity of the stronghold, creating a pristine area. Hypnosis, though powerful, is not infallible at its peak. It merely constitutes a profound deception. Should the hypnotized individual act contrary to their true intent, awakening is easily achieved and suggestion becomes ineffective. Chapter 27. Dividing Forces. A more sophisticated form of hypnosis involves the manipulation of mental will to create illusions, intricately deceiving the senses of others. This technique can obliterate foes from a distance or ensnare them in a time-bound illusion leading to their demise. However, the transition from falsehood to reality, crafting a depiction of the tangible world, demands immense energy. Even at this moment, Luffy, employing this method to eliminate 10 adversaries, would find himself utterly fatigued. This exhaustion was further magnified as he stood atop the Tower of Civilization for the 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and the formidable figures of the red-haired pirates. The toll was even greater. Each possessed enough mental fortitude to eliminate 2 foes at minimum, with the utmost capability capping at 7. Surpassing this threshold could prove fatal. Simple suggestions consumed little energy, and Luffy's awareness remained quite lucid. Yet, as the massive fleet approached the bandits at close range, the likelihood of detection grew. A large stone might go unnoticed, but the presence of a mountain would instinctively shatter any illusions of safety. The elite soldiers silently eradicated the sentries with firearms and bayonets, causing only the faintest of sounds to escape. The peculiar substances that exist within the world do not solely favor the exceptional, they are distributed among all, albeit in varying quantities. The talents of regular troops are commendable, yet this does not imply that only ordinary soldiers remain within the ranks. On the path forward, mental acuity is equally vital. Regular troops prioritize the significance of mental will alongside talent, often valuing it even more. Within the larger force, there also exist gifted soldiers whose mental disposition is stable, albeit lacking in ambition. As the ships docked, pairs of soldiers disembarked with light-footed grace, each disciplined in their movements. This was influenced by a psychological contagion, as well as a sense of trepidation, to the vast majority of soldiers. This enormous island undoubtedly resembled a fearsome beast with its jaws agape. They were hunters, yet they ventured forth at the peril of their lives. Furthermore, Luffy would not accompany them for some time. Instead, he would proceed to the third island to instruct the regular troops on how to carve a path. Focusing on maneuver warfare. The larger force was adept, but the intricacies of guerrilla tactics remained unfamiliar, necessitating a guiding hand to forge a path forward, lest they suffer grievously. 3 regiments of soldiers operated military equipment, while 538 managed logistics and prepared well-equipped medical facilities. Under the pressure of danger, they hastened, albeit with a propensity for errors. Yet, no one wished for death, and the mistakes born of fear would always be less significant than the finality of death itself. For a certain duration, I shall communicate commands via the communicator, disseminating military intelligence, while the specifics of the battle will be led by you, as before. Luffy hesitated momentarily before uttering the final 2 words. Indeed, it would be as it had been. He would command, with gifted battlefield leaders and officers guiding the operations. However, in the absence of his assistance, casualties would inevitably increase. If the masses were irredeemable, under the dim light, and chose not to pursue, Luffy would observe their demise with indifference, feeling no pity, for as the saying goes, those who walk different paths do not conspire together. Yet, for those of a similar will on the same journey, he would feel profound sympathy. Yet, due to this immense sympathy, he would refrain from intervention, following the natural order. Acting without action. As you command. Liu observed the soldiers as they busied themselves, responding promptly without a moment's hesitation, and set off across the sea towards the third island. His communicator remained connected to the regular army, guiding them. However, that was not the sole purpose. On the third island resided the Tianshi, who had previously disseminated news of the events on the first island. The populace undoubtedly yearned for a glimmer of hope and subtly regarded the Tianshi as their leaders, heeding their words. Lacking weapons, they were unable to resist and relentlessly pursued the flicker of light. The Tianshi would welcome the arriving regular army, facilitating their swift integration into the third island as a seed of preservation. In consideration of the future, the Tianshi primarily served as disseminators of knowledge. Yet even the most talented among them could not accommodate extensive industrial systems, let alone the complexities of military command. They could manage basic firearm operations, but the addition of intricate battle strategies would amount to forsaking their core purpose. Moreover, due to their non-human nature, certain commands could be inherently anti-human. Thus, gifted soldiers were required as officers and battlefield commanders, while the Tianshi assumed roles akin to political commissars and educators. The third island was not far from the second, and Liu soon arrived at the regular army's position, where they were engaging with the Tianshi. Although not exclusive, there was an undeniable sense of unfamiliarity. Form ranks, Liu commanded. Upon hearing this order, the soldiers quickly organized themselves into teams, with the Tianshi positioning themselves behind each group, awaiting further instructions. The estrangement between the regular army and the Tianshi dissipated, for they are comrades. They are the allies who developed on this island, possessing great wisdom. And they are your teachers and political commissars. Remember my words, knowledge and strength are equally vital, Liu proclaimed. Furthermore, the party must command the gun. The gun must not dictate the ruler. You are already familiar with the laws of the regular army, which allow no leniency. Do you understand? Understood. The soldiers responded succinctly. The discipline of the regular army was reinstated, akin to an immediate execution for desertion on the battlefield. Crossing the line of the party's command over the gun would lead to public trial and execution. Of course, joining was not mandatory. Yet, if no one chose to join, Liu would simply disregard it, pursuing his own cultivation, attaining the status of a true immortal, and then ascending with his family. The capabilities of the roadfish are limited. They primarily involve retrieving the necessary supplies and provisions to deliver to the celestial officers and official military personnel, while also erasing a few historical prohibitions. Firstly, the main Red Army forces are predominantly composed of individuals not native to the region, setting them apart from the local Red Guards. The local celestial officers exist to serve as guides. Secondly, fragmentation leads to an inadequately structured leadership, rendering them ill-equipped to handle adverse environments, which increases the likelihood of failure, despite possessing communication devices. Thirdly, they are susceptible to being systematically dismantled by the enemy. Fourthly, the harsher the environment, the more imperative it is for the troops to consolidate, and the leaders must resolutely strive to unify their ranks to effectively confront the adversary. Only in favorable conditions can one afford to disperse troops for guerrilla tactics. Leaders must remain steadfast and present in challenging circumstances. The last two issues have viable solutions, which will gradually be imparted to them through their communication devices, such as dispersing troops to mobilize the masses, concentrating to confront the enemy, retreating in the face of the enemy's advance, disrupting their positions, striking when they are fatigued, and pursuing when they retreat. The strategy of fixed regional divisions is to employ a wave-like advance policy. When pursued by a formidable enemy, a spiral maneuvering strategy should be adopted. In a short time, with effective methods, one can mobilize a vast number of people. This tactic resembles casting a net. It must be open to engage the populace and drawn in to counter the enemy. Chapter 28. Landing on the island, the sailboats stood in successive lines behind, the sea breeze blowing them away from the battlefield to avoid harm. The soldiers, orderly and equipped with light weapons and machine guns, established a concealed defensive line alongside tanks, awaiting the excavation of trenches and the establishment of artillery positions. Barbed wire was set up in the front. There was no urgency to engage in combat. Everyone is now familiar with a saying from Sun Tzu's Art of War. Those skilled in warfare put themselves in a position that makes defeat impossible and await the moment when the enemy is vulnerable. The invincibility lies within oneself, while victory resides with the enemy. Thus, a skilled warrior ensures their own invincibility, preventing the enemy from discovering weaknesses to exploit. Therefore, it is said, victory can be anticipated, yet cannot be deliberately orchestrated. The artillery serves as a formidable tool for securing the army's invincibility. The impact of shells extends beyond mere destruction and casualties. They also disrupt formations and suppress firepower. It is fair to assert that the success of a campaign hinges on the quantity of shells and their effective deployment. In the early years, a significant battle occurred at a location known as Shangenling, where the American forces relentlessly fired an average of 6 shells per second, forcing the People's Liberation Army to remain confined within their trenches. Luffy once emphasized the tale of this battle as a representative narrative. Soon, questions arose regarding how the Liberation Army managed to ascend to the pinnacle once more after experiencing loss and ultimately achieved victory through steadfast defense. He explained that they employed artillery during their charge, infused with an indomitable spirit. As the bombardment rained down, the enemy dared not raise their heads. Yet, we surged forward. How could we not attain victory? It was impossible not to succeed. This encapsulates the essence of artillery. This embodies the Liberation Army. The eyes of those who had recently donned the soldier's uniform sparkled with admiration, filled with reverence, glory, and a sense of duty. From that moment on, they became the embodiment of decisive artillery fire. Life is fraught with disappointments, as trenches were nearly completed and artillery positions half prepared. The most significant pirate nest on the second island detected a multitude of sailboats anchored not far off, sounding alarms. The area was brightly lit, and fortunately, the iron thorns had been strategically placed ahead, ensuring that the fierce marauders would be halted, preventing a scenario akin to wolves infiltrating a flock of sheep. It was a fight to the last breath. The path ahead lay barren, flanked by dark shadows. With the sea at their backs, there was no alternative but to engage in battle. The call to arms was sounded, igniting fervor in the soldiers, instilling a composed spirit that dispelled the fear of death. Almost simultaneously, a series of brilliant lights illuminated the front lines and the flanks, guarding against any potential infiltration by the formidable marauders who might exploit a lapse in visibility. 3 o'clock, 78 degrees, fire. 10 o'clock, 83 degrees, fire. 11 o'clock, 67 degrees, fire. Upon spotting the pirates, the battlefield commander swiftly ordered the selection of appropriate bombardment angles to suppress the pirates' charge and maximize casualties. Machine gunners, prepare. The officers, having been tempered by the crucible of war, exhibited a fierce glow in their eyes, ready to eliminate anyone daring to encroach within a 100-meter radius. In this world, the vitality of life far surpasses that of realms devoid of extraordinary substances. Breaching 100 meters is akin to penetrating 30 meters in an ordinary world. This is a zone of caution. A slight miscalculation could allow powerful foes to close the distance in mere breaths. In the early and mid stages of the firepower development, close-quarters combat remained common. An incursion could easily result in friendly fire, and amidst the chaos, hitting the target was a formidable challenge. Only in the later stages, after several rounds of artillery coverage from dozens to hundreds of miles away, could infantry sweep in to eliminate the remaining beleaguered adversaries, thus reducing the frequency of close-quarters combat. Though such encounters were still not uncommon, the marauders sought to organize a counterattack. However, their preparations were scant, and the artillery was limited. Most of them having indulged in the daytime frenzy and resting at night, their strength and morale far from peak performance, directly suppressed by the advancing tanks. They gazed upon the resolute army that quelled all dissent with trepidation. Bullets whizzed through the air, claiming the lives of numerous marauders. The soldiers took refuge in the scarcely usable trenches, evading the incoming bullets and artillery fire, aiming at the enemy. Occasionally, blood would splatter in midair, accompanied by brilliant explosions among the crowd. In these moments, comrades nearby the wounded would organize personnel to escort them to the rear for medical treatment. Yet, after just 2 or 3 waves of clashes, the marauders' momentum was utterly depleted. To remain on the battlefield was to face death. Retreat would assuredly invite annihilation at the hands of their leaders, who had long since scattered. Meanwhile, the artillery had been fully positioned, most employing a scorched earth tactic, obliterating structures and the cowering marauders. Boom, boom, boom. Across the sea, the sound of underwater mines detonating echoed, alerting the soldiers stationed along the shore to remain vigilant against any marauders attempting to flank from the sea. The illuminating lights shone brightly. Machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, and artillery thundered. This rendered the cunning marauders, who had planned a surprise attack from the sea, utterly demoralized. Unable to confront the front, they had hoped to stealthily emerge from the water, only to find a multitude of bizarre devices floating, densely packed. One misstep would trigger an explosion. Leader has fled. A voice cried out, and almost without pause, waves of marauders began to retreat in a frenzy. The tactical advance was relentless, maintaining strict formation to guard against deception. The commanding officer at the front issued orders and led by example, taking small strides ahead. Artillery cover. Clear the flanks. The battlefield commander was also analyzing potential ambush zones, deploying artillery to bombard those areas continuously. Caution never goes amiss, and indeed, their concerns were validated. In one area, the sounds of screams erupted as artillery struck its target, and at that moment, a barrage of fire rained down upon that very spot. "Follow me. Let us vanquish them," commanded an officer whose countenance, though not rugged, exhibited a certain delicacy. Without hesitation, he directed the charge toward that direction. Chapter 29. The convergence of heaven and man. Undoubtedly, as the lower-tier marauders scattered in disarray, they still had organized ambushes in place, their ranks no doubt significant. Should they be allowed to escape, future deployments would encounter considerable difficulties. "Wait, Captain, can we delay for another battalion to assemble for a joint encirclement?" A company commander inquired of the delicate man. "We only have 500 men against what may be a fierce band of marauders. The casualties could be substantial." "The army is solely responsible for results. Casualties are to be managed by the medics in the rear." The delicate man's expression turned grave as he barked, "Now, everyone follow me. Those who flee shall be dealt with according to military law. Execute." His urgency stemmed from a profound personal history with these marauders. He once had a decent, even blissful family, yet everything was obliterated by these brigands, leaving only the cold bodies of his parents. At that time, he, who typically shunned conversation and preferred solitude, had fortuitously evaded disaster, yet hatred now filled his veins and heart. A battalion typically comprised around 500 men, a considerable number. In the context of the new era military, even with a 50% disparity in overall vitality compared to the old era, this was sufficient for victory. They advanced in a relatively smooth formation based on the 3-3 system, with the strongest individuals at the forefront as the spearheads, followed by those slightly less formidable, while the majority formed the supportive backbone, an effective formation for both offense and defense. The sole drawback was the vulnerability of the spearhead and blade to breakage. With rapidity, they closed the distance in mere breaths. The delicate man, wielding a long rifle with a bayonet, scanned the horizon sharply, detecting the enemy. Enemy attack. As he uttered these words, the enemy was already within 10 meters, the marauders stealthily advancing, suddenly lunging forth to claim the life of their leader. "Bayonet, raise your arms." Stab. The cold gleam of 4 blades flickered in the night, illuminating the incredulous visage of the bandit, his lifeless eyes reflecting the image of the delicate man who had pierced his heart. The once ferocious outlaw could hardly fathom the existence of such a ruthless individual in this world. The refined man glanced at his fallen, formidable adversary. Blood surged from his throat, yet he paid no heed to the cries of his comrades nearby. Instead, he raised his bullet-laden weapon and relentlessly fired at the nearby marauder, eliminating the threat. In the end, he remained steadfast, gun in hand, motionless. "Captain," a soldier shouted, his voice laced with desperation. But the imminent battle demanded they suppress their grief and confront the onslaught of brigands. In that moment, no one defied military law, all were consumed by rage. The mid-level bandits had already realized their fate. Slaughter was the only outcome, and they descended into madness. Blood splattered, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder. 2 other battalions were hastening to surround them. A man clad in red, wielding a long sword, rushed onto the battlefield. With each swing of his blade, he sent 5 or 6 foes crashing to the ground, crushing all in his path with a ferocity that was unparalleled. The cacophony of shouts began to subside, and the gunfire and cannonades dimmed. The battle concluded. The first bandit stronghold on the second island was annihilated within half an hour. The battalion that pursued the marauders in the ambush suffered the greatest losses, with 47 dead and over 100 wounded. The company commander, who had earlier been reprimanded by the refined man, approached Luffy, saluting with a heavy heart. "Chairman, it was my suggestion to pursue the marauders at the artillery site. Your battalion commander made the right decision." Luffy, gazing at the burly man seeking to shoulder the blame, replied, "We simply lack strength." Guchaching had seized the opportunity to confront the main faction of the bandits as they attempted to flee, successfully holding them off and sacrificing his life to prevent the military formation from disintegrating. For this, he was posthumously awarded first-class merit. As dawn broke, the sun rose gently over the eastern horizon, casting a soft light upon all. At that moment, 2/10 of the populace on the second island, suffering in dire straits, were rescued. Soldiers patrolled the dew-laden paths, while many others received responses from the indigenous people, finding solace in the shelter of their homes, resting against their weapons. An elderly man with graying whiskers gazed upon the young soldier, stained with the dark soil and blood, reminiscing about the warrior who had recently inquired if he could rest. Tears welled in the corners of his wrinkled eyes as he remembered the gratitude expressed before they lay down. Such good souls. The personnel from the first island were advancing, replicating the industrial and social systems developed on the island without encountering any obstacles, only receiving warm welcomes. New soldiers were recruited on the newly liberated island, yielding significant results within a day as numerous recruits were sent to training camps to learn from seasoned veterans. The war raged on without pause. This island harbored several pirates from the third island who had clashed with the Navy. These brigands were not entirely ignorant of warfare and understood the necessity of resistance from the outset. However, soon the pirates on the second island found themselves in turmoil as an unknown force emerged from the third island, striking, retreating, harassing, exhausting, and pursuing them, an incessant nuisance. Initially, the pirates dismissed it as trivial. Yet, not long after, news spread that the fourth-ranked pirate captain in the region had been brutally slain in the fields, his head displayed on a flag for all to see. Success had been achieved. Luffy on the second island turned his gaze towards the third island, despite employing guerrilla tactics. The casualties were substantial. The regular army faced pirates drawn from no less than 23 strongholds, a perilous situation where life and death hung in the balance. Yet, it was precisely this danger that ignited the latent potential within gifted individuals, allowing them to harness their hidden powers to erupt and defeat their foes. More importantly, it fortified their resolve, awakening their senses and unveiling the innate strength within them, surpassing those who relied solely on talent. The ancient Huang Di Infu classic states, when heaven unleashes the slaughtering force, the stars shift and dormancy changes. When earth unleashes the slaughtering force, dragons and serpents arise. When humanity unleashes the slaughtering force, heaven and earth are in turmoil. When heaven and humanity unite, all transformations find their foundation. Humanity, the spirit of all things and the sovereign of the world, relies not solely on divine endowments but also on self-struggle. Otherwise, various otherworldly beasts endowed with powers far greater than humans would merely be feared and hunted for sustenance and study. Chapter 30. Reality in the Early Morning. The young lady Mei Qian strolled along the newly widened muddy path, heading towards the square where goods were transported daily. After the day's deliveries, a considerable amount of cargo would mysteriously vanish. Her task was to oversee the operations, a crucial responsibility that directly affected the frontline soldiers. She had to inspect everything meticulously to avert any mishaps. However, there was no need for haste. It was not yet time for transport. After completing her oversight, she would return to her office in the evening to deal with a pile of matters. By the time she finished, it would already be past 2 in the morning. Fortunately, her dedication to martial arts prevented her from growing weary and pale. The sound of lively reading echoed, prompting Mei Qian to glance at the modest school nearby. A smile blossoming on her face, a dream she had cherished since childhood. It was only after the fishmen occupied vast seas and plundered countless nobles that she could freely pursue her studies. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards those fishmen. In her heart, she was relieved that to the fishmen, beauty and ugliness were entirely contrary to human perceptions. People like her would hardly attract their attention, and conversing with her would elicit disgust. Mei Qian ambled forward, savoring the sweetness of her labor. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind as she gazed towards a higher vantage point not far from the school, where she could easily observe events unfold while remaining concealed. It was Luffy's aunt. This was a talent Mei Qian had possessed since childhood, an acute intuition. After Luffy had mentioned the term and a few days prior, she had sensed that he would be subjected to her whims. Her speculation might have been a tad excessive, but it was not far from the truth. As for the recent incidents of supplies mysteriously disappearing at night, it was likely the doing of this enchanting woman. Mei Qian approached without a hint of fear, confidently walking up to her side, smiling as she inquired, "What are you observing?" "Watching others study, identifying areas that require improvement, and gradually making changes," replied Wan Nai. "Is that so?" The young gentleman of the plum and orange did not inquire about the beautiful woman's name, for such knowledge would grant her an additional secret. While this could be advantageous for her, it also represented a rather unfriendly demeanor. The beautiful woman was aware of her original name when she was with the gentleman of plum and orange, and she had also encountered another beautiful woman who ought not to be present here. It was a fair and conducive arrangement for interaction. Over the course of the following year, it was expected that everyone on the island would shed their previous illiteracy and become literate. In 4 to 5 years, those with exceptional talent would likely reveal their capabilities and emerge as researchers. Juana was not a taciturn or reclusive individual. Her deliberately concealed behavior in Windmill Village left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. in the presence of someone she could barely classify as a rival in affection. She found it possible to express her heartfelt sentiments. If errors were continuously corrected to make the teaching materials more suitable, then it should be possible to achieve literacy within a year. As for the prodigies, they could embark on their research journey within 3 to 4 years, or even sooner. She spoke at length. Oh, the gentleman of plum and orange remarked with apparent disinterest. She had come with a request. But seeing the beautiful woman express herself so similarly to Luffy made her somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, pressing matters still needed to be addressed. The young lady of the Hilo Trading Company, Kaya, was merely a young girl returning home to honor her ancestors, serving as bait to ensnare her enemies. Yet she remained a frightened child. The gentleman of plum and orange spoke candidly, lowering her tone and demeanor slightly. I understand this matter quite well. Juanai nodded in acknowledgement. Could you assist this young girl? The gentleman of plum and orange asked, her gaze wandering. I would be eternally grateful. Juanai turned to glance at the somewhat guilty-looking girl before returning her gaze. The gentleman's eyes wandered even more, after all. She initially intended to return to her hometown for a lifetime, and now, to express it as a form of repayment made her feel somewhat shameless. But I truly have nothing left. Whatever you desire, I can provide, as long as it is not too excessive. She had always been pragmatic, focusing solely on what she could achieve. Chasing after Luffy seemed foolish. They existed in entirely different realms, and having numerous companions was far better. To speak of her feelings would undoubtedly lead to extreme embarrassment. It was preferable to let things remain as they were. Do you believe in Luffy? Juanai inquired. The gentleman of plum and orange suddenly fell silent. I believe that the reason Kaya is so frightened is that she has unwittingly become bait for her enemies. Precisely because she trusts the one she loves, Juanai stated. The gentleman of plum and orange remained silent. It is time to act, Juanai remarked, casting a glance at the girl, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her observations were not mere surveillance. Her heightened senses were attuned to any discrepancies. And she had been assessing the girl for several days. Your life quality is still lacking. Come learn from me. What do you mean? The gentleman of plum and orange exclaimed, taken aback and incredulous. I already have a worthy opponent, Juanai mused, her eyes brimming with affection. That opponent is Luffy. No one is more suited than he. She then addressed the girl. However, I lack someone deserving of being defeated by me. The beautiful woman spoke with such an air of inevitability, rendering her speechless, as if she were a daughter of the heavens. I am furious. The gentleman of plum and orange gritted her teeth, agitated. I am merely someone deserving of being defeated by you. It was precisely because this was the truth that she felt so incensed, yearning to overturn this reality. Is it wrong to love someone? If you cannot be as you are, then so be it. I love him, and it is none of your concern, nor anyone else's, not even Luffy's. Why must reality strike at me? The gentleman of plum and orange felt aggrieved and discontented. Come on, she declared, waging war against Juanai and reality itself. Very well, but it will be arduous. Juanai nodded in agreement. Arduous? The gentleman of plum and orange scoffed. You do not know my mother, do you? If the oranges she cultivates dare to rank second in bitterness, then nothing else can be considered bitter. Chapter 31, Battle Ah? Usopp awoke from slumber, invigorated as if the grueling training had never transpired. Kaya was soon to return, and he needed to rest and prepare for battle. Among the methods left by his father for study, there was indeed a technique for rest. Coupled with martial arts exercises, after merely 10 hours of sleep, he felt rejuvenated. He now possessed an unwavering confidence to defeat Black Cat Kuro. If there existed an ultimate pinnacle in this world, Usopp had already surpassed it. After all, if he could deceive even himself, how could he not reach new heights? One could say that even if a precipice lay ahead, Usopp would proclaim, I will fly, and joyfully spread his arms as he leapt. Glancing at Zoro, who rested beside him, Usopp quietly tiptoed to the water barrel, fetched a bucket of water, took a refreshing bath, donned a clean and tidy outfit, and set a small trap beside Zoro before heading to the shore to welcome the returning Kaya. Although the news indicated that the pirates had only recently set sail, it was always prudent to be cautious. At the seaside, the villagers saw Butler Claw waiting politely at the port, anticipating the young lady's return. However, upon Usopp's arrival, he could not contain his disdain, calling him the despicable pirate's son and revealing a mocking smile. Usopp paid him no heed, fully ignoring him. After all, he had already convinced himself of his unmatched strength and that he could defeat Black Cat Kuro. remaining spirited and unconcerned about a small pirate like Claw. Before long, armed merchant ships returned, their great sails billowing in the wild winds, producing sounds akin to rushing thunder. Kaya returned triumphantly, entirely unpretentious. Accompanying her was Usopp, who exuded an impressive air, yet remained serious, recognizing the day as the memorial for her uncle and aunt. "Oh, you already know?" Kuro said, propping his wrist against his eye, speaking slowly. "What?" Kaya replied innocently. "Butler Claw, what are you saying?" "I know." Usopp nodded, speaking arrogantly. "Then let us go? Aside from you, I have no desire to kill anyone else." Kuro smiled, turning away, unable to tolerate the thought of breaking the fragile, arrogant son of a filthy pirate into pieces. Of course, to maintain his image, he did not plan to commit murder in plain sight. "Go pay your respects to your uncle and aunt." Usopp wore a broad smile as he followed Kuro, leaving only his silhouette behind. Kaya was taken aback. This was far from her expectations. She had anticipated an assault from the Black Cat pirates, believing that with Kuro by their side, they would be unstoppable. Yet, the merchant convoy rose in defiance, while Kuro remained absent, only to emerge when both sides were battered and bruised, and then it would be Usopp's turn to shine. However, Kuro could not wait, nor could Usopp. They had to reach a resolution swiftly. "Come back safely," Kaya cried, making her way to the two graves on the hillside. She wished to inform her deceased parents not to worry about their daughter, for she was in good hands, and he was doing well. If Usopp did not accompany Kuro, the outcome would be straightforward. Everyone present would be drawn into the conflict, and many would perish as collateral damage. Usopp may not have been strong, but he possessed extraordinary courage, not the courage to seek death, but the audacity to deceive himself. While many might dare to leap from a cliff, how many could truly convince themselves that they could fly, leaping joyfully into the abyss? Under the blazing sun, amidst the forest, the two exchanged glances. "Come on," Usopp boasted with arrogance, filled with self-satisfaction. "Come on." Kuro's expression twisted into a snarl, consumed by the urge to obliterate the filthy son of a pirate before him, to shred him into pieces and feed his remains to the dogs. How could he endure? For 3 years, he had been provoked by this imbecile's incessant taunts. A noble lady of a prestigious merchant guild, reduced to laughter over a series of fabricated lies, her dignity shattered. Even his face bore the mark of a punch. An utter humiliation. In the blink of an eye, he could tear apart this lowly pirate-esque son, yet he restrained himself for the sake of his plan. At the port, the insolent grin of this weak pirate's offspring drove him to madness. Die? Kuro's hands were clean, long and powerful, but in an instant, 10-clawed swords materialized, darkly enveloping his hands, resembling a wildcat revealing its hidden claws. Swift, silent, stealthy, he vanished from sight, leaving no trace. As Usopp raised his weapon, he sensed 10 murderous auras intent on dismembering him. He hastily braced himself with the bayonet affixed to his long gun. Clang! The weapon slipped from his grasp, and a tremendous force sent him hurtling away, devoid of any power to resist. Kuro paused, his gaze lowered to his knee, where 2 or 3 poison needles had embedded themselves. Though the dosage was insufficient, they rendered his foot incapable of exerting full strength. Indeed, a gun is not suited for me. Seizing the opportunity, Usopp quickly sought refuge in the shadows of the trees, drenched in sweat. Had he not been well prepared? With a mechanism for launching poison needles concealed up his sleeve, he would have been reduced to mere fragments by those clawed swords. What to do now? He retrieved his slingshot and specialized ammunition, deep in thought, while employing the martial arts and sharpshooting skills he had honed through rigorous training, darting through the shadows. Crack! Crack! Surrounding foliage was relentlessly severed as Kuro unleashed indiscriminate assaults, momentarily pausing to assess the situation. Ignoring the effects of the poison, his frenzy escalated. Usopp held his breath. Acutely aware that he could no longer deceive himself, the specter of death loomed closer with every passing moment, tightening its grip around his throat, rendering him breathless. To gamble or not? If victory was plausible, then he would wager. A powder star appeared in Usopp's hand, accompanied by a stench bomb, the heat activating its foul odor. Direct shot. Bang. The 2 specialized projectiles struck Kuro directly, releasing waves of unbearable stench. Kuro halted, lightly brushing his garments, silence enveloping him. Cats are known for their cleanliness. With every act of slaughter, he ensured that not a drop of filthy pirate blood tarnished his attire. You damned son of a pirate. Chapter 32. Double kill. Usopp inhaled deeply the odor emanating from a single source. Though his sense of smell was not particularly strong, Its intensity depended not only on his biological qualities but also on external factors. This time, although Kuro hesitated slightly, his speed intensified. Silent steps did not signify the limit of speed but rather an elusive nature. Each second, he covered more than 30 meters, and combined with his stealthy movements, rendered him virtually invisible. In truth, the drastic reduction of his visual and auditory senses contributed to this illusion of invisibility. Although sight is the primary sense, the remaining 4 senses play a crucial role in positioning, allowing focus on specific points of interest. Each is indispensable. Moreover, the significant diminishment of his visual and auditory faculties made detection exceedingly challenging. Bang, bang, bang. Each step Kuro took reverberated through the ground. Utilizing the immense force of his movements, his speed surged beyond 50 meters per second, generating a fierce wind. Ordinarily, such impact would not be so profound. But the poison needles in his foot further compromised his control due to the overwhelming velocity. Silent steps required remarkable agility. Any increase in speed would inevitably lead to a delay in movement. Usopp took a deep breath, fixated on the approaching figure. Though Kuro was swifter, the amplified sounds, scents, and sensations brought forth by the wind allowed Usopp to perceive him with greater clarity. While he could not match such speed, seeing him enabled Usopp to strategize accordingly. He would employ his sharpshooting skills. In the face of absolute power, mere survival for a short time only hastened the march toward death. He needed to create an opportunity to fight with everything he had, knowing full well it could lead to his demise. Ironically, it was at this moment that survival seemed most attainable, and after that, he would leave the outcome to fate. I will not evade or flee. I can strike. I can kill him. Usopp whispered these 3 affirmations, deceiving himself. There was no life to be spared. This resonated perfectly with the essence of sharpshooting. He disregarded notions of avoidance and retreat, fixating solely on the desire to eliminate the man before him. If courage could not sustain him upon the ocean, then he would confront everything with extraordinary bravery. If I must die, then so be it. He raised his hand. The speed of his arm's movement surpassed that of a human sprinting, rendering even a common person's punch a blur, difficult to discern. In Usopp's grasp appeared a pistol, his fingers moving faster than his arm. His eyes reflected sheer terror at the thought of death, yet his finger tightened resolutely on the trigger. Kuro's expression darkened, revealing a semblance of a smile. His power utterly dwarfed that of this worthless adversary, yet the peculiarities of Usopp's evasion made it challenging to deliver a swift kill. Nevertheless, Kuro was confident he could easily dismantle him, requiring only some time to wait until the rat was exhausted. Closer. A single breath can lead to death. With a swift motion, Kuro unleashed a deadly grasp, intertwining 10 blades into a lethal net, poised to shatter Usopp into oblivion within the next heartbeat. Yet, he sensed it was insufficient. Kuro's prowess was formidable, and Usopp realized he might evade this fate. This was not panic, but rather a foreseen reality. Of late, such phenomena had increasingly plagued his mind. Fear gripped him. Surely, there must be something that could allow him to strike true. In a silent act of self-deception, he clung to the words of Luffy, which had granted him a semblance of confidence. Simultaneously, he endeavored to unearth the latent strength within himself. Through his martial training, he occasionally found himself capable of perceiving his surroundings even with closed eyes, as if a gentle breeze caressed him, and water flowed in rhythm around him, culminating in a bizarre tapestry of sensations. What did these countless threads signify? This remained an enigma, shrouded in ambiguity. However, clarity dawned amidst the looming specter of death. Under such intense pressure, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, and even taste, were magnified by instinct, intertwining with an unfamiliar awareness, coalescing into a vivid image. Mountains appeared not as mountains, and waters as not waters. Neither mountain nor water, but rather the very essence of existence. A piercing sensation surged in Usopp's mind, a memory of pain. And seizing the moment, he relied on his deadly aim to pull the trigger, unleashing a shot. The horror. A chilling dread enveloped Kuro's every pore. He had not anticipated death's abrupt arrival. It was merely a bullet, one he could easily evade. Yet, an inexplicable sensation gripped him. He felt destined to perish. It was not the bullet that would strike him, but rather he who would collide with the bullet. An unseen force tugged at him, as if the king of hell were summoning him, the scribe recording his life's transgressions, inexorably drawing him into the abyss of death. The bullet struck true, piercing his forehead, transforming the notorious black cat Kuro of the North Blue into a swirling mist of crimson, utterly annihilating his essence. What had transpired? Usopp was bewildered. He wielded but a small handgun, its power only recently augmented, scarcely sufficient to reduce a living being to such a state, let alone someone of Kuro's exceptional vitality. Soon, he collapsed to the ground, not solely from the aftermath of fear, but also from an overwhelming sensation of being utterly drained of strength. At the edge of the jungle, Zoro, clad in a black bandana, approached with deliberate steps. "Hey, the pirates are almost here," Usopp exclaimed, too anxious to ponder why Kuro had disintegrated into mist or why he felt so utterly fatigued. "Done," Zoro shrugged nonchalantly. "Why so fast?" Usopp was astonished. "Then lay back on the ground." "Fast? You've just taken down Black Cat Kuro," Zoro replied with a smirk. Usopp felt an urge to retort, yet found himself speechless. For Zoro's logic was irrefutable. Truth be told, were it not for the support Luffy had provided, even with his self-deception, he would have surely met his end. It wasn't that his aim lacked strength or that his martial training was insufficient, but rather that he had only recently embarked upon the path of cultivation. In essence, he remained a mere mortal, not a failure. "Let us go," Zoro urged, offering his hand to assist Usopp. "Where to?" Usopp inquired, perplexed. "To the battlefield," Zoro replied. "No way. I want to spend a little more time with Kaya," Usopp protested, raising his voice. "Then you can just leave." "Useless," Zoro dismissed him, striding forward. "Wait. I need to say goodbye to Kaya before I go," Usopp cried out in desperation, falling to the ground. He was the son of a sea warrior. He could not be deemed worthless. Chapter 33, the next one. Dead. A delicate dagger twirled in Luffy's hand, tracing a path that intertwined the forces of the world, compelling every nefarious soul before it to meet their demise. The death of Crocodile transformed him into a mist of crimson, a phenomenon both profound and deceptively simple. The realm perceived by ordinary beings is but a mere facet of the vast universe, rendering their understanding akin to a blind person attempting to grasp the essence of an elephant. At least the blind can discern a rough outline. In this world, every individual, Luffy included, resembles an ant traversing an apparently endless path, which is, in truth, merely a piece of blank paper turned upside down, binding its front and back together. Thus, the ants crawling upon this diminutive sheet perceive the wide expanse beneath them as infinite. Yet Luffy possesses an advantage. He recognizes his own existence and understands that the universe is not as grand as it appears. The essence of power does not stem from mere toil or struggle, rather, it originates from awareness. At the heart of awareness lies the senses. Ordinary individuals are confined to a three-dimensional perception. To access broader realms, one must transcend these sensory limitations. The simplest expression of three dimensions is length, width, and height, constants devoid of motion. Consequently, to surpass the confines of three-dimensional perception is to embrace movement. This revelation unveils the realm of spiritual perception, which observes motion. However, merely possessing spiritual senses does not equate to transcending dimensional boundaries. Without the interplay of length, width, and height, one is reduced to a mere point, lacking substantial utility. Only through their combination can one ascend beyond the simplistic notions of mountains as mountains and waters as waters. Between life and death lies profound terror, wherein the senses amplify instinctively, facilitating a more seamless integration into extraordinary realms. Fortuitously, Usopp succeeded in connecting with an unconventional world. These realms harbor myriad mysterious powers, and with the right application, one can manifest their might in the mortal realm. Although Usopp lacks a key, Luffy bestowed upon him a cannon capable of obliterating barriers, allowing him to activate it upon transcending dimensional limits. This principle is not foreign to many worlds in this realm. The amalgamation of armament haki and observation haki can unlock extraordinary power. Even a mundane pistol can wield the force of a cannon. Yet, no one in this world possesses Luffy's unique ability to shatter boundaries with such ease. Individuals must endure rigorous training and exploration to open gateways, yet among 100 million, none have succeeded. Though this singular breakthrough leaves behind merely the materials to forge a key, it surpasses their realms in immeasurable ways. Thus, the next dagger departed from Luffy's hand, embedding itself in the sea depicted on the map of the North Blue. Next, Luffy resolved to slay a dragon. When asked about his proudest achievements over the past decade, he would cite martial arts and the art of dragon slaying. In a place like the North Blue, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could stain the azure waves with the blood of the nobility and wealthy merchants. A bell chimed at the door. "Prince Meichi, what a rare visitor. I was just about to contact you," Luffy exclaimed with a beaming smile as he smoothly approached the entrance. He opened the door to find Prince Meichi, who wore an expression of resignation, as if already anticipating his words. "I have an important matter to entrust you with." He began. First, let me report that 300 looms have been successfully manufactured across the island, and after preliminary testing, they have all passed. Prince Meichi spoke with a hint of unfamiliarity, undoubtedly due to the newness of the subject, yet her eloquence indicated her intelligence. However, Luffy's subsequent words left her momentarily stunned. I need you to oversee the acquisition of stocks, specifically, all stocks from trade associations focused on the textile industry. Acquire as many as possible. Luffy, with an innocent expression and bright, fluttering eyes, exuded a sense of untainted purity. The young lord of the plum and orange trees remained silent, a chilling aura enveloping her entire being. After a prolonged moment, she inhaled sharply and spoke. I never expected this. I never anticipated that beneath the seemingly gentle exterior of this seemingly harmless youth lies such malevolence. Though her thoughts were but a fragment, she couldn't help but feel immense pity for those merchants and nobles who controlled warm attire, as well as for the laughter that echoed around her. The adage men are bad, women love bad does not imply that women are attracted to wicked men, but rather that men possess a decisive approach to handling matters, an instinctual trait etched into their genes from ancestral survival in the wilderness, which resonates deeply with the feminine psyche. Naturally, the dim-witted among women may be swayed by this genetic influence, leading to misguided perceptions. As the liberation of the second island nears its conclusion, the imminent plan is to launch an assault on the third island, coordinating with the regular army to utterly dismantle the pirates' remaining strength. If my predictions hold true, the Fish Eagle has two choices. One is to flee, a probability of 99%, and the other is to charge directly towards the third island, intent on striking a severe blow to our morale, with only a slim chance of success. Luffy's expression grew serious, shedding the light-hearted demeanor he had shared with his friends moments before. The young gentleman from the May Citrus family also wore a solemn countenance, ceasing his jovial banter. Luffy continued, stating, regardless of the possibilities, before the knowledge of the Black Cat Pirates' annihilation reaches the world, we must tightly grasp the 23 islands in our possession. What I am about to share with you is of utmost importance. It is simple and easily remembered. Lord Meiju nodded in agreement. Before the production of cloth that can obliterate the majority of the clothing market in the northern East Sea, we must acquire as many shares as possible from the relevant trading firms dealing in warm garments. We should purchase the smaller quantities first, and for the larger amounts, we must act within our means, but ensure we concentrate our efforts rather than dispersing them. Simultaneously, instruct Miss Hilo of the trading company to discreetly acquire several puppet firms. As for the remaining tasks, communicate your directives to her. She will comprehend what I require. With that, Luffy took a sip of water, stating, I have matters to attend to. Upon uttering his final words, he vanished into a daze. Lord Meiju sighed, feeling a twinge of her own insignificance. But more so she shook her head, acutely aware of the terrifying strength of the fishmen. Reclining in her chair, she adjusted her long sleeves, pushing them to her shoulders, gazing at the black sword shark insignia, wishing she could erase it with makeup remover at that very moment. Of course, it was not a tattoo. She was far too afraid of pain. Around the village, there existed a rare tree whose black sap could easily be applied to the skin, creating markings akin to tattoos. Chapter 34. The inevitable storm roared, torrential rain poured down, and the fierce waves crashed upon the island, producing a thunderous sound. Yet at this moment, everything felt exceedingly insignificant. The cannon fire echoed like thunder, gunshots rang incessantly, and the smoke of war ascended to the heavens, threatening to stain the azure sky red. At this juncture, the army's numbers had surged to 8,000, sweeping away the last fifth on the second island. Over 4 days, they alternated between battle and rest. The veterans grew stronger, while the newly enlisted gradually kept pace with their seasoned comrades. The strength of an army differs fundamentally from that of an individual. Each trial may render a person ineffective, with minimal progress. However, when the army is tempered by fire and iron, its strength will significantly increase, rendering slight advancements impossible. For every trial the army endures, it is forged from blood and bone, the wilting blossoms of sacrificed lives. Luffy observed the unfolding scene, his cultivation experiencing an unprecedented surge. The path connecting the celestial trajectory to the world of darkness was once a long and arduous journey, yet he had already positioned both hands against the portal, on the verge of prying it open. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant towards the regular army stationed on the third island. A guerrilla unit, consisting of over 40 members, lay in wait, poised to ambush a band of pirates intent on pillaging the local homes, ready to unleash a tempestuous assault upon the sea at the opportune moment. The pirates, scanning their surroundings with trepidation, were gripped by fear. They yearned to express their frustrations, as they had expended considerable effort to eliminate the bandits upon their arrival, only to find themselves facing a menacing Fong emerging from the shadows, tearing into their flesh. After managing to pry themselves away from the clutches of this menace, they discovered that the very populace they aimed to plunder had vanished, leaving them with a bitter taste despite having amassed considerable loot. More alarmingly, not long after, that fearsome Fong revealed its true form as a monstrous beast, threatening to annihilate them entirely, had it not been for their numerical superiority. Silence enveloped the scene. Attack, commanded a seemingly ordinary soldier among the guerrilla ranks. Though not the mightiest, he commanded respect from all, including those whose strength far exceeded his own, as they obediently followed his orders, brandishing machine guns directed at the group of over 70 pirates. Those gifted with extraordinary talent, under the oppressive weight of mortal terror, unleashed powers previously unfathomable to them. Yet many fell along the way, paving a road littered with corpses. The machine guns, initially meant for indiscriminate fire, found their mark with precision aimed at a singular target. The guerrilla unit expertly seized the moment, striking when the pirate crew had lowered their guard, firing from the side where their numbers were concentrated. In the relentless skirmishes, the awakened talents of the regular army did not tread a singular path. They continuously fortified their strength. Another path emerged, wherein most of their efforts were devoted to enriching their minds, fostering rapid growth of their mental acuity, albeit at the cost of physical frailty compared to their equally gifted counterparts. This constituted an absolute sacrifice within the chaos of battle. The potent mental acuity could enhance their squad's agility and facilitate swift retreats. Yet, amidst the hail of bullets, the significance of physical prowess became paramount for survival. To overcome the instincts that could amplify their strength required an immense conviction, a decision that took Luffy considerable time to contemplate. Nevertheless, within each squad, those who first awakened their talents emerged as battlefield commanders, guiding their unit while sacrificing their own personal strength. The rationale was simple: to protect their current way of life and obliterate the foes that threatened it. They would not hesitate to lay down their lives, nor would they be reluctant to relinquish their power. The guerrilla unit remained immobile as mountains during ambushes, yet surged forth like a raging river, obliterating everything in their path with both gentleness and ferocity. This was not mere guerrilla warfare. It resembled a fierce tiger hunting down a pack of wolves. Within mere breaths, the pirate crew was cleaved in two, utterly routed. The guerrilla unit suffered minimal losses. Although initial casualties were significant, their scorn for the enemy grew. They deemed these pirates unworthy adversaries. Had there been more comrades, they could have easily vanquished the entire pirate presence on the island. In this new era, most remnants of the old world appeared as insignificant as common fowl, easily obliterated with a mere gesture, leaving behind only a few exquisite treasures devoid of combat efficacy. We must go. Reinforcements are on the way, the ordinary soldier sensed. Their mission was to establish roots on the island, gaining the trust of the common folk in the heavenly commune, preparing for the arrival of the main forces to incinerate the maritime scourge amidst the flames of war. For now, their priority was to delay the pirates, allowing the populace to escape and conceal themselves, preserving their strength for the inevitable confrontation. The pirates accurately perceived their weakness. Their fighting personnel were far too few. The soldiers of the guerrilla unit swiftly retreated from the battlefield, showing little inclination for prolonged combat. War was ever present, yet their education continued unabated. Under the diligent guidance of the Tianshi, their inherent talents flourished, and clarity illuminated their vision. The simplest yet most challenging aspects of advancing and retreating became apparent to them, and they understood what needed to be done. What were those pirates who had consumed the devil fruits truly like? It was said they could wreak havoc upon the world. How many cannons would it take to confront such power? Could this truly be resolved with cannon fire? As they distanced themselves from the battlefield, the returning soldiers moved lightly, engaged in cheerful conversation, and gazed toward the future with smiles, a blend of concern and confidence in their hearts. Victory was within reach. Luffy revealed a joyful smile. To cultivate a formidable army, one requires not only fortitude forged through trials but also an unyielding power, coupled with a compelling momentum that culminates in an indelible spirit. It is akin to the confluence of myriad rivers flowing into the vast ocean, which remains inexhaustible. Initially, Luffy had yet to delineate the path between soldiers and generals, yet the regular forces spontaneously coalesced. The armies of the new era directly overwhelmed those of the old. Though this comparison is horizontal, there also exists a vertical disparity in individual strength. Naturally, a mere conventional army cannot contend with a world brimming with extraordinary individuals. Transformation is imperative. Soldiers remain soldiers, while generals become generals. This is the first step. In Chapter 35, titled Describe, the ranks of soldiers will be meticulously categorized. The original militia will evolve into a substantial force responsible for upholding societal order, referred to as human soldiers. Their duties encompass maintaining order, apprehending common criminals, and monitoring the majority of individuals who, despite their limited prowess, pose a tangible threat due to their sheer numbers. Conversely, the regular army will metamorphose into a war machine primarily reliant on technological weaponry, complemented by innate talents, henceforth termed Earth soldiers. A singular individual of exceptional skill can match an entire army. However, they will be decisively suppressed and annihilated by this war machine. Additionally, there exists a violent organization composed of prodigies endowed with extraordinary talents, tasked with confronting the rulers of the old era. These three types of soldiers, distinguished by their varying degrees of talent, will yield the greatest effectiveness through their collaboration. The human soldiers serve to locate and restrain, providing auxiliary support, while the Earth soldiers are capable of vanquishing the majority of those who are not kings, thereby preventing the heavenly soldiers from being besieged by powerful kings and their formidable subordinates, thus averting their downfall. The heavenly soldiers, in turn, will target the kings directly, inflicting substantial casualties. There is no hierarchy among these three types of soldiers. All are led by the generals. The prowess of the generals may not be exceedingly high, yet their intellect and mental acuity are extraordinarily potent. Among the human soldiers, when extraordinary individuals incite unrest, the general can keenly observe them, memorizing their spiritual essence for swift and precise apprehension. Within the ranks of Earth soldiers, the general acts as the clarion eye of the war machine, guiding its advance, identifying it, and exploiting vulnerabilities while preventing the war machine from becoming ensnared in a quagmire. Among the heavenly soldiers, the general wields the flying sword. The heavenly general stands as a commander even more powerful than the heavenly soldiers themselves. Luffy is acutely aware that as a celestial warrior, possessing the might of a king and bearing formidable weapons, the inclination to kill arises spontaneously. Those lacking sufficient strength will find it exceedingly challenging to command, and only those with greater power than the celestial warriors can effectively lead. Among the exceptional, there exists yet another echelon of the extraordinary. Luffy epitomizes this notion. When an individual surpasses the celestial warriors in strength and exerts influence far beyond societal norms, should they still defy orders, they must be subdued by force until compliance is achieved. After reclaiming the 23 islands, the military will undergo a reorganization, serving to inspire the gifted within the regular forces while ensuring that the valiant militia retains their dignity. Indeed, their abilities may be lacking, yet they fight with unwavering tenacity. Thus, while their rewards may fluctuate according to their capabilities, their status remains one of equality, devoid of hierarchy. What truly concerns Luffy is the relentless pursuit of talent among the soldiers, rather than a meticulous approach to nurturing it, which could deplete their physical well-being and obstruct their future paths, rendering the unlocking of all potential impossible, let alone transcending the confines of their gifts. In some of the formidable sects within the realm of cultivation, medicinal remedies hold paramount importance, as they can continuously mitigate the damage inflicted by the vigorous extraction of potential, allowing individuals to elevate their strength rapidly without incurring harm, enabling them to reach the pinnacle of their gifts and subsequently challenge insurmountable barriers. While techniques may be disseminated freely, the secrets of medicinal knowledge are guarded with utmost vigilance. Luffy indeed possesses the ability to concoct potions and can even industrially produce them. However, the scarcity of raw materials compels him to bide his time for opportunities or procure them from the easy mall. Presently, he is focused on obtaining the elusive medicinal herb, priced at 10,000 points. The essence extracted from this herb can yield the 3-life pill, which serves to mend the damages inflicted by the extraction of one's potential. It is imperative to redeem it swiftly, for it cannot remedy long-standing ailments. Furthermore, there exists the yuan flower, capable of healing chronic injuries. Yet it demands a staggering 20,000 points, an amount that seems unattainable for the foreseeable future. In truth, Luffy yearns for the Yushu, a tree that appears unremarkable at first glance, yet its dark sap can integrate with the human body, not only addressing the injuries sustained from potential extraction but also healing wounds accumulated over many years. Most astonishingly, it has the capacity to enhance one's innate talents. While the improvement may seem modest for prodigies, for an ordinary person, it could nearly double their talent, creating an effect akin to enlightenment. In that moment, Liberating the world would not be an insurmountable task. Regrettably, acquiring this tree necessitates an exorbitant sum of 108,000 points. Luffy dares only to entertain his thoughts. The Hero Trading Company's estate is a place of intrigue. As for Usopp, his voice is utterly sycophantic, bordering on shamelessness. After vanquishing Kuro and obliterating the Black Cat pirates, Luffy plans to hypnotize those who will be tasked with disseminating the news of the Black Cat pirates' demise, ensuring they believe it was their own doing. However, a mysterious benefactor intervenes, providing a temporary veil of suspicion away from Zoro. Naturally, they must remain secluded on an island to avoid leaking the information of the Black Cat pirates' downfall. Thus, the safety of the young lady from the Hero Trading Company must be entrusted to someone, and Luffy sends a message from afar, suggesting Usopp accompany him while allowing the true protector, Zoro, to continue his training. A few days are hardly sufficient. Usopp, though weary and burdened, is more heartbroken by the proximity of the one he cherishes, yet finding it difficult to even catch a glimpse of her. He knows that in the light of day, it is impossible to approach, lest he expose the fade of the young master. However, in the shadows, there should be no issue. Yet Zoro insists no one is around, and still, he cannot. Yet, the moment he dares to act, a crimson, ominous brick suddenly descends upon his forehead, followed by another brick expertly hurled by the young master. No, just to be safe, the young master remarks, voicing his concerns from a distance, while yearning for a fleeting moment with the girl he adores. Get lost. With the sharp command, a brick flies through the air, striking Usopp squarely on the head, sending him retreating further away, bewildered by the accuracy of the throw. Who, after all, is the true marksman, himself, or the young master? Meanwhile, within the courtyard, the young master peruses a book with an air of elegance, as if she had not just hurled bricks moments ago. Isn't it simply that you cannot see Luffy? Beside her, Kaya, brewing tea, shakes her head and remarks, "Is it truly necessary to berate Usopp so?" Upon hearing this, the young master promptly raises her book and playfully taps Kaya on the head, saying, "You are mistaken. This man cannot be coddled. It will bruise his pride. A good man will leave directly, yet I cannot allow him to easily win my favor. This is for your benefit. And you dare scold me? Are you reading a book about finding a husband?" Kaya leans in to glance at the book in the young master's hands, only to discover it is not about romance, but martial arts. Of course not, the young master retorts, her eyes flashing with hostility, then sighing, acknowledging her shortcomings, realizing that her aspirations to ensnare Luffy pale in comparison to the allure of that beautiful girl. The enchanting girl has been with Luffy for many years. The girl's intuition senses the tension. Chapter 36. Occupying the port, the heir of a fortune does not lounge idly. The young master is leisurely engrossed in her reading, remaining indoors while guards patrol the estate. Yet, periodically, she receives reports from the bustling stock exchanges of the North Blue, meticulously sifting through them to select stocks for investment, aiming to create a pivotal point capable of toppling the financial market. Kaya is well-versed in commerce and adept at overseeing large operations. But when it comes to the nuances and details, the young master surpasses her with her acute sensitivity and intuition regarding money. After careful selection, Kaya determines which trading company stocks to acquire, often exclaiming in admiration at how exceptional they are. Subsequently, a newly appointed president of a covertly acquired trading company takes the chosen stocks to the securities market for purchase, ensuring that the Hero Trading Company is not implicated in these dealings, as it could invite resentment and hinder future endeavors. Meanwhile, in a distant training ground, Zoro diligently practices his swordsmanship, thrusts, slashes, points, flicks, sweeps, and cuts, slowly honing them into mature single and dual sword forms, which eventually revert to the fundamentals of swordplay. Usopp, exercising his endurance nearby, glances over, feeling fatigued and wishing to take a moment's respite, when a chilling sensation schemes across his long nose, slicing through a nearby sapling, which snaps in two with a crack. Usopp silently adjusts his stance, and Zoro continues undeterred, deeply immersed in his sword training. As the storm subsides, the serene blue sky reveals the warm embrace of the sun. On the second island, ships prepare along the coast, the territory fully conquered. Only the social and industrial frameworks require time to merge with those of the first island. After a restful interlude, the weather is fine, marking an opportune moment for crossing the sea. Luffy held a letter, delivered across the sea by a commoner at the behest of the Eagle. Ultimately, he chose not to confront the situation head-on, sensing the formidable presence of the military. He decided to withdraw from the vicinity of the 23 islands and journey towards the Grand Line. As for the remaining sentiments, They were merely expressions of admiration for the moment, with the belief that fate would allow their paths to cross again someday. He also cautioned that upon his departure, the disturbances caused by the noble officials should be approached with caution. Luffy chuckled softly and remarked, "It's unnecessary to expend effort in seeking one's own demise." The Grand Line, a realm he had thoroughly studied during his youth at the Navy headquarters, is replete with an abundance of extraordinary substances along its path, brimming with adventures and experiences. Where the pace of training is accelerated to twice that of other regions, truly remarkable. However, within the Grand Line, bizarre occurrences transpire ceaselessly. Even the most meticulous caution may lead to obliteration in the depths of the ocean in an instant, particularly in the latter half. Where the concentration of peculiar materials reaches its zenith, it is referred to as the New World, a place where the four emperors congregate. Firmly establishing themselves there because the seas are fraught with terror, stepping beyond the islands is akin to wagering one's life. A ghost fleet, forged from iron ships, spells doom for those who encounter it, bombarded to oblivion by an uncountable barrage of cannon fire. A few who dared approach vanished without a trace. There are also colossal turtles, resembling clouds, appearing once every few centuries. A single bite could sever a substantial portion from a large island. Once, a rear admiral played with a fish no larger than his finger, only to witness an entire naval fleet annihilated, disappearing entirely from existence. Others scarcely dare to venture beyond the fringes of the New World, occasionally entering only to meet death or retreat in disgrace, or to remain on an island, evading the strange calamities of the sea. Only the pirates of the four emperors dare to brave the ocean, largely due to their lesser fear of the bizarre. Otherwise, the leaders of those four-peak pirate crews would not be bestowed with the title of emperor, a designation of utmost prestige. The initial portion of the Grand Line, while not the New World, still belongs to this formidable sea. Luffy calculated that within a month, the Eagle group of pirates would be utterly submerged in the depths. Set sail. Let us rendezvous with our comrades on the third island. His spirited voice resonated across the ocean. As a total of 12,000 soldiers aboard the ship gazed at the billowing sails, some filled with tension, others with fear, and many with the fervor of battle. Steering towards the third island, Luffy took the lead, having already established a guerrilla unit on the third island, preparing to seize a port and clear the way for reinforcements arriving from the second island. Currently, the guerrilla force on the island, if counting only the main combatants, comprises 3,482 members, including the supportive populace. The total exceeds 60,000. Following the landing of the main force, they would swiftly sweep away the filth and corruption, facing little resistance, timing their assault perfectly. A total of 60,000 supporters and 3,862 guerrilla fighters launched a full-scale attack on a moderately sized port. At this moment, Luffy arrived, striking from the shadows with a thunderous force to swiftly seize the position. Afterward, the focus shifted to defense, awaiting the arrival of the main force. Although Luffy could not be overly conspicuous, he nonetheless produced cannons. The regular troops were unfazed, while the newly joined guerrilla warriors on the island shone with excitement. Some among them, having previously pilfered cannons from pirates and bandits, raised their hands, signaling their ability to operate the artillery. Luffy was not stingy. He allowed those audacious individuals to take charge, for the barrage was plentiful, yet what was lacking were those capable of maneuvering the cannon's direction and elevating its angle. Naturally, despite the abundance of firepower, the resources were scarce and were swiftly depleted, before the situation on the second island spiraled completely out of control. Some pirates on the third island chose to flee back to their homeland, while the majority, still enamored with the riches of the island, resolved to defend it alongside the very brigands they once scorned. Each of the three medium to large ports on the island was fortified with defenders, ready to relay news. Once the ports captured by the guerrilla forces fell silent, the pirates and mountain bandits quickly regrouped to reclaim what was theirs. The island, facing the fleet at sea, held a distinct advantage, boasting a tenfold disparity in combat power. Should the main forces land, defeat was inevitable. Only by steadfastly guarding the ports could they hope for victory. 8,000 brigands united in a concerted effort toward the lost port. Luffy gazed and smiled, remarking, "Indeed, there exists only individuals who betray their class, not a class that betrays its interests. The herd mentality of the ignorant is laid bare at this moment. The remaining matter rests upon the capitalists, whether they are willing to sell the very ropes that would strangle them, which would indeed be a source of joy." Chapter 37. The landing. 8,000 bandits roared, their battle cries deafening, as the swirling dust rose like a chaotic, serpentine specter, utterly terrifying. The sea serpent occupied the largest island, while the fish eagle claimed a significant portion of 2 islands. The remaining pirates merely scavenged the leftovers. The former 2 factions of pirates were not numerous, for an excess of ordinary pirates merely drained resources and could easily be crushed by those of superior vigor. Generally, the selection of recruits maintained a balance of ordinary pirates while enlisting those with exceptional talents. The leftover pirates constituted the vast majority. They were exceedingly fearful of the sea serpent and fish eagle, yet they did not cower against the guerrilla forces as the disparity in individual strength was minimal. Moreover, their penchant for guerrilla tactics fostered an illusion that these forces could not withstand them. Many bandits believed that their own numbers, exceeding 8,000, held a significant advantage over the mere 3,000 guerrilla fighters. Those adversaries could hardly pose a barrier. Thus, the bandits surged forth, led by pirates who devised tactics, assessing the direction from which to launch their assault, and then charged toward the harbor in a disordered formation. Most of the guerrilla soldiers had never engaged in a positional battle, yet at this moment, they found themselves without ships, relying solely on the promise of future reinforcements. With their backs against the wall, they bore the weight of what lay ahead. Therefore, they seized machine guns and cannons, defending their ground. Though fear lingered, their faith remained unshaken. During this time, soldiers familiarized themselves with the angles and directions of artillery fire, raising the cannons to unleash a barrage upon the oncoming enemy. Luffy did not wield a sword to wreak havoc. Instead, he commanded over 20 cannons to unleash a barrage of fire upon the bandits, who were shrouded in a vexing cloud of dust. His formidable mental acuity pinpointed the location of multiple adversaries, allowing him to strike as long as they remained within range. While a portion of the regular troops operated the artillery, the majority were stationed at the front lines, armed with machine guns, meticulously eliminating threats. The pirates retaliated with gunfire. And with a resounding bang, shells fell, mercilessly claiming the lives of over a dozen. The pirates hoisted their cannons and, with another deafening roar, projectiles descended, obliterating both men and weapons in a cataclysmic explosion. Luffy's command over the artillery was swift yet imbued with a sense of rhythm, his achievements partially intertwined with the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, the psychological influence of his tactics served to instruct the soldiers who had just fired their first cannon. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the pirates found themselves in disarray, nearly scattering like frightened birds, as over 1,000 of them succumbed to the overwhelming firepower. The pirates, filled with indignation, had previously dismissed the notion that their adversaries wielded tenfold the firepower of the Navy, deeming it preposterous. Yet, reality had proven their disbelief misguided. Was it merely tenfold? Why not emulate their strategy? Proposed an astute pirate strategist. When they approach, we retreat. When they pause, we harass. When they tire, we strike. And when they flee, we pursue. A pirate captain, his eyes gleaming with determination, echoed this sentiment. Indeed, that is correct. The strategist grew increasingly animated, declaring, "If such a small force can render us helpless, inflicting enormous losses, just consider that we outnumber them 2 to 1. If they run low on supplies, we can raid the poorly defended villages and seize their resources." Swiftly, the order to retreat was disseminated, articulating the adopted tactics. When they approach, we retreat. When they pause, we harass. When they tire, we strike. And when they flee, we pursue. The band of rogues dispersed, each pursuing their own course. In truth, had it not been for this directive, they would have prepared to flee regardless. Enduring another skirmish would inevitably incite a riot. Though pirates may fear death, they do not possess the same trepidation as common brigands who fear for their lives to the point of inaction. "Chairman, they have retreated," remarked the soldiers occupying the port. Bewildered by the unexpected withdrawal, Luffy gazed towards the pirates, his acute senses allowing him to discern their intentions. They sought to learn from them and engage in guerrilla warfare. "What shall we do now?" inquired Sanshue, the officer in charge of the regular forces, a strategic mind with aspirations of future command. He had risen to prominence, his tactical acumen eclipsing even those previously elevated by Luffy, such as the talented Bao Jin. Concern flickered across his features. He was well versed in the intricacies of guerrilla tactics and understood the complications they entailed. Although the pirates were inferior in strength, their actions could significantly obstruct efforts to rescue the island. "The essence of guerrilla warfare lies not in ceaseless movement," Luffy articulated. "It is the interplay of the enemy pursues. We flee. The enemy camps. We disturb. The enemy tires. We strike. The enemy retreats. We pursue. The backbone of this strategy is the populace, who provide intelligence and resources, enabling these tactics to flourish. As for them, they may not even possess communication devices, leading to the possibility of treating their own as foes." "And what shall we do now?" Sanshue pressed again. leave a portion behind to assist, while the majority resumes prior guerrilla operations, aiding the citizens to mitigate losses. Once the regular forces arrive, we shall crush them, Luffy commanded. Understood. Teams of guerrilla fighters quickly organized, assigning some to assist while the majority maintained their cohesion to protect their homeland. At that moment, a fleet carrying the main force arrived. Blood-red sails billowed fiercely in the wind, most of which had been seized from the pirates. Before the pirates on the second island could react, Luffy's commanded forces had already captured their vessels and systematically dismantled the remaining pirates on the island. Over 12,000 troops disembarked at the port, exuding an aura of formidable resolve, having been tempered by the tribulations inflicted by the pirates. Luffy felt a sense of solace, yet his heart was heavy with sorrow. Countless individuals had perished as martyrs amidst the ravages of war. Luffy possesses an extraordinary memory, able to recall the faces and names of most individuals along with their behaviors. Yet those memories have been irrevocably lost. Nevertheless, they remain etched in his heart. Juanai is acutely aware of his transformation, although his smile remains unaffected, his once vibrant dark eyes have grown increasingly distant and profound, akin to the night sky. When night descends, most individuals find solace and rest. The arduous practice of Qigong, which I once naively deemed simple, now elicits a sigh from Luffy. In such moments, Juanai reaches out, connecting with Luffy through the fabric of space. As supplies are delivered through this medium, Luffy gazes upon the ranks of soldiers, a contingent dispatched from the first and second islands, and proclaims, "The power of the people is as vast and boundless as the ocean, and we are the immortal throne that upholds their glory." Shining with the brilliance of an emperor, our mission is to utterly crush the malevolent forces on this island. Chapter 38, Invincible Malevolence. Those bandits from the countryside are unworthy of such a name. They are born from primal instincts and societal oppression. However, pirates symbolize the bygone era and have become an indispensable part of it, a prevailing force. When Luffy speaks of obliterating evil, it signifies a formal declaration of war against the old world, not out of disdain, but as the relentless march of history inevitably buries those unable to keep pace with the times. Understood. The army responds in unison, their gazes resolute, brimming with the spirit of invincibility. The expulsion of bandits from the first island and the liberation of the populace mark merely the beginning, a minor skirmish. The pirates attempting to land represent the infantile thrust of a fist against a true adversary. Yet, as they traverse the second island, they embody youthful vigor, unaware of defeat. Now, faced with the alliance of pirates and bandits on the island, their singular thought permeates the ranks, to triumph over them. The soldiers spring into action, aligning themselves under command, seemingly chaotic yet ordered, akin to thundering war chariots crashing into the third island. The greatest fear of guerrilla tactics lies in the formidable offense and robust defense of an army complemented by reconnaissance units. Such an army, upon contact, can swiftly annihilate any lingering foes while suffering minimal losses. To counter guerrilla tactics, one must employ absolute strength, leaving no room for error. The bandits retreating into the mountains do not employ true guerrilla warfare. They are devoid of substance, lacking the essential unity and mobilization of the masses. The crux lies within the united front. Undoubtedly, the New Age army confronting the delusional bandits aspiring to guerrilla warfare resembles the celestial deity, effortlessly vanquishing all foes with unparalleled might. The war has commenced. The main force, intertwined with the guerrilla units, establishes an unimpeded connection with the populace of the third island, akin to points within a net. While the army, as a moving line, eradicates the bandits hidden in the mountains, who pose a threat, they are utterly defenseless. The guerrilla tactics employed by the bandits represent their gravest error. What once exhibited a semblance of order has devolved into mere disarray. Faced with the tightly knit military-civilian structure, any potential for harm is grossly exaggerated. The once elusive bandit leader finds himself cornered, unable to escape the encirclement of the regular army. Unexpectedly, a remarkable turn of events unfolds. Within a mere 2 days, or even less, the third island succumbs to order, the hearts of the people stabilizing, leaving only a few feeble bandits to be hunted down by the strategists. Upon realizing this outcome, while anticipated, Luffy is nonetheless stunned. Although the third island pales in comparison to the first, with a diameter exceeding 30 kilometers and a population of over 120,000, it stands at a mid-level significance. Luffy can barely vanquish the enemies but knows restoring order is an insurmountable task. After some time, as the strength of the three islands converges, Luffy is awash with astonishment. It is crucial to recognize that Luffy's power is entirely unafraid of the formidable forces wielded by the government, such as the 7 warlords of the sea, capable of crushing the weak through sheer martial prowess. Yet, The combined strength of these three islands, located in the remote corners of the East Sea, surpasses that of the Seven Warlords. While direct confrontation may prove challenging, the possibilities are boundless. It seems I must engage in serious matters. With exuberance, Luffy acknowledges that leading the army is merely a secondary role. His primary responsibility lies in advancing industrial development. The foundation of revolution is rooted in productivity. And to ensure the triumph of a revolution, it is imperative to usher productivity into a new era, although he cannot yet abdicate in favor of others. As the soldiers in his ranks remain inexperienced, he can, nonetheless, devote more energy to industrial advancement. He honors the fallen soldiers while elevating the living ones, promoting and demoting them based on merit and capability. What the militia yearns for the most is the opportunity to join the regular army. Among the 561 regular troops on the third island, 142 belong to the fallen, with 419 surviving, a significant casualty rate. Nonetheless, many soldiers eagerly anticipate joining their ranks, driven by the pursuit of glory. In the evolutionary journey of humanity within the natural world, we stand as the most unique. Particularly men, who, unmotivated by profit or other incentives, aspire solely to ascend to greater heights, often willing to sacrifice much, even their lives. This is instinctual. In times of peace, what is labeled as a life-destroying esport thrives in every household, fueled by this very instinct. Following this, there comes a time for rest. The day unfolds as usual, yet it is essential to take control of the pirate vessels left behind on the third island. With Luffy's presence, even the most concealed ships can be uncovered. The societal systems of the third island and the first island are beginning to merge. Even though the integration of the second island's societal framework remains incomplete, placing considerable pressure on the first island. However, with the guidance of the heavenly principles, this endeavor, while not simple, is not insurmountably difficult. It merely requires an investment of time. Upon returning to the first island, Luffy inspects the nascent industrial activities, observing the operation of looms and the production of textiles. In the feudal era, and even in the approaching New Age, the sectors of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation are among the most lucrative, as they constitute essential components of human existence. Clothing primarily serves the purpose of covering and warming the body, an indispensable necessity for all, especially as the harsh winter approaches, where the inadequacy of garments has led to numerous deaths from exposure. Among the nobility and affluent merchants, branded apparel, driven by a primal absence of profit-driven rivalry, also commands a substantial market. Although clothing is considered the least demanding of the four essential needs of the populace, it is paradoxically one of the fastest avenues for profit. This remains true in the contemporary world. As for food and shelter, the profit margins are not exorbitant. Due to the peculiarities of certain materials, even when food is scarce, monopolization proves challenging. Otherwise, the world government would have already faced rebellion, rather than transforming the populace into docile sheep under divine favor. In contrast, the salt industry, which is notoriously profitable in other realms, is rendered cheap here due to the omnipresence of the sea, allowing anyone to produce it freely. Transportation yields significant profit. As the movement of goods and inter-island navigation can be lucrative due to piracy, a single vessel can amass considerable wealth. However, Luffy currently lacks the influence to capitalize on this, and the pace of profit accumulation is slow initially, necessitating the use of funds for various arrangements. Housing, on the other hand, centers around real estate, with none but the largest nobles and established merchant guilds able to stake their claims. Luffy was intent on amassing wealth quietly, naturally avoiding the gaze of the affluent nobility and established trading companies. Chapter 39. Attire. It must be noted that in this world, there exists a creature known as the sea silkworm. It thrives in coastal waters, and with the presence of organic matter, it can produce raw materials for clothing akin to silkworm silk within just 2 to 3 months, even surpassing silkworm silk in durability and resilience. Additionally, there is a type of cotton that grows on the ocean floor, which requires no management. One merely needs to scatter its seeds on the seabed and wait 6 months for harvest, albeit with some complications. Due to the profit-driven nature of merchants, the market price for these raw materials is kept artificially low, largely because processing these two marine products is cumbersome. Without specialized and sophisticated machinery, it is nearly impossible to weave them into garments. Such machinery is seldom found in ordinary households, leading to widespread exploitation. Farmers who cultivate sea silkworms and harvest sponge cannot sell their products without the merchants' machines, and the common populace primarily acquires clothing made from these materials. Another source of clothing is made from hemp, which, while uncomfortable to wear, serves the minimal purpose of covering the body, failing entirely to provide warmth in frigid winters. It could lead to dire consequences. However, industrially manufactured textile machinery, specifically designed for sea silkworms and sponge, operates at a speed 100 times that of contemporary looms. With production costs only one-third of the labor cost of the era, this presented Luffy with an opportunity to decimate the existing clothing market at a low price. As the common folk, who previously spent thousands of berries on warm clothing, would now vote with their currency. Of course, the extent of wealth accumulation depends on capitalists, just as the outcome of war hinges on one's adversary. By dismantling the existing clothing market and wielding an absolute information advantage, Luffy could manipulate finance, a virtual construct that, while incapable of creating value, allows for the plunder of substantial wealth. On Earth, the earliest joint stock companies emerged in the early 17th century with the establishment of overseas trading companies in the Netherlands and Britain. The advent of stocks spurred the creation of stock exchanges. As early as 1611, merchants in Amsterdam traded shares of overseas trading companies. In 1773, the first British stock exchange was officially established in Jonathan's Coffee House in London, which later evolved into the London Stock Exchange. At that time, radio technology was non-existent, and information transfer was cumbersome. In a world equipped with telephone and video technology, stock exchanges had existed for 6 centuries, with most financial mechanisms already developed. Save for a few hindered by low productivity, trading stocks represents the most fundamental of financial activities, alongside the perilous yet exhilarating leverage trading. Ultimately, there exists no solution formula for these endeavors. Victory hinges solely on information. Wealthy merchants, possessing critical information, exploit the stock market to extract the wealth of the middle class. And how could Luffy remain indifferent to their astonishing fortunes? By now, autumn had settled in, and the weather had turned considerably cooler. Soon it would be the biting chill of late autumn, followed by the inevitable snowfall. Thus, acquiring warm clothing was imperative. In one hand, Luffy held a cotton jacket worth 3,000 berries, ordinary and coarse, lacking any embellishment and insufficient in warmth. In the other, he grasped fabric produced by a textile machine capable of nearly all functions, crafted through an industrial production line, remarkably fine in texture, capable of any desired color, ensuring complete comfort against the chill of the season. Most importantly, if sold on the market, it would fetch only 1,000 berries. Nearby, the garments worn by affluent merchants and nobles, primarily composed of the finest and rarest sea silkworm silk, were deemed luxurious. However, for Luffy, with access to petroleum as a raw material, the cost of producing nylon is significantly lower than that of sea silkworm silk. The northern region of the East Sea is rich in crude oil, where simply excavating the shallow soil yields high-quality oil. Yet, due to inadequate utilization methods, capitalists in this world suppress the prices of non-monopolizable raw materials, resulting in near-giveaway prices for oil. Nevertheless, Luffy need not purchase it for now. The first island possesses 2 oil fields sufficient for his immediate needs, producing high-quality oil. Gasoline engines require gasoline, and with such engines, he could manufacture ships and vehicles to significantly reduce travel time between locations. Perhaps even a more efficient mode of transportation awaited. After assessing the clothing available in the market and his own inventory, Luffy paid little heed to it. In fact, the garments worn by Prince Meichi were those just produced. Subsequently, he observed Prince Meichi's gaze, once filled with longing for noble attire, now turned indifferent. At that moment, he sketched an elliptical design on a piece of white paper, surrounding the evolving pattern with calculations related to air variables. In the northern region of the East Sea, the main city, Prince Meichi visited a familiar bank, where the aging manager, despite his graying hair, appeared invigorated, clearly bolstered by the recent influx of gold, which had afforded him considerable prestige and profit. More importantly, he had inadvertently learned of Prince Meichi's extraordinary identity. During their next encounter, the now prominent manager grew more convinced, for although Prince Meichi's attire was unadorned, its exquisite quality was unmistakable. Every line exuded beauty, revealing the craftsmanship of an artist. Sitting across from the manager at a tea table, Prince Meichi maintained a calm demeanor. Though internally anxious, yet he adhered to Luffy's instructions and spoke slowly. "I have a batch of clothing. Do you have a channel through which to sell it? I have no other demands, but it must be swift." The manager remained silent, while Prince Meichi appeared relaxed, exuding grace and elegance. "Really?" the manager exclaimed with a mix of trepidation and delight. "If so, I will arrange it immediately." His excitement reached a fever pitch upon hearing the urgency. He recognized that he must not inquire too deeply, yet the potential profits were immense. It is essential to understand that garments produced in affluent areas would easily overshadow those created in the small northern region of the East Sea. Yet the finest clothing is seldom circulated. If presented with this influential figure, he would certainly showcase exquisite garments crafted in prosperous regions. Should he facilitate the sale of these garments, the profits could rival those from the recent gold influx. Chapter 40. Hometown. Prince Meichi, astonished yet maintaining a composed facade, offered a faint smile and instructed his attendants to discuss the sale of the clothing before retreating to the estate. With Kai absent, he found himself alone, pondering the situation yet unable to grasp its significance. She was deeply concerned, thus she retrieved the specially designed communicator from her pocket. Unlike ordinary devices that can only communicate over short distances without satellite support, this compact gadget ensured flawless transmission throughout the entire northern region of the East Sea. Luffy, the esteemed Prince of Meiju, expressed his bewilderment. Previously, he had maintained a lofty demeanor, distinct from the ordinary, yet now he appeared as petty as a commoner. Even engaging in the trade of clothing, would he not fear being seen through as a fraudulent noble? As Luffy was engrossed in drafting documents, enjoying the fragrant company of his wife, he burst into laughter. When did you ever believe you were not playing the role of a petty man? Innocently and charmingly. The nearby Wan Nai also chuckled. A petty man? Meiju was taken aback. Not merely a petty man, but a despicable, shameless individual devoid of moral limits, Luffy replied. What does it matter how prestigious their titles are? What significance does power hold? Do such individuals not require sustenance and rest? The apparent differences are merely the cloaks of their vile and shameless nature, designed to prevent others from recognizing their moral depravity, all in pursuit of greater profit. The three great evils, drugs, brothels, and gambling dens, can be traced back to their true masters, those impeccably dressed aristocrats. For them, even if their business appears unsightly, earning substantial profits is deemed normal. Conversely, if their business seems prosperous yet yields little profit, it raises suspicion. Do you now comprehend? Meiju blinked her bright eyes and nodded, affirming, I understand. After serving his wife a cup of refreshing tea, Luffy engaged her in a discussion about the compilation of educational materials, a matter of paramount importance, as it constitutes one of the cornerstones of civilization. Inherently influenced by education and its methodologies, which significantly impact the development of culture. In the historical texts that Luffy perused, it was clearly written that in the late 20th century, joyful education flourished among foreign civilians. Students attended school at 8 or 9 in the morning and departed by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, free to pursue their interests and desires, with no obligations for homework. In stark contrast, China adhered to the much criticized rote learning system, requiring students to arrive at school by no later than 7:30 in the morning and to stay until after 5 in the afternoon, burdened with a plethora of examinations and assignments. The objective was not comprehension, but merely the ability to fill in the correct answers on test papers. Consequently, China surpassed all nations, save for the indisputable leader, the United States, earning its place alongside it as one of the G2, the two poles of the world. Later, spurred on by certain traders, China sought to adopt foreign quality education, leading to chaos and a murky educational landscape. The influx of educational capital resulted in a dramatic decline in the industrial development speed of the next generation. Had it not been for cataclysmic disasters, the consequences of such overcorrection remain uncertain. Ironically, the elite education system in all countries globally is merely an upgraded version of rote learning, characterized by longer study hours, heavier homework loads, and more rigorous examinations. The aspiration to stand above the common people throughout the ages is a cherished dream for many. Yet the method is deceptively simple. A mere adjustment in the realm of education suffices. Thus, as the leader of a nation, one must firmly grasp the reins of education, meticulously scrutinizing its flaws and shortcomings. While drafting the curriculum, Luffy couldn't help but smile, a smile that was impossible to erase. What are you smiling about? Asked Roland, observing his expression. I'm just happy. Luffy continued to smile. Such opportunities are truly rare. He must not let anyone know that he has a wonderful wife. Even now, while secretly crafting educational materials, it seems that with every word he writes, every ounce of merit he accumulates, he is proclaiming to the world the existence of his beautiful spouse. What is there to be joyful about? Koyan feigned ignorance. I won't tell you. Luffy grinned, growing increasingly engrossed in the creation of the materials alongside her. With a pout, the childlike Koyan dedicated herself to the task at hand. Within the estate, Master Meichi tightened his grip on the book, pondering why he hadn't spoken more earlier. Oh well, There are still 1 or 2 months left. I must focus on the matters at hand. Just then, Kaya entered, pushing the door open, her smile radiating as she gestured with 2 fingers, chuckling. It's merely a matter of wanting to forcibly seize several commercial guilds, and look how swiftly the reporters from various newspapers have taken the lead. Master Meiji felt quite pleased. The guilds they sought to violently overtake were merely puppets under their control. Such commotion would undoubtedly prevent the public from realizing that these manipulated guilds were closely linked with the Hilo Guild. What? Kaya's eyes widened, bewildered by Master Meichi's words. Oh. Master Meichi chuckled. Luffy once told me about a wise elder who has lived for an eternity, imparting wisdom to many. He is still alive, conducting classes to educate the younger generations. Luffy desires to attend this class, having heard that the elder possesses a formidable ability whenever he is mentioned. 1 second of life can be sacrificed in his honor. Many have mentioned him? Kaya blinked, realizing that this elder must be greatly cherished. Indeed. Master Meichi nodded. For instance, your earlier remark about the reporters running swiftly has awakened many to the true nature of journalism. That's truly wonderful. Kaya agreed. Well aware of the essence of reporters, they are merely the spokespeople of the aristocracy. Yet, it is disheartening how many common folk place their trust in the words of the press. How are the stock acquisitions progressing? Master Meichi inquired further. The power of the 3 islands is steadily coalescing, while the reserve forces are undergoing training. Currently, Luffy does not insist on compulsory military service. As long as sincere believers in the Heavenly Commune join, they can establish an invincible foundation built on purity. For purity begets invincibility. However, the compulsory military service law is now prepared, merely awaiting an opportune moment for implementation. Those who plant the trees must allow future generations to enjoy the shade. It is a debt that must be repaid. Furthermore, with so many martyrs resting in the earth, any person of conscience would not wish for their ancestors to weep in another realm over their past foolishness. Luffy is an avowed atheist, holding a profound disdain for religious paradises or the fictitious realms of bliss. He believes that upon death, existence ceases, the past fades into oblivion. The future is but an illusion, and only the tangible present moment warrants reverence. However, within his heart, there remains a cherished homeland, a sanctuary for the benevolent souls who have departed, allowing them to rest in peace. Chapter 41. The Marketing of Hunger After a Day of Respite. The army resumed its journey, setting its sights on the 5th and 6th islands. The 5th island lies 30 nautical miles from the nearest 3rd island, while the 6th island is 50 nautical miles from the closest 2nd island. Although both islands are slightly smaller than the 2nd island, they are still classified as medium-sized islands. The decision to forego the selection of 4 islands stems from the fact that the strength of the 3 islands has not yet coalesced due to the passage of time, and their potential has yet to be fully realized. Furthermore, each of the 3 islands requires a certain number of troops for protection, which limits the offensive capabilities at hand. The most awkward predicament lies in the inadequacy of vessels. Space is not infinite, and ultimately, one can only facilitate the movement of items between 2 points. While the majority of the goods from the 3 islands can be transported in a single trip, some items inevitably necessitate a substantial number of ships. This shortfall has resulted in a critical shortage of vessels. There are 2 potential solutions. One is to sell the noble garments, with the proceeds being used to acquire ships. The drawback of this approach is the significant expenditure involved. Purchasing an excessive number of ships could adversely impact future developments. The second solution involves the creation of a new mode of transportation designed by Luffy, with the industrial mother machine currently under construction. Airships. This is a type of lighter-than-air aircraft, distinguishable from hot air balloons by its propulsion and flight control mechanisms. An airship comprises a large, streamlined hull, a stabilizing gondola located beneath the hull, a tail section for stability, and propulsion devices. The gas bag within the hull is filled with a lifting gas, either hydrogen or helium, with helium being the preferred choice due to its inert properties as opposed to hydrogen, which poses an explosive risk. The air density in this world is particularly conducive to the existence of airships, as evidenced by the ease with which any top-tier expert can soar through the skies. Luffy established the standards for airship production through mathematics and airflow. Subsequent experiments demonstrated that helium-filled airships could bear a weight exceeding 6 times that of Earth. Influenced by certain gravitational factors, oil serves as the primary raw material for the majority of industrial products in a Type 1 civilization. From crude oil, one can extract diols and diamines for nylon production, along with diolefins and olefins for synthetic rubber. while the manufacturing of airships may seem straightforward. The dilemma lies in the fact that the industrial mother machine is omnipotent yet singular. Presently, the workload has reached its utmost limit, necessitating a gradual approach to airship production. The only recourse is to rely on the garment industry and financial manipulation to amass substantial profits, thereby procuring vast quantities of raw materials to enable the industrial mother machine to produce a series of subsidiary machines. Otherwise, an increase in production is unattainable. Thus, progress must be methodical. Fortunately, the military is robust and formidable. As long as they do not encounter exceptionally skilled adversaries, concentrated force can swiftly overpower all opposition. Moreover, this military remains somewhat immature and requires meticulous refinement. A sudden diversion of attacks across 3 or more islands would lead to a linear increase in casualty rates. The military has deliberately avoided the 4th island, a command issued without the need for explanation, and it must be adhered to. However, as the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. The soldiers speculate, with one rumor circulating widely. The Black Cat pirate crew is still lying in wait, seemingly in search of some treasure. An impulsive encounter could inflict severe damage upon the military. Some soldiers have even claimed to have seen certain evidence from a distance. Though not directly proven, it indirectly corroborates the prevailing gossip. This information has easily reached other factions and the noble merchants who once resided on the 23 islands, all of whom are keenly observing the establishment of the Republic of Tiangong. Following the expulsion of pirates, they will undoubtedly resort to unscrupulous tactics to reclaim the land they once sold at a low price. Silence prevails. The nation has yet to be established. Maintaining the status quo, once the nation is formed, they will require these representatives to govern the sheep-like common folk. They are all calculating their strategies astutely. Luffy clapped his hands, preparing to convey to them that, in this world, the law serves the interests of the powerful and the warlords. Just as they treat the common people, rewarding kindness with kindness and repaying grievances with retribution. However, such kindness is likely scarce and comes at the behest of the elite, manifesting itself in gestures such as reducing the grain rent from 70 to 65% during times of dire calamity, or refraining from fatal retribution when one is offended, opting instead to break an arm or two, and so forth. The weight of grievances is as burdensome as a mountain. When measured, it is as profound as the ocean. In the northern region of the East Sea, the main city, on this night, the arrival of darkness did not compel the aristocrats and wealthy merchants, accustomed to a life of nocturnal indulgence, to retreat early to their beds. Instead, they donned their finest attire and made their way to the auction house. Their desire was to acquire garments, and upon beholding the magnificent patterns and abundant nylon in the photographs, they exhibited a fervent, almost pathological, urge to purchase. Regrettably, the exquisite garments were scarce, numbering only 10, necessitating a fierce competition for bids. This was the essence of hunger marketing, a simple yet effective tactic that mitigates inventory risks by releasing batches that sell out swiftly. For Luffy, this was of little consequence. What mattered more was that such marketing could effortlessly generate substantial excitement. On this occasion, at least half of the prominent aristocrats and affluent merchants from the northern East Sea converged upon the auction house within a single day. This was, of course, also attributable to the banks investing heavily in promotion. The auction house buzzed with a certain raucousness, although outwardly everyone adhered to decorum. The discussions were far more sordid than the bickering of market vendors and common folk, not to mention the exchanges of glances and advances, which could transpire even before one's legitimate spouse or amidst another couple. The world of the elite is truly chaotic. With a single glance, Luffy, observing discreetly, could not help but reflect on the historical veracity of the phrase, "The ancients do not deceive me." He let out a sigh and resumed his reading. Machio had been taken away by Juanai, leaving him to watch the scene unfold with disinterest. He almost contemplated returning home through space. Nevertheless, he resolved to observe closely and adjust his strategy, for he harbored concerns. However, what was infuriating was the auctioneer's lengthy and meaningless preamble before finally presenting the first garment. Its delicate texture, splendid patterns, and the abundance of nylon instantly ignited the atmosphere. 100,000 berry, 1 million berry, 12 million berry. The fervor was palpable, with prices escalating relentlessly. After an initial excited bid from a minor noble, several prominent nobles and affluent merchants propelled the price beyond 10 million, showing no signs of halting. Such garments were fit only for the highest echelons of society. The mere presence of such luxury in this small locale of the northern East Sea was a thought shared by all. Luffy was somewhat astonished. It was merely a little over 10 yuan. Coupled with the design styles he had previously encountered, the prices were indeed higher than gold, which was truly remarkable. 31 million. As the numbers continued to ascend, some of the discontent in Luffy's heart began to dissipate. Chapter 42. Surprise. Click. Luffy held a crisp and sweet fruit, taking a bite as he contemplated the final price it might reach. He glanced at the individual below the stage, still holding the price sign, whose fervor had begun to wane. Observing the subtle expressions of those present, he surmised the figure would settle around 40 million. This estimation proved remarkably accurate, as the price ultimately stabilized at 41 million. The successful bidder was a middle-aged gentleman, while the others, despite their lingering desire to bid, were gripped by a sense of trepidation, for there were still 9 more garments to be auctioned, and 40 million felt exorbitantly steep. The second item up for bid was a woman's dress. The number of bidders was scarce, given the patriarchal nature of this world, where finances were predominantly controlled by men, and women in elevated positions were a rarity, typically only inheriting family fortunes. Yet, the response was unexpectedly fervent, as several competitors engaged in a spirited contest, swiftly surpassing the 40 million threshold. Ultimately, the price soared to a staggering 57 million. It was madness, utterly insane. Luffy found the situation amusing, as he envisioned acquiring a substantial fortune due to the rarity of such garments in the northern region of the East Sea, where only a single piece would surface every few years. Each time, the price soared to an astonishing 4 to 5 million, making it unsurprising that the auction fetched high bids. However, he was taken aback to discover that the auction prices remained consistent, unaffected by the availability of 10 pieces, which had previously shattered records. Yet, it was hardly surprising. The nobility had long since abandoned their conscience, and naturally, their ostentatious attire could not fall behind. While other aristocrats donned garments valued in the millions, he wore the pinnacle of haute couture, acquired at a staggering bid of several tens of millions, instantly elevating his status. Initially, as the pieces were auctioned one by one, the prices hovered below 57 million, but as the event progressed, competition dwindled while bids escalated. Only a select few, the elite of the northern East Sea, could afford such garments, and among them, relationships, whether amicable or adversarial, were inevitable, intensifying the pressure to maintain appearances. The prospect of an encounter where one party was inadequately attired would be exceedingly awkward. Ultimately, the auction culminated in a breathtaking total of 530 million, translating to approximately 26 million yuan. Luffy's expression darkened slightly as he lamented internally that he should have sold clothing instead of gold. However, it was merely a fleeting complaint. Without the foundation of genuine red gold, people might mistakenly believe that young Master Mei-Chi was a scion of a noble family. Had these garments been presented without that allure, they would likely have been snatched away at a bargain price, never to see the auction stage for bidding. Following this, there were garments of a slightly lesser quality, 40 pieces in total, which were pivotal for the remaining nobles attending this auction. They were far more visually appealing than those crafted by professional artisans, which commanded millions. Investing in these would be more prudent, considering they served as mere embellishments to the multi-million-dollar garments. The value of these clothes plummeted, for those not among the elite, merely to save face. Few could afford to spend over 10 million. Ultimately, however, the garments retained a value of 320 million, equivalent to 15 million in RMB. A staggering profit margin of 100,000 times compared to their mere hundreds in cost. As the clothing auction concluded, the nobles and affluent merchants lingered, eagerly awaiting something. An elderly nobleman, still possessing a head of jet-black hair, rapped his knuckles on the table in the VIP lounge. Through a communication device, he inquired about the new textile technology that had been mentioned. The auctioneer stepped back, and before the assembly stood the manager of the bank, his demeanor radiating youthful exuberance. He raised his hands to calm the crowd and said, "Please, remain patient. Our staff is currently making preparations. I trust everyone has perused the information we sent regarding the new textile technology. While we still have a moment, let me briefly reintroduce this innovative textile technology commissioned by young Master Mei-Chi for our bank to select authorized personnel." A staff member unfurled a large screen, projecting an image of a novel textile machine. What everyone beheld was a textile machine personally developed by young Master Mei-Chi, a device that could weave silk threads with greater finesse than its predecessors. To your left, you see the old textile machine, which utilizes a shuttle for thread manipulation. The new machine, however, not only features an improved shuttle, but also incorporates an auxiliary shuttle that allows for the weaving of 4 threads into 6, significantly enhancing the fabric's texture. Moreover, its speed has increased by 30%, meaning that while the old machine could produce 10 meters of fabric, the new one can yield 13. The additional cost for this innovation was a mere 27%. While the fabric produced by this new machine may not rival the exquisite pieces just showcased, it undeniably elevates the quality of everyday garments. Many remain skeptical, having yet to see the tangible results. At this moment, the staff had prepared both the old and new machines, with 2 skilled seamstresses poised to demonstrate their capabilities live. The audience, composed of nobles and merchants, fixated on the scene, some even perspiring with anticipation. If the bank manager's claims were accurate, significant changes were imminent for the textile industry. The simplest consequence was that, due to the new machine's introduction, production costs would rise, consequently inflating garment prices. The old machine would soon be rendered obsolete. The 30% increase in efficiency could easily offset the 27% cost increase. The top-tier nobles and wealthy merchants sparkled with uncontainable excitement. A transformation in the textile sector heralded substantial opportunities in the stock market, promising lucrative returns. As the seamstresses began their work, weaving silk into fabric, the audience observed that despite the addition of an auxiliary shuttle, the process had become remarkably simpler. This auxiliary component streamlined previously complex operations. Many began to believe in the claims of increased efficiency. Every second saved in production translated to substantial gains. As time progressed, the old textile machine halted at roughly 10 centimeters, while the new machine had already produced 13.1 centimeters, easily surpassing the anticipated 30% increase. When the fabric was measured against a ruler, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Luffy merely allocated a portion of his attention to observe, yet he chose not to engage. For the wealth acquired this time seemed to transcend the ordinary, enshrouded in an enigmatic mist of uncertainty. Coincidentally, there were numerous nobles below. He subtly adorned himself with a touch of makeup and altered his appearance, transforming into a youthful yet accomplished figure, a wayward young merchant in a tumultuous world. He feigned a hurried demeanor, casting his gaze about before settling beside an elderly, unremarkable merchant. The man appeared somewhat gaunt, and although his attire was clean, it bore the marks of age. The records of Luffy once chronicled a certain individual who, like many young talents, achieved fame early on. Unfortunately, he lacked the resolve and the conscience of a capitalist, leading a life of mediocrity, with his business teetering on the brink of profit and loss for years. His ship encountered some issues that delayed its journey significantly. As Luffy settled down, he struck up a conversation with the elderly merchant, casually inquiring about the auction, expressing his eagerness to broaden his horizons. The old merchant chuckled, glancing at the young man beside him, seemingly reminded of his own past. The merchant possessed a certain pristine quality, prompting him to elaborate. The bids were quite substantial. 10 garments fetched over 500 million, while 40 lesser items sold for more than 300 million. Such an astonishing sum, Luffy exclaimed, his expression reflecting utter disbelief. Is this berry still considered currency? Indeed. Berry is currency, the merchant replied, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. However, concerning the affairs of the elite, many may remain oblivious. Yet I have gleaned some insights. For them, berry is not the primary currency. Pray tell, what is it then? Luffy queried. The volatility of berry is too great. It often experiences catastrophic devaluations over the decades. If given a choice, would you opt for berry? The merchant posed. But the problem lies in the lack of alternatives. Luffy acknowledged with a slight rueful smile. Ah, but they do have alternatives, the merchant continued. For them, berry merely serves as a means to procure ordinary goods. It cannot purchase rarities. Hence, they do not regard excessive expenditure of berry with any significance. Instead, it is a substance known as sea stone that holds their lives in its balance. Sea stone, is that the substance that renders devil fruit users powerless? Luffy pondered, recalling the term, though he was not entirely versed in its specifics. Indeed, sea stone is what strips devil fruit users of their abilities, the merchant chuckled. You see, these two substances are interrelated. Where there is sea stone, sea crystals are bound to exist, but their quantities may vary. However, despite their coexistence, their powers differ vastly. You are familiar with sea stone, but allow me to elaborate on sea crystals. They can extend one's lifespan. Extend one's lifespan? Luffy feigned surprise, though he was not truly astonished, for soon he would attain immortality himself. Do you think this could serve as currency? The merchant inquired with a smile. Certainly, Luffy nodded. This is a currency far more genuine than any rare metal like gold. Indeed, who would not desire an extension of life? If one possesses a source that prolongs existence, and it becomes sufficiently abundant, it transforms into an absolute currency. In contrast, Barry is merely paper. Should a significant upheaval occur, it could easily become worthless. Much like the Wong did centuries ago. When the financial storm hit, the world government and major powers hastily reissued Barry. Yet, after all this time, Barry still fluctuates, leaving many to fear a repetition of past calamities, particularly since another currency also fell into obsolescence before the Wong. In light of such revelations, it is no wonder that the nobility regards Barry with disdain. As Luffy absorbed the merchant's insights, he secretly noted them, filling gaps in his understanding. He realized how fortunate he was to exchange genuine red gold for Barry. Typically, precious red gold would be traded for an equivalent value of sea crystals. But his ability to exchange it for Barry was not merely fortuitous, it warranted deeper contemplation. The first deduction he made was that the possessor of red gold must have ample sea crystals. In truth, Luffy was unaware that sea crystals were a form of currency known among the elite. However, to others, a young man possessing pristine red gold and resembling a scion of a noble family would undoubtedly be presumed to know of sea crystals, which, while obscure, was not overly difficult to ascertain. At the very least, a seasoned con artist would certainly be aware of it. The second point was that this individual required a substantial amount of Barry for some undisclosed purpose, necessitating the exchange of rare red gold, which was an overtly private endeavor. Withdrawing money from a bank would leave a traceable paper trail. This aspect was intriguing. Thus, Luffy's guise as a wealthy heir remained unchallenged, further convincing others of his noble lineage. Moreover, the value of sea crystals held little significance for Luffy. He sought abundant resources, and the lavish expenditure of Barry by the elite suited him perfectly, facilitating a swift acquisition of the resources he needed. Luffy was earnestly absorbing knowledge, while the aristocrats and wealthy merchants in the auction hall stood in astonishment at the innovative textile machine before them. An increase of over 30% in efficiency far outweighed the significance of the 27% cost. After all, costs were not the predominant factor. Meanwhile, within the private chambers of the elite figures in the North Blue, loyal servants entered to relay certain instructions. As market manipulators, they resembled sharks sensing blood in the ocean. It had been quite some time since the elderly man, who had spent 41 million to secure the first garment, caressed the deep azure gem on his wrist, which lacked any luster, revealing instead a profoundly intricate crystal. In moments of heightened emotion, he instinctively stroked the abundant sea-floor crystals to soothe his nerves. How much is required to obtain the authorization? He inquired, intending to invigorate the clothing industry through the new textile machine, thereby boosting the related stocks. Moreover, his commercial guild controlled a substantial portion of the clothing market. Prince May wanted yet to establish a price. The manager, donning a professional smile, respectfully responded. The elite figures fell silent, inwardly cursing, for it was indeed the offspring of a noble lineage, who, with every sale, never forgot to hold out for a better offer. Chapter 44. Orthodoxy, Sorcery. Luffy meticulously noted the expressions and behaviors of various individuals, seeking a discreet corner where he could vanish into the void. In the 3 meters of emptiness, there existed an incomprehensible chaos, devoid of time, space, and color. This intriguing realm beckoned for observation and study. Luffy cast a glance, contemplating that once this mission was accomplished, the space would finally expand, no longer feeling so constricted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beside Kanai, still devoid of company. Kanai had been instructing Meiju, but had departed without offering an excuse just moments ago. As Luffy observed the desolate surroundings, he seized the opportunity to bestow a kiss upon his wife, relishing in the moment. Do refrain from such displays in front of the young lady, Junai remarked, batting her eyelashes and delicately licking her luscious red lips. I am aware, Luffy nodded, then inquired, pray tell, my dear wife, what compels you to nurture Lord Meiju? I possess admirable qualities, Junai replied, stretching languidly before continuing. Moreover, I am reluctant to allow those frivolous distractions to intrude upon the affectionate bond we share as a couple. To cultivate an unparalleled beauty to contend with would indeed be delightful. My wise wife, Luffy exclaimed, his face radiating admiration. Now, let us attend to more pressing matters. Junai gently patted Luffy's shoulder, wrapping her arm around his back as they proceeded towards Meiju. She cherished those fleeting moments when Luffy joyously accompanied her. Indeed, Luffy acknowledged with a nod. In truth, all the words spoken amounted to but a fleeting moment. The transmission of heartfelt connections occurs instantaneously, devoid of any hindrance. Yet he felt that this was all he could manage at present. The couple journey for a while until they reach the precipice by the sea, steep and treacherous. Its surface slick with moisture and covered in a layer of moss. The waves crash below, sending forth a cacophony of thunderous roars. The girl, wielding a heavy spear, was drenched in sweat as she swung it with trembling hands, her strength utterly depleted, and her heart gripped by fear. A single misstep could send her plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Not only was help too far to reach in time, but she would likely be dashed against the jagged cliffs by the forceful waves, rendering her life as ephemeral as 1,000 blossoms scattered in the wind. Luffy gazed silently, embodying the adage that a dragon is seldom seen in its entirety. Excessive exposure can be detrimental. Thus, Meiju also harbored intentions to pursue her own endeavors. This represents a rapid method of martial cultivation, for the constant presence of grave danger sharpens one's mental faculties, thereby accelerating the advancement of martial arts. The swift enhancement of martial prowess, in turn, hastens the growth of one's vital essence. Generally speaking, the path of cultivation encompasses 3 realms: refining essence into chi, transforming chi into spirit, and transmuting spirit into void. These layers of power engender knowledge, which in turn fosters thought, leading to the nurturing of the soul. This progression adheres to the orthodox path. Conversely, when the soul stimulates thought, thought cultivates knowledge, and knowledge generates power. It reflects the pursuits of the young woman, still within the realm of the orthodox path, albeit tinged with greater peril, distinctly separate from the demonic path. The demonic path, of course, exists. Its origins lie in cannibalism, but as time has evolved, Luffy's understanding of its definition has shifted to embrace the concept of chaotic usurpers, now recognized as the progeny of eternal calamity. Beyond each universe lies chaos, an entity that poses a threat to the cosmos, perpetually seeking to consume it. The universe strives relentlessly, yet can never fully escape, resulting in the past being devoured by chaos. Once all that has transpired is consumed, the universe faces total annihilation and returns to chaos. The universe lacks consciousness, yet the celestial order prevails. Through the natural course of existence, sentient life emerges. While chaos consumes the past of wise beings remains untouched, existing in a state of permanence. It is only at the moment of death that all reverts to chaos, never to exist again. After attaining immortality, chaos finds itself incapable of consuming the past of wise beings, which is why they are deemed transcendent. The transcendent creates a fissure in chaos. At a certain moment, they transcend the primordial absolute, reaching the sublime state of unity with the Tao, ensuring that the entirety of the universe's past transforms into a constant state, impervious to chaos's consumption. Chaos possesses its own systematic nature, leading to the emergence of the principle of rectification when a fissure appears. Every living being can offer themselves as a sacrifice to harness the great power of chaos beyond the universe, allowing the strength of their spirit to maintain their original intentions for a limited time to achieve their desires. Subsequently, they metamorphose into the offspring of chaos, annihilating all beings within the universe, ultimately leading to its destruction and hastening its return to chaos. This is the essence of the demonic path. In the primordial era, during the cataclysmic calamities, the pioneers of the path transformed into eternal beings, resisting the onslaught. The demonic path subsequently became a pivotal force in the establishment of the multifaceted republic that heralded the age of the grand universe, with many having pilfered the power of chaos. In simpler terms, humanity consumed a portion of chaos without recompense. Luffy too has experienced this. He once tried it and found it quite agreeable, though he realized he could not sustain it for long, as there remained the ever-present peril of succumbing once more. Nevertheless, in moments of despair, he was willing to stake everything. Following that bout of madness, he grew indifferent to perilous endeavors, understanding that substantial effort begets rewards. Thus, he did not dissuade the girl from her erratic method of cultivation. Rather, he regarded it with admiration. He merely wished to inquire about the affairs of the esteemed Prince Meiju. The girl noticed the approaching young man in red but chose not to glance his way, remaining focused on her practice. Only after completing the prescribed amount as indicated by the scroll did she signal to Luffy, beckoning him to come lend her support. As friends, what need is there for formality? Very well. Luffy nodded in agreement and proceeded to pull the young master Meiju from the perilous cliff to the safety of a grassy area where he could lie down and roll about. Meiju, with a look of relief, sprawled out and rolled slightly, savoring the sense of security while inquiring what transpired. Initially, the first batch of 10 items fetched over 500 million, while the subsequent batch of 40 items sold for 301 million. The authorized price for the new textile machine could be inflated by 123%, transforming the original 10 million into 22,300,000. Luffy recited the figures, emphasizing that even if those mid-sized noble merchants hesitated to pay, the stock market speculators would extend low-interest loans to them, igniting enthusiasm throughout the market. Having earned such a substantial amount, Meiju gazed dreamily at the sky, reflecting on the earlier figures. The first batch of 10 sold for over 500 million. And the latter batch of 40 garnered 301 million, with the new textile machine's authorized price soaring from 10 million to 22,300,000. Suddenly jolted awake, he grasped Luffy's sleeve and exclaimed, "Are you speaking the truth? I'm not well read. Please do not deceive me." Chapter 45. A salute with a radiant smile, Luffy shared his newfound knowledge of sea prism stones with Mr. Meiju. While the ever-present Quan Nai also smiled and gently caressed Mr. Meiju's delicate hands, saying, "It is true. Would Luffy deceive you?" Mr. Meiju, initially taken aback, pondered the revelation and realized it was not entirely unacceptable, for it pertained to one of the four major industries. A decline in earnings would indeed be peculiar. Despite the substantial bounty that could be garnered from capturing several notorious pirates, life on the seas is perilous, and one's worth is often minimal. Reflecting on the legendary pirate king, Roger, who once reigned supreme over the Grand Line, his fate ultimately culminated in execution at a small town before entering the Grand Line. Ultimately, even the mightiest can succumb to death. The bounty serves merely as an enticing incentive, providing two encountering pirates with an excuse to engage in combat, a rationale that is, indeed, quite commonplace. "All right, you all carry on with your endeavors." Luffy cheerfully retreated, stating, "I have matters to attend to. Inform me if anything arises." Mr. Meiju gazed at the back of the young man clad in red, smiling softly. The beautiful girl, witnessing this scene, contemplated it quietly. Recognizing that while many aspects were commendable, a tendency towards self-absorption was a flaw that needed addressing. Luffy is exceptionally strong, and both he and his partner possess remarkable strength. Should they encounter an insurmountable challenge, without the slightest hesitation, they would join forces to resolve the issue. Last night, their profitable venture in clothing sales yielded a substantial sum, enabling them to acquire a new, grand sailing vessel without any reservations. Through the Hero Trading Company, they expended over 100 million, and by daybreak, a formidable fleet of 12 large ships had arrived. Currently, their mission involves the liberation of 2 islands, which has afforded them a sense of abundance. The formal military comprises 2,012 personnel, while the larger contingent totals 12,000, with an additional 10,000 in reserve training on the islands. The entire formal army is set to deploy, with a brigade of 7,000 from the main force engaged in joint operations. This includes logistical staff, with others undergoing training and ideological education on the islands, enhancing the quality of the troops and undertaking the vital responsibility of safeguarding their homeland. Luffy reiterated various matters with great intensity, seriousness, and solemnity, fervently declaring that every revolutionary comrade, militia member, and staff worker, regardless of their station, bears different responsibilities solely due to their varying capabilities. Should one exhibit arrogance and stagnation, their duties shall diminish. Conversely, if one embodies humility and progress, their responsibilities shall be elevated. Subsequently, at a loss for words, he respectfully rendered a military salute. In times past, the sky was shrouded in darkness, and those who stood here struggled to survive in obscurity. In those days, voicing one's thoughts was perilous, compelling those present to remain silent. Back then, they felt powerless to shine and thus huddled in the shadows. They did not grow accustomed to the darkness and defend it. Nor did they take pride in their own meager existence or mock those who were braver and more passionate than themselves. Once, they were as humble as dust, devoid of the grotesque distortions of maggots. Yet now, they have transformed into a glimmering star amidst the darkened sky, radiating a soft light. Luffy is but a flicker of flame, a mere glimmer amidst the radiant stars. In a realm where the strong exist, there are always those stronger still. One mountain rises above another. Let us not speak of saving the entire world, for it is entirely possible that one day he may find himself besieged by formidable adversaries, leading to his downfall, leaving only a grieving wife in his wake. Luffy is aiding the multitude, guiding them towards self-salvation. Yet, is he not also harnessing their strength? As they embark on their journey, Luffy's role primarily becomes that of a commander, and a military salute is requisite. The soldiers stand erect, collectively raising their hands in salute. All is conveyed without words. You assist me, you are great. I honor you with this gesture, you receive it. I support you, I am great. You honor me with this gesture, I accept it. As they set sail, the lives of the common folk unfold at a languid pace. Often consumed by work that stretches into the night, they toil beneath the setting sun, only returning home when the moon graces the treetops, seemingly trapped in a perpetual moment. Alas, in this world, effort may lead to starvation, and without relentless striving, one lacks the right to exist. The lives of merchants and nobles also progress slowly. Yet as one ascends the social ladder, the tempo quickens. For the more opulent one's existence, the swifter time slips away, even if one were to live for a century. In but a single night, news of a revolutionary new textile machine cascaded through the various chambers of commerce, reaching nearly half the populace of the northern East Sea. The discourse surrounding the transformation of the garment industry surged to a feverish pitch, drawing considerable attention. The elite figures controlling the stock market prepared their unseen yet bloodstained scythes, ready to harvest the meek, woolly lambs of the petit bourgeois under the watchful gaze of the divine shepherd. Meanwhile, the affluent nobles and merchants poised to discard the old textile machines, propelling the long-stagnant garment market to new heights. Those of comfortable means, leisurely seated at home with a glass of milk and a slice of bread, perused the newspapers, contemplating whether to witness the new garments produced by the innovative machines, doubly superior in quality to previous offerings, albeit at a higher cost. Some speculated on the heating garment market. If their predictions held true, they would divest from other chambers of commerce and invest in those linked to the burgeoning textile industry, dressed in their finest. Many gathered outside the still-closed stock exchange, waiting in anticipation. The majority remained oblivious to the rising fervor of the stock market, choosing instead to invest only after the market had already surged. Meanwhile, the lower echelons of society sensed an early chill in the air, a foreboding of the coming autumn. The authorized price swiftly escalated to $22,300,000. As Luffy anticipated, several large lending banks promptly introduced a new loan policy, lowering interest rates for those supporting the emerging textile chambers. Numerous chambers accepted these loans, eagerly seizing the manufacturing blueprints for the textile machines, while others directly invested their own capital, eager to reap a modest profit. Within 2 days, the new textile machines were constructed and set into production. The armies approaching the 5th and 6th islands swiftly eradicated the bandits and a few pirates, establishing order under the guidance of celestial principles. Upon their return, they were elevated to regular troops, drawing militia from the reserves and subsequently conscripting more reserves from the populace, before taking a well-deserved rest. On this day, a massive, several dozen-meter-long elliptical balloon ascended into the sky, smooth and unrefined, laden with a multitude of goods. The data was accurate. It was completed and named the Floating One airship. Luffy is not incapable of naming things, but the sky is without soil, and the combat power stands at 5. Chapter 46. The Dawn of Industry. After the floating airship, designated as Floating One, was produced, a portion of the sailing vessels that transported goods among the 5 islands was repurposed to convey materials acquired from the outside world at the exorbitant cost of $1.5 billion. Raw coal, crude oil, the unique flora of this world, various metallic and non-metallic ores, and more. While refined metals are indeed precious, some subpar and challenging ores can barely withstand refinement. Although insufficient for full industrialization, they can still facilitate the construction of basic infrastructure. One such infrastructure is the cold fusion nuclear furnace, a pinnacle of planetary technology. The industrial mother machine utilized nearly all its functionalities to create it, incorporating energy encapsulating celestial magnetic field systems, igniting flint energy ray systems, and outputting golden crow energy storage systems, along with numerous intricate components, all requiring extensive time to fabricate. At the industrial mother machine's production rate, operating at 50% capacity, it would take a month to complete. Additionally, there are smelting plants and hydraulic presses, essential foundations of heavy industry. The former, needless to elaborate, can refine the inferior ores that this world's smelting technology cannot utilize into pure materials. The latter serves as a divine hammer, allowing metals to be freely forged into tools. Forging is classified into 2 types based on the flow of metal during shaping: closed die forging, where metal is shaped within a nearly enclosed mold, commonly used for mass production, and open die forging, which involves localized deformation, progressively hammering the metal into the desired shape using a hydraulic press and associated attachments, typically employed for small batches and large forged items. Examples include turbine rotors, large supporting rollers, marine crankshafts, pressure vessels and nuclear power, evaporators, and connecting segments, among others. These large forged components cannot be produced through closed die forging, and can only be realized on hydraulic presses of 10,000-ton capacity. As for other aspects, the resources acquired for 6 to 700 million are scarcely sufficient. It is imperative to prioritize the creation of time-consuming subcomponents, with initially only one unit each. To establish a roughly industrialized society, a foundation of at least several hundred billion, if not 1,000 billion, is necessary. Along with a continuous influx of funds, hundreds of billions each month, over a span of 3 to 4 years to achieve fruition. Amidst the turbulence of the textile industry, absolute information commanded financial supremacy, with the wealth seized from the hands of the elite providing the groundwork for industrialization. Subsequently, the aim is to gradually dominate the majority of the market in the northern region of the East Sea, persistently collecting the value generated by all its inhabitants, ensuring that the populace can lead a better life than they currently do, thus sustaining the requirements for the establishment of an industrialized society. Heavenly calamities may be pardoned, Luffy murmured, referring to himself as the heavens. Self-inflicted misfortunes, however, are inexcusable. This winter undoubtedly stands as the most harrowing of cold seasons. After the garments produced by the old looms were fervently snatched up by a wave of eager commoners, they sadly discovered that only a few items crafted by the new looms remained. Hunger marketing, a tactic mastered by the nobles and affluent merchants at auction houses, saw them swiftly relegating the old looms to storage before the value of production had even risen, paving the way for the garments produced by the new looms. If you choose not to buy in haste, prepare to succumb to the cold. This epitomizes true hunger marketing. Luffy contemplated that the capitalists of the late 20th and 21st centuries must have longed to be born into a world devoid of the internal turmoil. And this world is soon to witness such a reality. The heavier the oppression, the swifter the red banner of the heavens can sweep across the land. The stock market related to the clothing industry is fermenting. Many individuals and trade associations have begun to recognize the signs, particularly the elite, who have already engaged in financial maneuvers, poised to elevate the clothing sector to new heights, inflating the stock market and drawing numerous investors to immerse their fortunes into the bustling trade. Within the stock exchange, an increasing number of individuals are pledging their stocks, not wishing to sell yet eager to acquire cash in a short span, transforming into a burgeoning financial stratagem. Stockholders retain their shares while those pledging stocks, under contract, exchange a corresponding number of shares of equal market value for cash. After a period of fluctuation in stock prices, the original stockholders would repurchase their shares at the same market value. For stockholders, an appreciation in their shares signifies a loss, while a depreciation indicates a profit. Although such practices are rare in most stock exchanges, they are commonplace among the elite, allowing them to not only invigorate the desired stock market but also secure substantial financial gains before harvesting their investments. Recently, Luffy's trading guild acquired 500 million shares, which were promptly liquidated for cash through a contract with a prominent figure in the guild, with a duration of merely 3 days. A modest sum. Yet upon a single turn, it becomes 1 billion. After 2 turns, it amounts to 2 billion. After 3 turns, 4 billion, and after 4 turns, it escalates to 8 billion. The actual wealth gained depends on the adeptness with which one navigates the financial landscape. However, the stock market in the northern seas is currently in the trillions, providing ample opportunities for investment, driven by the burgeoning clothing industry and the machinations of financial titans. The stock market in the northern seas is witnessing a fervent surge. Countless merchants, nobles, middle-class individuals, and even common folk have poured their resources into the stock market, propelling its growth into a new echelon. In the physical market, a small batch of clothing produced by innovative textile machines is being snatched up under the guise of scarcity marketing, with even exorbitant prices being met with fervent demand. Many clutch their savings, eager to procure a few winter garments. They reassure themselves that with the improved quality of clothing, they no longer need to endure the plight of winter with garments that quickly succumb to wear. As the financial giants manipulate the market, the uninformed masses are drawn to the stock market, which is overflowing with opportunities. This is undoubtedly the prime season for reaping rewards, and compared to previous years, the situation appears remarkably favorable. On the following day, the moon set in the west as usual, the night deepening and growing increasingly frigid. A man emerged from a dilapidated dwelling, clad in tattered garments and clutching a substantial sum of money, determined to acquire at least 3 pieces of clothing for his wife and child, content to wear his worn-out rags. Chapter 47. Profiteering. As he gazed down the dimly lit street, he noticed a vendor had already set up a stall, selling various garments under the pale moonlight, piles of cotton robes, long sleeves, and trousers. Clothing for sale. Long-sleeve undershirts, trousers for 700, Cotton robes for 2,000. Fair pricing for all. The vendor called out. The man grimaced. Realizing he hadn't slept enough and thought he must be dreaming, such prices would have been unimaginable in the past. And now they were a mere fraction of what was sold in stores. He pinched his cheek to dispel the dreamlike state, hoping to wake up before the pain registered. Stunned, he scrambled towards the vendor. Is this truly real? He inquired. How could it not be real? I wouldn't deceive you, replied a soldier from the first island, his expression earnest. How could this be possible? The man cried, tears streaming down his face. Brother, why are you crying? Winter is coming. Buy a few warm garments. And they'll last you 3 years. The soldier assured him, thumping his chest. Although there may be imperfections, the essence of the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention is ingrained within us. Buy, the man exclaimed, handing over his 40,000 coins to the vendor, purchasing all available stock. With this much money, even if you don't buy everything on my stall, you've certainly taken half. Why not save some for a nice meal? The vendor suggested. The soldier, having accepted his orders, remained attentive to the needs of the populace. Indeed, everyone must prepare for winter, the man quickly concurred. Fear not. See that corner? Another comrade is guarding another stall. It's a bit early. I've only waited for you as a customer. Once you're done, I can transport more goods. The soldier chuckled, impressed by the volume of clothing arriving. Then I shall purchase it all. The man declared with enthusiasm, laughing as he added, my wife and child Haven T had new clothes in ages. I initially planned to buy just 2 pieces, but now I can acquire so much more. What a deal. Take your time. There's no rush, the soldier encouraged. As the sun rose, golden rays illuminated the streets of every island, lined with stalls brimming with winter clothing. The bustling crowd soon discovered that the quality of these garments far surpassed those in high demand, outshining noble attire by 3 to 4 times, and at a fraction of the cost, with no limits on purchases. Before long, the vendor returned, pushing a cart filled with more clothing. As the nobles and merchants hastily bought up the clothing on the market, they were left in disbelief. The quality was superior to that of 40 garments sold at auction, second only to 10 exceptional pieces. Many affluent merchants in the clothing industry fainted on the spot, fully aware that their fortunes were in jeopardy. The stock exchange remained lively. Yet the atmosphere had shifted. Those who had pledged their stocks vanished, and the nobles and merchants who had purchased shares hastily sold them off, particularly in the clothing sector. The stock market swiftly returned to normalcy, except for the clothing industry shares, which plummeted to a halt. Investigate which guild is behind this and who is orchestrating these events. The elite figures of the northern seas seethed with anger, realizing that a portion of their assets had evaporated due to the stock's decline, resulting in considerable losses. It didn't take long for the guild to trace the scheming back to several Hilo guilds attempting a hostile takeover. News also reached Prince Meiju, who stated, I was engaged in a covert competition with Luffy instructed E to directly scan the total revenue for that day. A total of 12,502, 260 cotton jackets were sold, yielding an impressive sum of 24,405, 052, 000. Additionally, 687, 240 undergarments were sold, with 20,000 remaining in stock, accumulating a total of 3,981, 068, 000. Unexpected, yet within reason. Luffy glanced at the list in his hand, a collection of unscrupulous merchants devoid of conscience. Today, as the stock market plummeted, he had invested 20 billion to acquire all the shares from these merchants. He instructed Tion Leisure to inquire whether these merchants would agree to sell their garments, with the sole condition that the prices must remain unchanged, ensuring that the large, defunct trading houses would not show any signs of revival. Tion Leisure nodded in affirmation and silently set about his task. On the 4th day, dawn broke once more, the scene resembling that of the previous day, with street vendors overflowing with garments. However, this time, after their purchases, they were informed that future garments would be available at the merchants, with prices remaining as before. Should there be any price fluctuations, they were to be notified, leading to an immediate revocation of their selling privileges. The stock exchange reopened, and the stocks of the authorized merchants surged from their previous lows. The elite investors drove the prices up, with Luffy skillfully maneuvering, swiftly reaching the pinnacle before selling off. Yesterday's participants evidently learned nothing from their experiences, as many had neither incurred losses nor suffered significant setbacks. The wealth that had circulated among the top investors in the stock market had, in reality, transitioned into the hands of the majority, who quickly seized the opportunity, amassing returns of 60-fold. The initial 500 million had transformed into 12 billion. Without that initial 500 million, Luffy would not have been able to acquire all the plummeting stocks and manipulate them at will, redistributing the wealth amassed by the elite back into his own hands. Chapter 48. Seizing the moment. At this moment, the North Sea was tranquil, the vast ocean embracing everything with its majestic presence. Yet beneath the surface, tumultuous waves churned. Imperceptible beneath the water's surface, the leading figures of the North Sea were nearing their breaking point in just a few days. They had been exploited due to a disparity in information, resulting in the loss of substantial wealth. Had they proceeded at a more leisurely pace, they could have extricated themselves. And even if they could not harvest the docile lambs of the main deity, they would have sustained no losses. At this juncture, they were already in the process of amending the stock market regulations. Previously, the fast-paced rules of the market had favored their wealth accumulation. Yet they too had been significantly depleted by these very rules. This was not a matter of mere 50 or 60 million, but rather thousands of billions. Nearly 1/10 of their fortunes, with the garment market entirely monopolized by a single individual, leaving some to bleed financially. Simultaneously, they hastened to contact those noble families and affluent clans thriving in the Grand Line. Typically, only a few messages could be relayed, often falling into oblivion. As the North Sea was exceedingly barren, with precious little exotic material available. On average, the total bounty of all pirates was a mere 5 million. Furthermore, the noble families and affluent clans they could reach were few, merely 2 or 3. Although the noble families in the Grand Line were scarce, they were certainly not fewer than the celestial dragon families, which numbered 34, collectively wielding absolute power to divide the world. Luffy once articulated a sentiment that aptly encapsulates this situation: to share the world with the gentry. The celestial dragons may hold the title of emperors, yet their dominion extends no further than 10 paces. Beyond that, their authority is rendered null and void. The territories that lie beyond these two factions are governed by the realms of the world and the aristocracy. However, these elites typically refrain from venturing out of the Grand Line. The abundance of peculiar substances found therein serves to nourish the physique, enhance the vitality of life, and prolong existence. Such resources are sought after primarily for specific purposes, akin to the circumstances surrounding the likes of Prince Meiju, now faced with an unknown adversary. These eminent figures, connected to only a handful of noble families within the Grand Line, approach the situation with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, attempting to glean information about Prince Meiju and his mysterious opponent. Despite the apparent dominance of the leading figures in the northern seas of the East Blue, they are merely second-tier players on a larger scale. This is largely due to the arid conditions of the northern East Blue, where those who occupy prime locations are reluctant to engage, thus allowing the current elite to maintain their status. Furthermore, they are in the process of seeking out and uniting the nobility and landowners originally scattered across 23 islands, driven by a thirst for vengeance. In a haze of uncertainty, Luffy discreetly divulged foundational information to the ruling officials of the northern East Blue. This led to the dissemination of certain intelligence, prompting the elite to connect Prince Meiju with the noble families and aristocracy. However, the true extent of the intelligence gathered was not fully disclosed, affording these prominent figures the opportunity to incite chaos. The ruling officials of the northern East Blue, steeped in suspicion, remain wary even of the most credible situations, employing ruthless tactics. Should the elite manage to withstand the ensuing turmoil, they will continue to play the part of the compliant. However, if they falter, they will undoubtedly face the full force of punitive measures within the territory of the People's Republic of Tianhua. Luffy remains oblivious to the affairs beyond his window, wholly dedicated to the advancement of industrialization. The primary functions of the industrial mother machine revolve around the production of cold fusion nuclear reactors, hydraulic presses, and smelting facilities. However, not everything necessitates such machinery. He is capable of using his own hands. Even in the mid-21st century, the efficacy of human hands cannot be entirely supplanted by machines. It is only in the later stages that manual craftsmanship transforms into hand-coded creation. When the transcendent beings emerge, although machines can rival the dexterity of human hands, they lack the portability and agility inherent to them, enabling the creation of nearly anything. Thus, even in the presence of machines, the transcendent beings retain their esteemed dominion. Although Luffy has not yet attained the status of a transcendent being, he is nonetheless approaching the profound mysteries of the world, capable of creating all manner of wonders characteristic of the early 21st century. The initial industrial phase chosen by Luffy, corresponding to the early 21st century, can be swiftly determined. Akin to how, in the mid-20th century, China, upon its nascent establishment, was essentially a wasteland. However, by the late 20th century, after developing its foundational industries, it directly assimilated various global technologies. Within merely 2 to 3 decades, major cities managed to catch up with, and even surpass, the capitals of developed nations in certain aspects. As for subsequent advancements, the feudal society could not comprehend them. The level of civilization understandable to ordinary humans necessitates the passage of 4 industrial revolutions. For the celestial beings, this comprehension is separated by approximately 16 industrial revolutions, serving as a foundational benchmark for even higher understanding. The level of civilization graspable by true immortals is distanced by about 256 industrial revolutions, establishing a similar foundational premise for elevated comprehension. If one were to categorize social education during the era of true immortals, doctors represent the true immortals, university students embody the celestial beings, while elementary and secondary school students are regarded as ordinary humans. Prior to the age of 18, even if one becomes a celestial being, there is no need to transform into one, primarily to instill the notion that within the character for immortal, there resides humanity. Strictly speaking, immortals have transcended the concept of humanity. Both physically and spiritually, they undergo a metamorphosis, akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Thus, even the most gifted ordinary humans would find it impossible to grasp the knowledge of university-level content post the 5th Industrial Revolution, necessitating their ascension to celestial beings for true understanding. Luffy, with both hands grasping a set of tools acquired from the Easy Mall using 10 points, began to sculpt the qualified steel blocks before him. His immense strength was condensed to a microscopic scale, and within a brief span of time, a 9-axis 5-linkage machine tool began to take shape under his deft touch, a process that would require approximately a day's labor. As the day swiftly passed, upon Luffy's integration of microcomputers and systems, a machine fully attuned to the 4th Industrial Revolution materialized on the first island. In truth, even more advanced photonic machine tools existed, capable of controlling particle impacts and wave resonances. However, Luffy was unable to operate them without the industrial mother machine. Nonetheless, the 9-axis linkage machine tool was sufficient to handle all tasks, even capable of fabricating most elements of the 5th Industrial Revolution. With this machine, operations became considerably more manageable. By connecting it to the nuclear fusion power source of the industrial mother machine, loading the necessary programs, and producing lower-tier machine tools, the speed of production surpassed that achieved by Luffy's manual efforts. Let us fabricate a couple more, Luffy mused. As a poem states, in this small globe, how few flies encounter the wall, buzzing, a few piercing cries, a few sobs arise. Ants boast of great nations, while the cicada shakes the tree. What folly! The west wind scatters leaves in Chang'an, arrows fly. How many matters have always been urgent, as heaven and earth turn, time presses on. 10,000 years is far too long, we only strive for the fleeting moments. The 4 seas churn with fury, the 5 continents quake with thunderous might. To eradicate all harmful pests, we stand invincible. Chapter 49. Engaging in battle time flows both slowly and swiftly. The smelting plant was the first to be constructed. With 3 9-axis 5-linkage machine tools and their produced secondary machine tools operating at full capacity, utilizing the functionalities freed by the industrial mother machine. They were modified based on templates from the mid-21st century, transforming into a new set of standards adapted to this world. The industrial sectors included food manufacturing, textiles, paper and paper products, petroleum processing, chemical fiber production, rubber products, plastic products, metal products, general equipment manufacturing, specialized equipment manufacturing, transportation equipment manufacturing, electrical machinery and apparatus manufacturing, communication devices, computers, and other electronic devices manufacturing, as well as the production and supply of electricity and heat, gas, and water. Additionally, the construction industry, including civil engineering, installation, and other building sectors, along with the most crucial wood products industry within this world, were all in the process of establishment. There were approximately 191 industrial categories and 525 subcategories, and everything conceivable was under construction. Even those that could not yet be built were in the planning stages, akin to a master artist depicting a flourishing landscape upon a canvas. Luffy's every sensation is fraught with difficulty. Even though he has relinquished a myriad of inconsequential matters, retaining only the essentials that interconnect, the space remains exceedingly confined. Despite the addition of the other 23 islands and a population of 1 million, there is scarcely room to stretch, yet he is compelled to meticulously carve out his path, calculating with utmost precision. This endeavor is 100-fold, 1,000-fold more arduous than any martial arts he has previously mastered. Ultimately, it is a matter of insufficient realm. Were a celestial being present, even with merely 23 islands and 1 million inhabitants, a sophisticated and complete industrial system could be erected within 2 to 3 years. First, a foundation must be laid, and as the territory expands, even Luffy's resolve wavers. The challenge is monumental. No, I lack not the technology with my mastery of it. Wealth is also abundant. What I truly lack is a society that allows individuals to wield this technology, influencing one another at every moment. The more intricate and complete the industrial system, the more it empowers the populace to gaze upon the present from the heights of a new era. I strive to forge ahead. When poverty begets transformation, and transformation leads to progress, yet progress results in poverty once more, then transformation must occur again. Without straying from the skeletal framework of the industrial system, Luffy persistently alters his original plans, utilizing the unique flora of this world. A plant known as mudgrass grows rapidly and lushly. When crushed and mixed with soil, it produces a cement-like effect. Its only drawback is the considerable nutrients it requires, rendering it quite scarce and difficult to find, yet ultimately, Luffy discovers it. He conserves the cement for paving and instead spreads fertilizer along a path, sowing an abundance of mudgrass seeds within the fertilized ground. After the plants reach a height of 1 foot, he employs machinery to finely grind the soil and mudgrass together, creating a thoroughfare. The iron grass he previously discovered proves useful as well. First, he mixes iron ore with a specific amount of carbon powder for refinement, then places it into a specially designed furnace, utilizing the combustible properties of the grass itself. The steel extracted from the iron grass becomes high-quality steel, significantly reducing costs within the smelting factory. Few ships are necessary, relying on the air of this world. The buoyancy of the float. One airship surpasses that of traditional sailing vessels. Establishing a transportation network between the islands using the float, one airship is remarkably effective, though it cannot withstand the ravages of war. Luffy anxiously paced back and forth. The technology beneath the industrial framework was not inherently complex. However, this simplicity was relative, as the populace, newly acquainted with knowledge, possessed only a fraction more maturity than elementary school students of the 21st century, yet lacked several habits. It would take at least 3 to 5 years before they could transform into competent citizens within an industrial society. During this period, apart from those with exceptional talent, most could only engage in menial labor, while the operation of machinery would necessitate the intervention of skilled artisans. Whenever she had a moment to spare, Junai remained by Luffy's side, gently patting his back as she reassured him, "Do not fret. What is destined to happen will eventually come to pass." "Yet I cannot afford to wait," Luffy replied. "At the dawn of this revolution, speed is of the essence, like the flickering flames of stars. If we do not swiftly ignite the flourishing wild grass, it will extinguish in an instant." "Then let us have a sparring match," Junai suggested with a light laugh. "It has been quite some time since we last faced each other. Perhaps your previous martial skills will be of assistance." "What do you perceive?" Luffy calmed himself, perceiving the faint understanding that resided within Kwanai's heart. With a gentle smile, Kwanai spoke little. Both were acutely aware of the unspoken bond between them. Soon, the couple arrived amidst the treacherous reefs of the desolate island, standing 3 feet apart, firmly planted in place, their fists poised against one another, their gazes reflecting intense combativeness. "Do not hold back," Kwanai declared. "There is no need for sorrow," Luffy replied. In the next moment, the decayed island began to tremble around them, centered on the two. The couple unleashed their most formidable punches, the fierce winds howling, sweeping across the ocean, stirring the tides into tumultuous waves. Luffy's figure resembled a dragon soaring through the sky, elusive and ethereal, his hands weaving the power of wind and thunder. Boom! In the clear sky, dark clouds began to gather, and thunder crackled, splattering the majesty of heaven. The 8 trigrams and the steps of you were executed, treading upon demons and summoning storms. The 8 trigrams palm, also known as the hand of the wandering dragon, was mysterious. His form and lethal techniques were virtually imperceptible, each step and strike falling within the realm of fate. Roar! Juanai's fists were fierce and steady, akin to a divine tiger slumbering in the mountains for millennia, awakening to unleash a ferocious roar towards the heavens. Her figure was light and graceful, reminiscent of a celestial crane unfurling its wings above the jade capital, dancing amidst the colorful clouds. With the tiger's wings, one could slay dragons. As the crane descended from the mountain dust, it came from the heavens, transcending fate. Every motion Juane made was a perfect counter to Luffy's martial arts. Yet, Luffy's techniques had undergone a sublime transformation, as if riding the 6 dragons to ascend to the sky, resembling an ethereal being ready to transcend and fly away. Capable of slaying divine tigers and controlling celestial cranes, a torrent of malevolent energy suddenly erupted from Juane, transforming her into a formidable demon. The divine tiger morphed into armor, while the celestial crane became a longsword. How dare you aspire to ascend? I shall challenge the heavens themselves. Both warriors unleashed their supreme martial arts, intent on determining the victor and establishing superiority. The chaotic aura enveloped the surroundings, and darkness abruptly cloaked the world. Even the great sun in the sky struggled to pierce through the gloom. The barren island shattered. The two separated, each poised on the rocky outcrops surrounding the now fractured land, and once again clashed. Their movements were simple yet profound, akin to the Tai Chi cannon, with each punch manifesting pure force in a fierce contest. The mountains remained unmoved, the seas calm, all being forcefully suppressed by their powers. Chapter 50. Discussion. Chunks of rock were crushed beneath their might. Massive waves triggered by their collision surged, reaching heights of over 10 meters. Boom. With each interaction, the thick air transformed into a force powerful enough to shatter stone and iron. While the hardened aura was violently fractured, three-dimensional rifts continuously emerging. The essence of Tai Chi was to embody the extremes of softness and gentleness in practice, and to unleash sheer strength in combat, relying on a singular principle: to liberate the latent power within the human body. Soon, the rocks began to sink into the depths of the ocean, resembling the barren island. The situation grew dire, and reliance on the sea for strength diminished significantly. What remained was a testament to the martial prowess of each combatant. Luffy and Juane stood at equal levels of mastery, both on the brink of breaking into the primal darkness of the world, destined for an intense confrontation. Luffy gazed at the distant figure of Juane, his hands swirling amidst the ocean like a dancer wielding a crimson silk, causing the sea to erupt in chaos, summoning towering waves that soared into the heavens. Not far away, a colossal shark glided through the waters, only to be struck by a surging current. Its innards ruptured in the blink of an eye, transforming it into a lifeless carcass. The ancient martial art, reminiscent of Nez's tumultuous sea, unfolded. Juane, undistracted, surged forward, her legs merging like a fish's tail, undulating through the waves as she reached Luffy at breakneck speed, delivering a kick that sent him soaring from the water into the sky. Simultaneously, she ascended upon the cresting waves, launching herself into the air, the nearby sea retreating to form a hollow semicircle. The ancient martial art. The fish leaping over the dragon's gate. Juane inhaled deeply, immersing herself in the essence of her being, not merely seeking the power she possessed, but striving to transcend it, to manifest her strength as a testament to her path, intending to shatter the fabric of reality and enter the realm of primordial darkness. Her form, as round as e'en fish, unfurled, resembling 2 celestial wings as she struck the water, soaring upwards in a whirlwind. There exists a myth of a fish desiring to ride the winds and transform into a dragon, yet it long sought the dragon's gate without success, ultimately sublimating its very essence into the legendary Kuenping, capable of traversing 3,000 miles of water and soaring 90,000 miles on the wind. At this moment, Juane was not employing martial arts, but the profound way, the carefree flight. Luffy, suspended in the air, was suddenly overcome with laughter, realizing that all things are interconnected. What he had perceived was but a whisper. Is the sky's azure true, or does it obscure something beyond? The answer resided within his heart. As human emotion slowly faded from Luffy's gaze, his previously restless spirit deepened into a serene expanse, his consciousness expanding, sending forth vast ripples that influenced the hearts of sentient beings, altering their comprehension of light. The 4 corners of existence dimmed momentarily, not due to the arrival of night, but because illumination shattered the boundaries of darkness, revealing, in the primal void before the world was formed, the essence of true darkness. I recall a particular palm technique descending from the heavens, causing Juane to pause, for the carefree flight was the most potent of their shared Tao. Now, as Luffy transcended his limits and reached the realm of primordial darkness, he could naturally wield an even stronger technique. I shall give it a try. Let us employ the carefree flight. Her gaze was resolute. The small fish transforms into the vast Kuen, and the Kuen into celestial birds. The carefree flight embodies a continuous transcendence of oneself. Now that Luffy had reached the realm of primordial darkness, she too sought to surpass her limits, urging Luffy to rise further. Come, she cried out. Luffy's eyes were hollow, resembling a dark expanse of the night sky. Upon hearing his wife's words, there was no flicker of change in his demeanor. He simply acted silently, wielding a winning hand. As the verse goes, in June, the celestial troops march against corruption, with a long tether to bind the great Kunping, the hand of the heavens, with the most agile of fingers. He connected with the immense power that exists beyond the veil, intertwining the threads of fate with the flesh and bone of mortals, pressing down abruptly. Suddenly, the world fell into an eerie silence, blurring the line between light and darkness. It was unclear who had triumphed or faltered. Naturally, it was Luffy who emerged victorious. Relishing in his success, while his wife hummed a gentle tune beside him, massaging his legs and back, a moment of pure bliss. Having assisted his wife in breaking through her limitations, he too transcended himself. Yet, why did he choose to retreat with an air of flamboyance? Only to be met with a punch to the face that blossomed like a peach flower? He could restrain himself, but the relentless onslaught from Quan Nai was beyond her control. Thankfully, she managed to gather her spirit just in time, evading the peril of a concussion. He expelled the 2 wads of tissue stuffed in his nose with a rush of air, clearing away the remnants of blood from his earlier injury. He then envisioned the establishment of an industrial system, linking past martial arts with contemporary civilization, evolving complexity from complexity, though still shrouded in obscurity, yet capable of bridging gaps. Is that so? Quan Nai approached from behind, looking quite pleased. The industrial system of the People's Commune harked back to the 21st century. While the societal structure resembled the nascent form of a newly founded nation, akin to the Second Five-Year Plan, Luffy declared, "Cannon Fist, I shall unleash my full power. For I am invincible." Previously, he had been perplexed by various societal structures, unsure of how to choose among them. Now, he could resolve myriad issues through the lens of martial arts, engaging in strategic confrontations. Isn't there a considerable resistance? Quan Nai blinked, inquiring. If we consolidate land and assign a portion of individuals to manage it, allowing them to provide funding to the farmers who lease the land, it could release more manpower. But to whom shall we entrust this responsibility? It must ensure the populace's peace of mind while averting our ire. Soldiers, I shall guarantee it, and during their training downtime, they will tend to the crops. This is the instinct of the Liberation Army. They must grow accustomed to it, Luffy responded. But what about the essential learning? What about large character posters? Quan Nai's bright eyes sparkled as she suggested. Let each of you periodically proclaim golden words, allowing the public to engage in a question-and-answer format. Anyone unable to answer would reveal a lack of revolutionary spirit, a splendid strategy indeed. With a smile, Luffy proclaimed that this was indeed an excellent strategy. At this moment, aside from the steel industry, the information sector held paramount importance. Not only could his spoken words and teachings rapidly disseminate to any location within 300 nautical miles, but he could also receive all news within that radius through the network. This capability would thwart any malicious intentions aimed at amplifying dissent, preventing revolutionary sentiments from spiraling into chaos, akin to a butterfly flapping its wings and triggering an unstoppable storm. History offers valuable lessons, and one must learn from it. The only lamentable aspect is that individuals caught in the throes of history often find themselves powerless, surrounded by the right people and on the right land, yet at the wrong time. Even if success eludes them, they must ensure that future generations comprehend the path they traversed. Chapter 51. The Foolish Feudalism, Part 1. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, the commotion had already commenced. The older, healthier citizens arrived early at the communal kitchen, gathering around a large pot preparing breakfast for 30. Meanwhile, the adults attended classes, following their teachers as they delved into fundamental sciences and mathematics. For those with exceptional aptitude, additional courses in political thought were introduced, elucidating the true meanings of class, government, and law. During breaks, adults flocked to the kitchen, collecting their portions of breakfast from the elders, enjoying a brief respite before returning to their studies. The pace of this new era was swift. After a period of learning, the adults mounted their bicycles, traversing the muddy roads composed of a mixture of dirt and straw, heading toward their workplaces. The bicycles, with their somewhat comical squared shapes and angular components, featured wheels constructed from a 108-sided frame wrapped in rubber and inflated. These were crafted from a combination of steel and timber, costing over 10 times less than iron while providing similar utility, though lacking the capacity for forging and casting. The primary requirement was a smooth road, essential for transporting goods and laying electrical lines, among other necessities. To attain prosperity, one must first construct roads. Transportation between islands could utilize airships, while smaller islands lacked railways due to their limited reach. Railways were vital for creating an interwoven network. Otherwise, their value would diminish compared to the resources consumed. A multitude of bicycles rested between the road and the flourishing mixture of mud and straw. The straw, nourished by continuous applications of fertilizer, had grown robust, reaching a height of 1 foot, with 10 individuals responsible for every 50 meters. Initially, one person operated a rudimentary yet effective roller constructed from wood and steel. Gasoline ignited within its simple engine, powering pistons that drove the cylindrical tines, blending the straw and soil. Subsequently, a knife net sliced through the loose mixture, ensuring a thorough amalgamation, resulting in a substance resembling cement. The workers followed suit, continually adding water to disperse the pulverized mixture evenly throughout the soil. With ongoing mixing, the consistency approached that of cement. The subsequent task involved the conventional road construction process, utilizing various tools to evenly spread and level the mixture. Meanwhile, electrical poles were erected, and the humble straw became one of the Republic's most vital resources, providing materials for numerous single-story homes. Though it had its drawbacks, insufficient hardness and a lifespan of merely 15 to 20 years, necessitating complete reconstruction, it also possessed advantages, such as flexibility and a degree of memory, allowing it to return to its original form after minor indentations and cuts. Currently, Luffy was experimenting with a plasticizing liquid to enhance hardness, longevity, flexibility, and memory. Occasionally, he would peruse a collection of myths, searching for references to such grass. In the classroom, young children sat attentively, reciting pinyin from the blackboard, learning to recognize characters, followed by basic arithmetic, physics, chemistry, and biology. In this world of extraordinary substances, such coursework was not overly burdensome. Every 45 minutes, a 10-minute break ensued, during which they joyfully recited the chairman's words broadcasted over the airwaves. Whenever someone failed to answer correctly, they would mockingly declare, "Your revolutionary spirit is lacking," and the one being mocked would retort, waiting for the mocker to falter before breaking into laughter themselves. Children, in their innocence, exhibited a simple desire to compare themselves, freely questioning any unfamiliar face. Among adults, the discourse was far more subtle. However, it had become customary to preface conversations with the chairman's daily pronouncements, as no one wished to bear the mark of an improper revolutionary attitude, which would invite ridicule, particularly painful for adults. Perhaps, in years to come, they would reminisce fondly about their past ignorance, when they felt compelled to recite the chairman's words to avoid mockery. The reserves trained diligently while managing gardens and rice paddies, as the chairman had issued a stern directive that they must adapt, with those performing while being promoted to the regular military. This prospect invigorated many in the reserves, as the regular army, having passed an initial period of formation, had seen a significant reduction in casualties, overshadowed by their immense honor. They nurtured the fruits and grains with care, akin to parents tending to their children. The main forces and the regular army continued their campaigns, liberating civilians from the dire circumstances on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and up to the 16th islands, simultaneously enhancing their quality. The main force had grown to approximately 50,000, with the regular army comprising 6,000 troops. They were preparing for a concerted effort to rescue the civilians on the 17th and 23rd islands. This was not recklessness, but rather a display of confidence and assurance. The industrial advancements primarily benefited the military before extending to civilian applications. During this period, their weaponry underwent continual upgrades, with machine guns exhibiting more ferocity and precision, while flintlock rifles evolved into a variety of rifles, submachine guns, and rocket launchers for each squad. Past encounters with fierce bandits now resembled mice fleeing in terror, fearing the sweat of a giant cat. At the port of the first island, an uninvited group arrived, each dressed impeccably and exuding an air of prosperity that seemed unwarranted. Yet, certain influential figures had taken notice of them, ensuring their fortune. They were about to flourish even further, as they prepared to reclaim dominion over the bandit-free island. Arrogance and hubris momentarily halted the rapid progress of the societal framework. The patrol unit formed by the reserves hastened to the scene, confronting this triumphant group, who boasted, "We were once your masters, and now we remain your masters, for the deity favors us." Upon witnessing the soldiers, their laughter grew increasingly reckless. They prodded at their oddly shaped firearms and proclaimed, "You are the guards. Escort us to the king at once. We are weary from our voyage. Prepare us wine and meat. And do not forget the women." Chapter 52, The Folly of Feudalism, Part 2. The over 100 arrivals were audacious, as they had always been in these waters. Though there were instances of resistance, they were swiftly quelled by the navy. In ordinary times, They monopolized education and the means of production, most crucially, the rare ironwood agricultural tools. To till the land, one must possess these tools. They are scarce, requiring fine iron implements for shaping, as ordinary iron tools would quickly wear down. Utilizing alternative methods for turning the soil demanded immense effort, yielding meager results. Should anyone dare to defy their commands? The nobles and landlords would not need to intervene personally. Merely gripping their ironwood tools tightly would suffice, and over time, those who resisted would find themselves bowing their once proud heads before them. Their control over education and production resources elevated their status. The common folk, lacking literacy and numeracy, depended on the nobles and landlords to inform them of the unique agricultural calendar, akin to the 24 solar terms, dictating when to sow and when to harvest. The knowledge possessed by the commoners was but experience, devoid of classification into rudimentary science. Nonetheless, the elderly, with their wealth of experience, garnered considerable respect. All these factors conferred upon the nobles and landlords a status that seemed akin to divine favor, akin to cherished lambs. The interplay of productivity and knowledge is paramount in civilization. Those who possess them stand atop the societal hierarchy. A young man clad in simple red attire approached steadily, drawing the previously agitated crowd into a sudden silence. With eyes reflecting profound respect, even bordering on reverence, they watched him as he advanced toward the nobles and landlords. Casting a glance at them, he spoke with indignation. "Our nation does not welcome you. Leave this place at once." This newcomer was Luffy, his appearance markedly transformed, radiating an allure that rendered him flawless. Having undergone subtle refinements, his demeanor was now unassuming, resembling an ordinary individual in the eyes of the populace. It was difficult for anyone to conceive that he was the same demon who had slain the celestial dragons a decade prior. The nobles and landlords turned their gazes toward him, seemingly recognizing his elevated status, at the very least, a government official, someone of their own ilk with whom they could engage. "You have arrived just in time. The mere fact that these lowly peasants heed my commands is a testament to the supreme grace of the deity," a noble, who had once claimed half the land of the first island, arrogantly commanded. The red-clad youth's irate remarks displeased him greatly, prompting him to adopt a condescending demeanor. "Indeed, you lot are hardly even worthy of polishing my shoes," scoffed a portly middle-aged island lord, who had once decreed the right of the first night on the 13th island. His disdainful gaze fixed on the young man in red. The fury etched upon Luffy's face was unmistakable, devoid of any pretense. Initially, he had merely intended to expel these individuals from the island, considering them not as chaotic brigands, but it had become evident that they were indeed villains. At that moment, a young nobleman, possessing an air of refinement, stepped forth. This individual, notorious for exploiting his lineage to seize the affections of young maidens and ruthlessly inflicting torment upon them, wore a disingenuous smile as he spoke. "Brother, do not be angered. We harbor no ill will towards you, and there is no need for your wrath. Instead, why not heed our words and bring forth fine wines and delicacies, along with a few beautiful girls to serve us as handmaidens? In the near future, this land shall require our stewardship. Surely, without our influence, your king will find himself beleaguered by the unruly masses." Stewardship? Luffy's fury reached its zenith. His expression cold as he retorted, "Shall we then crown you as chancellor, high priest, or even king?" The assembly of nobles and landowners chuckled, exuding an air of congeniality as they nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, it should be thus. Without us, these lambs, disfavored by the deities, would undoubtedly vex your royal majesty. While we can ensure order and organization, moreover, we can enlist the Navy's assistance to safeguard this nation. You must learn to be grateful." Luffy coldly waved his hand, cutting off further words, and directly commanded the soldiers, "Seize them, hang them on the public trial platform and flog them. Anyone can take part, but don't kill them. Later, send them down the mines and so on to labor until death. Atonement." "Yes," came the unified roar as a swarm of soldiers encircled the nobles like wolves descending upon a flock of helpless rabbits, pinning them onto the verdant grass with bared fangs. Soon, the nobles were locked into confined cages and transported to the very islands where they had once committed their atrocities. There, they were hung in the public square as condemned criminals, their sins proclaimed one by one, left to endure the lash of the people. The common folk, harboring deep-seated grievances, had long yearned to tear their flesh and drink their blood. Now, with the opportunity at hand, they seized whips, recounting past sufferings before striking with all their might. At first, the nobles raved madly, screaming, "We are the beloved lambs of the gods. You will burn in hell for this." but within half a day, they lay broken. Their once elegant demeanor utterly shattered, reduced to pitiful cries for mercy. Soon, they were cast into labor camps. Before half a day had passed, half of them had perished. Their corpses hauled out and tossed into incinerators like mere firewood. The remaining half, though spared immediate death, were condemned to spend the rest of their lives in the abyssal darkness of the mines. When news of this reached the main city of the northeastern sea, the nobles and wealthy merchants erupted in fury, clamoring to denounce the Tianhua People's Republic. Yet, at that very moment, Tian Lisher, the old steward of Lord Meiju, appeared in the city square. Placing an image transmitting Din Din Mushi before a white screen, he played a recording. Lord Meiju has instructed me to relay this message. I'm not singling anyone out. What I mean to say is, every single one of you present is trash. The recording showed nothing extraordinary, merely the regular army, armed with outdated bayonets and cannons, sweeping through a massive bandit stronghold as effortlessly as a giant crushing an ant beneath its finger. Silence. A prolonged, suffocating silence. The crowd, clad in antiquated garments, stood frozen in stunned muteness. With astonishing speed, public opinion made a complete reversal. Hanging and flogging? They deserved it. Provoking the great Lord Meiji warrants nothing less. Most of them died? That is, because they loved labor so much they worked themselves to exhaustion, then perished out of reverence for food. The Tianhua People's Republic bears no responsibility. As for tossing the corpses into incinerators, what could be better? Isn't there is saying, through flames, one attains eternal life. Lord Meiju was bestowing upon them the honor of transcendence. Chapter 53, The Gathering of Forces Mission Accomplished. The Ocean of the People Calculating Score. Evaluation. Perfect. Beneath the wheels of history, upon the vast expanse of the sea, all evil shall be erased. Rewards for mission completion. 3,000 points. Usable for purchases. Law artifact. Dawnbreak. Usable for resurrection. Perfect score bonus. 3,000 additional points. Perfect law artifact generating. Please wait. Acquired. The tome of history. Those of the past create the history of yesterday. Those of the present forge the chronicles of today. Those of the future shape the annals of tomorrow. All histories demand remembrance. Through the relics of the past, one comprehends what has been lost. Through the paths of the present, one discerns the unfolding journey. Through the visions of the future, one glimpses the unknown possibilities. A warm, radiant metal materialized in Luffy's left hand, engraved with the first light of dawn piercing the darkest hour. Then, a pristine book settled into his right. Its pages filled with sparse yet profound words, documenting the past, present, and future of 23 islands, their vanished eras, their current trials, and their uncharted destinies. All bandits across the 23 islands have been eradicated by the Liberation Army. The nobles of the northeastern sea's main city now tremble before the oceanic might of the people, while the magistrates cower in fear of Lord Meiju. Who wields such power? Luffy turned to the final chapter of the book and recited the meaning of the ancient text inscribed within. Countless possibilities for the future flickered through his eyes, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. It was truly ironic that many events of the future had already transpired in the past. Luffy chuckled, putting away the dawn of a new era and the tome of history, and then he turned to celebrate the impending return of the soldiers. Shortly thereafter, sailboats adorned with crimson flags docked at the harbor, and disciplined troops marched in formation towards the square. Today, all 23 islands had declared a day of rest. Yet throngs of citizens eagerly gathered at the port to cheer for the returning soldiers, their fervor palpable among men, women, and children alike. The soldiers, carrying their rifles, were not somber. Instead, they wore smiles, embodying the very scene they had longed for. Luffy waved to the crowd with a joyful smile. At that moment, the soldiers instantly assumed a serious demeanor. Although they struggled to suppress their smiles, their footsteps resonated in a thunderous and synchronized rhythm, akin to a colossal iron beast rolling across the earth. Subsequently, they gathered in the square, announcing their numbers, a formal army of 10,003 individuals, alongside a militia of 98,627. Luffy nodded, acknowledging the hard work of all. The relentless battles fought to liberate 23 islands had not only demanded great effort, but had also claimed countless lives, resting eternally in the martyrs' cemetery. Yet, I wish to convey that the war has only just begun. Our adversaries encompass the entire world, lying in slumber with the hope of those comrades interred in the hallowed grounds. They sacrifice their lives for the sake of others, and we too must be prepared to offer our own. Thus, we have no choice but to engage in this conflict, perhaps in this war. I may find my demise beneath the waves. However, there is no alternative, as long as I stand upon this land, smiling amidst its embrace. I bear the debt of life that must inevitably be repaid. I shall continue to shoulder the responsibility of those who have perished, both to grant solace to the martyrs buried in this soil and to ensure the happiness of all. Luffy's words flowed forth uncontrollably, each utterance a heartfelt revelation. Upon finishing, he came to a halt and rendered a solemn salute towards the martyrs' cemetery. The soldiers did not erupt into fervent applause. Rather, they collectively raised their hands in tribute to the comrades resting beneath the earth, as if partaking in a solemn oath. The tumult of war hastens growth, and amid the deluge of blood, the seeds of resolve take root. Those young, innocent souls, initially resistant to the harsh truths of reality, now began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. I may die. Every human is susceptible to death. Luffy turned to face the assembled soldiers once more and continued, "Thus, we are all equal in the face of mortality. None possess nobility when confronting death. The capacity to live may vary. Yet the mere ability to act does not justify actions that one ought not to undertake. We, who stand above the currents of time, must put an end to such occurrences. Today we possess the right to discard the obsolete rules of a bygone era into the abyss of irrelevance. Henceforth, I announce the party's decision to officially establish the Celestial Army, Terrestrial Army, and Human Army. The formal military and militia shall be disbanded and integrated into these three principal forces." After Luffy provided a detailed introduction to the responsibilities of the Celestial Soldiers, Earth Soldiers, and Human Soldiers, he instructed his aides to distribute letters of appointment to each soldier. At that moment, he remarked, "While joining these three military divisions is optional, allow me to share a secret. Every citizen above the age of 16 bears the duty to enlist in the army and protect the nation and its people. A principle that will be enshrined in the Constitution." Before the soldiers could respond, a young girl with golden hair swiftly raised her hand and exclaimed, "Does that include girls?" Luffy smiled and nodded, affirming, "Of course, including women, but they must demonstrate greater strength and perseverance than their male counterparts. While our vast female compatriots steadfastly uphold the principle of equality among all, it is vital not to overlook their inherent disadvantages. They should leverage their unique strengths to engage in suitable professions within society, contributing to the edifice of communism." Upon the conclusion of this statement, a flurry of soldiers hastily inscribed their names on the letters, eager to participate, as if fearing the delay would cost them the opportunity. The thought of being outpaced by women was simply too disheartening. Indeed, among the women, there were celestial beings, earthly spirits, and warriors. It would be quite the jest if we, the valiant men who traverse the realms, were to shrink back. Voices resonated throughout the gathering, as Luffy waved at the blonde girl, calling out, "Thank you for your observation. Is this not the very advantage of women?" Laughter erupted among the onlookers, for the blonde girl had merely questioned whether women could join the army. The steely soldiers reacted as if struck by a whip, eagerly signing up to the three armies of heaven, earth, and humanity. The blonde girl, slightly displeased, tilted her head back and raised her fist, as if to assert that she could wield the whip and surpass them all. Luffy's laughter became even more joyful. Snap! In a secluded, desolate corner, Junai captured this moment in a photograph, and then glanced at her apprentice beside her, who was gazing blankly at her husband. She gently reminded her, "Go on. You can observe him for a lifetime. I can only steal a few more glances before you grow anxious." Meiju waved her hand, speaking with a hint of impatience. "You become quite bold." Junai shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead continued to admire the smiling Luffy, murmuring, "He is truly delightful." "Indeed." The girl beside her nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. In development, airships ascended from various islands, establishing a celestial transportation network that proved swifter than terrestrial or maritime conveyance. They existed within a two-dimensional space complemented by a temporal axis, wherein numerous locations faced constraints due to spatial limitations. Conversely, airships operated within a three-dimensional realm alongside a temporal axis. Once the positioning instruments were mastered, their navigational possibilities would greatly expand. The cargo transported comprised primarily goods, though many passengers also journeyed. The 23 islands, aside from those dedicated to survival industries, were intricately interconnected, devoid of any notion of the affluent aiding the less fortunate. Rather, it was a matter of temporal scheduling. For instance, if the roadwork was completed on the first island while other islands lagged, skilled laborers would be dispatched to assist. Similarly, if another island finished a particular task while the first island still had outstanding work, personnel would be sent to lend a hand. The protagonist, Lu Yu, has amassed an impressive 6,000 points, which he promptly utilizes to acquire 3,000 rigid-level celestial beings and 200 ordinary celestial beings. While a small fraction of the populace continues their daily routines, the majority are relocated, with the rigid-level celestial beings transformed into integral components of the industrial framework. While the ordinary celestial beings serve as exemplary educators, alleviating the pressures of mid to advanced education brought forth by the gradual enlightenment of the populace. Initially, he has no intention of procuring genius-level celestial beings. The nascent phase of industrialization does not necessitate prodigies, but rather a substantial number of individuals possessing adequate qualifications. Of course, in the future, the celestial beings responsible for guiding graduate studies must indeed be of genius caliber. However, there is no need for undue haste. Armed with the Book of History, Liu can discern the prerequisites for the commencement of his mission from the phenomena he encounters. Straight pathways are continuously laid out, forming an irregular dual T-shaped configuration, subsequently branching into smaller routes. The advantage lies in the majority being situated between 2 points, thus minimizing time expenditure. The drawback, however, is the significant resource consumption. Nevertheless, the mixture of mud and straw utilized is not overly taxing on resources. The electrical infrastructure closely follows the development of the roadways, particularly on the first island, located at the heart of most islands. This island not only serves as the vanguard of industrialization, but also acts as the nexus for energy transportation across all islands. The impending cold fusion nuclear furnace will prioritize the industrial advancement of the first island, subsequently facilitating the mass production of high-energy batteries for distribution to other low-energy industrial or residential zones. Ideally, each island would possess its own cold fusion nuclear furnace. However, during the initial stages of development, resources cannot be squandered recklessly. Therefore, establishing a cold fusion nuclear furnace on the larger islands and subsequently cultivating an industrial base to systematically produce high-energy batteries for transfer to smaller islands represents the most economically viable strategy. Work, rest, study, and vacation characterize the rhythm of this new era. As the pace of advancement accelerates, it is expected that the velocity of progress will correspondingly increase. The speed of the human divine era is 100-fold that of the 21st century, while the true divine era's speed is 1,000,000 times greater, reaching even 1,000,000,000 times. For the supreme true divine, 1 second equates to 3 years. For others, a decade passes in the blink of an eye. For those stepping into the benchmark of the 21st century, their pace should reflect 1% of the human divine speed and 1/1,000,000th of the true divine speed. This is astoundingly swift compared to the feudal era, akin to lightning. Yet, despite the fatigue experienced, the ability to live for oneself brings profound joy. Above all, the essence of existence lies in happiness. An amusing incident transpired within the military. A new recruit, who was expected to maintain a low profile and exhibit humility, suddenly found himself reveling in pride before the seasoned veterans. Among the 3 divisions of heaven, earth, and humanity, aside from training, the most crucial task is agriculture, cultivating the land to ensure that each island can achieve self-sufficiency. Should supply routes be severed, a lack of agricultural proficiency, unable to yield 10,000 pounds per acre, would undoubtedly lead to starvation or demise. Lu Yu issued a stern mandate. The primary assessment for the first month would focus on agricultural techniques, while the secondary assessment would evaluate combat skills. A poor performance would result in immediate demotion, with the worst offenders facing public reprimand. Thus, the new recruits, who were well-versed in farming and tilling, found themselves educating seasoned veterans in combat, fostering a respectful yet earnest exchange of knowledge, devoid of any subservience. During this protracted month-long campaign, the celestial and terrestrial soldiers, alongside the reserves, swiftly united against a common adversary, transforming into comrades who mutually supported one another through arduous endeavors. The existing class divides gradually dissipated, although not entirely extinguished. They became mere individual nuances. In the grand scheme, the shared labor of cultivation had solidified their bond. Life with a loving wife was indeed wonderful. As they prepared to depart from the 23 islands, Lu Yu often accompanied Wei Er, who had conceived the idea of strengthening military morale through agriculture. This approach saved considerable time, allowing him to spend more moments with his beloved spouse. Wei Er was perpetually joyful, her smile unwavering. In stark contrast, Meiju rarely displayed a smile, consumed by relentless training, appearing pitifully worn. Every moment was dedicated to either honing her skills or engrossed in study, reminiscent of Liu Yu's own demeanor a decade prior. Is this perhaps too harsh? Liu Yu pondered. Truth be told, had it not been for the uncertainties of this world, which ignited an unyielding spirit within him, he might have relinquished hope altogether. As long as she truly gives up, I would immediately cease my efforts, Wei Er asserted. Yet, she had reminded him of Mei Ju's decade-long perseverance. The thought of surrender never crossed her mind, nor did she allow herself any respite. Indeed, this cannot continue, Liu Yu declared, shaking his head. With Wei Er's companionship and affection, he was certainly shielded from excessive fatigue. However, with their limited time together, even his wife could scarcely afford him her full attention. Suddenly, he was playfully swatted by Wei Er, reminiscent of their childhood antics. How do you envision the institution of marriage, Wei Er? Should it adhere to monogamy, or embrace the free love and marriage system of the celestial and earthly eras? Liu Yu posed a rather serious question, one that indeed requires urgent resolution, yet proves exceedingly difficult to tackle. Monogamy, in the context of societal organization in the 21st century, stands as an exemplary marital system, capable of sustaining a normal relationship index even among a population in the hundreds of millions. However, in the era of celestial beings, this monogamous structure was entirely discarded. With the awakening of spiritual senses, it became effortlessly discernible whether a partner genuinely harbored sincere affection. This led to the complete fusion of mental consciousness through the utilization of advanced intelligence systems and quantum communication, resulting in a drastic decline in the number of couples eligible for marriage. Naturally, monogamy could not be maintained, as the birth rate of healthy newborns diminished alongside the declining marriage index. While artificial wombs were indeed available, the absence of both a father and a mother resulted in at least a 90% likelihood of imbalanced development in the children. A child raised by a mother, if male, would experience a significant reduction in rational and materialistic thinking. Conversely, if female, her heightened emotional awareness would become a disadvantage, potentially leading to an overabundance of delicate and fragile personalities. The reverse holds true for children raised by a father, where daughters would exhibit diminished emotional awareness and sons would demonstrate an increase in rational thought, significantly impacting interpersonal relationships. The legacy and expansion of civilization necessitate the presence of normal parental figures, ensuring a greater likelihood of comprehensive inheritance. Perhaps it appears esoteric, yet it is indeed the reality. A rather nebulous reason for the development of celestial civilization among humans is that the vast majority possess parents, thus implying that the next generation, responsible for the continuation and expansion of civilization, also requires parental guidance. Absent this, a critical component is missing. Consequently, a system of free love and marriage emerged, wherein initial attraction between the sexes hinges upon perceived excellence. Exceptional women attract the pursuit of men, and admirable men garner the attention of women. This is the nature of genetics. In pursuit of increasing the newborn population, and due to the universal awareness of genuine affection, casual relationships and marriages flourished. However, an intriguing societal phenomenon arose. A singular emperor and empress surrounded by numerous consorts became the societal norm. It became evident that two equally capable individuals would often have several lesser partners. Social scientists identified a primary cause. In ancient times, due to the disadvantaged status of women, there was a tendency for them to band together, not only with men, but also among themselves. A clear manifestation of this was the acceptance of homosexuality among women. Conversely, ancient men, tasked with providing sustenance for their wives during pregnancy and nursing, needed to secure food for three. This necessity often led to exclusivity. Especially in the aftermath of apocalyptic disasters and warfare, male aggression was thoroughly invigorated, and certain feudal customs persisted through time, giving rise to phenomena that were rarely observed otherwise. Another contributing factor lies in the male focus on strength and an untainted heart, leading to a straightforward approach to affection and aversion. In contrast, women emphasized virtue and wisdom, displaying a maturity that often surpassed that of their male counterparts. Of course, the instances of polygamy were not abundant, yet they overshadowed polyandry, as the majority of celestial beings remained in an endless search for mutual affection. In this world, even among the 23 islands, issues surrounding marriage were discernible. One reason for the male shortage stemmed from both natural and environmental factors. Liu Yu intended to achieve mass production of celestial beings within 20 years. a time frame in which monogamy would inevitably and irreversibly collapse if natural and environmental factors were disregarded. Maintaining a lasting equilibrium would be feasible, but a mere decade would yield far more disadvantages than benefits. The problem, however, was the absence of celestial technology, rendering the system of free love and marriage a primitive and feudal symbol that would degrade societal morals. Two paths lay before him, both fraught with challenges. True to Lu Yu's nature, he would not choose the lesser of two evils without a clear direction. Thus, he and his partner could only engage in discussions to devise a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Veer approached the training Meiju was undergoing and posed a question. If the man you adore were to marry another, yet still desired to marry you, would you accept him? Meiju paused her training, exhaled deeply, and shook her head. I would not wish to. I still have my training, master. I understand. And I too would not desire that. Veer replied. Allow me to pose another question. 10 years hence, if he still loves you and wishes to marry you, what then? After a moment of hesitation, Meiju slowly shook her head. A solution has emerged. Veer clapped her hands and smiled at Lu Yu. If love can indeed withstand the passage of time, then 10 years may be inconsequential. Indeed, if a man pursues for a decade and a woman waits for the same, it would not only avoid damaging the moral framework, but might also inspire admiration. This approach could potentially mitigate the impacts stemming from natural and environmental factors. Liu contemplated that the greatest flaw of the system of free love and marriage lies in its potential to disrupt the moral framework. However, time has the capacity to validate most genuine and authentic matters, including love. A heap of sand is indeed a subject of ridicule, even two mere pebbles, brought together by a gentle breeze, can evoke scorn. Yet, no amount of genuine gold will ever inspire disdain. Rather, it attracts admiration. Beyond a decade, age should also be a consideration, as men often develop affections for women based on appearances. Nevertheless, true spouses are those who accompany each other into old age. Wei nodded and inquired, what if I grow old? Grateful for the passage of time, which brought you into this world, allowing our eyes to meet in a moment of serendipity. Thankful for the years that have nurtured you from a youthful girl into a blossoming young woman, enabling us to take our first steps hand in hand, supporting one another. Appreciative of the time that has transformed you into a beautiful maiden, granting us the opportunity to vow our love in an embrace. Ultimately, I am grateful for the time that has etched traces of dust upon your delicate features. While I cherish your youthful visage, I also delight in witnessing the multifaceted essence of you. Lastly, I am thankful for the years that have turned your lustrous black hair to shades of silver, for while I adore your vibrant gentleness, I also find joy in embracing the serene side of you that leans against me. Ultimately, I am grateful for time, which has softened your warmth into a silent affection. Although I treasure the beauty of your spoken words, I also find joy in the companionship of you, who stands by me through eternity. Liu gently recited the poem, his gaze fixed upon Weir's eyes. Weir squinted slightly. Suddenly, Ju burst into tears and dashed into the woods, exclaiming, I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. I wish to rest. Hey, wait. Weir, who had initially wanted to confront Lu Yu, pursued him and declared, this poem is plagiarized. Not only that, but the original author has also uttered these words to several girls. She was contemplating the author's consecutive successes and felt an urge to confront Lu Yu. Just take it out on me. Lu Yu exclaimed, for the author of